As a unique heir to the art of embroidery, I found myself entangled in a series of strange occurrences after forsaking my master's command to pursue the craft of tattooing. Thus, I unwittingly stepped into a realm of unfathomable mysteries. Chapter 1. The Young Woman from the Therapy Shop. Having resided in this world for some time, I discovered it to be remarkably akin to my original Blue Star, with negligible differences in language or lifestyle. Consequently, I cannot ascertain whether I have truly traversed dimensions or if this current incarnation of myself is merely infused with additional memories. Upon my arrival in this realm, I awoke to the aftermath of a catastrophic car accident, which claimed my father's life. My mother shielded my brother and me in her embrace, sustaining only minor injuries, while she herself bore severe wounds in her valiant attempt to protect us. From that moment onward, I vowed to care for her diligently. Just a few days ago, my mother began to feel unwell, and after a hospital examination, the grim diagnosis of acute renal failure, commonly known as URMI, was revealed. The doctor indicated that her recovery hinged solely upon a kidney transplant. That my brother mentioned that he had inquired about the procedure, which would amount to a staggering sum of $800,000. The weight of this financial burden left me in a state of utter despair. How could an ordinary tattoo artist, such as myself, possibly accumulate such an exorbitant amount? Given my modest earnings each month and the absence of affluent friends or relatives to whom I could turn for assistance, the only viable option appeared to be to exploit my skills. An Enyang embroidery for profit, but should I attempt it? Yet this Enyang embroidery was a craft I had sworn to my master never to pursue again. On that fateful afternoon, while pondering how to amass the necessary funds to save my mother within the confines of my tattoo studio, a woman entered my establishment. This young woman, known as Mimi, hails from Northeast China and works next door in a therapeutic weight loss center. She possesses a tall and slender figure, exuding an air of worldly experience, dressed in a low-cut t-shirt and a white wrap skirt that elegantly contours her physique, complemented by a layer of black stockings adorning her legs. Upon entering, she leaned against the doorframe of my tattoo studio, speaking in a northern accented Mandarin. "Hey, brother, I need to ask you something. I've encountered a bit of trouble and would like your advice on how to handle it." That I looked up and smiled, responding, "Mimi, what trouble could you possibly have? You are the star performer at your establishment, raking in 3,000 to 4,000 every day. You are Zhang Guest's golden goose. Any issue you have, just bring it to him, and he will surely resolve it for you." Indeed, it is true that Mimi is quite affluent, renowned for her articulate charm. Even the streetwise fellows who come to my shop for tattoos enthusiastically recount how exceptionally persuasive she is. It's remarkable that even those who are not overweight have been convinced by her to seek weight loss therapies. "Don't jest, brother, I genuinely have a problem," Mimi said, cracking sunflower seeds as she settled onto the small bed I use for tattooing clients. "Lately, I've been having the strangest dreams, where I'm being chased and attacked, left covered in blood. It frightens me terribly. Today, I shared this with a friend, and she suggested I visit a temple to seek a talisman for peace. As I wiped down my tattooing tools. Hearing her mention a talisman sparked a sense of excitement within me. A talisman? What need is there for a mere talisman? My Enyang embroidery is far more effective than any temple charm. That I took a couple of deep breaths to steady my exhilaration, feigning a casual demeanor as I echoed her words. "So, what do you need me for?" "Ah, please let me finish," Mimi exclaimed, anxiously tapping her thigh. She mentioned that she intended to visit the temple, but Zhang found out and forbade her from going. Zhang, the proprietor of Mimi's shop, frequently visits my establishment to engage in casual banter. He possesses a ruthless nature, yet he knows how to conduct himself despite my current predicament. He still offers me cigarettes with a courteous demeanor. I inquired why Zhang would not permit her to go. Mimi replied, "Zhang stated that in our area, it is actually frowned upon to go. People believe that getting a tattoo can ensure safety, as it is a custom in the Southie region." Upon hearing this, I could not help but interject. Indeed, in our Southie region, tattoos serve as talismans for safety. However, ordinary tattoos lack that potency. One must have my Enyang embroidery. Enyang embroidery embodies the essence of life and death, wealth and honor, ensuring safe passage. Mimi hesitated, perhaps unfamiliar with the concept of Enyang embroidery. Noticing her lack of reaction, I employed a strategy of feigned indifference, saying, tattoos crafted from yin-yang embroidery are incredibly effective. Perhaps you should consult Zhangge. He is surely acquainted with yin-yang embroidery. It will alleviate your nightmares and grant you peaceful slumber. All right, I will inquire with Zhangge, Mimi replied before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and added, by the way, my situation involves more than just nightmares. Look at my neck. I have a row of teeth marks. Could you take a look for me? With that, Mimi lifted her cascading waves of hair to reveal her nape. Upon inspection, my heart sank. There was a ring of bluish teeth marks on her neck, unmistakably not made by human teeth. Chapter 2. Yin-yang embroidery. Are you certain that you are merely plagued by nightmares? Why do I feel as though you have encountered something you ought not to have? I gazed skeptically at the tooth marks. As soon as I spoke, Mimi recoiled in fear, claiming her timid nature and pleading with me not to frighten her. I replied, do not attempt to deceive me. This matter is far from trivial. You must tell me the truth about what transpired, or we shall be unable to resolve this issue. I was not deceiving Mimi. Indeed, this situation was quite troublesome. Although yin-yang embroidery could remedy her ailment, it necessitated a precise approach. My yin-yang embroidery is not infallible. Should I embroider the wrong pattern, not only would the individual receiving the tattoo face peril, but the tattoo artist would be equally doomed. One might inquire, what is the origin of this yin-yang embroidery? Such a peculiar practice. To discuss yin-yang embroidery is to delve into the history of tattooing. Tattooing boasts an ancient legacy, and contemporary individuals frequently conflate tattooing with the more modern term, tattoo. This confusion arose with the advent of tattoo machines, which have largely supplanted traditional tattooing techniques. As a worldly individual, I can only resign myself to the reality that tradition has succumbed to modernity. In truth, traditional tattooing is an age-old craft, manifesting in myriad forms across the nation, with the most remarkable technique found in the region of Southern Yu. According to legend, this technique originated from shaman in Southern Yu, who, while tattooing, discovered that utilizing blood to create tattoos could bestow extraordinary abilities upon individuals. This matter captured the attention of the sorcerer, who subsequently devoted decades of arduous study to mastering it, eventually embarking on the journey of gathering disciples. The technique of tattooing with blood earned a resounding name, yin-yang embroidery. However, even the sorcerer could not have anticipated that this once prevalent art would nearly vanish due to various reasons. As for me, I am Yu Shuai, the 15th inheritor of yin-yang embroidery, operating a tattoo parlor. The knowledge I possess stems from the original owner of this body, and I naturally comprehend the essence of yin-yang embroidery. During my formative years of learning this craft, my master imparted a profound saying, yin-yang embroidery, stitching yin and yang, brings forth life and death, wealth and nobility, and ensures safe passage. My master was initially reluctant to teach me this technique, cautioning that excessive tattooing could lead to retribution for the tattoo artist, a significant factor in the decline of yin-yang embroidery. Yet, as the number of practitioners dwindled, he could not bear the thought of its extinction and ultimately imparted the complete skill set to me, albeit forbidding me from profiting from it. The reasons for which he never disclosed. In his final moments, amidst his agonized cries, he warned me fervently against engaging with yin-yang embroidery, lest I follow in his tragic footsteps. When my master passed away, he was completely immobilized, as if someone were slicing through him with a knife, with wounds appearing intermittently on his body. In such a surreal state, he endured for a full 7 days before succumbing. It is this harrowing experience that has left a profound impression on me. In recent years, I have refrained from practicing traditional yin-yang embroidery or even the classic tattoos of the Azure Dragon, the Hai Dong Qing, and the Black Tiger. Instead, I have focused on Western tattoos, such as designs inspired by the Bible. It is noteworthy that these designs are quite popular among the youth, and there are even some audacious young women who request tattoos in certain intimate areas. Such work is a coveted opportunity for me, as it not only brings in financial rewards, but also offers a feast for the eyes. In this era of commercialization, the allure of tattooing for profit has overshadowed traditional practices, sparing me from any potential taboos. However, now, in my quest to save my mother, I can no longer afford to be so particular. I must grit my teeth and ensure that I handle this matter with Mimi effectively. Chapter 3. The business commences. I took out my phone and snapped a photograph of Mimi's nape, then presented it to her. She glanced at it and inquired, "Is there anything special about this bite mark?" I replied, "These bite marks are merely dots. If they were human bites, they would appear as distinct segments." Mimi caught my hidden implication, suddenly taken aback, and the phone slipped from her grasp. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift, and I managed to catch the device just in time. Goodness, the developers are already pressuring me to pay the full amount for the house. If I were to draw my phone as well, it would be disastrous. "Are you suggesting that I have attracted something unclean?" Mimi asked, regaining her composure. I urged her to meticulously recall the nightmare she experienced that night. My mentor had once mentioned that certain eerie occurrences could render dreams quite peculiar. Although I did not fully grasp the intricacies involved, it would be beneficial for us to analyze her account together. Mimi nodded and promptly began recounting her dream. It turned out she had been jesting with me. Her nightmare did not involve being pursued by anyone, but rather consisted of her strolling through the streets with a male model. In her dream, they wandered into a deserted alley, both impulsive in nature, and began kissing passionately, just as she was reveling in the exhilaration of the moment. The male model's visage morphed into that of a monstrous creature, with a green face and sharp fangs, as he lunged toward her neck. Thus, Mimi awoke in terror. Mimi remarked, "When I awoke, I felt a sticky sensation on my neck, not quite like sweat, accompanied by an eerie fragrance reminiscent of, well, akin to the scent of alcohol. I cannot quite decipher it. Yet with so many strange occurrences converging, it is evident that something extraordinary has transpired. This matter is indeed peculiar, but the art of yin-yang embroidery can remedy it." Thus I said to Mimi, "Sister, trust me on this. If I inscribe a piece of yin-yang embroidery with a soul-restraining effect, it will undoubtedly be effective, and no entity will dare approach you." Mimi promptly inquired, "How much?" 10,000, I stated unequivocally. Considering Mimi's affluence as the leader of the establishment, earning upwards of 100,000 a month, the price of 10,000 should pose no obstacle for her. However, upon mentioning the sum, her expression oscillated between uncertainty and contemplation, although she possessed wealth. I had not anticipated her meticulous nature. She replied, "Brother, do not deceive me. While I earn a substantial income, it is merely a fleeting fortune. I intend to return home in a couple of years to establish a business, which is no easy feat," I suggested. "Why not consult Brother Zhang? Inquire how many individuals are skilled in yin-yang embroidery. Furthermore, I assure you, should the embroidery fail to alleviate your predicament, I will return your 10,000 in full." Sound fair? Mimi, being astute in her role, did not respond immediately, but decided to consult further, understanding that seeking more information would not be detrimental. "Very well, go inquire," I said, returning to my work. Despite my persuasive efforts, I could not compel Mimi to part with the 10,000, and I was disinclined to prolong the discussion. "Very well, my friend, I shall take my leave for now." Her departure left me with a profound sense of loss throughout the afternoon. However, as the old adage goes, misfortunes may turn into blessings. With no news from Mimi, another affluent lady has reached out to me. I suspected that my business with Mimi was destined to fail, but resolutely decided to pursue profit through the art of yin-yang embroidery. With a firm resolve, I retrieved my phone and altered my WeChat and QQ signatures to "Wealth and prosperity shall come," yin-yang tattoos to ward off negativity, as a humble inheritor of yin-yang embroidery. I am here to serve you with utmost sincerity. After completing this, I shared an article introducing yin-yang embroidery on both my WeChat Moments and QQ Space. Before long, I received a call from the wealthy lady. "Hello, this is Mio YY. She greeted me, her voice tremulous and laced with fear. She confided that she had been plagued by a recurring nightmare in which her cat devoured her, piece by piece, shattering every bone in her body. She sought my assistance to rid her of this haunting dream, which she found exceedingly strange. Furthermore, she mentioned that upon awakening from this nightmare, her own cat would hiss at her ferociously, as if it intended to bite her, baring its teeth in a frightening manner. She inquired if I had any solutions. Chapter 4. Tattooing techniques indeed, I responded. I have a solution, and since our class beauty, Miao Weiwei, has entrusted me with this matter, I am, of course, compelled to assist. Miao Weiwei had always been the belle of our class, stunning and haughty. I had once courted her, but she never gave me a second glance. At a reunion a couple of years ago, I learned from classmates that she had married a wealthy man right after graduation and was now exceedingly affluent. Since she was now seeking my services, she must be quite well off. I had to seize this opportunity. Miao Weiwei mentioned that she had heard from classmates that I had been studying under a master, learning the art of yin-yang tattooing. Upon seeing my updated QQ signature, she contacted me directly. However, she needed to assess my true abilities on site. If I could genuinely quell her nightmares, she would compensate me with 20,000 yuan, a veritable tycoon, offering 20,000 right off the bat. Suddenly, the disappointment of losing the 10,000 yuan deal with Mimi vanished into thin air. Very well, I replied. Have Miao Weiwei come by tomorrow, and I will assist her. Miao Weiwei agreed, and we concluded the call. I then rode my electric scooter back home to call it a night. Around 11 or 12 that evening, I was roused by a phone call. Upon checking my phone, I saw it was Mimi. I hastily answered, and Mimi said she was willing to pay 10,000 yuan for a yin-yang tattoo, as long as it proved effective. It was truly a silver lining. Hearing that Mimi was willing to get the yin-yang tattoo, I immediately leaped out of bed and rode my electric scooter to the shop. Upon arriving, I asked Mimi what had changed her mind. I thought you weren't going to do it anymore, with a look of astonishment still etched on her face. Mimi confessed to me, my friend, to speak candidly, upon returning to the shop this afternoon, I inquired with Brother Zhang. He confirmed the existence of yin-yang embroidery. However, it is a rare skill across the nation to find someone adept at such intricate designs. Thus, I suspect that you may not possess this ability either. Do not worry, truly, I replied. To be honest, I seldom engage in yin-yang embroidery myself. My technique has become somewhat rusty of late and requires refinement. I then inquired, if you believe I am incapable of this art, why did you seek me out? My friend, she lamented, I found myself in a predicament. Last night, I attended to a series of therapy clients, and while resting in bed, I experienced that haunting dream once more. Upon awakening, I felt an unsettling presence in the room, as if someone were watching me. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere illusion, yet when the sensation persisted for several minutes, I was thoroughly unnerved and hastily dressed to leave. Once outside, the feeling of being observed dissipated completely. Fearing to return home, she resolved to call me, imploring that I perform a yin-yang embroidery to alleviate her distress. My friend, if you could provide me with a yin-yang tattoo, I assure you that the payment will be forthcoming, provided the results are effective. Very well, I said, come to my shop, and we shall discuss this matter in depth. I opened the door to the tattoo parlor and turned on the lights. I explained to Mimi, if you wish to have a yin-yang embroidery, it must feature a protective soul motif. There are primarily 3 types of these motifs. The first is called Luan, the second is Bodhisattva, and the third is Yiksha. Is there a distinction among them? She inquired. Indeed, the image of the Arhat embodies a particularly masculine essence, unsuitable for women to adorn. As for the Bodhisattva, one must possess significant blessings to bear such a tattoo. Otherwise, it may yield adverse effects. You do not seem to exude an aura of substantial fortune. Thus, these 2 types of tattoos would be ill-fitted for you. I can only offer you the design of Yiksha. I confided in Mimi that there is a nuance I find challenging to articulate. It is not solely the possession of great blessings that permits one to engrave the Bodhisattva. Rather, this tattoo can bestow additional fortunes upon the bearer, being entirely beneficial in nature. However, the Bodhisattva embodies a form of spiritual purity, requiring that individuals who wish to bear such a tattoo maintain a demeanor of propriety. Mimi, being a therapist who frequently interacts with men, falls into a category considered impure within Buddhist circles. Such individuals are deemed unworthy of the Bodhisattva tattoo. Should they proceed, the Bodhisattva may perceive it as a desecration, placing blame upon the tattoo artist. Mimi expressed concern regarding the appearance of the Yiksha. Might it be particularly grotesque? Would it be aesthetically pleasing upon the skin? Women tend to prioritize beauty. I assured her that once tattooed, the design would not be overtly visible, as the Yiksha is rather fearsome. necessitating a method of concealment in its application. Our yin-yang embroidery technique consists of 5 distinct styles: carrying, descending, back, entwining, and embracing. Carrying refers to designs etched upon the shoulders, commonly featuring shoulder dragons. Descending pertains to tattoos placed on the neck, such as Chinese characters. Back involves designs that occupy the entirety of the back, while entwining is applied to the limbs, exemplified by elbow dragons and wrist Buddha symbols. Embracing, however, is a more intimate technique, requiring the design to be inked upon the heart's root, defined as 1 inch above the chest and 3 inches below the neck. Tattooing in such a private area, do you still care about its aesthetic appeal? How could it possibly be overlooked? By the way, where should one get tattooed? Mimi inquired of me. I gestured towards the area near Mimi's chest. Right here. Chapter 5. The Red Lotus Yaksha. Oh dear, one must pay attention to aesthetics. If the design turns out poorly, it could adversely affect my business. Mimi's expression was one of sheer shock. It suddenly dawned on me. How could I have overlooked this? What is Mimi's profession? She is a therapist, and if she were to have a Yaksha tattoo on her chest, especially in a low-cut uniform, it would surely frighten her clients away. I scratched my head and suggested that the design could be rendered with a touch of artistry. There exists a particular Yaksha, known as the Red Lotus Yaksha, who is strikingly beautiful and embodies a spirited elegance. Mimi remained skeptical. I recalled the design of the Red Lotus Yaksha for the yin-yang embroidery and quickly seized a pen, sketching a rough outline with remarkable speed. After adding color and refining the details, I presented the finished piece to Mimi, saying, "Take a look at this." Upon glancing at the design, she immediately approved, exclaiming, "This will do." With that, I retrieved the finalized tattoo design and began preparing the necessary tools. Mimi, however, reclined on my tattooing bed, closed her eyes, and assumed a posture that suggested she was ready for anything. "Go ahead, do as you please." I found myself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I'm merely giving you a tattoo. What else could I do?" "Wait a moment. Let me find you a cloth to cover your chest." As tattoo artists, we typically provide clients with a cover cloth to ensure comfort and minimize distractions during the process. There's no need for that. I've seen more men than you've seen women. What difference does it make? Mimi seemed to tease me, even bending her knee suggestively. I think I'll just step out for a moment. What do you need to go to the restroom for?" It seems that Mimi has come to terms with the situation. As she reclines on the bed, a torrent of flirtatious banter begins to flow from her lips, truly deserving of her reputation as a silver-tongued conversationalist. I must admit, I feel compelled to step out and quell my rising passions. It is my steadfast principle to avoid any conflict with tattoo artists. Can one truly engage with the women who come for tattoos without entangling oneself? Such entanglements could lead to unforeseen disputes, a predicament I would rather avoid. Thus, I must proceed with caution. Although I share a deep understanding with Mimi, it is wise to remain vigilant, for a prudent approach ensures longevity in all endeavors. I stepped into the inner sanctum of the tattoo studio to refresh myself, tempering my impulses, and emerged from the bathing area in a state of undress. To be candid, while I had never intended to delve into the business of yin-yang embroidery, I must confess that the thought of profiting from it had crossed my mind subconsciously. I had stowed away some of the necessary paraphernalia for yin-yang embroidery in a weathered wooden box nestled in the corner of the room. The paint on the box had significantly chipped away, and as I lifted the lid, a cloud of dust billowed forth. Inside lay a solitary black robe, quietly resting. I cradled the robe in my hands and let out a soft sigh, murmuring, "Master, forgive me. Circumstances compel me to resort to yin-yang embroidery for sustenance." With that, I donned the robe. This garment, known as wusa, derives its name from the term for clothing in the Southern Yu language, where ese signifies clothing. The attire worn by shamans is referred to as wusa, which has since evolved into a general term for shamanic garments. The wusa is an exceptionally loose robe that envelopes the entire body, concealing all forms beneath its ample folds. The voluminous attire hampered my movements. Yet the shaman's robe was indispensable for the art of yin-yang embroidery, serving not only as a matter of tradition, but also as a conduit for soul recognition. Donning the shaman's robe, I stepped out, clutching a looking glass. Mimi, upon seeing me emerge in the somber garb, recoiled in surprise. Recognizing me, she stifled a giggle, remarking on my penchant for theatrics and questioning the necessity of such an elaborate costume for a mere tattoo. I countered that it was entirely warranted, emphasizing that yin-yang embroidery was no ordinary skin art, but an arcane technique passed down through generations, steeped in mystery and demanding a sense of ritual. Mimi chuckled, her levity contrasting with the gravity of the occasion. Resigned, she urged me to proceed without further ado, eager to complete the session before returning to her physiotherapy clients during peak hours. With a wave, she reclined on the tattooing bed. I cautioned Mimi against haste, insisting on the crucial step of soul recognition before commencing the embroidery. Without it, I dare not proceed with the tattooing. Chapter 6. Acknowledging the Yin spirit. What does it mean to acknowledge a soul? Upon hearing the term soul, Mimi's shoulders trembled slightly, and the muscles of her face twitched, revealing her unease. I explained that yin-yang embroidery is not an ordinary tattoo. It involves the essence of the soul. Yin-yang embroidery is divided into yin embroidery and yang embroidery. The techniques of yin embroidery are rather malevolent, yet the effects of such tattoos are remarkably potent, almost guaranteeing the fulfillment of one's desires. However, there are numerous taboos associated with it that you cannot afford to ignore. Conversely, yang embroidery is more orthodox, typically involving tattoos of divine beings, devoid of adverse effects, and yielding satisfactory results. Regardless of whether it is yin or yang embroidery, one must show reverence for the yin spirits. Acknowledging the soul is the process by which the yin spirit comes to recognize you. Only if the spirit consents to inhabit your being and ensure your safety can you proceed with the yin-yang embroidery. Should the spirit refuse, one cannot forcibly inscribe the embroidery. Otherwise, the spirit will undoubtedly cause you trouble. Oh, so that is what it means. But, brother, how do we go about acknowledging the soul? It is quite simple. I placed a mirror at my feet, laying it flat upon the ground, and said, "We shall both cut our middle fingers and let 3 drops of blood fall upon it, to observe the spirit's direction." Can this mirror truly provide guidance? Certainly. I spoke no further, swiftly cutting open my finger and allowing 3 droplets of blood to fall onto the mirror. Then, I murmured, "May the wandering shaman cease," and the yin spirit acknowledge its master. Upon completing my incantation, I urged Mimi to hastily let her blood touch the mirror as well. After a moment of contemplation, Mimi, compelled by my fervent gaze, pierced her middle finger with a tattoo needle, releasing 3 droplets of blood onto the mirror. Having meticulously applied our combined 12 drops of blood, 6 for myself and 6 for Mimi, I gingerly placed the crimson lotus yiksha motif, which I had previously prepared in the inner chamber, upon the mirror. I intoned, "As a scion of the yin-yang embroidery tradition, I offer this blood as a conduit," introducing my companion Mimi to the venerable yiksha deity. Should the deity deign to grace her with its presence, may it possess her form. Should it decline, may she remain unaltered. Having completed the incantation, I patiently awaited the mirror's response. After a brief interlude of 2 to 3 minutes, Mimi's reflection within the mirror underwent a subtle metamorphosis. Her brow furrowed in an upward contortion, her nose evinced a delicate wrinkling, and the corners of her mouth upturned in a manner suggestive of vehement indignation. "Why do I appear so?" Mimi inquired. I cautioned Mimi to remain silent, and softly elucidated that she was presently manifesting the yiksha's countenance. Yikshas, I explained, were typically depicted as fierce and formidable deities, and the visage of wrath reflected in the mirror was not her own, but rather that of the crimson lotus yiksha. As I was in the midst of my explanation, Mimi abruptly emitted a chilling chuckle, its timbre profoundly unsettling, as though it had escaped her involuntarily. This mirthful sound left me momentarily bewildered, my heart assailed by trepidation. Mimi, in turn, abruptly leaped onto the bed, burying her face beneath the pillow of the tattooing couch. Brother, I beseech you, let us forego this tattoo. I am overcome with trepidation." Mimi had been frightened by the sound of her own laughter. Indeed, the yin-yang embroidery ritual possesses an inherent mystique, and it is only natural to experience apprehension upon one's initial encounter with it. However, provided that the procedure is executed flawlessly, yin-yang embroidery serves as an invaluable talisman of protection. I advised Mimi, "Are you not afraid of the eye that watches you from behind? Do you not fear that strange entity which could one day bring harm to your life? Allow me to speak candidly. I am aware of whose eye it is. I also comprehend the nature of the vile thing that lurks in the shadows. It is Xiao Bai who has come to trouble me. I suppose I shall hire a Taoist priest and conduct a ritual in due time, albeit the cost is exorbitant, amounting to 40 or 50,000. In her distress, Mimi revealed everything. I felt a surge of anger. It turned out she was aware of the divine being she had offended. She approached me for the yin-yang embroidery simply because my prices were more affordable. My heart sank, yet I could not bear to lose this business. I continued to persuade Mimi. You knew what it was. Why did you not inform me earlier? Now that I have summoned the spirits, you choose to flee. What am I to do? By the way, could you elaborate on your situation? Mimi recounted her experiences in detail. It turned out that last month, a new technician had joined their shop, but she did not come of her own volition. She had been deceived by her boyfriend into coming. Chapter 7. Xiao Bai the technician was called by Xiao Dai, though everyone in the establishment referred to her as Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai shared a dormitory with Mimi. Mimi, not unkind at heart, felt deep sympathy upon hearing Xiao Bai's plight. She advised Xiao Bai that her current situation was neither sustainable nor secure, given the unscrupulous nature of their profession and the betrayal by her boyfriend. Mimi warned that Xiao Bai would be perpetually vulnerable to exploitation and suggested that she might as well abscond. Xiao Bai, being of a stubborn disposition, took Mimi's words to heart and attempted to flee a couple of days later. However, each time, her boyfriend apprehended her. He was truly a reprehensible character, throwing her into their room and beating her with a leather belt, disregarding the other technicians' attempts to intervene. Afterward, her boyfriend would threaten to murder Xiao Bai's entire family if she failed to earn him 300,000 yuan that year. While the threat of murder was likely hyperbole, it underscored the man's utter depravity. Xiao Bai, resolute as she was, continued to attempt escape despite being caught and beaten. Just a week prior, she had absconded once more, infuriating her boyfriend to the point where he abandoned the belt in favor of a wet towel soaked in salt water. The saltwater-soaked towel was akin to a steel rod, each lash tearing the skin. The subsequent sting of the salt water caused Xiao Bai to cry out in agony. That day, Xiao Bai was beaten unconscious. Fortunately, Hang Yi, the establishment's owner, returned inebriated and, despite his own hardened nature, was appalled by the scene. He rebuked the scoundrel, warning that further violence would result in manslaughter. Zhang Gu ordered him to leave and promised to have several employees persuade Xiao Bai to either continue working or leave altogether, adding that he was nothing but a parasite living off his wife's earnings. Zhang Gu was well acquainted with many people in the underworld, and thus the scoundrel dared not provoke him, retreating in disgrace. However, that night, upon awakening, Xiao Bai felt utterly despondent and leapt into the city's Jinshui River, succumbing to the depths. Upon hearing of Xiao Bai's tragic fate, I sighed and remarked that her plight was indeed unfortunate, yet I questioned what relevance it held for you. Mimi, after all, you merely advised her to flee. Your intentions were benevolent, and she would not have sought you out, would she? The matter should have concluded there, for Xiao Bai posed no threat to me. Yet, when her body was recovered the following day, I went to see it. She lay beneath a white cloth, and I impulsively lifted it, yearning for one last glimpse of Xiao Bai. However, as I pulled back the fabric, Mimi seemed to recall something dreadful, rendered momentarily speechless. I offered her comfort, urging her to speak slowly, and poured her a glass of water. Accepting the water, Mimi recounted that when she unveiled the cloth covering Xiao Bai's corpse, she was startled to find Xiao Bai's eyes wide open, glaring at her with palpable resentment. Terrified, she hastily covered the body once more. After approximately 5 minutes, Mimi, unable to shake the notion that Xiao Bai could not possibly have her eyes open, dared to lift the cloth again. This time, she discovered that Xiao Bai's eyes were firmly shut, having never opened at all. Only then did she feel a sense of relief. Yet from that moment onward, she sensed an unyielding gaze upon her from behind. Initially, it was merely a disquieting feeling, an incessant chill creeping up her spine, but by yesterday, Mimi distinctly felt as though she were being watched. As of today, Mimi can no longer endure her plight. Whenever she finds herself alone, the sensation of an individual pressing against her back becomes overwhelming, accompanied by the unsettling feeling of someone tilting their head and fixating their gaze upon her. During the day, Mimi originally had no intention of seeking my services for a yin-yang tattoo, yet in the evening, she made a call to a Taoist priest that a friend had recommended. The priest informed her that she was afflicted by the resentment of a deceased spirit. While the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death is a natural occurrence, those who succumb to suicide carry a heavy aura of grievance. The practitioners who retrieve the bodies from the river swiftly cover the remains with a white cloth to conceal the spirit's resentment. However, in Mimi's case, she unwittingly unveiled the shroud, thus becoming ensnared by the grievances of the deceased. At that moment, she inquired of the priest whether her affliction was severe. The priest replied that being haunted by the spirit meant that she was being watched. Initially, it would merely instill fear, but over time, it could even threaten her life. In her distress, Mimi promptly sought the priest's assistance. He stated that a ritual would require a fee of 40,000 yuan, and depending on the severity, an additional 10,000 might be necessary. Displeased with the priest's exorbitant charges, she turned to me instead. "Forget it, my friend," she declared. "I no longer wish to pursue the yin-yang tattoo. It seems rather eerie. I will consult the Taoist priest. If it costs 50,000 yuan, so be it. After all, my life is paramount." Mimi waved her hand, expressing her desire to abandon the idea of the tattoo, just as I was about to persuade her, emphasizing that my services were affordable and well worth the expense. I knew that my yin-yang tattoos would undoubtedly prove more potent than any ritual. Before I could utter a word, Mimi suddenly exclaimed with a gasp and plunged into my embrace, saying, "Brother, brother, it's happening again. Xiaobai's come back." Chapter 8. The guardian of yin and yang embroidery. I was still bewildered by the unfolding events, when suddenly, Mimi began to weep uncontrollably. Woo-woo, woo-woo. I can sense her presence, right behind me. "Xiaobai, Xiaobai, do not approach. Do not come near. I have always treated you well, providing you with the finest of comforts. Do not betray your sister." In a moment of panic, I cast a glance over Mimi's shoulder and through the window's glass. I caught a fleeting glimpse of indistinct human eyes. Although the eyes were obscured, I could discern that they belonged to a woman. My heart raced. Could this truly be happening? I, too, felt a chill creep over me. Mimi trembled in my embrace, pleading, "Do not harm me. Do not harm me. Everything I, Mimi, have done is good. I have never committed any wrongdoing." I held her tightly. Truth be told, I was quaking with fear, having never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon since opening the tattoo parlor. Cradling Mimi, I retracted my head, stealing glances at the window. The eyes grew increasingly vivid and real in my perception. My mind raced in desperation, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the tattoo studio. Yeah, the sound sent both Mimi and me into a state of terror. She immediately burst into tears, while I clung to her tightly, my body trembling uncontrollably. Then, the studio was engulfed by a deep, resonant voice. "Chi." This was followed by a profound silence that lasted for half a minute. I lowered my head, burying my face in Mimi's shoulder, oblivious to the commotion happening within the room. I had anticipated this moment, enduring what felt like the longest half-minute of my life since birth. The silence in the room was palpable, prompting me to discreetly lift my head and steal a glance at the window. To my astonishment, I perceived a transformation. The eyes of the figure on the window had vanished, replaced by a vague silhouette. I was all too familiar with this shadow. It was the red lotus yaksha, the very image I intended to tattoo on Mimi's chest. Although the details were shrouded in obscurity, I could discern the flowing ribbons on its shoulders, the crown upon its head, and the demon-slaying staff it grasped. "Mimi, Mimi, rise quickly. Our yin-yang embroidery is manifesting its power." I gestured toward the window, urging the tearful Mimi to observe. Upon catching sight of the figure, her sobs ceased immediately. She pointed at the silhouette and exclaimed, "Isnt that the red lotus yaksha?" I affirmed her observation, explaining, "Indeed, just moments ago, that woman's eyes appeared on the window, and it must be the manifestation of the red lotus yaksha from the yin-yang embroidery, driving away the little white spirit." This marked my inaugural attempt at crafting the yin-yang embroidery alone. I was elated to discover its genuine efficacy. In my exuberance, I found myself speaking at length, recounting the legend of the Red Lotus Yaksha to Mimi. I shared that in folklore, the Red Lotus Yaksha originated from a toenail of Pangu, the primordial being who separated heaven and earth. This Yaksha is known for its thunderous call, a sound that echoed as Pangu awakened from chaos. And it harnesses this very sound to assert its identity. Was unreceptive to my proposition, her attention riveted on the indistinct silhouette of the crimson Yaksha reflected in the window pane. She inquired, her voice barely audible, "Brother, I haven't even gotten the tattoo yet. How can it possibly assist me?" She feared transgressing some taboo, hence her hushed tone. I explained that the specter had already pledged fealty to her. Should the master encounter any adversity, they would emerge to safeguard them. "Now, do you perceive the marvel of our yin-yang tattoo? Will you proceed with the inking?" "Yes, yes, yes," she responded thrice, her confidence in my yin-yang tattoo now absolute. My transaction was thus consummated. I gestured for her to be seated, stating, "Then I shall commence the tattooing. Inscribe whatever you wish." "I've discerned that this craft of yours possesses genuine potency," declared, reclining upon the tattoo bed. I nodded, draping a voluminous shaman's shroud over the mirror, uttering, "May the shaman's spirit find respite, and may the specter be duly bound to its master." Inquired as to the meaning of my words. I elucidated that it was a prescription inherent in the art of yin-yang tattooing. Should the shaman's shroud billow, revealing the mirror during the process, it signified that the specter had roamed about her person, deeming her unsuitable as its host. In such an event, the tattooing must be halted. Is that truly the case? Fear not. As long as you maintain solemnity and refrain from boisterousness, there should be no issue. After all, Yakshas are malevolent entities, and the taboos are not overly stringent, I reassured. Nodded, urging me to proceed. I steadied shoulder, taking up the traditional silver tattooing needle, dipping it into the dye, and commencing the sketching of the foundational design. Chapter 9. The sweet reminiscences. I noticed that Mimi seemed particularly anxious. I could sense that her skin was taut and lacking in relaxation, her entire being curled up like a shrimp. It appeared that she was still apprehensive about the peculiar ritual of yin-yang embroidery. Under such a tense state, the tattoos would not turn out beautifully, for once the skin relaxed, the patterns would distort. In an effort to ease her mind, I engaged her in conversation. "Mimi, how much do you earn in a month?" "About 40 to 50,000, she replied. "Surely it can't be just that little?" I laughed heartily. "Everyone claims you earn 4 to 5,000 a day. And I've even heard whispers of you making 10,000 at times." Mimi chuckled and confirmed the truth of it. Her appearance fee was indeed quite high. If we were to consider gross income, she would earn around 120 to 130,000 a month. However, by the end, she could only take home about 40 to 50,000. I was taken aback and asked, "Is Zhanggu really taking that much from you?" "Oh no, Zhanggu only takes a little over 10,000. The rest I used to support some children in the Hope Project," she replied, now visibly more relaxed, smiling as she spoke. "What? The Hope Project?" I was astonished that Mimi was contributing to the education of children involved in the Hope Project. Why was she doing this? As she spoke about those children, her face radiated with joy. She recounted how she had performed well in school during her childhood, advancing all the way to high school, until her family forbade her from continuing her studies, arguing that a girl had no need for such education. Her parents pressured her to come to the city to work. While working, she fell for a man, and her experience mirrored that of Xiaobai, as she was coerced by him to relocate to Yangcheng for therapy work. Unlike Xiaobai, Mimi gradually adapted to her new role, eventually embracing therapy as a legitimate profession. However, akin to Xiaobai, she possessed a stubborn streak. Mimi was determined not to relinquish all her hard-earned money to her unscrupulous boyfriend. One evening, she boldly escaped from the establishment and caught a random train to the southern region. When I first arrived here for work, I recall a particular day when I was smoking at the shop in trance. 2 young girls, around 7 or 8 years old, approached me and asked, "Sister, may I sit here for a few hours?" Mimi inquired of them, "What do you intend to do sitting here?" The girls replied, "Your entrance is bright. I want to read a book here." They then pointed to a dilapidated house across the street, saying, "We live there. We have no electricity, and we can't finish our homework." Seeing the two children reminded Mimi of the hardships she faced due to her lack of education, prompting her to make a resolute decision to allocate funds each month to support impoverished children in their studies. As she spoke of her commitment to aiding these underprivileged youth, a radiant glow illuminated her face. It was difficult for me to reconcile her current persona with the compassionate individual she described. Mimi spoke with increasing fervor. At first, I spent only $2,000 or $3,000 each month, but gradually the amount escalated to $4,000 or $5,000, then $10,000, $20,000, and $30,000. Last month, I spent $100,000. When I was young, my parents forbade me from pursuing my education, and my life became that of a scorned individual. Now, I wish to use my modest means to enable these children to attend school and pursue higher education, so they need not suffer the same fate as I did. Becoming the subject of disdain, I felt a pang of sympathy and inquired, "But if you could simply donate a little, why did you end up spending so much?" I reasoned that charitable acts are ultimately about intention. A small contribution suffices, so why go to such lengths? I found it perplexing that Mimi began with donations of $4,000 or $5,000, only to later contribute $100,000. Could it be that the act of giving has become an obsession for her? What drives her to such extremes? Chapter 10. Reflections. I posed a question to Mimi, who responded with a radiant smile, asserting that I lacked any understanding of that feeling. When I inquired about the sensation, she continued, "You see, I typically work in therapy, which is essentially a service industry. Clients often take advantage of me, and my boss, Brother Jean, regards me merely as a means to generate profit. As I walk down the street, I am subjected to the scrutiny of others, and it leaves us feeling quite aggrieved. To be frank, we earn our living through our skills, and it is hard-earned money." She shifted her tone, saying, "However, when I am with the children I support, it is an entirely different experience. They write me letters, affectionately addressing me as Annie. They proudly show me their certificates, send me their report cards, and invite me to their schools, expressing a desire to personally drape a red scarf around my neck. I cherish this feeling," she confessed, "the respect from those who are the purest souls in this world." "Well, as long as you find joy in it," I replied, finding resonance with Mimi's sentiments. I had always perceived her merely as a popular technician, but now I realized that she possessed a profound sense of faith and an exceptionally kind heart. Despite her many flaws, they did not overshadow her virtues, and I remained convinced of her goodness. As we conversed, I continued to get inked, and just as the session neared its conclusion, Mimi suddenly exclaimed in a voice that was both exuberant and flushed. It dawned on me that she was likely feeling the effects of the needle high. In the past, I had encountered clients who experienced a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure during the tattooing process. The sensation resembles that which one experiences at certain pivotal moments. Initially, it may not be overwhelmingly intense, yet once it surpasses a particular threshold, it erupts suddenly, propelling one into a state of euphoria. At present, Mimi, under the influence of a euphoric substance, has entered a state of rapture, her lips continuously uttering phrases of delight. "Oh, this feels exquisite. Oh, oh." As Mimi exclaims, my hand grazes her skin, and I perceive its tautness. Her delicate dermis is adorned with crimson spots, beads of cold sweat forming a sheen upon her body. Her thighs sway incessantly, her feet positioned rigidly, an ominous sign indeed, a manifestation that could invoke the ire of malevolent spirits. I hastily glance at the hem of my sorcerer's robe. As anticipated, the fabric, devoid of any breeze, begins to rise unexpectedly, revealing a portion of the soul recognition mirror, a likely indication that the spirits are disapproving of Mimi's actions, seeking to prematurely halt the intricate patterns of yin and yang. Should the spirits intervene, dire consequences may ensue, though I have yet to witness such a fate. My master has warned me of its horrors, stating that the spirits would subsequently entwine themselves with both myself and the tattoo artist, an unending torment. I find myself bereft of time to persuade Mimi to cease her behavior. Bowing my head, I earnestly beseech the celestial sovereign, "O great ruler, please discern." Mimi does not intend to offend. It is merely her hypersensitive constitution that has led to this predicament. She is a kind-hearted individual, aiding impoverished students. I implore you to show mercy. As I spoke, the hem of the witch's robe fluttered for a moment before gently settling down, obscuring the mirror. It was only then that I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. At that moment, Mimi had already recovered from her euphoric state. Upon hearing my words, she realized she had caused trouble and inquired, "Brother, did I offend just now?" "Fear not, kind-hearted maiden. Fortune seldom eludes those with a pure heart." I administered the final few needles and patted Mimi on the shoulder. "All right, rise now. The base pattern is complete. As for the dye, I shall prepare it tomorrow. You may return the day after, and I will finish the entire yin-yang embroidery for you. By then, Little White will surely think twice before approaching you. Creating the dye for this red lotus yiksha requires a new soul, which I currently lack. I must seek sixth master tomorrow to procure it, thus the delay until the day after. In truth, yin-yang embroidery has evolved over the centuries and no longer relies solely on blood for tattoos. It has branched into several categories, such as divine, ghostly, and malevolent souls. Among others, the red lotus yiksha falls under the divine category of yin-yang embroidery, which necessitates a new soul, the spirit of someone who has recently passed away. Thank you. By the way, brother, how about I offer you a reward? I could provide you with a complimentary therapy session. Let us speak of that once the yin-yang embroidery is completed. Today, I lack the spirit for it. I am still shaken to my core. It was my first experience with yin-yang embroidery, and the bizarre occurrences that transpired left me, just like Mimi, on the verge of unraveling with tension. "Can I go to work now?" Mimi inquired. I assured her with a resounding affirmation, then rose to retrieve 2 tubes of anti-inflammatory ointment from the inner room, advising her to apply it to the tattooed area to avert any risk of infection. "Thank you, my dear brother," she expressed gratefully, and then, with a hint of hesitation, inquired, "What about the 10,000 yuan for the tattoo?" Chapter 11. Miao Wei Wei. I expressed my certainty that I would not demand payment at this moment. I suggested that once the entire yin-yang embroidery design was completed, we could evaluate its effectiveness before deciding on any financial compensation. I mused to myself that with Mimi's monthly income exceeding 100,000, it was improbable she would abscond over a mere 10,000. I sincerely thanked my older brother, assuring him that if this endeavor proved successful, I would reward him with an additional $2,000 red envelope. After speaking, Mimi donned her attire, grasped her handbag, and hurriedly exited the tattoo parlor. Observing her departing silhouette filled me with a sense of satisfaction. A tattoo worth 12,000 was within my grasp. I had never before embarked on such an expensive tattoo venture. Even after laboriously completing a full back tattoo for someone, I would only earn a little over 2,000. The yin-yang embroidery was indeed a lucrative opportunity. I calculated in my mind that the additional 12,000 could bring a glimmer of hope for my mother's illness. Moreover, the profit from the yin-yang embroidery was swift. If I secured 2 orders a day, I could amass the 800,000 needed for my mother's kidney transplant within 40 days. As for my master's warning about potential misfortune, I chose to set it aside for the time being. I rode my bike home, knowing that the next day, a wealthy patron, Miao Wei Wei, will be coming to consult with me. I needed to prepare for her arrival. Early the next morning, after completing my morning routine, I rode my electric bike to the tattoo studio. En route, Mimi Kayedme. "Hello, my dear friend. Your tattoo is truly effective. Ever since I got it, I have not felt any prying eyes upon me from last night until now. However, I did have a rather frightening dream, though I cannot recall its details, only that someone was pressing their forehead against mine. Yet, I cannot remember any further specifics. Is it still that little spirit clinging to me?" Mimi inquired. I replied that I was uncertain, but I would consider giving her a complete yin-yang embroidery and see how things unfold. I have come to realize that Mimi's situation is not yet resolved. It seems that the vengeful spirit has not yet departed. I wonder if, after adding color, I will be able to completely quell the resentment of that little spirit. For now, I can only take it one step at a time, prioritizing settling matters with Miao Wei first. As I rode my motorcycle for a while, my phone suddenly rang. It was Miao Wei calling. On the other end, A slightly hoarse feminine laughter echoed. Hee hee, Yushue, my old classmate. It's been years since we last met. How have you been faring? I replied that I was merely muddling through, unable to compare my life to that of Miaowei, who has flourished. They say she married well, and now lives a life adorned in gold and silver. Yet, I remarked, it is not all that great. She is simply wealthy, a rough individual with little culture. Miaowei, displaying modesty momentarily, quickly added, however, I consider myself fortunate. Look at Chun Xiuli. She's no less attractive than I, yet she married a college student. What good does that do? That educated man lacks the means to earn a living, and I cannot bear to witness such a life. Poor as a dog. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of discomfort. Is not Miaowei herself someone who has been kept? Though one's circumstances may be challenging, it is commendable to earn a living through one's own efforts. Why flaunt such matters? Yet, I refrain from voicing my thoughts, for offending someone over a few words seems unwise. With a forced chuckle, I lament, the unpredictability of life. By the way, Miao Banhua, do you still have those nightmares of being devoured by a cat? Does your feline still bare its teeth at you? Allow me to speak candidly. That cat seems to be naturally drawn to filth, and your nightmares concerning it are rather peculiar. I mention this not to pry into Miao Weiwei's finances, but it is indeed noteworthy. Instantly, Miao Weiwei's tone quivered, revealing her unease, and she swiftly changed the subject, saying, Why dwell on such matters? It has been years since we last met, and I merely wish to reconnect. Upon hearing this, I was acutely aware of our actual relationship. It has been 5 or 6 years since high school. Have you even sent me a single QQ message? And yet you dare to call yourself an old friend? Clearing my throat, I responded, Miao Banhua, since we are old friends, let us speak frankly. Your cat's situation likely stems from some external influence. Leave this matter to me, and I assure you it will be resolved. Miao Weiwei smiled and remarked, I read your writings online. You mentioned that yin-yang embroidery is exceptionally powerful. Can it pacify our cat? Furthermore, is there truly a connection between my nightmares and my cat? There is undoubtedly a connection. As for whether our yin-yang embroidery can address your predicament, I assure you, yin-yang embroidery embodies the essence of life and death, wealth and nobility, and the promise of safety in all endeavors. I asserted confidently. Sighing at this point, Miao Weiwei felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. She finally conceded. Before I sought your help, I consulted others regarding my cat. They mentioned. I inquired what they had said. Miao Weiwei replied. They didn't convey it clearly. They merely suggested that the cat had encountered something. However, one Taoist remarked that the arrival of a white cat into the home heralds misfortune. He advised me to be cautious about the cat's food, but I have examined everything thoroughly. There is no issue. She is still consuming imported cat food. I shook my head, murmuring to myself about the ominous warning of a white cat's entry into the household, foretelling impending calamity. Chapter 12. The man-eating Bengal cat as the white cat entered the house. A foreboding sense of misfortune loomed. I could hear the tremor in Miao Weiwei's voice, her words barely above a whisper. Why not simply chase the cat away? I inquired, snapping back to reality. That is out of the question. This is a purebred Bengal cat, purchased in a land of fragrance, costing over 200,000. It is not your ordinary house pet, Miao Weiwei replied, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. What about its behavior during the day? I asked. During the day, it is quite docile. However, it becomes a menace at night. Each time I awaken, I am gripped by fear. I consulted someone who told me that if a cat attempts to bite at night, it signifies that unclean spirits have attached themselves to it, Miao Weiwei explained. Upon learning about the breed of cat, I felt skeptical. I had heard of Bengal cats. They are hybrids of wild leopards and domestic cats, known for their fierce nature, often exceeding half a meter in length. It seemed quite normal for such a creature to exhibit predatory instincts at night. Still, Miao Weiwei continued to flaunt her family's wealth, presenting herself as a tempting target. How about this? I could perform an yin-yang embroidery to resolve the issue. Yesterday's quoted price is 20,000. 20,000 is a trivial sum. But will your yin-yang embroidery truly be effective? What if I wake up at night only to find my cat gazing at me with those eerily penetrating eyes, as if it desires to devour me? Miao Weiwei retorted. How could that be? I assure you, once you have the yin-yang embroidery, Your feline will not dare to trouble you again, I confidently promised Meow Wei Wei. My confidence stems from the teachings of my master, who once shared with me that those adorned with the yin-yang tattoo instill a sense of fear in the animals they encounter. The eyes of creatures, particularly those of cows, dogs, and cats, possess an extraordinary sensitivity, enabling them to perceive that which remains unseen to the human eye. The yin-yang tattoo is akin to bearing a spirit on one's body. Upon noticing it, even a cat would flee in trepidation. How could it possibly dare to confront you? Even the fiercest of cats, such as the leopard cat, would not have the audacity to bare its teeth at one marked with the yin-yang tattoo. Is that truly the case? Meow Wei Wei retorted, following up with several disrespectful remarks. You must guarantee this, as I have considerable funds that I do not intend to part with lightly. It would be utterly shameless for classmates to engage in deceit. A surge of indignation welled up within me. However, recalling the nature of business, where harmony fosters prosperity, I strove to suppress my anger and replied, "Of course, it is genuine. I will send you my address, and you will see for yourself. I assure you, I am not one to deceive. My dealings are honest and fair. Very well, I shall come by shortly." After ending the call, I promptly sent Meow Wei Wei the address of the tattoo parlor. Once that was settled, I hopped onto my electric scooter and made my way to the tattoo shop. Upon arriving and opening the door, I was greeted by Mimi, who appeared much improved today, though her demeanor still bore signs of anxiety. With a smile, I remarked, "Mimi, how are you? The investment in the yin-yang tattoo seems to be paying off, as you look significantly better today." Mimi nodded eagerly, affirming that my tattoo was indeed effective. However, she still experienced strange dreams. She confided in me, "Brother, I just recalled that in my dream, the one hovering above me was Xiaobai. Do you think she truly means me harm?" I couldn't say for certain. The peculiar occurrences that befell Mimi began with Xiaobai. Though Xiaobai no longer spied on her, her presence in Mimi's dreams suggested that something was amiss. Yet, the underlying reasons eluded me. I advised Mimi to return home without fear, assuring her that once I acquired the materials, I would adorn her back with the Red Lotus Knight demon and create a complete yin-yang embroidery, leaving nothing to dread. "All right then, brother, please be swift. Though it was merely a dream, I'm still quite frightened," Mimi urged as she departed. I reassured her, "Rest assured, it is all firmly lodged in my mind. My action shall not be delayed." After bidding farewell to Mimi, I dialed Lu Lao Lu. He is a formidable individual, possessing profound knowledge. For the yin-yang embroidery, one must procure newly deceased souls from him, as he has the ability to bind spirits and is well-versed in various folk rituals. My master, during his lifetime, sourced souls from him for his yin-yang embroidery. A few months prior, he had sought me out, inquiring if I was indeed interested in the business of yin-yang embroidery and suggesting I purchase souls from him. At that time, I had only laughed it off, allowing the matter to dissipate, but thankfully, I had retained his phone number. I retrieved my mobile phone and initiated a call to Lu Lao Lu. On the other end of the line, I could hear Lu Lao Lu breathing heavily, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a woman's voice, leaving little doubt as to his activities. I promptly moved to terminate the call, but Lu Lao Lu spoke up. "Is that a disciple of Lao Yao? What matter brings you here?" Chapter 13. Contempto. 6 Master, I seek to procure an ethereal spirit from you, I remarked to Lu Lao Lu. "Ha! Have you truly contemplated this? The art of yin-yang embroidery is indeed lucrative. I am aware of your desire for an ethereal spirit. I shall return your call in half an hour," Lu Lao Lu concluded before hanging up. I pondered Lu Lao Lu's vitality. At nearly 60 years of age, he still exhibited remarkable vigor. Yet, to my surprise, merely 3 minutes later, he rang me again, boasting, "Well, let's discuss matters briefly. Otherwise, we might find ourselves engaged for another 3 hours without a hitch." Oh, who would believe such words? I thought, though I refrained from voicing my skepticism. 6th Master, I am now involved in yin-yang embroidery and require an ethereal spirit. Of course, which type do you desire? There are spirits of pregnant women, children, and various malevolent spirits. None of that, just a common one will suffice. I am working on yang patterns, I replied to Lu Lao Lu. The mention of yang patterns elicited a scoff from him. "Huh, how much can one earn from yang patterns?" It's the patterns that yield profit. Indeed, sixth master, your wisdom is undeniable, I conceded, offering him a few compliments. Very well, I shall come to see you shortly. But let us agree on the price first. A standard ethereal spirit costs 999 yuan, Lu Lao Lu stated. I nearly fainted at his declaration. You might as well charge 1,000. Do you really expect me to seek that extra yuan from you? This is merely a promotional tactic. In business, we must align ourselves with international standards. Do you understand? Lu Lao Lu hung up the phone with evident irritation. I put my phone away, meticulously cleaning various tattooing instruments while awaiting the arrival of others, Miao Weiwei and Lu Lao Lu. After approximately an hour, Miao Weiwei arrived. As she stepped into the shop, I was utterly taken aback. Is this truly the Miao Weiwei I once knew? During our school days, she was undeniably beautiful, yet somewhat unrefined. Now, she radiated an air of sophistication, adorned in a new Chanel gown, with 3 diamond rings gracing her fingers and 7 or 8 platinum bracelets encircling her wrists. A necklace hung elegantly around her neck, featuring a small diamond pendant shaped like a meteor. Goodness, she must have married into wealth. I rose from my seat and strolled over to greet her. Ah, you must be Miao Weiwei. I scarcely recognized you. You look stunning. Miao Weiwei responded with silence, surveying her surroundings before disdainfully remarking, I expected a grander establishment. Turns out, it's just this shabby tattoo studio. Indeed, my tattoo studio is both small and modest. But Miao Weiwei's conversational skills leave much to be desired. I felt a surge of frustration within, clear my throat, and replied, my career is just beginning. This is all I can afford at the moment. However, I've honed my skills under esteemed masters in the art of yin-yang embroidery tattoos. Is that so? She replied, skepticism evident in her tone. Miao Weiwei crossed her arms, refusing to take a seat, presumably due to the perceived lack of cleanliness. I assured her of my genuine craftsmanship, stating, if you are not satisfied with the results, I shall not charge you. Is that sufficient to ensure my payment is waived? I informed you that if there is no effect, it will be better for you to close this wretched establishment. Miao Weiwei shot me a disdainful glance. I chuckled, yet internally I struggled to suppress my mounting frustration. However, for the sake of this business, I must endure. I addressed Miao Weiwei, saying, classmate Miao, we have been old classmates. We should not deceive one another. If I say it will be effective, it will indeed be effective. Truly, my tattooing skills are commendable. Just look at some of the designs I have created. I rummaged through my belongings and unearthed a record book filled with photographs of tattoos I had completed on clients after they had healed. I presented the record book to Miao Weiwei, saying, classmate Miao, feel free to take a look. Miao Weiwei glanced at the somewhat grimy cover of my record book, her expression one of disdain, as she waved her hand dismissively. I had no choice but to flip through it myself. Was it necessary for me to go through such lengths, if not for the sake of my mother's 80,000 yuan surgery fee? Miao Weiwei, we are classmates. Must you truly be this unreasonable? I opened the record book for her to see. After a few glances, her expression softened slightly as she said, it's passable. Now, tell me, what kind of design do you intend to tattoo on me? In truth, Miao Weiwei did not require a specific design for a yin-yang tattoo, as she only needed to have a spirit tattooed on her back to intimidate that leopard cat. Thus, Miao Weiwei could simply choose a design, and I could later infuse a spirit into the tattoo. I casually opened a tattoo design manual, encouraging her to select freely. But before we proceeded, I inquired, I have never brought the cat here. How do you know what kind of misfortune I have encountered? Miao Weiwei cast a cold glance at me. Chapter 14. The cat brings trouble. She expressed her skepticism towards me, and I chose not to engage in a dispute, merely laughing it off. I remarked, let me examine your cat after you've selected the design. I'll then determine the appropriate dyes and some rather peculiar items. Why don't you take a look at my cat first? Mine is quite precious, an authentic Bengal leopard cat. It is worth more than your tattoo parlor, I responded, feeling the weight of Miao Weiwei's condescending tone bearing down on me. I was seething with frustration, wishing that once this transaction was complete, we would never cross paths again. After all, we were classmates, and her disdain was truly excessive. Miao Weiwei pulled out her phone and called her nanny. Hello, Ami. Please carry Zai upstairs, yes, the second floor, to that shabby tattoo studio, and do it quickly. I felt the fire rising within me, but maintained my composure. After waiting a few minutes, I finally laid eyes on the leopard cat. Goodness, it was nearly half a meter long, resembling a small leopard. Such a wild creature would be a miracle if it didn't bite. Meow Wei Wei pointed at the leopard cat. Could you please check this feline for me? It always appears as though it intends to devour me in the dead of night, looking rather fierce. I hesitated to examine it, as I realized this leopard cat was decidedly abnormal. Its gaze was quite menacing, and it continuously bared its teeth, exuding a strong sense of aggression. Your cat doesn't bite, does it? I inquired. Rest assured, it merely intimidates. It won't actually bite, Meow Wei Wei assured me. I felt a sense of reassurance and prepared to reach out and grasp the leopard cat's head, intending to feign an examination and ultimately concoct some curious remarks to bemuse Meow Wei Wei. At the very moment I extended my hand, a prolonged voice resonated from the entrance of the tattoo parlor. Xiao Yu, not everything is meant to be touched. Upon lifting my gaze, I beheld a figure entering the tattoo studio. It was Lu Laolu, dressed akin to a peasant, with a sweat towel draped over his shoulder and his bare torso exposed. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual vitality, unlike those of his peers. He ambled towards me with a shuffling gait, slowly prying open my hand that was poised to touch the cat. What do you think you're doing? This cat is no ordinary feline. It is a white cat. A white cat? Old man, are your eyes deceiving you? Meow Wei Wei interjected, pointing at the leopard cat. This one is patterned like a leopard. Lu Laolu shot Meow Wei Wei a disdainful glance and retorted, a black cat wards off evil, while a white cat invites calamity. Do you think the distinction between black and white here refers to the color of the cat? I had intended to offer you some guidance, but given your attitude, I suggest you leave promptly before you incur my wrath. As for that cat, I'm not cursing you, but mark my words, you will inevitably meet your demise at the hands of that cat within a month. Meow Wei Wei, incensed by Lu Laoyo's words, erupted in anger. You old fool. Who are you trying to scare? And you, Yu Shui, spending your days in the company of such an old man? No wonder you can only run this shabby tattoo shop. With that, she clutched the leopard cat and turned to leave. Utter rubbish, what a waste of my time. I certainly did not wish to lose a cooked duck and promptly departed. You mentioned that Meow Wei Wei was just in my shop, putting on a fa ade and lecturing me, which I listened to. Now, as you depart, does it mean that the torment I endured was in vain? I hurriedly approached Meow Wei Wei, spreading my arms to obstruct her path, and said, Meow Meow, you have no idea. Lu Yi possesses profound knowledge, dealing specifically with funerals and the deceased, well versed in the matter. Understand what? Meow Wei Wei scoffed dismissively, exhaling a sigh of disdain. At that moment, Lu Laolu arrived, pointing at Meow Wei Wei's nose and asserting, You do not trust your Lu Yi. He will not indulge you with unnecessary words, but you are a guest of Yu Shui. I feel remorse for inadvertently driving away Yu Shui's guest with my words. Therefore, Lu Yi will offer you a few more insights, and if you fail to grasp them, it is no longer my concern. Lu Laolu gestured towards the leopard cat and said, This cat sharpens its teeth daily, does it not? Meow Wei Wei, initially poised to express her annoyance, immediately relented upon hearing Lu Laolu's words, nodding vigorously, Yes, it has sharpened its teeth, though not as often before. This cat begins to stretch beside you every night at 7 o'clock, does it not? If you have consulted a wise person, they would have surely warned you that a white cat entering your home heralds misfortune, correct? They would also advise you to be mindful of the cat's food. Lu Laolu inquired further. Upon realizing Lu Laolu's genuine knowledge, Meow Wei Wei lowered her head, smiling sheepishly as she said, Oh dear, I apologize for earlier, Teacher Lu. Address me as Lu Yi, Lu Laolu replied curtly. Having ingratiated herself with the affluent, the haughty Meow Wei Wei unexpectedly addressed Lu Laolu with a respectful sixth master. It is likely that she recalled Lu Laoyo's earlier ominous remark about her impending demise at the hands of this cat within a month, coupled with the undeniable expertise he possessed. In the interest of preserving her life, she was compelled to lower her own status. Upon hearing Meow Wei Wei's address, Lu Laolu raised a finger and inquired, Would you like to know more? It will cost you 10,000 yuan. Not a penny less will I divulge further. Chapter 15. Divergent dreams. In the same bed, Miao Weiwei, without hesitation, extracted her mobile phone from her wallet and inquired of Lu Laolu. Do you have Alipay or WeChat? I could transfer the funds directly to you. Lu Laolu promptly responded, provide me with your Alipay details, and you may proceed with the transfer. Miao Weiwei immediately engaged in a close transaction with Lu Laolu. Observing this from the side, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. Lu Laolu acquired that sum of money with astonishing ease, 10,000 yuan, merely by uttering a few words. The disparity between individuals can be quite disheartening. As Miao Weiwei was transferring the funds to Lu Laolu, he beckoned me to step outside for a smoke. Once we reached the corridor outside the tattoo parlor, I offered him a cigarette. After taking a puff, he asked, do you wish to earn money as effortlessly as I do? I eagerly nodded and replied, indeed, Lu Laolu. I yearn to emulate your success in generating wealth. Having lived a life of poverty, I have often felt the helplessness that accompanies financial scarcity. Lu Laolu then patted my shoulder and said, I share a close bond with your master. Thus I will impart two pieces of wisdom. First, in the realm of the clandestine, presence is paramount. If you approach others with timidity, how can you achieve anything? Second, learn to monetize your skills. The art of embroidery is currently in high demand within our clandestine industry. Work diligently, and I shall assist you. I assure you that wealth will flow to you effortlessly. The term industry refers to sectors that engage with the esoteric. Lu Laolu is considered a veteran in this field, and he has indeed amassed considerable wealth. Recently, he opened a luxurious internet CAF in the city center. When it first launched, I took a moment to observe the extravagant decor, state-of-the-art equipment, and impressive scale. It was evident that such an establishment could not thrive without substantial investment. I nodded in agreement, assuring him that I would heed Lu Laolu's advice henceforth. Lu Laolu patted my shoulder and said, Xiao Shui, rest assured, I would never lead you astray. Should you encounter matters of uncertainty, do consult your Lu Yi. Your master has but one disciple. You cannot remain impoverished for a lifetime, nor allow others to regard you with disdain. Very well, I shall follow Lu Ye's guidance. As we conversed, we finished our cigarettes and entered the tattoo studio together. Miao Weiwei, growing anxious, greeted Lu Laolu warmly, exclaiming, Lu Laosher, I have transferred the payment. Could you please discuss my situation with me? Lu Laolu cleared his throat and replied, Certainly, certainly. Your cat may bring misfortune upon you. Why? Miao Weiwei inquired. I treat my cat exceptionally well. Whether it is good or not is a separate matter, Lu Laolu stated bluntly. It is said that a white cat brings calamity while a black cat wards off evil. A cat that has consumed flesh from the deceased is, indeed, a white cat. Flesh from the deceased? Miao Weiwei looked puzzled. I explained to Miao Weiwei that flesh from the deceased referred to human remains, something I had previously heard from my master. Miao Weiwei's eyes widened as she insisted that her cat only ate imported cat food and meat from premium cans. Could it be that these items are of questionable quality? Lu Laolu waved his hand dismissively, clarifying that the matter of the leopard cat consuming flesh from the deceased had no connection to these products. Rather, there were individuals harboring ill intentions towards Miao Weiwei. He said, to put it plainly, someone took that cat to the grave and fed it the flesh of the deceased. Having grown accustomed to such macabre sustenance, the cat developed a predatory instinct, perpetually yearning for more of that taste. After a period without indulging in the flesh of the dead, it longs for that flavor. Thus it seeks to eliminate you and feast upon the remains. In essence, there exists a deliberate scheme to dispose of you. A cat could kill and consume you, and such an act would not be considered crime. Lu Laolu remarked, Why does your cat sharpen its teeth daily? It is preparing to ensure its tools for consumption are sufficiently sharp. And why does it stretch beside you every night? It is measuring its own length, contemplating how large a portion of your flesh it can consume and for how long it can sustain itself on you. Upon hearing this, Miao Weiwei's eyes turned a shade of green, her entire being curled into a ball, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, clearly terrified. She murmured, Who wishes to harm me? Who wishes to harm you? It is quite simple. Who has the opportunity to take this leopard cat away? With whom have you had a falling out? Lu Laolu replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Miao Weiwei slapped the armrest of the sofa and cursed Zhang Quanliang. You wretched scoundrel! You plot to kill me just because you found someone else? How could your heart be so cruel? I surmised that Zhang Quanliang must be Miao Weiwei's wealthy husband. I cautiously inquired, Is Zhang Quanliang your husband? Yes, he is my foolish husband. Miao Weiwei spat through clenched teeth. I remarked that a day as husband and wife fosters a bond of 100 days. How could your husband resort to such treachery against you? Miao Weiwei sighed. It is a long story. Chapter 16. The rise of the wealthy woman Miao Weiwei confided in Lu Laolu and me about her husband. It turned out that Zhang Quanliang had merely been toying with Miao Weiwei, but she was a woman of cunning. She feigned pregnancy and confronted Zhang, demanding that he divorce his legitimate wife and marry her instead. At that time, Zhang was unwilling, asserting that there was no emotional foundation between them and that he preferred to continue his life with his wife. Miao Weiwei, feeling aggrieved, paraded her fabricated pregnancy to the hometown of Zhang's legitimate wife, spreading tales of being toyed with by Zhang and claiming that his wife had instigated this situation. Zhang's legitimate wife hailed from a rural background where gossip thrives like weeds. Unable to withstand the pressure, her family compelled her to divorce Zhang. With the divorce finalized, Zhang found himself with no other option but to marry Miao Weiwei. It was said that she was indeed expecting, thus providing a rationale for their union. However, as time passed, Miao Weiwei's ruse began to unravel. After all, a child must eventually be born. One cannot indefinitely postpone the arrival of a baby. Can one delay for a month or even 2? But could one extend the gestation for 2 years? When the truth emerged, Zhang Quanliang's anger knew no bounds. He even resorted to physical violence against Miao Weiwei and threatened to divorce her. Miao Weiwei's demeanor shifted dramatically as she confronted Zhang Quanliang. If you dare to divorce me, I will create chaos in your company and at your home, ensuring that your family and colleagues discover the true nature of Zhang Quanliang. This time, Zhang Quanliang faltered. After all, his first wife had been compelled to divorce him by Miao Weiwei's relentless tactics. He was genuinely intimidated by her ferocity and opted to endure the situation. Then what transpired? Zhang Quanliang devised a lethal scheme? I inquired of Miao Weiwei. Glancing at the serval cat she had carelessly tossed aside, Miao Weiwei retorted venomously, Nonsense! Zhang Quanliang would never dare to broach the subject of divorce with me, nor would he concoct such a murderous plot. He has recently become involved with a model, and it is undoubtedly her idea. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Miao Weiwei, leveraging her beauty, had extorted a wealthy man and employed brazen tactics to undermine another's marriage. Now, she found herself facing an adversary with even more ruthless methods. A fitting match indeed. Alas, when matters escalate to the point of murder, it would be wise to consider divorce. After all, nothing is more precious than life. As a humble individual of modest means, I possess little courage. When confronted with threats to my life, I would certainly choose to flee rather than engage. I advised Miao Weiwei to reconsider her stance, for life is paramount. Miao Weiwei, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Nonsense! I shall not divorce. I have squandered my youth in pursuit of that wealthy man. My entire life of comfort is dependent upon him. If I were to divorce, would not the first half of my life have been in vain? I will not divorce. I simply will not. It seems to me that Miao Weiwei has lost her senses. Even if she were to divorce now, she could secure a sum of money, allowing her to live a somewhat frugal yet still comfortable existence, without laboring excessively. Why cling to Zhang Quanliang? Who knows what calamity may befall her one day? I currently harbor a profound disdain for Miao Weiwei. Were she another woman, I would have long since urged her to leave, for I cannot respect such a spineless individual. Yet, she is my classmate, and thus I feel compelled to offer my counsel. I spoke gently to Miao Weiwei. Alas, your life is of utmost importance. Today it may be a leopard cat, but next time it could be something far more perilous. Lu Laolu concurred with my perspective, sneering, Think carefully, young lady. Behind your husband's new partner, there surely lies an adept individual, the one who orchestrated this misfortune involving the white cat. Do you think you can evade this time and the next? No, Miao Weiwei shot us, both an incredulous glare. I don't care. You must find a way to lock my husband's heart. Isn't your yin-yang embroidery quite formidable? Tell me this once. I shook my head and responded. What is the purpose of this suffering? What suffering are you speaking of? Let me enlighten you. My life is beyond the comprehension of you petty souls. Miao Weiwei commenced to berate me, while simultaneously boasting about her life as a socialite. Let me tell you. Chapter 17. The indiscreet noblewoman Miao Weiwei began to flaunt her life as a woman of privilege. She proclaimed that every morning she would take selfies while dining, at the gym, and while shopping. She shared these images on her QQ space, receiving an array of comments, some filled with envy, others obsequious, and some offering flattery. In essence, her pride knew no bounds. Furthermore, upon returning to her hometown each year, she would park her luxury car at her doorstep, drawing envious glances from those around her, who remarked on her fortunate fate in marrying a good husband. During festivals and family gatherings, she always graced the events as an esteemed guest, surrounded by sycophants and admirers, all expressing their admiration and jealousy. She felt herself to be a person of significance, convinced that she could not afford to lose Zhang Quanliang, for that would mean losing her dignity. What would others think of her thereafter? In my mind, I could not help but label Miao Weiwei as excessively vain. A modicum of vanity is normal, but such an extreme level, that borders on madness. I felt an overwhelming urge to chastise her, yet I found myself too apathetic to do so. Miao Weiwei then shouted at me, "Is there really no way out? If not, I shall seek someone else." "There's certainly a way," Lu Laolu interjected on my behalf. He said, "In the realm of yin-yang embroidery, there exists a tattoo known as the red thread of fate. Once inscribed, it ensures that the bond between husband and wife is as unbreakable as gold." I found myself somewhat perplexed. This image of the red thread of fate does not exist in yin-yang embroidery at all. Was Lu Laolu merely spinning tales? In the event that she genuinely desires a tattoo, what course of action should I undertake? I surreptitiously nudged Lu Laolu's waist in haste. Lu Laolu, in turn, brushed off my hand and inquired of Miao Weiwei whether she was committed to the tattoo. Miao Weiwei decisively affirmed. "I'm getting it." I was cognizant of the existence of this particular tattoo, but I was uncertain of its cost. "You'll have to inquire with Shui Zi about that," Lu Laolu said, beaming. Miao Weiwei waved her hand dismissively, stating, "No need to discuss the price. 30,000 yuan, a fixed price." I was rendered speechless. When Miao Weiwei saw my approval of the price, I beckoned Lu Laolu outside for a smoke. I ushered Lu Laolu into the corridor and questioned him. "Sixth Master, you mustn't fabricate such tales. Within the art of yin-yang embroidery, where does the old man of the moon tying the knot originate?" "Why not?" Lu Laolu retorted with a mischievous grin. "I possess a considerable familiarity with your yin-yang embroidery. Although I may not be privy to the technique, I am aware that within yin-yang embroidery, there exists a design known as entwined threads, correct?" I was indeed familiar with entwined threads. This yin-yang embroidery design has the power to bind two individuals inseparably, but it is of a rather sinister nature, as it belongs to the yin patterns within yin-yang embroidery. I hastily waved my hand, exclaiming, "Sixth Master, I already feel as though I'm failing my master by engaging in yang pattern business. If I were to engage in yin pattern business as well, how could I face my master, face the founding patriarch?" I harbored another consideration within my mind. Lu Laolu's fervent assistance and his familiarity with yin-yang embroidery aroused a suspicion that he may harbor ulterior motives concerning yin-yang embroidery. Of course, I did not delve too deeply into this thought, merely entertaining a fleeting suspicion. I said to Lu Laolu, "It seems this business may not come to fruition." I shook my head, and my master remarked, "Once you engage in the dark arts, you will inevitably attract karmic repercussions. Who can predict what strange and bizarre entities may ensnare you in the future?" I, being timid, decided against pursuing this venture. As I turned to walk back inside, Lu Laolu seized me and said, "Shui Zi, listen carefully. Do you wish to make money?" "Of course. Everyone dreams of it," I replied candidly. "My mother is gravely ill and requires 800,000. I am determined to earn this sum, no matter the cost. Desiring wealth is a good start." Lu Laolu continued, "Let me tell you, the practice of the light arts yields little in value. Its effects are negligible. However, the dark arts are potent and immediate. This way, you will attract more followers and earn more easily. I pondered this for a moment, aware that while the dark arts are indeed malevolent, their effectiveness is undeniable and could significantly elevate my reputation. But such a nefarious pursuit. As I continued to deliberate, Lu leaned closer and advised, Shuizi, allow me to offer you a piece of wisdom. Fortune favors the bold. The size of your ambition should match your appetite. I looked up at Lu. He asserted, today's business owners are unscrupulously greedy. Who cares for integrity? Even teachers today exploit their positions for extra income, determining whether a child sits in the front or back row based on gifts or bribes. What has become of this world? It has always been murky. If one were to uphold conscience everywhere, one might as well resign oneself to being a punching bag. Having absorbed Lu's words, I gritted my teeth and declared, let us do it. Regardless, she has requested the tattoo. When the time comes, I shall inform her of the potential consequences. It will ultimately be her decision whether to proceed with this tattoo. If, after understanding the repercussions, she still chooses to go ahead, then she cannot hold me accountable for any lack of compassion or morality. Chapter 18. The enigmatic threads exactly, Lu exclaimed, clapping me on the shoulder. Just as Zhou Yu faced Huang Gai, one willing to strike and the other willing to endure, who can be blamed? I nodded, finding wisdom in Lu's words. I was not deceiving Miao Weiwei, nor did I intend to bring harm upon him. Rather, it was her own choice to draw near to danger, unwilling to relinquish the opulence and allure of a lavish lifestyle. I clasped my hands in respect to Lu, saying, Master Lu, you are a master of the shadows. Your repeated guidance today shall be etched in my memory. With a sigh, Lu replied, for the sake of your master, I shall lend you a hand. I cannot bear to see the descendants of Yin and Yang embroiled in turmoil, struggling daily merely to survive on a pittance. He continued, now go ahead. I shall return to my shop and fetch the spectral threads required for your endeavor. As he concluded, he raised his hand and added, by the way, while we share a bond of camaraderie, the price remains fixed. My willingness to assist does not warrant a discount. That is only fair, I replied. One must keep matters separate. I had no intention of taking advantage of Lu. However, I harbored considerable skepticism towards his words. In truth, since beginning my apprenticeship, my master had always held a certain disdain for Lu. There were numerous occasions when Lu extended invitations to my master, be it for the grand opening of his internet CAF or the ribbon-cutting ceremony of his new establishment. My master would merely scoff, expressing his disinterest, before passing the invitations to me, urging me to attend. It was difficult to fathom that my master harbored any profound affection for Lu. I shook my head, dismissing those thoughts. After bidding farewell to Lu, I entered the tattoo studio and said to Miao Weiwei, indeed, the art of yin-yang embroidery does offer a means to nurture the bond between two individuals. However, this approach is undeniably insidious. Insidiousness is of no concern. Miao Weiwei waved her hand dismissively. I continued, it is not merely insidious. It can shorten one's lifespan and even provoke dire consequences. One could say it may lead to death. Are you truly resolute in this? Absolutely, Miao Weiwei asserted, pinching her own cheek. If that scoundrel Zhang Quanliang were to kick me aside, I would lose my face entirely, and the humiliation would be worse than death. Do you understand? Her agitation grew with each word. I quickly interjected, calm down. Since you are determined, I shall proceed with this tattoo for you. The sooner, the better. Miao Weiwei appeared impatient. I informed her this tattoo must be placed on your back, known as the back of fate. My mention of the back of fate was merely a euphemism tailored for her. The reason for etching the eerie threads upon her back is that the back represents one of the body's most vulnerable points. While the abdomen is soft, it can easily be shielded by the hands, but the back cannot. Etching such threads on the back is tantamount to entrusting it to the spirits, signifying a profound trust in the supernatural. After all, this spirit is no ordinary one. It is quite formidable, and any misstep could lead to immediate repercussions. Miao Weiwei replied, that is acceptable. I have no qualms about tattooing my back. Very well, Remove your clothing and lie down on the tattoo table. I shall wash my hands and prepare to ink you. Hurry, hurry, she urged. Meow Weiwei exuded an air of authority that irked me somewhat. However, I decided to let it slide this time. Next time, as Lu Lao Lu suggested, I must cultivate a commanding presence. Once one possesses such an aura, others will willingly offer their support. I entered the room, washed my hands, donned my ceremonial attire, and cradled a mirror as I stepped back outside. I placed the mirror upon the ground and posed my final question to Meow Weiwei before the tattoo. Tattooing is difficult to remove, and one must ponder deeply before proceeding. Meow Weiwei, this yin-yang embroidery is not only arduous to eliminate, but could also lead to dire consequences, even the loss of life. Are you truly resolute in your decision to proceed? Just get on with it. It's bothersome, Meow Weiwei replied with a glance of annoyance. I shook my head. Since she insisted, I felt I had no choice but to comply. I had voiced my concerns, and should anything go awry, she could not hold me accountable for the repercussions. As I sat before the tattooing table, my hand reached out to touch Meow Weiwei's smooth skin. The moment my fingers made contact, she appeared somewhat sensitive, twisting her waist to evade my hand. She turned her face towards me, her eyes shimmering with a hint of desire, and confessed that she felt a bit inclined. I was well aware of what occupied Meow Weiwei's thoughts. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, and as she turned, I noticed the emergence of crimson blotches on her back. This was a sign of the woman's impending cycle, a realization I grasped fully. Furthermore, Meow Weiwei spent her days in the company of affluent older men. Naturally, they lacked the virility of youth, and she was merely a regular woman with her own desires, which was entirely normal. What could she be thinking? I feigned ignorance, responding with a teasing remark. What do you say? Meow Weiwei, her face flushed, reached out her hand toward me. Chapter 19. Affection. She caressed the surface and remarked, in the past. When we were students, you often initiated conversations with me, didn't you? Between men and women, it's always about that desire. I assent it. You rarely had a chance to pursue a beauty like me, but now I am offering you this opportunity. Come on to my heart. I could not help but scoff at this materialistic and arrogant woman. What do you truly consider yourself? Are you oblivious to your own worth? Such women, who ensnare wealthy men, clinging on to them for a lifetime, are nothing short of calculating. If I were to become entangled with you, I shudder to think of the consequences. As I glanced at the woman, her complexion flushed like a ripe apple. I was suddenly reminded of Mimi. Just yesterday, I had tattooed her, and she reacted similarly. Initially, I had thoughts of her, but they soon faded. Now, as I tattooed Weiwei, she too responded, yet I found my mind devoid of any inclination. My disinterest in Mimi stems from her noble character. Her donations to Hope Elementary and support for numerous impoverished students made her seem almost sacred. I could never bring myself to tarnish that purity. Conversely, I wish to avoid any entanglement with Meow Weiwei, for she is far too base. She does not even regard herself as a person. For a mere pittance, she would sacrifice her life and dignity. If I were to engage with her, what would that make me? Would I not become just another pawn in her game? I regard Meow Weiwei's attentiveness with disdain, yet I refrain from expressing it overtly. Instead, I delicately remarked that during the tattooing process, certain distractions must be avoided. Otherwise, the skin becomes overly taut, resulting in an exceedingly unattractive tattoo. Upon hearing that the aesthetic quality of the tattoo could be compromised, Meow Weiwei lost her fervor, suppressing her thoughts and allowing me to proceed with the tattoo on her back. Noticing her engrossed in her phone, I finally exhaled in relief. I had narrowly averted a mishap. After meticulously drafting an intricate design on paper, I commenced the tattooing process. The intricate pattern of the tattoo was indeed beautiful, featuring two pale hands, one raised and the other lowered, both clasping a single red thread. I worked with great care, dedicating approximately 6 to 7 hours to complete it. This moderate-sized design, coupled with the motif of the thread, reflected my respect for the artistry involved. Just as I finished, Lu Laolu entered the shop. "Ah, what does he? I brought you something fresh. The results are remarkably striking," he said, squinting at Meow Weiwei's smooth back. I quickly stood up and ushered Lu Laolu outside. In the corridor, I removed my gloves, offered him a cigarette, and inquired, "Old Lu, what's on your mind?" I scoffed inwardly, This woman was nothing but trouble. Once entangled, it could spell doom for a lifetime. My earlier interest had merely been a fleeting glance. Lu Laolu took my cigarette, handed me a bamboo tube, and remarked, "Inside this, there lies something fresh." A woman, young and pregnant, was dealt with by a callous man who, fearing the news would leak, cruelly ended her life. "This is a cursed love soul, isn't it?" "Indeed," I replied. "A soul lost in the throes of a tragic love, perfectly suited for your enigmatic yin-yang embroidery." Lu Laolu grinned mischievously. "This spirit, infused into the intricate tattoo, will yield a remarkably potent effect, ensuring that the woman will be exceedingly grateful to you in the coming days." "Very well, I thank you, Sixth Master," I said as I entered the establishment with a bamboo tube in hand. Lu Laolu grasped my shoulder firmly, stating, "What Herzi, we agreed at the outset. Everything must be settled. Our friendship is one matter, payment another. Rest assured, Sixth Master, I am not one to default on my debts. Since opening my shop, I have never owed anyone a dime." I shrugged off Lu Lao's grip, discarding the cigarette, and inquired, "How much of the transfer via Alipay? For this initial transaction, I shall offer a preferential price of 1,888, all eights, a fortuitous number," Lu Laolu declared. I signaled an acknowledgement with a thumbs up and proceeded inside. As Miao Weiwei's tattoo was already complete, only the coloring remained. Should it have been another design, the coloring would have taken considerable time. However, the yin-yang embroidery allowed for a simpler process, as the spirit would naturally seep into the skin, carrying the pigment within, eliminating the need for us to painstakingly inject it with a needle. I turned to Miao Weiwei and said, "I will fetch the pigments from the back. Please wait for me here." "Hurry along, you sluggard," she urged. Miao Weiwei is still upset with me for not engaging with her earlier. She believes I am merely a timid individual, afraid to confront her. I chuckled inwardly as I entered the room, shaking the bamboo tube in my hand. After only a couple of shakes, a heart-wrenching cry emerged from within the tube. My goodness, the sound was rather unsettling, causing my hands to tremble as I hesitated to open the lid to prepare the paint. However, I recalled Lu Lao's words, "The true value lies in seeking opportunities amidst peril." Chapter 20. The Wealthy Woman. As I removed the lid from the bamboo tube, a plume of black mist escaped, accompanied by whispers of resentment. "Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill, kill, kill." The utterances were abrupt, and though not entirely clear, each word within the black mist resonated distinctly in my ears. A chill ran down my spine. This black mist was indeed the essence of vengeful spirits. With great caution, I began to pour the black mist into the paint tray. Strangely, upon contact with the tray, the mist seemed to vanish, as if it had been absorbed into the very fabric of the paint. I continued pouring, and as the bamboo lid felt lighter in my hands, I found my own heart easing in tandem. It appeared that this phenomenon was not as peculiar as I had initially thought. By the time I reached the final remnants, my trepidation had considerably diminished, and my pouring became more rapid, culminating in a decisive final pour. However, in that moment, calamity struck. The paint erupted violently, bubbling as if boiling water. The haunting voice of the female specter echoed in my ears, "Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill, kill, kill." The paint continued to froth ominously. In a moment of desperation, I shut my eyes tightly, clasped my hands together, and fervently prayed, "Bodhisattva, protect me. Master, bless me. I harbor no ill intentions. My sole desire is to earn money for my mother's treatment, to liberate her from the clutches of illness. Please, do not let me perish. If I were to die, what would become of my mother? I am uncertain whether my prayers have borne fruit or if what I witnessed moments ago was merely an illusion." After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the peculiar sound vanished entirely. I recalled my master's admonition to steer clear of yin-yang embroidery. Indeed, this art is most extraordinary. The yin embroidery is far more enigmatic than its yang counterpart. Once I have gathered sufficient funds for my mother's kidney transplant, I shall renounce yin-yang embroidery altogether. It is simply too bizarre. I stood within, lighting a cigarette, and it was only after finishing it that I ventured outside with my palette in hand. At that moment, Miao Weiwei remained unclad, reclining on the sofa. "It's ready," I informed her. Miao Weiwei urged me to hasten, mentioning she had a gathering with friends to attend later that afternoon. Observing her urgency, it was evident that her afternoon rendezvous was nothing short of a display of wealth and pretense. Seated by the tattoo bed, I gradually poured the paint onto the intricate, otherworldly design I had etched upon Miao Weiwei's back. The pigment, infused with a sinister essence, was remarkably peculiar. Upon contact with the skin, it was swiftly absorbed, leaving no excess upon a mere swipe. After 7 or 8 minutes, all the paint had been absorbed and the vibrant, eerie tattoo was complete. "What on earth did you pour on me? Why does my back feel so cold?" Miao Weiwei inquired. I replied, "What is yin-yang embroidery? Can a mere tattoo compare to the nurturing of one's own spirit? The tattoo is finished. Now don your clothes, settle the payment, and let us return home. Is that all there is to it? What do you think? I just experienced the incident with the vengeful paint, and my confidence in the yin-yang embroidery has grown immensely, leaving me feeling quite assured. Well, if it doesn't work out, I shall smash your stall." Miao Weiwei donned her clothing and approached the mirror, casting a glance back. As a tattoo artist, I pride myself on my professional ethics, and I assisted Miao Weiwei by holding up a mirror, allowing her to see the tattoo on her back through the reflection of 2 mirrors. She shot me a look and remarked, "Neither cold nor warm. It's acceptable. Your tattooing skills are decent enough. If it proves effective, I will promote you in the class group. If not, I shall truly find someone to wreck your shop. Should it fail, do not concern yourself with damaging my shop. I would even mind if you sent someone to do so." I raised my hand. "Miao Banhua, how about settling the payment for the tattoo?" "How much?" she inquired. 20,000, I replied. The amount was not excessive, but I was uncertain of its effectiveness. Miao Weiwei grumbled as she took out her phone and transferred 2,000 to me. Upon receiving the money, I could hardly contain my joy. An additional 20,000 for my mother's medical treatment meant she was taking steps back from the precipice of despair. If I exert myself during this period, perhaps I could gather the 800,000 required for a kidney transplant. With few customers in the afternoon, I sought out Lu Laolu to purchase a standard new sole to color the red lotus yiksha design on Mimi. While I was coloring, Mimi remarked, "Do you know? Your yin-yang embroidery is truly remarkable. What makes it so remarkable? Has Xiaobai stopped coming to find you?" I inquired of Mimi. With a bright smile, she replied, It has been a day, and Xiaobai's restless spirit has yet to seek me out. More importantly, this yin-yang embroidery possesses other functions." "What functions?" I asked Mimi. Chapter 21. Mimi's gratitude. Mimi smiled and remarked, "The effect, I fear, you may not even be aware of." I urged her to cease the suspense and reveal it promptly. In truth, her words stirred a certain curiosity within me. My understanding of the effects of yin-yang embroidery was somewhat limited, only grasping certain aspects. Mimi gestured to the tattoo on her back, saying, "Do you realize that this tattoo not only serves as protection, but also attracts wealth?" "Oh, how so?" I inquired. Mimi explained, "Did I not return home after getting the tattoo yesterday? My back was particularly sore, and I had no intention of taking on clients. However, several clients specifically requested my services. One client, insistent, offered double the price for me to attend to him. Would you not consider that a sign of financial fortune? You've always had a flourishing business, Mimi," I remarked. Mimi quickly waved her hand, saying, "Water brother, I am not jesting. In the past, I was indeed the top performer at our establishment, but that is no longer the case. This year, a group of exceptionally skilled girls from Dongguan has joined us, and they're quite adept at their craft. I find myself unable to compete with them. My income no longer places me among the top 5 in our shop. Recently, even Brother Zhang has been rather indifferent towards me, as I no longer hold the top position. Yet, last night, Mimi chuckled with delight, covering her mouth. I assure you, I'm not boasting. Last night's clients clamored for my services, causing the girls from Dongguan to turn green with envy. Isn't that peculiar?" I promptly nodded and, after much contemplation, confided in Mimi. In truth, the yang pattern is a remarkable entity. Although its effects may be gradual, the benefits are earned legitimately, nourishing both the body and fortune through the essence of yang embroidery. You can anticipate prosperity in the future. Indeed, that is a certainty Mimi replied, nodding in agreement as she encouraged me to continue with her coloring. Once I completed the coloring, Mimi donned her attire, retrieved her phone from her pocket, and transferred 10,000 yuan to my Alipay account, stating, "Yesterday, I had my doubts regarding your yin-yang embroidery, but now I see it is undeniably reliable. This sum is merely a token of my appreciation." "Oh no, this is unacceptable. You are a living bodhisattva, generously supporting impoverished students each month. I cannot accept your money." I hastily protested. Mimi firmly pushed me away, exclaiming, "Oh, Shuei-gu, money comes easily to me. Just last night, I collected over 3,000 in tips from those proprietors. What does this amount signify? Furthermore, if you refuse, it implies that you look down upon me." With her words hanging in the air, I found myself at a loss for response and expressed my gratitude. Mimi added, "Next time my friends wish to get tattoos, I will surely bring them here. That is a must. They are welcome to come, and discounts shall be applied." I replied with a smile as I bid her farewell. Mimi departed in haste, perhaps due to the newfound flow of fortune after her yin-yang tattoo, as business opportunities began to abound, leaving her little time to converse with me. Once she left, I felt a surge of joy. Today, my earnings amounted to 30,000 yuan. Coupled with the 12,000 she gifted me yesterday, my total reached an impressive 42,000 yuan. Having amassed over 40,000 in a mere day and night, my establishment has never witnessed such prosperity since its inception. I hummed a jaunty tune, tidying up my tattooing implements, and shuttered the shop, intending to remit the funds to my mother while the day was still young. I wished for her to deposit them securely, enabling my younger brother to accompany her for dialysis. Though a kidney transplant was currently beyond our means, dialysis would at least serve to decelerate the progression of her condition. While digital payment methods, such as Alipay, exist, I harbor a preference for the perceived security of conducting substantial transactions in person at a bank. After completing the necessary procedures at the teller's counter, I telephoned my mother to reassure her of my well-being and to remind her to prompt my brother to verify the updated balance in her account. I then contemplated seeking out a modest tavern to indulge in a small repast. Scarcely had I emerged from the bank's entrance when I was interrupted by an incoming call. The caller was Miao Weiwei. "Hello, is this fellow student Yu Shuei?" Miao Weiwei's tone was uncharacteristically gentle. I confirmed my identity and inquired as to the purpose of her call. Miao Weiwei's voice, effervescent with delight, resonated through the receiver as she exclaimed, "Oh, Yu Shuei, that yin-yang tattoo of yours is truly efficacious. Typically, that old Zhang of mine wouldn't return home for 7 or 8 days at a stretch, but this afternoon, he came back, showering me with saccharine words, vowing never to leave me, and so on. Truly it's bliss. It's been ages since I've experienced such felicity. To have facilitated the happiness of a woman of compromised morals. I found myself uncertain whether it was a stroke of good fortune or a lamentable tragedy for the yin-yang embroidery. Following a brief exchange with Miao Weiwei, I concluded the call. After my conversation with Miao Weiwei, for the subsequent fortnight, she would call me every evening, repeatedly emphasizing how wonderfully her husband treated her. Not only did he cater to her every whim, but he also displayed lavish generosity, purchasing items he had previously been reluctant to buy. Luxurious leather jackets worth hundreds of thousands and sports cars costing several million adorned her life, bestowing upon Miao Weiwei a sense of pride. She mentioned that donning those opulent garments and arriving at gatherings with her friends in extravagant cars made her feel that every glance of envy from her companions was worth it. However, during this time, she did bring up the topic of yin-yang embroidery once. Chapter 22. The man and women's skin. Miao Weiwei inquired of me, "Yu Shuei, my husband has recently been rather peculiar. Every night at midnight, he murmurs to me, 'I have treated you so well. Please let me be. The car, the perfume, the bags, even the money I lent you for your gambling escapade in Macau. I can no longer afford it.' And then I asked Miao Weiwei. She replied, 'Then I thought I should ask you, what on earth is going on?' I shook my head and said, 'No, Miao Weiwei. How could you have rendered your husband so destitute? Did he really lend you money for a car, perfume, and bags?' 'I have no idea,' she confessed. 'Ever since I got that tattoo, I've been consumed by the urge to shop. I simply cannot control myself. Recently, I purchased 2 cars, an Aston Martin and a Porsche Cayenne, both nearly new, procured from old Zhang for about 6 or 7 million. I've acquired countless bags and an uncountable number of clothes. I truly have no idea how much I've spent. I sighed and remarked, "Then old Zhang must be suffering terribly from your extravagance." I never anticipated that the enigmatic silk would wield such overwhelming influence. What a peculiar phenomenon it is, compelling a man to spare no expense on a woman. Indeed, old Zhang is out of funds. Miao Weiwei suddenly lowered her voice and confided, "I plan to seek out another affluent gentleman in a few days. You must assist me in acquiring another piece of that mysterious silk. That is out of the question. You cannot pursue that any further." I spoke to Miao Weiwei, saying, "The enigmatic thread of this dark embroidery can both restrain old Zhang and simultaneously allow him to hold sway over you. The two of you are akin to that peculiar thread, intertwined. Should you seek further, well, it may lead to calamity. But I fear not the consequences. Old Zhang is out of money, and I would lose face. If I do not change partners, what am I waiting for? That is my stance. Should you wish for me to craft the dark embroidery of the enigmatic thread for you, it will cost 100,000 for a single design. If you are inclined to proceed, then let us. If not, I shall seek another skilled artisan." After I finished speaking, Miao Weiwei hung up the phone. Upon receiving this call, I began to deliberate. If I do not undertake this dark embroidery, Miao Weiwei will undoubtedly seek out another eccentric expert in the arcane arts. Thus, it would be wiser to proceed. After all, I would not be the one to suffer the consequences. I would merely receive payment. One is willing to pay, and the other is willing to comply. Besides, my mother awaits a kidney transplant. Can I really afford to concern myself with such matters? I resolved that if Miao Weiwei sought me again for the enigmatic thread, I would oblige. After all, 100,000 is a sum not to be dismissed lightly. Unexpectedly, after a span of 7 or 8 days, I encountered Miao Weiwei once more. Not in the physical realm, but rather on a local television news program. The segment was titled "A Man Cloaked in a Woman's Skin." I found the news report rather chilling and felt a surge of curiosity, compelling me to watch intently. According to the broadcaster's narration, a man had donned a woman's skin and voluntarily turned himself in at the police station, confessing to murder. The chilling scene of a man draped in a woman's skin was not captured by the television station. However, the announcer provided a brief description. It was said that the woman's abdomen had been brutally sliced open, extending all the way to her chest. Remarkably, there were no other visible incisions on the skin. The man had meticulously stripped away the flesh and bones from the woman's skin, and, akin to donning a raincoat, he directly adorned himself with it. The news featured a close-up shot of the woman's skin, obscured by a mosaic. I noticed a peculiar tattoo near the lower back of the skin, a design I was all too familiar with. It was the lower half of the enigmatic thread tattoo that I had inked on Miao Weiwei. This woman's skin belonged to Miao Weiwei. Just days prior, she had confided in me about her intentions to seek out a wealthy benefactor and requested that I create another enigmatic thread tattoo to ensnare other men into lavishing her with gifts. Yet, tragically, Miao Weiwei had met her demise, flayed by a man. Could it be related to the enigmatic thread? I leaned closer to the television, where a reporter's interview regarding the man wearing the woman's skin followed the news segment. I surmised that this interview might unveil the truth behind Miao Weiwei's skinning. I scrutinized the reporter's interview closely. The man's face was obscured, and his name was replaced by a pseudonym, Mr. Zhang. In truth, Miao Weiwei referred to him affectionately as her husband, Mr. Zhang. It has now been confirmed that Miao Weiwei's husband has skinned her alive, draping her skin over himself like a raincoat, and subsequently surrendered to the police. "Hello. I have heard that prior to your crime, you were a relatively successful private enterprise owner. Is that correct?" The host inquired of Zhang. Zhang affirmed, "Indeed, I was a private enterprise owner. Am I wealthiest? My cash flow could reach tens of millions. My business was neither too large nor too small." The host pressed further, "What kind of psychological state led you to murder your wife and skin her?" Zhang replied, "She wanted to leave me, and I did not wish for her to depart." The host shook his head. "You, a person of such success, resorted to murderous intent simply because your wife desired to leave you? In fact, merely half a month ago, when my wife expressed her intention to part ways with me, I was eager for her to do so. Yet within these past 2 weeks, I have become infatuated with her, and not only do I adore her, but she also terrifies me. Zhang spoke with evident distress. The host, perplexed, remarked, "According to your neighbors, you have never laid a hand on your wife, and she has treated you with great care. While I can comprehend your infatuation, why do you fear her?" Zhang responded, "Every night at midnight, regardless of whether I am asleep or awake, I see a soul emerge from my wife's body." "A soul?" The host expressed disbelief. Zhang stated, "Indeed." She gently leaned closer to my ear and whispered that if I did not acquiesce to any of my wife's demands, she would make me suffer. Deep down, I sensed her words held a grain of truth. Each day, I find myself under immense pressure and anxiety, as I increasingly fail to satisfy my wife's desires. "Why?" the host inquired. Zhang replied, "Over the past fortnight, my wife has insisted on purchasing everything imaginable, merely on handbags. I have spent over $1 million. Some of the more exquisite ones cost as much as $100,000 each. Aside from the bags, there were also clothing, luxury cars, and jewelry. In just half a month, I have expended nearly $20 million. Do you possess such wealth?" The host, incredulous, questioned Zhang. Zhang spread his hands and confessed, "No. I relied on loans. When I divorced my ex-wife, I allocated 40% of my assets to her. Currently, I have very little to my name. All of my company's liquid funds have been depleted, and I have mortgaged both my house and my car," he continued. "Despite my numerous sacrifices, my wife declared that I no longer hold any value. I am a pauper, and thus she intends to leave me. Unable to imagine life without her, I resorted to killing her. I donned her skin, and it brought me a profound sense of relief." The host probed, "Given that she has squandered all your money, why not allow her to depart? Her leaving would be advantageous for you." Zhang responded, "I cannot bear to part with her. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. In truth, I never harbored such feelings until a fortnight ago, when this sentiment began to take root." The host inquired, "What transpired half a month ago that makes you unable to part from her?" With a sense of helplessness, Zhang replied, "I don't know. Ever since she got that tattoo on her back, I felt an unbreakable bond with her. Miao Weiwei has passed away, for she wished to leave her husband, old Zhang. In a fit of rage, old Zhang took her life and even skinned her. Since I had tattooed Miao Weiwei, the police came to investigate that day and question me about the circumstances. However, they clearly dismissed the notion of supernatural tattoos and did not press me further. They merely took my statement and released me. My heart was heavy with sorrow. I never imagined my first foray into this art would result in a loss of life. Although Miao Weiwei's demise stemmed from her insatiable greed, it still weighed heavily on my conscience. I felt an insurmountable barrier within me. Truly, throughout my life, I have not committed any significant wrongs, yet I have never engaged in even the smallest of unethical deeds. Each time I took the bus, I would offer my seat to the elderly, and now I found myself entangled in a matter of life and death. To seek solace, I brought a cigarette and a bottle of fine liquor to visit Lu Laolu. At the dining table, while Lu savored the tanzolin I had brought, he urged me, "What Herzy, in our line of work, it is inevitable to be intertwined with matters of life. However, regardless of the circumstances, let us be clear about the consequences. If clients insist on proceeding with the supernatural tattoo, we can only comply. That is their choice, and they must bear the repercussions. We have already issued our warnings." I let out a sigh. Lu Laolu remarked, "Do not distress yourself. As for Miao Weiwei, her predicament is of her own making. She has severed all ties, and her eventual remorse is solely her own. Her desire to leave her husband stems from her insatiable greed. Her demise is a consequence of her own actions. She cannot blame others." Upon hearing this, I felt a slight comfort. Yet I resolved to indulge in the art of embroidery far less in the future. My master, before his passing, warned me sternly, "Never meddle with embroidery, for it carries profound consequences." I remain uncertain of the nature of these consequences, but will they manifest? Though the allure of financial gain from embroidery is tempting, I tread upon this path with trepidation. As I ponder these thoughts, Lu Laolu extended a cup to me, saying, "Do not worry. Yang embroidery is a benign pursuit. As for embroidery, so long as you do not offend the spirit's post-completion, you should be safe." Miao Weiwei was warned by a spirit that as long as her husband, old Zhang, satisfied her, all would remain well, yet Zhang could no longer fulfill her desires, leading to this tragic incident. Oh, so that is how it is? I nodded eagerly, but suddenly a thought struck me. How does Lu Laolu possess such profound knowledge of embroidery? Does he harbor ulterior motives regarding it? I cast a wary glance at Lu Laolu, only to notice a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, I am not particularly concerned about the complete text of yin-yang embroidery being compromised, for the entirety resides within my mind, and no one can extract it unless I divulge it myself. With this thought, I set down my wine glass and informed Lu Laolu that I had matters to attend to at home, bidding him farewell. My apprehension stemmed from a fear of overindulgence leading to a careless slip of the tongue, wherein I might inadvertently reveal the secrets of yin-yang embroidery. My master once remarked that this craft is traditionally passed down through a single lineage. Should I disclose its mysteries, I would truly betray the memory of my departed mentor. The matter of Miao Weiwei has reached a conclusion, yet in truth, she has provided me with some assistance. Let us rewind time to a fortnight ago, precisely the day following Miao Weiwei's inking of the intricate threads of embroidery. That morning, upon rising, I received a WeChat message, and I mused that having earned 42,000 the previous day, it was rather early for new business inquiries. Hastily, I grasped my phone to inspect the message, and I was taken aback. It was from Brother Shui. The message contained merely 2 characters. Chapter 23. The Gambler's Lament. I glanced at the WeChat username, which read Experienced Driver. Not knowing who this individual was, I responded with a message. Hello, I am Yu Shui, the inheritor of yin-yang embroidery. How may I assist you? Almost immediately, the experienced driver sent me a voice message. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a familiar male voice. Ah, Shui Ge. Your business has flourished, and you speak so formally now. Hearing that voice, I instantly recognized him. Niu Shao? Indeed, it was Niu Shao, who exclaimed, "You still remember me." He burst into laughter. Niu Shao was a classmate from my first year of high school, a steadfast companion. I recall the time when a group of us went swimming. There was a pit dug out by the riverbank. This pit was a vast hole beneath the water's surface, covered by a layer of quicksand. I, who couldn't swim at the time, accidentally stepped into it and nearly drowned. Fortunately, Niu Shao, an exceptional swimmer, dove in and rescued me without hesitation. In gratitude for his life-saving act, I pledged brotherhood with him. However, he transferred to Xiangnan in our second year of high school. Initially, we wrote letters to each other frequently, but as time passed, we lost touch. Remarkably, this fellow managed to join our old high school class group chat yesterday and reached out to me today. I inquired, "Brother Nyo, it has been ages. Where are you now?" He mentioned a city that is not far from mine. My second brother inquired of me, "Water brother, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead," I replied. He continued, "Yesterday, I impulsively purchased a luxurious golden iPhone 6. Out of curiosity, I searched for our class group and, to my surprise, found it. Upon entering, I discovered that Miao Weiwei was discussing something called yin-yang embroidery. She spoke of it in such an extraordinary manner that I couldn't resist reaching out to you for clarification on its authenticity. At that time, Miao Weiwei had just completed her yin-yang embroidery and was exceedingly pleased with the results, promoting it far and wide, and indeed, it appeared to be effective, leading my brother to seek my counsel. I remarked to him, without exaggeration or bias, "This thing is quite remarkable. What is the matter, brother? Are you considering having one made?" "Indeed," he replied. Niu Xiaoi, was once a man of considerable repute several years ago. However, in the past 2 or 3 years, I have succumbed to the vices of gambling, depleting nearly all of my family's assets. I have often contemplated despairing thoughts. Do you happen to have any yin-yang embroidery that can turn my fortune around? Please, could you procure one for me? Are you still gambling? I asked, astonished. I was aware of several underground casinos located next to my tattoo studio, where I had witnessed numerous gamblers lose their entire fortunes. Gambling is a perilous endeavor, often leading to ruin and despair. Hearing about my brother's gambling troubles stirred my desire to assist him. "Brother, how about this? Come over to my place in the morning, and we shall have a serious discussion. If all goes well, we can decide on the design for your yin-yang embroidery." He agreed, and after ending the call, I rose from my bed, had a quick breakfast, and rode my electric scooter to the tattoo studio. Upon reaching the old street, I was just about to ascend the stairs when I unexpectedly encountered Mimi at the entrance. "Oh my Mimi, what a surprise to see you so early." I greeted her. "What do you mean early? I just finished work and was waiting for you," she replied with a smile. Mimi informed me that last night, she had once again been the star of the shop, earning the highest profits of the night. She mentioned that several patrons had placed orders with her, paying double the price just to secure her services. "I owe it all to your yin-yang tattoo. Your design is quite the bargain," she remarked. "Is that so? You must be making quite a bit of money," I chuckled in response. With one hand resting on my shoulder, Mimi leaned in and softly suggested, "Water, brother. How about coming over to my place tonight? Is that appropriate?" I quickly extricated myself from her grasp, feeling the weight of her hand on my arm. It was still morning, and the crowd waiting for transportation was considerable. It felt rather embarrassing in broad daylight. "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?" Mimi replied confidently. "Come over tonight, all right?" "Very well. I'll be there," I said, sensing that this evening would be quite delightful. After bidding farewell to Mimi, I made my way alone to the tattoo parlor. Once seated in the studio, I reclined on the bed, awaiting the arrival of Niu Xiaoyi. Around 10 o'clock, Niu Xiaoyi called to inform me that he had arrived at the train station and requested that I come pick him up. I hailed a taxi and proceeded to the station. Upon seeing Niu Xiaoyi for the first time, I was utterly astonished. Was this truly the Niu Xiaoyi I once knew? I was utterly astonished. Is this still the Niu Xiaoyi that I once knew? The Niu Xiaoyi of yesteryears, brimming with vitality, not the most handsome among his peers, yet undoubtedly the most radiant. Many girls secretly slipped love letters to him. But the present day Niu Xiaoyi sports a bald head, a scar slicing across his brow, an unspoken bitterness emanating from him. His right hand bears only 3 fingers. Both the middle and little fingers are absent. He does not conceal his disability. Rather, he brazenly flaunts those 3 fingers, saying, "Shui, you say it's bad luck, but a few years back, I gambled away everything, even my fingers. Each finger was worth 30,000 yuan, and alas, I lost and had 2 fingers severed." I chuckled dryly, remarking that he was indeed formidable, gambling to the point of wagering his own life. "Let us not dwell on that," he continued. "I lost all the money in my bank account to gambling. It's truly a matter of life and death." Niu Xiaoyi draped his arm over my shoulder and said, "Shuege, let us go for a drink, just the 2 of us brothers at noon." I too yearned to share a drink with Niu Xiaoyi. Although I understood that he was no longer the Niu Xiaoyi I once knew, for the sake of our past friendship, we ought to raise a glass. I led Niu Xiaoyi to a small eatery adjacent to my tattoo parlor, eager to discuss matters. However, Niu Xiaoyi scoffed, refusing even a glance at the modest establishment, saying, "Shuige, let us not eat here. This place serves nothing worthwhile. Let us find a classy spot in the city center." I have always prioritized frugality, often dining at modest eateries where a meal may cost only a few dozen yuan. However, indulging in a more upscale establishment invariably requires several hundred yuan. Though I find myself reluctant to part with my money, when my brother suggested we go out, I felt compelled to oblige, whether out of camaraderie or for the sake of appearances. I resolved, there's a place in the city that serves Korean charcoal grill. Let's go there and indulge in some fine cuisine. The establishment I mentioned, known for its Korean barbecue, would certainly set us back at least 500 or 600 yuan, and with a nice bottle of wine, we could easily exceed 1,000 yuan. Yet my companion, Niu Xiaoyi, remained dissatisfied. With a mischievous grin, he quipped, "Oh, Shuige, this hardly qualifies as fine dining. You clearly lack experience. I visited your city before and discovered a restaurant specializing in exquisite French cuisine. Let us dine there instead." I felt a flicker of annoyance at Niu Xiaoyi's insistence. To be candid, my earnings are modest, and I am content with a decent meal. Yet he persistently urged me towards lavish dining. I assent that a bit excessive? Sigh. I decided not to dwell on it too much and chalked it up to the 12,000 yuan bonus that had eluded me. So off we went. I rode my electric bike, accompanying Niu Xiaoyi to the French restaurant in the city. The establishment was indeed opulent, and as someone unaccustomed to such grandeur, I found myself somewhat dazzled. In contrast, Niu Xiaoyi seemed perfectly at ease, settling into a booth and promptly perusing the menu. Red wine, escargot, foie gras, black truffle, all of it, bring it on, he exclaimed, ordering with unabashed exuberance. I felt a pang of sympathy for my wallet. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the exorbitant price of the escargot. Over 400. As I stepped into the French restaurant, it became evident that a significant expenditure was unavoidable. Nevertheless, I am of the disposition that one must embrace the experience. Having arrived, I resolved to indulge fully, even if it meant recklessly swiping my credit card. To be honest, although the French feast was costly, I found it rather difficult to acclimate to the flavors. The black truffle exuded an unfamiliar aroma. The foie gras was excessively sticky, and I could hardly bring myself to eat the escargot. Perhaps as someone accustomed to dipping scallions in sauce, I am ill-suited for such high-end cuisine. I hardly touched my meal, opting instead to sip red wine while observing my companion, Neo Shower, devour his dishes with gusto. After several rounds of toasting, both Neo Shower and I found ourselves mildly intoxicated. As the saying goes, in vino veritas, and indeed, under the influence, Neo Shower confided in me about his life. What he revealed nearly left me in shock. His existence was far more complex than merely having lost 2 fingers. 3 or 4 years ago, he had been living quite comfortably. At that time, Neo Shower owned a factory that produced counterfeit goods, including well-known brands such as Analu, 7 Degrees Space, and Whisper. During the peak of his enterprise, he was earning millions annually. However, with wealth often comes restlessness, and soon, Neo Shower became enamored with gambling. Gambling is indeed an abyss. A bottomless pit. For every 10 bets, one loses them all. Over the course of merely 2 or 3 years, Neo Shower has squandered all the family's savings. And not only that, he has also mortgaged his house and car, ultimately losing everything. By the end of last year, he rashly decided to mortgage his factory, yet fate dealt him another losing hand. Neo Shower is now in a state of desperation. His wife has returned to her parental home, and his mother has succumbed to the stress, leaving him utterly alone. Recently, Neo Shower has gambled less, primarily observing from the sidelines, as he can no longer borrow money. In this dire situation, he has conceived the dubious idea of engaging in shady dealings. Upon hearing this, I was profoundly shocked and quickly gestured for him to stop. Brother, I sincerely advise you against gambling any further. Let us seek employment and make a fresh start. You are capable of driving, are you not? In due course, I can assist you with an installment plan to acquire a modest yet reliable BYD vehicle, allowing you to earn a legitimate income each month. What do you say? Chapter 24. The Yin-Yang fish driving a special car? Huh, that's the work of fools, and I certainly shan't partake in such folly. In an instant, Neo Shower seized my hand and proclaimed, Brother, let me put it this way. If you could ink me with a gambling-themed yin-yang embroidery, I can make a comeback. How else can I retrieve my losses? Can we agree on this? I replied, no, that won't do. Brother, haven't you realized that your gambling has led you to ruin? This pursuit does not yield fortune. Only through diligent labor can one earn a living. Not feasible, not feasible. Work? Your brother is not one to toil. My wealth was amassed through intellect, and now gambling requires wit as well. Ink me with that yin-yang embroidery. Neo Shower, sensing my reluctance, let out a huff and continued, Water brother, do not hold it against me for speaking out of turn. You must understand, had it not been for me, Neo Shower, you might have perished in that river long ago, correct? His words ignited my fury. Neo Shower was leveraging the fact that he once saved my life to coerce me into granting his request for the yin-yang tattoo. Very well. I managed to suppress my anger and said, all right, brother, since you have invoked the past, I shall ink you. But let me make this clear. Once the tattoo is complete, do not seek me out again. My mother is currently suffering from uremia, her kidneys failing, and she lies in the hospital awaiting funds for surgery. After I ink your yin-yang embroidery, I implore you not to trouble me again. I cannot bear it. I have discovered that Neo Shower has become an extravagant and superficial gambler, while I remain merely a humble individual striving to raise funds for my mother's surgery. Clearly, we exist on entirely different wavelengths, and henceforth, it would be best if we ceased our interactions. Very well. As long as I manage to earn some money, I shall promptly reclaim what I have lost. Neo Shower then remarked, by the way, your mother is gravely ill, is she not? I have traveled quite a distance and brought nothing with me. Here, take some cash for your mother to purchase some nutritional supplements. With that, he casually slapped a 100 yuan note onto the table. 100 yuan. I was at a loss for words. In truth, had Niu Shower not urged me to dine at this extravagant restaurant, I would have already gathered the several thousand needed for my mother's operation. To avoid offending him, I took the money, expressed my gratitude, and signaled the waiter for the bill. The total for the meal was over 7,800. My credit card limit is 8,000, just enough to cover it. After settling the bill, I picked up my coat and said in Niu Shower, let us go to the tattoo parlor, where I shall give you a yin-yang embroidery. Alas, this is indeed the way it is. Do not attempt to persuade me to quit gambling. After all, my brother has once earned over 10 million in a single year and possesses a clearer perspective than you. Niu Shower ambled beside me, his head tilted in a curious fashion. At that moment, a singer in the restaurant began to perform a song titled My Brother, Sleeping Above Me. I paused at the entrance, captivated by the melody, and allowed myself to listen without haste. I have repeatedly noticed that your letters have become increasingly courteous, yet you remain silent on the subject of love. You mention having many friends now and no longer worrying about such matters, which evokes a profound sense of reflection within me. In these lyrics, I perceive the sentiment of two close friends from school gradually drifting apart. I too find myself growing distant from Yoshua. He has been here all morning, yet our conversation is solely centered around gambling. I sense that our shared language has dwindled considerably. Wiping away the sting in my nose, I turn to leave. Niu Shower chuckles and says, oh, Shuege, with your tattoos, you still indulge in the literary aesthetic? You still enjoy Lao Lang's songs? Ha ha. A sigh escapes my lips, and at that moment, an inexplicable aversion to Niu Shower washes over me. We return to the tattoo parlor, and I call Lu Laolu. Hello? Sixth Master. What's up? Is there a new business opportunity knocking? Not quite. It's more of a personal favor. Could you help me get a jar of new soul? I continue. By the way, Sixth Master, I'll need to put the payment for the new soul on credit. My credit card limit is nearly reached today. I sincerely apologize. I sent the 42,000 I earned the other night to my mother, leaving me with just a few hundred. Putting it on credit is manageable. Lu Laolu replies, I'll bring the goods to you right away. The last time was at a discount, but now the price must increase. The price for new soul is fair and square, 1,999. Wow, that's 1,000 more than yesterday? Ah, considering your yin-yang embroidery. You should calculate your own accounts. Lu Laolu finished his call and hung up. I contemplated the situation. The essence of yin-yang embroidery lies in the use of the new soul. Beyond this minimal investment, there are virtually no costs, and I can still reap a substantial profit. Very well, if prices must rise, then so be it. Turning to Niu Shower, I said, brother, I shall not charge you for the yin-yang embroidery, but it requires the new soul, which costs 2,000. Could you possibly cover this expense? Niu Shower reclined on the tattoo bed, propping his legs up leisurely, and replied nonchalantly, brother won't cheat you. When I came here, I borrowed someone else's travel expenses. I had 100 left, but I just bought our mother some nutritional supplements now. I truly have no money. His demeanor filled me with disdain. I merely wished to complete the yin-yang embroidery swiftly and see him depart. I was eager to sever our ties. Yet, I found myself reminiscing about our past camaraderie. Contemplating advising him to abandon gambling, my emotions were indeed conflicted. After about half an hour, Lu Laolu arrived. Upon entering, he glanced at me and then at Niu Shower, who was sound asleep on the tattoo bed, and called me outside. As soon as I stepped out, Lu Laolu fixed me with a stern expression and said, Shuizi, you mentioned you were doing a favor. That individual is your friend, correct? Indeed, I replied. Lu Laolu wore a disdainful look and warned, Shuizi, do not assist this person. I know him all too well. You know him? I was taken aback. Lu Laolu remarked, under my purview lies a small casino. One evening, several years ago, I accompanied a friend there to indulge in some games. This fellow was indeed immersed in play. Oh, yes, he has a penchant for gambling. I chuckled. Lu Laolu sneered. A penchant? He gambled away everything he had. At that moment, he lost all his money, and then, in a fit of desperation, he knelt before our dealer, pleading to wager his fingers. Do you know how I responded? I thought it imperative to teach a lesson to someone so reckless that he could scarcely recognize his own mother. If he wished to gamble his fingers, then I would oblige. I instructed my men to inform the dealer. Each finger would cost 30,000 yuan. No more bets, just 2 fingers. My men took 2 of his fingers, leaving him with a memory, but sparing him total loss, lest his life become unbearable. Upon hearing Lu Lao Lu's words, I finally understood how Niu Xiao Air lost his fingers. I raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sixth Master, was that not a bit harsh?" "Harsh? You know what he said after my men severed his fingers?" Lu Lao Lu inquired. I shook my head. Lu Lao Lu continued. He claimed he could still wager his remaining fingers, offering 20,000 for each of the 8 left. This is no ordinary gambler. This is a man for whom gambling is life itself. Sighing, I reflected on this. Lu Lao Lu then added, "Enough of this talk. You intend to craft a talisman for him to win at gambling, correct? Speaking of our dealings, there are 5 major prohibitions we must observe. What are these 5? Having recently entered the realm of the underworld, I remain somewhat oblivious to the true essence of the 5 major prohibitions. Lu Lao Lu stated directly, it is quite simple. The 5 major prohibitions entail refraining from deception, theft, and all forms of trickery. Although our dealings in the underworld may be peculiar, they are nonetheless legitimate transactions, and we shall not assist those who engage in unlawful activities. However, I found myself in a predicament where I could not refuse his request. I explained to Lu Lao Lu, in truth, he once saved my life, and now he is leveraging that favor to compel me to create a yin-yang embroidery. This embroidery is something I must undertake. Lu Lao Lu scrutinized my face for a good 7 or 8 seconds before bursting into laughter, saying, "You, my friend, are a person of great loyalty. Very well, proceed with your task, but I must caution you that such scoundrels, once adorned with yin-yang embroidery, may not yield favorable outcomes." Resigned, I replied, "There's nothing to be done. I shall take it one step at a time." Lu Lao Lu handed me a bamboo container filled with a new soul, saying, "Go on. If he wishes for it, then you shall provide it." With the bamboo container in hand, I entered the back room of the tattoo parlor, prepared the pigments, and then stepped outside to rouse Niu Xiao Air. Deep in slumber, he was enjoying a delightful rest. When I nudged him, he squinted at me briefly before shutting his eyes again, asking, "What is up, Shui Ge? Is it done?" "It is ready. Let us proceed with the tattoo," I replied. Only then did Niu Xiao Air stir, inquiring, "Will this tattoo truly ensure success in gambling?" "Indeed, but the initial results may not be immediately apparent. It will require years of persistence before you witness a significant transformation in your fortune," I informed him. Upon hearing this, Niu Xiao immediately brightened with joy. "Excellent. Quickly, give me the tattoo." I nodded and, as per usual, advised him, "Every design has its significance. Contemplate thoroughly before inking, for it is easy to tattoo, yet difficult to remove. Brother, ponder once more. Is this the yin-yang embroidery you wish to have? Tattoo it. Tattoo it." Niu Xiao was singularly focused on winning at the gambling den. His desire was unwavering, so I resolved to proceed with the tattoo. I informed him, "The yin-yang embroidery consists of both yang and yin aspects. The design you wish to have, known as the yin-yang fish, represents yang. This fish attracts wealth through its intertwining form. The left hand bears the yin fish, while the right showcases the yang fish. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Tattoo it." Niu Xiao extended both hands. With no alternative, I was compelled to ink him. Dressed in my shamanic attire, I performed a ritual to acknowledge his spirit before commencing the tattooing process. The yin fish adorned his left wrist, and the yang fish graced his right. The design was modest, and after a couple of hours, I completed the tattoo. Following the inking, it was time for coloring. The new spirit merged seamlessly with the pigment, making the coloring process remarkably effortless. I poured the dye onto the tattoo, which absorbed the color automatically. Once the hues were applied, the yin-yang fish tattoo was finalized. In truth, to succeed in gambling, aside from the gradually effective yang embroidery, there exists the more potent yin embroidery. A similar variant, known as the deceptive hand grasping wealth, possesses formidable effects. Though I tattooed the yang embroidery on Niu Xiao before the tragic incident involving Miao Weiwei and the embroidery surfaced. I instinctively felt that the embroidery was peculiar and chose not to broach the subject with Nyo Shower. As Nyo Shower completed his tattoo, he immediately bent down to put on his shoes, preparing to leave the tattoo parlor. I suggested to him, "Brother Air, how about we grab dinner?" No, no. I must witness whether this tattoo proves effective in gambling. Nyo Shower replied with a hearty laugh. Due to the height of the tattoo bed, he had to bend low to reach his shoes. At that moment, a bundle of crimson 100 yuan notes slipped from his collar and fell to the ground. This stack of 100 yuan bills amounted to 10,000, sealed with a note from the bank, clearly unopened. Chapter 25, A Heart-to-Heart with Mimi. Nyo Xiaoi hastily picked up the 10,000 yuan, shoving it haphazardly into his pocket. After offering me an awkward smile, he scurried away in disgrace. Once he had departed, I delivered a swift kick to the tattoo bed, which had been knocked askew. I had considered Nyo Xiaoi a brother, gritting my teeth to treat him to a lavish meal, and I had refrained from demanding any payment for the tattoo. Even when I requested the 2,000 yuan for the new sole, he claimed he had none, and I did not press the matter further. Yet, he had the audacity to give my mother a mere 100 yuan for her nutritional needs, all the while secretly harboring a fortune of 10,000 yuan tucked away in the inner pocket of his clothing. How fickle human hearts can be. I gazed at the disordered tattoo bed, shook my head, and set it upright once more. Perhaps it was best to pretend I did not know Nyo Xiaoi. Nevertheless, I pondered whether getting the yin-yang tattoo truly guaranteed success in gambling for him. I remained uncertain. Perhaps he would seek me out again? Watching his retreating figure, I recalled Lu Lao Lu's words. Such a gambler, adorned with the yin-yang tattoo, may not find it to be a blessing. I repositioned the tattoo bed and resumed my business. It was evident that the absence of yin-yang tattoo requests today meant that the clientele consisted solely of those seeking ordinary tattoos. I toiled until around 7 or 8 in the evening. After completing the final tattoo for my last customer, I pulled down the shutter and prepared to head home. As I stepped outside the building, I encountered Mimi. She waved at me, exclaiming, "Hey, Shui Ge, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I didn't want to call you up, but let us go. Today is Zhang Ji's birthday, and I mentioned to him that I would invite you along. Let us all go have some fun together. Where are we going?" I inquired of Mimi. Mimi remarked, "Ah, the Song of Joy. Brother Zhang has reserved a private room, and several of our sisters have already arrived. We should join them. Are we not conducting business tonight? What shall we do?" Mimi continued, "What matters is supporting Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is the proprietor of Mimi's establishment, adept in both the legitimate and shadowy realms. He often engages in conversation with me, and I must show him respect. After all, the success of our future endeavors in the world of yin and yang embroidery may very well depend on this formidable figure." The Song of Joy refers to the most luxurious KTV in our city, where I have heard there is a minimum consumption policy. For a large private room, the minimum expenditure is 30,000 for 5 hours. Earlier in the afternoon, I had dined at the grand restaurant of Fragrance Nation, and now, arriving here, I felt less constrained as I followed Mimi up the stairs. Upon reaching a private room on the 3rd floor, Mimi opened the door, revealing a scene of alluring women dancing intimately to pulsating music alongside Brother Zhang and several of his close friends. Upon noticing my entrance, Brother Zhang waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Little Shui has arrived. Come, dance. Join in the celebration of your brother Zhang's birthday. It's all about giving him face. No need to be formal. Treat it like home and enjoy yourselves." I quickly nodded at Brother Zhang, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhang." This time, he personally came to invite me. He led me into the throng of enticing women, cheerfully encouraging, "Dance, dance. No need for thanks. We are here to have fun. Enjoy yourselves first, and later, Brother Zhang will treat you to a sumptuous feast." "Huh." I chuckled and began to dance. Truth be told, I'm not particularly skilled at dancing. I merely swayed casually. However, this place is filled with alluring women, clad in form-fitting skirts and low-cut attire, effortlessly captivating a man of my inexperience. The secretion of hormones, accompanied by pulsating music, gradually dissipated my usual reservations, leaving only a sense of exhilaration. I ceased to maintain my composure, indulging in the intoxicating atmosphere. The collective energy was palpable. Everyone was reveling in the delightful mingling of scents and sensations. As I found myself engaging in a close and fervent dance, several of Zhang's friends exclaimed in succession, "I can't take it anymore. Zhang, I need to go have some fun." "Go ahead. I've booked all the rooms on this floor. Just pick any vacant one and enjoy," Zhang generously offered. I, too, wished to join, yet found myself hesitant to voice it. Zhang seemed to perceive my dilemma and suggested, "Why not take Mimi out for some entertainment?" "Entertainment? What kind?" I pondered. "Oh, come on, Xiao Shui. Don't play coy. Hurry, or Zhang will kick you out." Zhang called to Mimi, "Mimi, go keep Xiao Shui company." The implication of keeping company required no further explanation. Mimi swayed her hips and approached, linking her arm with mine, pulling me toward the door. Though I was inclined to seek a woman's company, I did not wish for it to be Mimi. Nevertheless, with her persistent tugging and suggestive glances, I sensed her intentions and, unable to refuse, followed her outside. "Wait. Come back," Zhang shouted after us. I turned around and glanced at Brother Zhang. He grasped my right hand firmly and, with a swift motion, placed a door card into my palm, saying, "Water, my dear fellow, you seem a bit eager. Forgetting the door card. Were you planning a live broadcast?" I chuckled in response, expressed my gratitude to Brother Zhang a couple of times, and then stepped out with Mimi. After we exited the corridor and found the room corresponding to the door card, I proceeded to take a shower. Mimi tilted her chin towards me, casting a sultry glance, and remarked, "Let me show you, there's indeed a distinction between serving and being served." I quickly grasped Mimi's arm and said, No. "Mimi, can we just sit down and chat for a while?" "What's the matter?" she teased, playfully tilting my chin. Earlier, we were dancing intimately, and now, with our hormones elevated. How delightful would a massage be? Don't you fancy it? I promptly dismissed the notion of liking or disliking, shifting the topic instead. "Sister Mimi, you certainly have a way with words. You're even aware of hormones?" "Of course. Nowadays, those who engage in therapeutic practices aren't just rustic bumpkins or nouveau riche. Some possess a bit of culture. If we don't learn some terminology, how can we engage in cultural conversations with the educated?" Mimi playfully poked my forehead and added, "Come on, when you were getting that tattoo, you seemed quite frantic. Besides, if you don't let me take care of you, I'll have to go back to the KTV room to wait for the rest of Brother Zhang's friends to arrive." At this juncture, Mimi sighed, perched on the edge of the bed, and ignited a slender cigarette. "Alas," she lamented, "we who serve as therapists, we don't concern ourselves with whether the patrons are unsightly or balding. During the treatments, it's rare to experience a connection, to encounter someone we fancy, like you." It dawned on me that Mimi harbored feelings for me. I was somewhat inebriated. I confessed to Mimi, in my estimation, you possess a certain sacredness, and I am loath to desecrate that sanctity. "Spare me the platitudes," she retorted. "I myself feel sullied. I merely aspire to return to my hometown one day and find a man to whom I shall confess all. If he accepts me, I shall marry him. If not, then so be it." Mimi sighed once more. I countered, "Nonsense, Mimi, you are an exceptionally virtuous person, sponsoring the education of so many children. You are far superior to those indolent parasites who draw a salary without accomplishing anything of substance. Truly, those children will be eternally grateful to you." Mimi, with the cigarette between her lips, gazed at the ceiling. I observed through the hazy smoke crystalline teardrops cascading down Mimi's upturned face, a vision of exquisite beauty. I enfolded Mimi's shoulders, drawing her into my embrace. Mimi, with her head resting against my back, sobbed, "You're the first person to truly comprehend me." As she spoke, her sorrow deepened. At that moment, she confided in me. "Let me tell you about something that happened last time. A parent I had supported learned of my profession and, accompanied by a group of relatives, came to berate me, calling me a shameless woman, accusing me of giving that student dirty money, claiming it was ill-gotten gains. They felt disgusted for having used that money. Yet, they scolded me for an entire afternoon without ever offering to return the funds I had provided to that student. I was infuriated, my teeth clenched in anger. The audacity of people these days is truly astounding. If they find the money so tainted, why not return it? To insult someone and still keep the money is the epitome of shamelessness. I continuously comforted Mimi, reassuring her, "Surely many students are grateful for your generosity. It truly doesn't matter." Gradually, Mimi began to share amusing anecdotes about her experiences supporting underprivileged students, and I listened intently. Several times, I felt a twinge of emotion in my nose. Not for any other reason, but because it reminded me of my own childhood struggles. Growing up in a poor family, I longed for an education, yet during that time, my mother could hardly manage to scrape together 2 or 300 yuan for school fees, let alone living expenses. The family's meager income left her stretched thin. On the day of my elementary school graduation, my mother embraced me, tears streaming down her face. She said, "My dear, I know that to succeed, you must pursue your studies. High school, university, master's, doctorate, but I simply do not have the means to support your education. My dear child, your mother has sent you to learn a trade." The individual I spoke with the other day remarked that you are an excellent candidate for mastering that craft. Although this skill may not lead you to great heights, it will ensure that you will never go hungry, providing you with a steady meal. Please do not blame your mother. On that day, I truly matured. I shouldered my burdens and journeyed to my master's abode. There I stood day after day, gazing at the students with their backpacks. My master, fond of me, inquired whether I wished to pursue my studies. I expressed my desire, and he graciously offered to support my education. Thus he did, guiding me through elementary school, middle school, and all the way to high school. Alas, with my master's passing, I was compelled to seek employment for the sake of my family's livelihood, forsaking my cherished university dreams. I yearned to work and study simultaneously, yet my master had once imparted wisdom. Tattooing is an art. When you choose to exchange it for monetary gain, I hope you will dedicate yourself solely to this craft. After all, to monetize art is to diminish its value. Lacking focus would indeed be a complete disparagement of tattooing. My longing for education has made me acutely aware of the struggles faced by those children who yearn for knowledge, yet cannot attain it. I empathize deeply with those innocent souls, burdened by financial constraints, who endure despair and envy. Thus, I wholeheartedly support Mimi for her generous assistance to numerous impoverished children. As long as she does not engage in malevolent deeds, I shall not criticize her nor look down upon her. I hold her in genuine respect. While Mimi regaled me with tales of her sponsored students, the door suddenly swung open and Brother Zhang entered. As Brother Zhang entered, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, how is it that you all have already donned your attire in such a brief time?" He turned to Shui, teasingly inquiring, "Are you not? Well, quite robust." No, I interjected. I was merely conversing with Sister Me. I offered a smile to Brother Zhang. He continued, TSK, quite impressive. Shui, your methods are remarkably sophisticated, brimming with intellect. Before delving into therapy, one must first establish a heartfelt connection, correct? Unsure of how to respond to Brother Zhang, I smiled and deftly shifted the topic, asking Brother Zhang, "Do you have something on your mind?" "Indeed," Brother Zhang replied, patting his thigh with a hint of bashfulness. "The matter is as follows. You see? Please go ahead," I gestured to him. Chapter 26. The deceptive hand grabs Wealth Zhang spoke to me about his recent misfortunes at the gaming table, where luck had decidedly turned against him, resulting in a string of losses. However, he was indifferent to the outcomes of winning or losing, as the stakes were modest, typically amounting to merely 1,000 or 2 per game, essentially pocket change. What truly mattered to him was his reputation. Each time he lost, he not only faced the embarrassment of losing money, but also the ridicule from his old friends, which he found utterly disheartening. Zhang's intentions became clear to me as he gestured toward me, saying, "You clever lad, I heard from Mimi that your yin-yang embroidery is genuinely effective. If that is the case, could you perhaps give me a winning card embroidered with the yin-yang design?" "Indeed, I can. I just completed one this morning," I replied. Zhang quickly responded, "That is splendid. You take care of that first, and once you're finished, I shall visit your tattoo studio for one myself. After the party, I must rush back to the card game. For tonight, I intend to leave those young rascals utterly defeated. Why wait until later? Let us go right now," I suggested. Zhang insisted that I should complete my task first. I thumped my chest and declared, "Zhang, your invitation to this party is a gesture of goodwill toward me. If my work for you causes any delay, that would be quite disrespectful, wouldn't it? That would be a slap in your face." Impressed, Zhang gave me a thumbs up and said, "You've got spirit. Whenever you encounter difficulties in the future, just reach out to me. As long as the funds are sufficient, if you need someone dealt with, simply give me a call." Zhang Ge is truly a master of social finesse. What he just said may not necessarily be genuine, yet he still uttered those polite words, indicating that he regards me as a significant individual. I accompanied Zhang Ge to the tattoo parlor, while Mimi returned to the shop. Upon arriving at the tattoo studio, I had 2 yin-yang fish inked on Zhang Ji's hand, symbolizing the gathering of wealth. Zhang Ge, after completing his tattoo, expressed great satisfaction and offered to pay me. I waved my hand in refusal, stating that for tattooing someone of his stature, I would rather forego payment, considering it an investment in friendship. However, Zhang Ge insisted, claiming it was his birthday, and if I did it for free, it would diminish his pride. He pulled out 2 stacks of red $100 bills from his briefcase and placed them on the table, saying, "Brother, let us not say anything more. I brought 100,000 in cash to gamble tonight. I'll give you 20,000. If I win, there will be a bonus for you tomorrow." Zhang Ji's generosity is commendable. I bowed to him in respect. He chuckled and said, "In this life, loyalty takes precedence. Money is trivial. It can be spent and earned again. Brother Shui, you carry on with your tasks. I will gather the old comrades to test our luck." Ha ha ha. With that, Zhang Ge exited. However, once he left, a wave of unease washed over me, and I couldn't help but berate myself for my impulsiveness. Why? Because if Zhang Ge indeed profits from the yin-yang fish tattoo, it would be a joyous occasion. I would receive my 2,000 in tattoo fees, and Zhang Ge would be pleased. But what if he does not win? Being a man so concerned with his image, he would surely boast to his friends at the gambling table, intent on winning big. If he fails to win, wouldn't that only lead to greater frustration? His ire was one thing, but the indelible ink upon his skin presented a far graver predicament. The tattoo, the source of his humiliation, fueled his anger with each glance, and I feared what actions he might take against me. I lamented my imprudence, all the while fervently beseeching the yin-yang symbol to work its charm, to bring fortune to Ge and Zhang Ge. After a period of silent supplication, I decided against returning home. With the hour already late, I simply unfolded the tattoo bed and drifted off to sleep upon it. My plan was to promote the yin-yang tattoo on WeChat and in my old customer QQ groups the following day, in the hopes of finding clients who would place their trust in me. The past few days of creating yin-yang tattoos had left me utterly drained, and I slept soundly until midday. The following afternoon, a series of sharp raps echoed against the shop door. "Who is it?" I mumbled, squinting and reaching for my phone to check the time. It was 10 past 12. "It's me, Ge," came the reply from beyond the door. It was Niu Xiao. I found it peculiar that Niu Xiao would come to the shop instead of calling me. Glancing at my phone again, I saw 7 missed calls, all from him. How could my phone have rung so many times without me noticing? Then it struck me. I vaguely recalled a nightmare during my slumber, a disturbing vision of someone flaying my skin. I had never been one to suffer from nightmares. My sleep was usually of the highest quality. Could it be? Could it be? The yin-yang tattoo was the only explanation that came to mind. Before my master passed away, he warned me that once I profited from yin-yang embroidery, I would attract some dreadful entities. I never took it to heart, but now, has that entity already entangled itself with me? Is my inability to awaken despite receiving 7 phone calls also a consequence of yin-yang embroidery? Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Shaking my head, I rose from the embroidery bed and made my way to the door, opening the shop. As soon as I opened the door, Niu Xiao rushed in head first. Upon seeing me, he was utterly exhilarated. He enveloped me in a tight embrace and exclaimed, "Shuizi, you've been a tremendous help to me this time. Haven Tea, we always had the worst luck. Well, after I tattooed those 2 fish for you yesterday at the casino, I was unstoppable. I brought my 10,000 yuan. Guess how much I won in just one night?" "How much?" I inquired. Niu Xiao proudly crossed his left and right index fingers and declared 100,000. I raked in 100,000 in one night. Since I started gambling, I've never won so much. Upon hearing his words, a weight lifted from my heart. It seemed the yin-yang fish truly worked wonders. With the yin-yang fish proving effective, I need not worry about Zhang Ge seeking me out due to his losses. I was suddenly filled with joy. That's great. Gay. I advise you to refrain from gambling. Take your earnings and invest in a storefront, establish a stable livelihood, and pave the way for a brighter future. Peotsi. I spread out a woolen thread, and now this yin-yang symbol seems remarkably effective. The profits I've garnered are exhilarating, surpassing any other endeavor. Niu Xiaoi extended 2 fingers, proclaiming, I have a strong feeling that tonight I could amass 2 million. Just yesterday, a mere 10,000 multiplied into 100,000, a tenfold increase. Today, my aim is to escalate from 100,000 to 2 million. With a bit of effort, it should be achievable. I must admit, Niu Xiaoi is indeed a shrewd calculator. I find myself speechless for someone like him, who is so deeply engrossed in gambling. A loss only fuels the desire to gamble further, and a win propels him even more into that abyss. It is inevitable that one day he will meet his demise at the gaming table. Anyway, Shui Zi, I've come to share some good news with you. Tomorrow, I shall return to discuss further. That tattoo of yours truly is remarkably effective. After this statement, Niu Xiaoi placed a cup of milk tea on my table, exclaiming, Here, milk tea from Mishua Bingcheng, especially for you, as a token of gratitude from your second brother. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Watching Niu Xiaoi's receding figure, I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Seriously, I inked you a yin-yang tattoo without charging a single penny. And now that you've multiplied your 10,000 into 100,000, shouldn't you at least express some gratitude? My intention was never to seek a monetary gift from Niu Xiaoi. It was merely to appreciate his sincerity. Even a token of 1,000 or 2,000 would have delighted me. Yet what did I receive? A cup of milk tea? A bitter taste lingered in my mouth. However, even more bitter was the fact that Niu Xiaoi returned at 6:30 in the evening. When he arrived, I was still engaged in tattooing a regular client. When Niu Xiaoi arrived, his face was stormy as he approached me and said, Shuizi, you can finish that tattoo tomorrow. I need to discuss something with you. What matter? I inquired as I was in the midst of outlining a tattoo for a client, with only a fraction remaining. However, without further ado, Niu Xiaoi seized the tattoo needle from my hand and kicked the client, exclaiming, Get lost. I was taken aback. Was he truly trying to undermine my work? I hastily apologized to the client. Faced with Niu Xiaoi, who appeared menacing and notably missing 2 fingers, the client seemed to shrink back and decided to return tomorrow to complete his tattoo, leaving for the time being. In truth, I knew this client. He was a university student from a local institution, typically composed and averse to conflict. He would have reacted quite differently had it been someone like Zhang Gu. Niu Xiaoi's aggressive behavior might have resulted in dire consequences for him. I quickly reiterated my apologies to the client, urging him not to be upset. Once he departed, I pushed Niu Xiaoi forcefully, demanding, What on earth are you doing? Is it so easy for me to earn a living through tattoos? That was a returning customer, and you just drove him away. Have you lost your mind? Niu Xiaoi glared at me and retorted, How dare you blame me? What sort of pathetic tattoo is that yin-yang fish? I was perplexed by his words. Niu Xiaoi then revealed that he had returned to the casino that afternoon. I asked him if he had lost all the money he had won the previous night. If he had indeed squandered his winnings, I could understand his frustration, but it still left me exasperated. Alas, his response was rather peculiar. He confided in me. I returned to the casino this afternoon and have been gambling ever since. I entered with a sum of 100,000 yuan, and when my winnings reached a total of 200,000, I could no longer win. The moment I surpassed that amount, losses ensued. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my funds had indeed reached 200,000, yet now I find myself with merely 197,000. What is going on? You inquire about the situation? Haven't you? Indeed, one. I pinched my nose in bemusement, awaiting the arrival of Niu Xiaoi. If you had lost, I would accept my fate. But to seek me out after winning, is there something amiss with your judgment? Niu Xiaoi boisterously proclaimed that he had won 100,000 the previous night, and another 100,000 today. This, he argued, indicated that one could only win a maximum of 100,000 in a single day. I retorted, Are you truly dissatisfied with 100,000? That equates to over 30 million in a year. Winning 100,000 daily guarantees a steady 30 million annually. Why would you not pursue such a lucrative opportunity? Are you foolish? were to my hands, I would rejoice immensely despite my aversion to acquiring ill-gotten gains. Yet, Niu Shower harbored different aspirations. He wished for overnight wealth, not the mere incremental victories of 100,000 each day. The monotony lacked thrill. He yearned for the day when he could amass a fortune and ascend to the ranks of billionaires. My frustration with Niu Shower knows no bounds. This fellow's insatiable greed is akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant, and even in his success, he seeks to impose upon me. As I raise my hand, I urge Niu Shower to refrain from discussing this matter with me. In the past, you have always lost at gambling. Now that fortune has favored you, all thanks to the luck bestowed by your enigmatic embroidery, you dare to confront me? Is there no sense of reason in you? Niu Shower flopped onto my embroidered bed, throwing a tantrum, declaring, "You must resolve today's issue for me. I see it clearly now. Your mysterious embroidery possesses considerable power. I demand an upgrade in your craftsmanship. If not, I shall not leave." I found myself utterly bemused by Niu Shower's antics. Just yesterday morning, upon receiving a WeChat message from him, I felt a surge of excitement. Yet now, excitement? Not in the least. I merely wished to rid myself of this troublesome Niu Shower. I even recalled the arcane techniques within the mysterious embroidery, the art of stealthily seizing wealth. Chapter 27. The malevolent spirit of the casino, the enigmatic grasping wealth technique, in terms of enhancing fortune, undoubtedly surpasses the efficacy of the yin-yang fish by a considerable margin. However, after much contemplation, I chose not to mention this peculiar method. I harbored a sense of unease regarding grasping wealth. If it were merely a means to placate Niu Shower by tattooing this yin embroidery on him, and should any misfortune befall him, I will be plagued by guilt for an extended period. After all, my friendship with Niu Shower has always been profound. I shook my head and said to him, "I'm sorry, but I do not possess a more effective yin embroidery than the yin-yang fish in the realm of gambling." "Then I shall not take my leave," Niu Shower replied, reclining on my bed with a hearty laugh. "Stay if you wish. I have no means to compel you otherwise." I found myself at a loss with Niu Shower. Should he choose to be obstinate, I had no choice but to acquiesce. He comfortably settled on the tattoo bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, leaving me in a state of agitation. I intended to tidy up my belongings and return home. Just as I was nearing completion, my phone rang. It was Lu Laolu. Casting a glance at the peacefully snoring Niu Shower, I stepped into the corridor to answer the call. During our conversation, feeling somewhat burdened, I confided in Lu Laolu about Niu Shower's predicament. Lu Laolu responded with a sardonic chuckle. "Such a person deserves to be adorned with yin embroidery. It is a surefire way to gamble and profit immensely. The earnings are nothing short of ferocious." Intrigued, I inquired, "Is the efficacy of yin embroidery truly superior to that of the yin-yang fish to such an extent?" Lu Laolu promptly enlightened me about the art of yin embroidery, asserting that it necessitates the use of fierce and malevolent spirits. Such formidable entities surely yield remarkable results, do they not? As Lu Laolu elaborated on this esoteric subject, I suddenly noticed that Niu Shower, who had been soundly asleep moments ago, had stealthily positioned himself in the corner, eavesdropping on my conversation. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Yu Shui, you truly lack camaraderie. I told you that you possess a more lucrative talent in yin-yang embroidery, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." I was genuinely taken aback. How could Niu Shower, who had been deeply engrossed in slumber, have clandestinely listened to my discourse? His character, I must say, leaves much to be desired. After a casual exchange with Lu Laolu, I ended the call. Turning to Niu Shower, I stated, "Niu Shower, it's not that I refuse to craft the eerie grasping wealthy embroidery for you. It is merely that it is exceedingly peculiar, and I advise against pursuing it. Peculiar is not a concern for me. My life is of little value, and I fear no oddities." He insisted on having me create the grasping wealth embroidery. Reluctant to acquiesce to his request, he resurrected past events, declaring, "Yu Shui, had it not been for me, Niu Shower, you would have perished in the river. Where would you be now, basking in such glory? Look at you now. I truly saved a thankless wretch." I found myself at a loss for words. Sitting in a tattoo parlor in a daze as Niu Shower recounted his heroic deeds of yore, repeating them ad nauseum. Ultimately, exasperated, I relented. "Fine, I shall create the grasping wealth tattoo for you. Only then did Nyo Shower adopt a smiling countenance, attempting to placate me with kind words. He said, "That's the right attitude. Help your brother out with this tattoo. Once it's done, we'll be the best of mates as before. As brothers, we must deal with utmost sincerity. Those who engage in duplicity are mere outsiders." After a protracted and earnest conversation, I was left with no alternative but to contact Lu Lao Lu to procure the malevolent spirit necessary for the creation of the wealth-grabbing, ghostly hand. I instructed Nyo Shower to recline upon the bed while I retreated into the inner chamber to don my shamanic attire and retrieve a mirror. I initiated the ritual of imbuing Nyo Shower with the spirit's allegiance. How I yearned for the ritual to fail, yet alas, it was not to be. He succeeded, and the wealth-grabbing, ghostly hand spirit seemed particularly fond of Nyo Shower, displaying no adverse reaction whatsoever. With the spirit now bound to him, I found myself in an inescapable predicament. I had no choice but to proceed with the yin-yang tattoo. I grasped the tattoo needle and began to etch the base design onto Nyo Shower's skin. The motif of the wealth-grabbing, ghostly hand depicted a pallid hand clutching a copper coin. The design was somewhat intricate, and coupled with my somber mood, I executed the tattoo with deliberate slowness. As I neared the completion of the ghostly hand, an unexpected figure entered through the doorway. Shui Zi, that yin-yang tattoo you gave me yesterday is truly effective, the person announced upon entering. I glanced toward the entrance and recognized Brother Zhang. It was I who had tattooed a pair of yin-yang fish on Brother Zhang in the wee hours of the previous day. "Ah, Brother Zhang, please have a seat." I gestured toward a sofa, inviting Brother Zhang to be seated. After Zhang settled down, he smiled at me and said, "Ah, Shui Zi, your skill in yin-yang embroidery is truly remarkable. Just last night, I got a tattoo, and in the wee hours, I went out to play cards. Guess what? My buddies, the happiest among them, lost all their money." "What? Losing money, yet feeling happy? Is there anything more disastrous than losing money?" As I was getting tattooed, I inquired of Zhang. He burst into laughter, excitedly recounting. The other three were indignant and insisted on challenging me. They lost the bet and had to strip down. In the end, those fellows went home in their underwear. Ha ha ha. After months of losing this time, I salvaged my pride. What a relief. With that, Zhang opened his briefcase and pulled out a stack of renminbi, handing it to me. "Here, Shui Zi, this is a red envelope for you. Take it. You've really helped restore your Zhanggu's reputation in one fell swoop." I felt a bit embarrassed to accept it, especially since Zhang had already given me 20,000 the previous night. Receiving another 10,000 meant a total of 30,000. Take it, take it. Your craftsmanship is worth a fortune, and Zhanggu acknowledges that. He forcefully stuffed the money into my pocket, promising to refer me for future business opportunities. Witnessing Zhang's enthusiasm, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain for Nyo Shower. I had been sincere to him when he first arrived and suggested a lavish meal. I bit the bullet and accompanied him, not letting him spend a single cent on yin-yang embroidery. And what was the outcome? He won 200,000, and all he gave me was a cup of milk tea. Brother Zhang and I were merely chance acquaintances, yet he generously gifted me over 10,000 in red envelopes upon winning. While money may not be everything, a token of appreciation is always welcome. Furthermore, I harbor no expectations of repayment from you, Nyo Shower. However, your persistent clinging, akin to a piece of gum demanding I create bizarre embroidery for you, is quite perplexing. I accepted Brother Zhang's 10,000 yuan red envelope. As Brother Zhang prepared to depart, he noticed a pair of yin-yang fish tattoos on Nyo Shower's arm. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Does this gentleman also bear the yin-yang fish?" "Indeed, crafted specifically for me by Shui Zi," Nyo Shower cheerfully responded to Brother Zhang. "I am Shui Zi's closest confidant." Nyo Shower's declaration of being my closest confidant feels somewhat sardonic, casting doubt on the sincerity of his fraternal sentiments. Brother Zhang responded with a genial smile. "Is that so? This yin-yang embroidery is indeed remarkable. Your brother possesses great skill." "Not particularly exceptional," Nyo Shower retorted, gesturing towards the grasping wealth ghost hand tattoo on his back. "Behold, the tattoo adorning my back far surpasses the yin-yang fish in potency. With the yin-yang fish, I can only amass a maximum of 100,000 yuan per day, which is hardly satisfying. There exists a tattoo even more potent than the yin-yang fish? Brother Zhang questioned, his gaze fixed upon me with a peculiar expression. At this moment, I felt a surge of panic. What preposterous fabrications is this damned Neo shower spewing? That grasping wealth ghost hand was created under duress. I fervently desire that no one else bear this in embroidery, especially someone as influential as Brother Zhang. I could only manage a dry chuckle, feebly echoing, yes, yes, indeed. I'm contemplating how to dissuade Brother Zhang from getting a tattoo of the grasping wealth design. To my surprise, before I could utter a word, Brother Zhang raised his thumb and remarked, Shuizi, you possess true talent. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he ambled away. I hastily greeted him, concerned that his departure might stem from my silence regarding the grasping wealth tattoo, which might have displeased him. Therefore, I followed him as he walked away. Upon reaching the entrance of the tattoo parlor, I caught up with Brother Zhang and said, Brother Zhang, please do not hold it against me. It is not that I refrain from discussing the grasping wealth matter, but rather, that the embroidery is rather peculiar, and I'm uncertain what might transpire from a tattoo of grasping wealth. I hope you can understand my hesitation. With a hearty laugh, Brother Zhang responded, Shuizi, do you truly fear that I would blame you? Let me be frank. While the yin-yang fish has proven quite effective, I would never consider a tattoo of anything more potent than that. I was puzzled by Brother Zhang's words. He gestured towards a tattoo shop and continued, Shuizi, let us speak plainly. Though I may lack formal education, I am aware that in gambling, the odds are overwhelmingly against you. Thus, I indulge in minor bets merely for amusement. To engage in professional gambling, however, would mean risking all one's wealth at the tables. Indeed, I nodded in understanding, realizing that Brother Zhang is a man of discernment. Zhang spoke candidly. Let me be straightforward with you. That friend of yours is not someone you should associate with. He clearly has an insatiable gambling addiction. Just mentioning gambling makes his eyes sparkle. By the way, my advice is to discourage him from gambling and refrain from giving him any talismanic tattoos meant to attract wealth. Is there merit in what you say? I inquired. Zhang smiled slightly and replied, those who frequent casinos are akin to ruthless bandits, living on the edge. Do you truly believe that a talismanic tattoo can guarantee substantial winnings? You think that a tattoo meant to attract wealth can ensure you win every time? I remarked. Zhang burst into hearty laughter as he walked away, leaving me with a parting thought. Water, my friend, what if you often lose at gambling? You lose money, but what if you frequently win? You risk losing your life. Winning or losing at gambling does not solely occur at the gaming table. The true losses happen outside of it. At that moment, I did not grasp the profundity of Zhang's words, but it was only after the incident with Niu Shower that I comprehended the essence of his message. Zhang further stated, gambling can be a fleeting amusement, but to rely on it as a means to wealth is utter nonsense. After receiving a thorough admonition from Zhang, I returned home and urged Niu Shower, brother, let me advise you once more, truly, do not get that wealth-attracting tattoo and refrain from gambling. Instead, seek a steady job and live a tranquil life. That is the righteous path. Niu Shower, however, paid no heed to my counsel and retorted coldly, mind your own business. Just focus on your tattooing. By the way, if I win a fortune this time, I will cover all of our mother's surgical expenses. Upon hearing his words, I was entirely skeptical. From last night until today, he had won 200,000, yet he had not offered me even 100. Very well. If you wish to get tattooed, then proceed. With a heavy sigh of disappointment, I picked up the tattoo needle and continued to ink Niu Xiaoi. Chapter 28. The fatal gambler's ship that night. Lu Laolu delivered to me the vengeful spirit of a master gambler. This spirit, in its previous life, harbored a tale intertwined with the perilous world of gambling. Lu Laolu recounted that this soul, known as Ma Lu, was a compulsive gambler, akin to Niu Shower, living and breathing for the thrill of the wager. Ma Lu had a penchant for a dice game called 9-5 Monkey, characterized by its simplicity and akin to the high-stakes games of Jacques Jinhua and Suoha, wherein players vie for supremacy. His addiction was formidable, and one fateful evening, he found himself engaged in a game of 9-5 Monkey with some gamblers from the county town. On that particular night, Ma Lu was in an irritable mood. After swiftly depleting his funds, he resolutely wagered his property deed, prepared to gamble everything. He opted for an all-in strategy, pushing all his chips into the pot as he awaited the cards to be dealt. As the dice were presented, Ma Lu peered intently at one of them and discovered it bore a 9, a remarkably high value. His confidence soared, and he surreptitiously glanced at the corner of the other die. A fleeting look revealed it bore 2 dots. Drawing a deep breath, he flipped the die over, only to find it displayed 2 dots again, rendering his second die a mere 4. In this hand, he held a 9 and a 4, an abysmal pairing in the realm of 9-5 monkey, known as the stool, an insignificantly low combination, akin to a pair of 4s in the game of do-di-ju. Realizing his chances of victory were utterly bleak, Ma Lu concocted an excuse to step out for a moment, postponing the reveal of his cards. However, by the time someone found him, Ma Lu had already hanged himself in the restroom. The nature of gambling is truly perplexing. To wager everything and ultimately resort to such a desperate act. What a tragedy, I remarked to Lu Lao Lu. He chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you think this matter concludes here?" Allow me to elucidate. The reason Ma Lu became a restless spirit is shrouded in deeper mysteries. What? There is more to it? I questioned Lu Lao Lu incredulously. Indeed, he replied with a knowing smile. Let me tell you, Ma Lu's demise was deeply unjust. He did not actually lose that hand of cards. Ma Lu did not lose his gambling round. I found myself struggling to comprehend Lu Lao Lu's words. After all, did he not hold a pair of 9s and 4s? How could that possibly be a winning hand? Unless, of course, the others were dealt nothing but hammers. Lu Lao Lu explained that, at that moment, Ma Lu had not actually drawn 9s and 4s, but rather 9s and 5s. The 5-point card consists of 3 dots on top and 2 dots below. Ma Lu first glimpsed the 2 dots, and then turned to view the upper side of the card, inadvertently spinning once more and only catching sight of the 2 lower dots, mistakenly believing he had 9s and 4s. In reality, that pair was 9s and 5s. Within the context of the game, 9s and 5s constitute the supreme hand, the largest pair available. Regrettably, Ma Lu, possessing the most formidable cards, succumbed to anxiety, convinced he held the weakest pair, ultimately leading him to take his own life. It is precisely this misunderstanding that transformed Ma Lu into a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing about Ma Lu's plight, I felt a profound sense of sympathy. After enduring such prolonged losses, he was merely one misstep away from victory, only to meet such a tragic fate. Alas, such is the nature of existence. Old Lu handed me a bamboo canister, stating, "This is Ma Lu's malevolent spirit. It'll be 3,005. These souls aren't easy to come by." I felt it was a bit steep and asked Old Lu for a fair price. Considering the deal with Nyo Shower wasn't lucrative, an expensive soul was a bit of a burden. Old Lu, with a cigarette in his mouth, retorted, "Selling souls isn't negotiable. Think about it, who governs souls? The king of hell. Haggling over a soul is like haggling with the king of hell himself." Hearing Old Lu's loquacity, I didn't argue further and said, 3,005 it is. You're quite the talker. Old Lu teased, "How can you do business without being eloquent?" I opened the 10,000 yuan red envelope Zhangge had given me earlier, counted out 35 red 100 yuan bills, handed them to Old Lu, and carried the bamboo tube into the tattoo parlor. I carefully applied the malevolent spirit from the bamboo tube as the ink for Nyo Shower's tattoo. The ghost hand grasping wealth was officially complete. I told Nyo Shower, "The Een spirit you wanted is taken care of. You can leave now." "Really?" Nyo Shower was ecstatic to hear that the ghost hand grasping wealth was completely finished. He excitedly spun around in front of the mirror several times before getting dressed and leaving my tattoo parlor. He didn't even offer a word of gratitude before leaving. The next morning, I went to the bank to wire money to my mother. These past 2 days of tattooing, Nyo Shower didn't pay me. Well, actually, he did. 100 yuan. He did not give much money, but Brother Zhang did. He provided a red envelope of 10,000, along with 20,000 for tattoos. After deducting 3,500 for Lu Lao Lu and 2,000 from the previous credit, merely over 20,000 remained. After transferring 20,000 to my brother's account, I called my mother, urging her to prompt my brother to check the funds. Upon hearing that I had acquired another 20,000, my mother immediately felt uneasy and quietly asked, "What Erzy, where did you get so much money? It wouldn't be from doing something illegal, would it? This life has been enough for me. Please don't end up in prison for my sake. You're still so young." Mother, how can you say such things? I have always been honest. I would never engage in illegal activities. Do not worry. All this money is earned legitimately. After comforting my mother for a while, I hung up the phone. There remains a shortfall of over 70,000 for my mother's surgical expenses of 800,000, but the pace of earning money has accelerated, and I am confident that within the remaining 30 days, I can gather enough funds for her kidney transplant. After sending the money, I rode my electric bike to the tattoo parlor. In the morning, the parlor was quiet, so I primarily engaged in cleaning tasks, ensuring the space was tidy and inviting, which would make it more appealing to clients. After over 2 hours of scrubbing every corner, from the floor to each tattoo needle, I carefully laid down on the tattoo bed to rest. Just as I settled in, a man radiating golden light suddenly entered the room. He enthusiastically called out to me, "Shweezy, take a look at me. Look at my brand new gear. Am I not handsome?" I sat up and took a closer look, and lo and behold, it was none other than Yo Shower. Now, Yo Shower had transformed dramatically, clad in a new outfit, his belt a flashy Casio, a thick gold chain dangling around his neck, a gold watch adorning his right wrist, and 2 heavy gold rings on his fingers. He certainly exuded the air of a wealthy man. Yo Shower strutted in front of me and exclaimed, "Shweezy, your uncanny skill of wealth grabbing is truly remarkable. Last night at the casino, I reigned supreme. Guess how much I won? 6 million. I won 6 million in a single night." As he spoke, saliva flew from his mouth. I listened to his recounting of last night's casino escapades, but found it utterly unpalatable. Yo Shower now moved with an air of arrogance, often pointing out others' shortcomings. He gestured toward my tattoo studio and remarked, "This tattoo parlor is a total dump. How much do you earn from tattoos? Come on, let's go gamble. I'll ensure you earn as much as me in just one day." I was disinclined to engage with Yo Shower. Gambling? That was something I would never partake in. My master once told me that a young embroidery craftsman must never embroider for profit. Otherwise, they would incur divine retribution. Thus, even if gambling promised swift riches, I cannot partake. Are you going or not? Give me a straight answer. My brother will take you to wealth. I shook my head firmly and replied, "Not going." "Not going? You truly are a fool. An opportunity for wealth, and you refuse to seize it? This evening, there is a gambling ship on the high seas, and I intend to board the vessel to wager some money, hoping to return with a fortune." Yo Shower turned to leave, but I hurriedly grasped his arm, saying, "Brother Air, is a gambling ship accessible to just anyone? Perhaps you should reconsider your plans. Though you may be weary of my words, I must stress that you should invest your funds in legitimate business ventures. If you succeed, you will never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of your life. Gambling cannot be a lifelong pursuit. Go, 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 remain idle if you must. It is no wonder that you possess such remarkable skills, yet still earn a mere few million a month. With your mindset and conservative thinking, it is only fitting that you remain impoverished for eternity." After uttering this, Yo Shower turned and exited the tattoo parlor. I sat upon the tattoo bed, sighing. Had I known of Yo Shower's penchant for gambling, I would never have acquiesced to his request from the start. His audacity has grown. Now he dares to venture onto a gambling ship to gamble on the open sea? Alas! I exhaled deeply and shook my head. I decided to put the matter out of my mind. After all, I had expressed my sentiments from the past, conveyed what needed to be said, and acted accordingly. If he chooses not to heed my counsel, there is little I can do. In truth, after that day, I never saw Yo Shower again. Initially, I paid it little mind, but as days passed, a sense of unease began to envelop me, prompting me to enlist Zhang-gu to inquire about Yo Shower's whereabouts. Zhang-gu possesses considerable influence and is acquainted with several prominent figures aboard the gambling ships along the coast. In just a few days, he summoned me to another establishment of his, the Yueli Hotel. Upon entering the private room, Zhang-gu was smoking and gestured for me to take a seat. No sooner had I settled than Zhang-gu inquired directly, "Your brother's name is Yo Shower, correct?" I confirmed yes. Zhang-gu remarked, "Your brother has passed away." Passed away? Upon hearing this, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning, involuntarily rising to my feet. Zhanggu placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, signaling me to sit down. He confirmed that Niu Shower had indeed died, and according to the date of his demise, it occurred 3 days after he left my tattoo parlor. He recounted how Niu Shower, relying on the tattoo of the cunning hand of fortune, had gambled for 3 consecutive days, amassing winnings of several million, much to the displeasure of the casino operators. On the 4th evening, after Niu Shower returned to the gambling den, they accused him of cheating. Cheating, in this context, refers to the use of dishonest methods to secure victory. I hastily protested to Zhanggu, asserting Niu Shower would never cheat. His tattoo of the cunning hand of fortune is more than sufficient for him to win. Sweeping through the casino, cheating would be an unnecessary act. Zhanggu replied, I too believe he would not cheat. The accusation of cheating was merely a pretext for the casino's boss. Under this guise, they eliminated Niu Shower and reclaimed all the money he had won. Zhanggu then rose and added, the individuals in this casino, what manner of people are they? Rogues and desperate souls. They're 100 times more reckless than I, 100 times more ruthless. Do you think you can secure their money simply through gambling skills and good fortune? Their money is unattainable. Listening to Zhang Ji's words, I felt a chill run through me. Although Niu Shower had long ceased to regard me as a good friend, I had never wished for such a fate to befall him. Zhanggu further mentioned that when Niu Shower was caught cheating, an odd incident transpired. Chapter 29, Cannibalism. I inquired about the bizarre incident. Zhanggu recounted that when Niu Shower was falsely accused of cheating, a henchman on the gambling ship cleaved off one of his hands with an axe. Astonishingly, the severed hand continued to move on its own, flailing wildly in an attempt to seize the gambling cards, which terrified the henchman aboard the ship. I comprehended the reason behind Niu Shower's uncanny predicament. The sinister embroidery etched upon his skin, imbued with a vengeful spirit, belonged to a person consumed by gambling addiction, who ultimately met his demise by hanging himself. This malevolent spirit, coupled with Niu Shower's own fervent obsession with gambling, would explain why his severed hand, even after being detached from his body, would twitch and lurch forward, relentlessly pursuing the gambling cards, despite knowing he was ensnared in a deadly trap. I queried Zhanggu, was Niu Shower's death agonizing? Zhanggu affirmed the utter horror of his demise, stating that Niu Shower's severed hand had petrified the henchman on the gambling ship. One of the braver henchmen seized a large sledgehammer and pulverized the hand into a pulpy mess. Driven to a frenzy, he continued to hammer it 7 or 8 times before turning his attention to Niu Shower's head, which he smashed to smithereens. Finally, they disposed of Niu Shower's body by casting it into the sea. Zhanggu reproached me, saying, alas, Shui Zi, I understand that he was your brother, but even though he was hammered to death, do not even contemplate seeking vengeance. The people on that gambling ship are beyond your reach. I lack the capacity to seek vengeance for Niu Shower. Moreover, Niu Shower has brought this fate upon himself. Take, for instance, Brother Zhang. Though he too indulges in gambling, he merely wagers modest sums and never risks substantial amounts. Had Niu Shower heeded my advice and refrained from boarding that gambling boat, choosing instead to invest his winnings into a business, he could have led a truly prosperous life. Both Niu Shower and Brother Zhang gamble. Yet one engages in light-hearted betting while the other partakes in perilous stakes. The outcomes of their lives are starkly divergent as a result. I rose to express my gratitude to Brother Zhang for enlightening me about Niu Shower's fate, then turned to leave. As I was exiting, I caught a glimpse of the display window by the entrance. Within the window lay a severed human hand. Adorned on its thumb was a thick gold ring. This ring was familiar to me. It belonged to Niu Shower, who had flaunted it before me on the day he invited me onto the gambling boat. Now, the hand bearing Niu Shower's ring was displayed in the window of Brother Zhang's room, leading me to believe that the circumstances surrounding Niu Shower were far more complex than Brother Zhang had suggested. However, I dare not raise my voice, for the sight of that hand made it clear that Brother Zhang was not to be trifled with. Thus, I silently exited the hotel, intent on avoiding any suspicion from Brother Zhang. I harbored a lingering suspicion that Brother Zhang had deceived me, prompting me to seek information about Niu Shower from others. Besides Brother Zhang, The most influential individual I knew was Lu Lao Lu. Consequently, I brought along a few packs of cigarettes and a red envelope containing 3,000 yuan, requesting Lu Lao Lu's assistance in uncovering the truth about Niu Shower. On the spot, old Lu flatly refused my cigarettes and red envelope, righteously proclaiming that Niu Shower was a gambling fiend, a man who would wager even his own fingers for a chance at fortune. He asserted that such a person's demise was hardly a loss and that further inquiries would merely squander resources. Unable to secure old Lu's assistance, I reluctantly pocketed the red envelope and departed his residence. Subsequent to my return to the tattoo parlor, old Lu telephoned, cautioning me on two matters. Firstly, he urged me to abandon my investigation into Niu Shower, deeming him a man destined for an untimely end. Secondly, he advised me to keep my distance from Brother Zhang, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the appearance of Niu Shower's hand in his display case, branding him as an unsavory character whose association could lead to a similar fate. I sighed, resolving to discontinue my inquiries into Niu Shower's demise, having exhausted all available avenues. I had fulfilled my obligations, yet the truth remained elusive. Ultimately, I was but a humble tattoo artist, an insignificant ant traversing the city, vulnerable to being crushed at any moment. I relinquished my pursuit of Niu Shower's death, yet fate, it seemed, had other plans. Approximately 6 months later, a customer entered my shop for a tattoo. Upon beholding the ghost hand grasping wealth tattoo, a memorial to Niu Shower, displayed on the wall, his countenance shifted dramatically. He pointed, exclaiming that he had seen the tattoo before and that the wearer had met a gruesome end. It immediately dawned on me that this customer had known Niu Shower. I hastily entreated him to partake in some spirits, and over the libation, I elucidated the circumstances surrounding Niu Shower's demise. As it transpired, Zhang Ji's account was largely factual. Niu Shower had indeed been ensnared by the gambling vessel's denizens on spurious allegations of cheating and subsequently confined. However, upon his apprehension, Niu Shower vociferously proclaimed to all aboard, including the lackeys and patrons, that he possessed a grasping wealth tattoo, precluding any possibility of deceit. To substantiate his claim, he proceeded to execute several consecutive self-draws of the highest value tiles in the game, a feat that momentarily astounded many onlookers. Alas, it was to no avail, as a henchman, brandishing an axe, severed Niu Shower's hand with a single blow. The ruthless gambling syndicate, resolute in their intent to eliminate Niu Shower, proclaimed to the assembled throng that consumption of his flesh would invariably bestow unparalleled luck in future gambling endeavors, and that his very hand, the instrument of his fortune, was a veritable talisman. My drinking companion elucidated, "We gamblers, you see, are rather superstitious. We won't even allow a light to be borrowed during a game." At the time, we were overcome by some inexplicable impulse and actually began to devour the man's flesh. He further elaborated that the consumption was not indiscriminate, but rather a matter of competitive acquisition. The captain of the vessel auctioned off Niu Shower's flesh, with a mere finger-sized morsel fetching upwards of 4,000. The gamblers initially demurred, but the gambling magnate incited them, asserting that Niu Shower's fortune was singularly attributed to his extraordinary luck. Have you ever witnessed a person's luck so prodigious that they could amass tens of millions without a single loss? No, you haven't, have you? This man's luck is undeniably astonishing. The individuals at the casino, consumed by their obsession for wealth, had long lost their sense of reason. They heeded the inciting words of others, each one eagerly parting with their money to indulge in the flesh of the ill-fated Bull Shao heir. The hand of Bull Shao heir, shrouded in mystery, was acquired by a wealthy patron. After several transactions, it eventually found its way into the possession of Brother Zhang. Employing a unique technique, preserved it as a specimen to be displayed in his hotel as a talisman of fortune. That fateful night, Bull Shao heir met his demise, becoming a mere skeleton devoured by the insatiable appetites of the gamblers, ultimately discarded into the sea. The reality of these events is almost too surreal to fathom. It feels like a scene plucked from a horror film. I never imagined that cannibalism could truly exist, and yet, my dearest friend from my student days met such a gruesome fate, devoured alive. As I conversed with a guest, He picked up a piece of raw beef and shoved it into his mouth, only to spit it out after a couple of bites, blood oozing from his lips. He leaned closer and whispered, "This beef is truly dreadful." That night, I too partook in a morsel of my tattooed brother's flesh, savoring its exquisite flavor, far surpassing that of pork, beef, or lamb. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. Thus unfolds the tale of Bull Shao Air. Since that incident, I have refrained from offering the shadowy tattoo of the hand that seizes wealth. Let us rewind to the afternoon when Bull Shao Air boarded the gambling ship. He had just exited my tattoo parlor when another client sought my services for a yin-yang tattoo, a young lady from next door. My neighbor is a man of modest means, and his daughter, Bai Ling, completed her high school education 2 years ago, but chose not to pursue further studies. Instead, she ventured into the workforce. In just 6 months, Bai Ling managed to send home a staggering sum of 100,000 yuan. A woman without a diploma or any particular skills, yet possessing striking beauty. She earned such a remarkable amount in half a year. The residents of our community were well aware of the circumstances, but initially, Bai Ling's father was oblivious to the underlying truths and boasted to anyone who would listen about his daughter's prowess in earning such a substantial income. However, a few days later, whispers began to circulate throughout the village, and Bai Ling's father soon realized the reality of the situation, prompting him to retreat into silence, humbled. On one occasion, while out drinking, he expressed his anger at the table, claiming he would go to the city to break Bai Ling's legs, lamenting that a woman who engaged in such activities had brought shame upon the Bai family. Yet, by the end of last year, Bai Ling returned home driving a GTR. In my hometown, few were aware of the true nature of this vehicle, but its striking design spoke volumes, and soon, word spread that Bai Ling had struck it rich. Some discerning young individuals remarked that a GTR costs over 2 million yuan. Instantly, Bai Ling's father regained his pride, convinced that a woman who sold her body for a few hundred yuan per night could not possibly afford a car worth 2 million. Thus, he began to boast once more, declaring that his daughter was indeed exceptionally capable. Rumors circulated throughout the village, suggesting that Bai Ling had struck it rich by purchasing a few lottery tickets and winning a substantial prize. Others whispered that she had moved to the city and secured the affections of a wealthy suitor. It wasn't until Bai Ling's parents, accompanied by a relative, spent a night at her home in the city that they realized the truth. Bai Ling had indeed amassed wealth and established a thriving business, rumored to be a hot pot restaurant that prospered remarkably. Bai Ling had proven herself to be exceptionally capable. In an instant, she transformed into a source of inspiration for the villagers, a country girl who ventured into the city, building her fortune from scratch and founding a grand hot pot establishment, achieving a net worth in the millions. But was the situation truly so straightforward? I remained oblivious to the complexities of her circumstances until the afternoon when Bai Ling contacted me after gambling on a boat with Niu Shower. That was when I began to unravel the grim reality of the situation. That afternoon, I was seated in a tattoo parlor awaiting clients when my phone chimed with a message from a WeChat account named Bai Lian. This was Bai Ling's WeChat handle. When she was in the second year of junior high, she had difficulty creating a QQ account, and I had assisted her in doing so. Subsequently, when I began using WeChat, it automatically generated her account, and I added her. Her account had remained silent, with no updates to her moments, resembling a dormant profile. Yet, this time, she reached out to me unexpectedly. Chapter 30. The Infant's Lament. Brother Shui, does your yin-yang embroidery tattoo truly work? Does it ensure life and death, wealth and nobility, and safe travels? It seems to be capable of resolving numerous peculiar matters. I promptly responded, as long as it pertains to rather unusual inquiries. You may seek my assistance. The yin-yang embroidery can indeed address such matters. Being my neighbor, I shall grant you a discount. Very well, Bai Ling replied, inquiring about the precise location of my tattoo studio, and stated she would come by in the afternoon. I agreed and awaited her arrival in the studio. Strangely enough, that afternoon, the first visitor to my tattoo studio was not Bai Ling, but rather a beggar. This beggar, clad in tattered garments, possessed surprisingly fair skin. In one hand, he held a metal plate, while the other wielded an iron rod, rhythmically striking the plate. Ding-dang, 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 ding-dang. The beggar, banging on the metal plate, shouted to me, "Inside there are spirits. The yin-yang embroidery is most adept, invoking the fates of the condemned, entangled in karma. All day long, tarnishing the virtue of the underworld." Initially, I had no intention of acknowledging the beggar. In our vicinity, it is common to encounter beggars who sit at your doorstep singing, which can be quite detrimental to business. If you refuse to give them alms, they simply refuse to leave, disrupting your trade. However, I was unperturbed. My establishment is a tattoo studio where many clients have appointments, and typically, few intrude. If he lingered there all afternoon, I might not suffer any financial loss. Should a client arrive, I could simply close the door and attend to my work, indifferent to his singing. Yet, upon hearing the beggar's song, I sensed something was amiss. The yin-yang embroidery is most adept, invoking the fates of the condemned, entangled in karma. All day long, tarnishing the virtue of the underworld. I sensed that the beggar seemed to be directing his attention towards me. I hastily approached the doorway and admonished him. "Good sir, what nonsense are you uttering at my establishment? I am engaged in legitimate business." "Legitimate business? Huh." Upon hearing this, the beggar laughed heartily before resuming his rhythmic tapping on the iron plate, singing in a haunting manner, yin and yang embroidery, distinguishing between the two, touching souls, inflicting wounds upon life. These words immediately struck me as unsettling, prompting me to command the beggar, "Come inside and speak." The beggar cleared his throat, raised his chin, and strode in my tattoo parlor with an air of arrogance. I shut the door behind us and inquired, "Is 100 yuan sufficient?" He shook his head. "How about 200? Go back to wherever you came from and cease disturbing my business, if you please." He again shook his head. Observing the beggar, I realized he was asking for an exorbitant sum, yet I could not allow him to continue singing at my doorstep. Frankly, many individuals are already skeptical of my yin and yang embroidery. His performance would only amplify their doubts. Thus, I proposed a new price. "Let us not dilly-dally. 500 yuan, and not a single cent more. I care not who sent you to disrupt my commerce, but take the money and leave promptly. Do not return, for if you do, I shall not be so lenient. We shall come to blows. I am unafraid of confrontation. I believe in courtesy before conflict. This time, I extend a monetary offer as a gesture of goodwill, but should you return, I assure you that mere money will not suffice. If I do not strike you down with a club, I shall not consider myself a man. It is important to note that my mother is in need of a kidney transplant, and I am tasked with gathering the exorbitant sum of 800,000 for the surgery. I cannot allow a moment of weakness to disrupt my business in the realm of yin-yang embroidery. This afternoon, Bai Ling intends to visit me regarding matters related to yin-yang embroidery, and should this beggar disrupt my enterprise with his foolishness, I stand to lose a considerable profit amounting to several tens of thousands. 500 yuan, take it or leave it. If you refuse, we shall settle this matter with a fight," I declared, gesturing towards the iron rod at the entrance. The beggar shook his head once more, stating, "I do not desire 500 yuan. In fact, whether you offer me 5,000, 50,000, or even 500,000, I refuse them all." "What? You reject any amount of money? What do you want then? My life, perhaps?" I felt my anger brewing, rising from my stomach to my throat. This beggar truly was overstepping his bounds. I pointed at him and scolded, "You pitiful wretch, I offer you money, and you dare to complain it is insufficient? Very well, I shall give you nothing at all. Will you leave or not? If you don't, I shall resort to violence." The beggar resumed, shaking his iron rod, cheerfully singing, "Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. Young man, do not let your temper flare. My refusal of your money is not out of disdain for its meager amount. As the saying goes, mountains of gold and silver can be consumed without care. I am here to seek a legitimate means of earning a living. Is that not acceptable? Is this beggar here to seek employment at my establishment?" I scrutinized him with curiosity and inquired, "If you desire work, how did you come to be a beggar?" "A few years ago, I earned some money, but over time, it has all dwindled away. It is time for me to find a job and apply myself diligently." The mendicant gestured towards my establishment, remarking that it possessed the air of an esoteric trade, perfectly suited to his talents. I inhaled sharply, retorting, "You too are involved in this line of work?" "Alas," he sighed, "my experience predates yours. The beggar chuckled, inquiring, "Might I trouble you for a moment to sit within? Perhaps we could engage in a more substantive discourse?" "By all means," I responded. I discerned in this vagrant a certain sagacity and thus extended an invitation for him to enter. Once ensconced within the shop, the beggar commenced to prattle, lamenting that I possessed a lucrative skill, yet remained sequestered in this provincial locale. I countered that I harbored no ambition for excessive wealth and would steadfastly refuse any endeavor that contravened ethical guidelines or moral principles. Upon hearing this, the beggar immediately offered his commendation, exclaiming, "Young man, you possess a virtuous heart. It is indeed admirable that you wield such potent abilities, yet remain unburdened by avarice. Truly rare, truly rare." He then proposed to serve as my membership consultant, essentially the tattoo parlor's receptionist. I fixed the beggar with a scrutinizing gaze, questioning, "You appear to be a person of considerable ability. Are you truly willing to labor in my service?" "Why ever not?" He responded with a merry laugh. "I've grown weary of my nomadic existence and seek a place to settle." I inquired as to his desired remuneration. The beggar extended a solitary digit. 1,000? I queried. The beggar shook his head, stating 10,000. I was utterly astonished by the beggar's audacious demand. In some of the larger tattoo parlors here, membership consultants do exist, typically earning a salary of 1,800. Some employers offer a more generous wage, perhaps 2,200 per month. Yet this beggar dared to ask for 10,000. I vehemently shook my head, declaring that price is far too exorbitant. I cannot afford it. The beggar asserted that his worth was precisely 10,000, and he would not accept a lesser sum. Should I disagree, he would simply seek employment elsewhere. He rose to depart, but I grasped his arm firmly. I pondered that, having recently entered the realm of shadows, I required guidance from someone seasoned. Although Lu Laolu occasionally offered me advice, his wealth and influence meant that his counsel was infrequent. If this beggar possessed genuine experience and knowledge, my progress in this shadowy domain would undoubtedly accelerate. After some contemplation, I calculated that my current earnings from a single job amounted to 20 to 30,000. Investing 10,000 to hire someone to guide me seemed reasonable. If necessary, I could employ him for just a month. After all, 10,000 is neither too much nor too little. Resolving this in my mind, I gritted my teeth and said to the beggar, 10,000 is not an issue. With a smile, the beggar stood up and inquired if I had any change of clothes. He wished to tidy himself up, as in his current state, no one would dare approach him for assistance. I had no spare clothing, but I did possess a few sets of work uniforms that I had worn during my tattooing days. I gestured toward the wardrobe and suggested he try on a work outfit. The beggar smiled back at me and introduced himself. "My name is Feng Chunsheng. What is yours?" "Yu Shui," I replied. "Ah, brother Yu, a pleasure to meet you. I shall take a shower first, and we can converse further afterwards." With a respectful nod, the beggar made his way to the bathing area. Once he had finished showering and donned a set of work attire, I discerned that this beggar was a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s or 50s. His appearance was quite respectable, though there lingered a faint, unpleasant odor. Feng Chunsheng patted the work uniform and remarked that it was the first time in over a decade that he had worn new clothes, and the thought brought tears to my eyes on his behalf. After he tidied up his work attire, he intended to engage me in conversation. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door of the tattoo studio. I turned around to find a beautifully adorned woman standing at the entrance, clad in a gray silk robe and washed-out denim jeans, sporting a pair of immaculate Asics sneakers. This young lady was none other than Bai Ling Shaoling. "You've arrived," I greeted her. Bai Ling responded with a sweet smile, entering and taking a seat on the tattoo bed. She greeted me, saying, "Water brother, I've encountered a situation recently, and I wonder if you could assist me." Just as I was about to inquire about her predicament, Feng Chunsheng abruptly grabbed my arm, pulling me aside to whisper, "That girl is peculiar. Of course, who in their right mind would come to my shop for a yin-yang tattoo?" I shot him a disapproving glance, attempting to re-enter the room. Feng Chunsheng tugged me back, discreetly pointing at Bai Ling. "Look at her, she is hunchbacked." I cast a glance at Bai Ling, and indeed noticed that she was slightly hunched. Her back curved just enough that it might go unnoticed if one weren't paying close attention. However, it is common for people to exhibit slight hunching. "Who stands at attention all day?" Feng Chunsheng continued, while it's normal for someone to have a slight hunch. Have you ever seen anyone with a hunchback whose neck is perfectly straight? I glanced at Bai Ling once more and began to perceive the strangeness. Her posture was discordant. Her neck stood erect, while her back and waist were hunched, creating an impression akin to that of a hunchback striving to lift their head, desperately attempting to meet your gaze. Feng Chunsheng once remarked to me that the hunchback is, in fact, a result of something weighing upon one's shoulders, typically the vengeful spirit of an infant. This malevolent presence bears a heavy burden, bending the back. The spirit of the infant, transformed into a specter, finds solace in perching upon the neck of a person, a most terrifying notion. Upon hearing Feng's words, I was seized by goosebumps and gasped in a hushed tone. Is that truly the case? Inquire, and you shall discover the truth, Feng Chunsheng replied. He advised that such clients should not be charged less than 40 to 50,000. I had initially hired Feng as a membership consultant, yet he had somehow transformed into my advisor. Nevertheless, I remained skeptical of his claims and turned to Bai Ling, asking, Little Ling, have you encountered any issues recently? Bai Ling seemed poised to respond, yet upon glancing at Feng Chunsheng, she hesitated. I waved him away, sensing the conversation might delve into personal matters. Feng, understanding, approached me for a cigarette, lit it, and stepped outside. Anticipating that Bai Ling's forthcoming words would touch upon her privacy, I firmly shut the door, creating a sealed atmosphere within the establishment. I inquired, What is troubling you? At last, Bai Ling opened up, revealing that she had recently felt an inexplicable weight pressing down upon her shoulders. After glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she was alarmed to find that she, who had never slouched, now exhibited signs of a hunchback. In an attempt to rectify this, she lifted her head, yet the sensation of an oppressive weight remained, stubbornly clinging to her neck. Chapter 31. Invitation. Have you visited the hospital? I inquired. It could potentially be an ailment related to your cervical spine, lumbar spine, or shoulder joints. I've heard that most individuals working in the city tend to suffer from such conditions. I remarked to Bai Ling. Bai Ling shook her head and replied that she had indeed consulted a doctor. The hospital conducted X-rays and MRIs, all of which indicated that her shoulder was devoid of any issues, yet she still struggled to straighten it. The physician had suggested that, while her shoulder appeared to be problematic, it was actually not. Perhaps, he proposed, it would be prudent to seek counsel from a psychiatrist to determine if excessive psychological stress was causing her muscles to tighten, resulting in a hunched posture. Bai Ling shrugged her shoulders, saying, However, I also consulted a psychiatrist, and they could not identify any problem. I found Bai Ling's situation rather peculiar. I recalled what Feng Chunsheng had just told me, that Bai Ling was being haunted by the spirit of an infant. Tentatively, I probed, Little Ling, have you committed any transgressions? Involving a child? A child? No. In fact, I adore children, Bai Ling responded, her eyes suddenly glistening with moisture as she instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen. Observing that there was no adverse reaction from her, I pressed further. Then, have you wronged any infants? Upon hearing the word infant, Bai Ling abruptly stood up and demanded, Who told you? Who informed you? I was at a loss for what Bai Ling was referring to, and, as she continued to retreat, her legs collided with the edge of the bed. In an instant, she tumbled over, rolling off the bed and landing on the floor with a thud. I hurried to support Bai Ling, asking if she was all right. It's nothing, she insisted, pushing me away with fervor. In a daze, she stumbled through the door of the tattoo parlor and fled in a panic. Oh, can't you linger a bit longer? Why the haste? Feng Chunsheng called out to Bai Ling as she stood at the entrance, smoking. Unperturbed, she dashed away, even losing a shoe in her frantic escape. One foot bare, the other shod, she ran wildly. I was utterly bewildered. What could have prompted such a profound reaction from Bai Ling upon hearing the word baby? Feng Chunsheng entered, hands raised in exasperation. Did the business end so abruptly? TSK, your skills are truly lacking. I confess my ignorance, explaining that as soon as I uttered the word baby, Bai Ling fled in disarray. Feng Chunsheng slapped his thigh, exuding a mix of disappointment and frustration. You really are inept. Didn't I tell you? That woman is haunted by the spirit of a deceased infant. She must have caused a baby's demise, and her guilt has drawn the spirit to her. Mentioning baby must have terrified her. Is it true that she bears the spirit of a baby on her neck, causing her hunchback? I inquired. Feng Chunqing shrugged. That's the explanation within this realm of the supernatural. But no one has ever seen a true spirit. Who knows? However, judging by her reaction, it is highly likely. I shook my head, sighed, and mused. What could she have done to offend a baby? Was it miscarriage? Do not speak carelessly if you do not understand, lest I deem you unworthy. A woman who experiences a miscarriage typically does so when the gestation period is insufficient and the fetus has not yet fully formed. An unformed fetus is devoid of a soul, merely a mass of flesh. It is likely that she did not suffer a miscarriage. Feng Chunsheng lounged on the couch, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, and, with a hint of gossip, remarked, "By the way, did you know? This woman is undoubtedly despicable." How do you know? I pondered, increasingly aware of Feng Chunxing's tendency toward idle chatter, which often veered into the realm of the distasteful and inappropriate. Allow me to enlighten you on how to discern whether a woman is truly of low character, he declared, his enthusiasm palpable as he sat upright, eager to share his insights. What criteria do you use? I inquired, genuinely intrigued by his purported expertise, leaning in to absorb his wisdom. Feng Chunsheng scrutinized me for a solid 10 seconds, his gaze nearly unnerving. I retorted, "Are you daft?" When prompted to share your profound insights, you remained silent. His response to my jibe was to turn away and produce a makeshift instrument from his days of begging, rhythmically clanging it. Ding, 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 ding. Infuriated, I seized him by the arm, exclaiming, "Must you be so shamelessly persistent in your antics? Speak plainly." It seemed as if my words had jolted his mind back to clarity, and he began to articulate his thoughts in a more structured manner. He asserted that to determine a woman's character, one must first observe the way she carries herself, specifically her posture. What do you mean by posture? I asked, intrigued by this peculiar method of assessment. It pertains to the distance between two legs. In a state of normal relaxation, the gap between them, while not necessarily seamless, is at least modest. However, when a woman's legs are widely splayed, it often indicates prolonged separation. Furthermore, a woman's allure can be discerned through her gaze. I inquired of Feng Chunsheng, "Is that truly discernible?" "Of course," he retorted, asserting that I appeared inexperienced and youthful, exuding an air of naivety. He remarked that a woman's most captivating feature lies in her eyes, that enigmatic, tantalizing glimmer. Those who have experienced more tend to cater to men with a gaze that frequently oscillates between closeness and distance. This is easily perceived. I expressed my skepticism, and he affirmed it without hesitation. Subsequently, Feng Chun resumed our conversation, pointing out that Bai Ling's eyes occasionally conveyed such a sense of tantalizing detachment, coupled with her widely parted legs, which he deemed indicative of a promiscuous nature. At that moment, I was still unaware of Bai Ling's profession and genuinely believed she operated a hot pot restaurant. I found Feng Chunxing's assessment rather harsh and shook my head, asserting that Bai Ling was a respectable woman. He chuckled, smoking his cigarette, neither confirming nor denying my statement. I chose to disregard his opinion and continued tending to my own affairs. In the afternoon, 2 or 3 customers arrived at my establishment, with Feng Chun taking charge of their reception. Remarkably, this fellow possessed a certain skill. His eloquence left the patrons astounded. He casually remarked on recent financial losses, suggesting they tattoo a koi to enhance their fortunes, and for a young woman, he advised a tattoo of a sentimental ring on her arm, promising a surge in romantic prospects. His seemingly nonsensical remarks ensnared several guests, compelling them to sit down and allow me to tattoo them. I truly felt that Feng Chunsheng possessed remarkable insight. He seemed to accurately discern the guest's innermost thoughts. I have now come to realize that even if Feng Chunsheng does not guide me in the underworld, the remuneration I provide him is undoubtedly justified. After completing the tattoos and finishing the day's work, I locked the shop and invited Feng Chunsheng out for drinks. As we conversed, a sense of camaraderie developed between us. I affectionately called him Brother Chun, while he referred to me as Little Shui. We even began to regard each other as brothers. During our meal, Feng Chunsheng imparted a crucial piece of wisdom. In the underworld, one principle reigns supreme. Safety first. Only through absolute safety can wealth continue to flow. Otherwise, one is bound to meet a tragic end. I inquired how one might prioritize safety. Just as he was about to elaborate, my phone rang. It was Bai Ling. I quickly answered. She asked if I had some time to spare. I replied affirmatively and took the opportunity to ask her why she had been so flustered earlier, running so fast that she lost a shoe and didn't T-stop. Bai Ling chose not to address that matter and instead asked, if you have enough time, could you come to my house? After contemplating for a moment, I agreed. I thought to myself that since Bai Ling needed assistance and we were both from the same hometown, I should certainly lend a helping hand. Furthermore, it's worth noting that for Bai Ling, a woman who ventured into the city alone, establishing such a substantial enterprise from the ground up is no small feat indeed. It must be challenging to do it all alone without a caring person by her side. Therefore, it is incumbent upon me to offer my assistance. Consequently, I acquiesced to Bai Ling's request and secured her home address. Upon concluding the call with Bai Ling, I informed Feng Chunsheng that I was to visit her residence and would be departing ahead of him. Hold on, Feng Chunsheng exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. He furrowed his brow and admonished me, asserting that I had disregarded his repeated emphasis on safety. I retorted, questioning his assertion that I had ignored his counsel. Feng Chunsheng countered that had I truly heeded his words, I would not entertain the notion of visiting Bai Ling, particularly under the cover of night. I was perplexed as to why an evening visit to Bai Ling's home was inadvisable. Feng Chunsheng inquired, have you forgotten? That woman bears the spiritual burden of a child upon her neck. To venture into her abode is akin to courting death. I swallowed hard, recalling the peculiar detail, and inquired in a hushed tone whether Feng Chunsheng's assessment was overly sensational. Feng Chunsheng scoffed, retorting that it was indeed extraordinarily so, suggesting that the child harbored a vendetta against her. Even so, I countered, she's a fellow native of mine, and it would be unconscionable for me to decline her request for assistance. Despite Feng Chunsheng's unsettling words, which sent shivers down my spine, I remained resolute in my decision to proceed. Deep down, I harbored skepticism towards Feng Chunsheng's outlandish claims, finding it improbable that such phenomena could manifest in Bai Ling's life. Before I was resolute in my decision to visit the Bai Ling residence, Feng Chunsheng imparted to me 3 cardinal prohibitions. First, under no circumstances should one stay overnight at Bai Ling's home. Second, one must refrain from engaging in any intimacies with her. And third, her words should not be taken at face value, particularly those spoken after midnight. None should be trusted. I nodded earnestly, assuring him that I had committed all to memory. Only then did Feng Chunsheng permit me to depart. Chapter 32. Bai Ling's home. It was not until 9:30 that I finally located Bai Ling's residence. Her home was nestled within a villa district in the city, a row of townhouses. As soon as I stepped through the entrance, the security guard halted me, demanding to see identification. Alas, I possessed none, so I placed a call to Bai Ling. She assured me she would come out to meet me. While awaiting her arrival, I engaged the security guard in casual conversation, inquiring about the price of the villas in this area. He bluntly replied, I don't know how much the houses cost, but the property fees here are typically around $200,000 to $300,000 a month. $200,000 to $300,000 in property fees? I nearly bit my tongue in astonishment. Surely, these villas must be valued in the tens of millions. I was taken aback, privately scolding myself. After all, I toiled from dawn until dusk, earning merely a few thousand each month. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was extraordinary. Having built her life from scratch, she could afford a villa worth millions, a realm far beyond my own. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Bai Ling finally made her appearance. To be candid, the Bai Ling of the evening was a stark contrast to the Bai Ling of midday. In the afternoon, she had donned casual attire, exuding an air of innocence and cleanliness. However, by nightfall, she was clad in a form-fitting uniform-like mini dress that barely concealed her legs, which were adorned with black stockings. Her face was artfully made up, her lips painted a striking red, exuding a certain allure that was undeniably enticing to men. For a moment, I found myself captivated by her presence. Hey, water brother, Bai Ling called out to me, pulling me back to reality. I chuckled, responding, Bai Ling, I've arrived. Oh, she said as she pulled me into the room. I followed closely behind her, entering the community. To be honest, upon seeing her, a wave of impulsiveness washed over me, and I felt a bit embarrassed, quickly diverting my gaze to alleviate the awkwardness. We stepped inside, and I must admit, it was the first time I had encountered such a splendid residence. Even the foyer was as spacious as my bedroom. As I made my way into the living room, I felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Upon reaching the living room, Bai Ling casually reclined on the genuine leather sofa, crossing her legs and fixing her gaze upon me. As she scrutinized me, standing tall allowed me to catch a glimpse of her graceful curves from her neckline. In that moment, I realized she must have noticed my stare as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I quickly turned my head and settled onto another sofa opposite her. Bai Ling looked at me, a smile gracing her features, urging me not to be so tense, claiming that she had encountered numerous men before. Had she truly met so many? Her words instantly reminded me of Feng Chuanxing's warning that Bai Ling was a fickle woman. Was she truly that kind of person, as Feng Chuanxing had foretold? Subsequently, Bai Ling revealed a startling truth. She was not, in fact, operating a hot pot restaurant. That was merely a facade. With the hot pot business declining, how could one possibly earn a fortune? She disclosed that her previous occupation over the past couple of years was that of a business model. A business model? I instinctively thought of the infamous Hai Tian Shengyan, renowned for being a gathering place for numerous business models. Bai Ling recounted that she had come to the city 6 months prior, initially working as a model of a rather modest caliber, earning a mere 100 to 200 yuan an hour. However, her fortunes changed when she encountered a benefactor, the woman known as Sister Lan, who introduced her to the world of commercial modeling. Sister Lan remarked on Bai Ling's exquisite beauty, particularly her captivating gaze, which had the power to enchant men. She believed that Bai Ling's talent was being squandered in a small storefront, earning only 100 to 200 yuan. Consequently, Sister Lan took it upon herself to elevate Bai Ling's career in commercial modeling. Bai Ling typically refrained from independently accepting clients, as Sister Lan was responsible for securing her assignments, with fees reaching 6 figures, 100,000 yuan per engagement. Over the years, Bai Ling's ability to accumulate wealth rapidly was largely attributed to this venture. I inquired how she could afford a villa worth 10 million yuan. Although she earned 100,000 per job, it seemed insufficient compared to the value of the villa. Bai Ling chuckled softly and replied, "Oh, I could never afford such a magnificent villa, valued at over 20 million yuan. It is lent to me by a man." I nodded, then shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter, asking Bai Ling what peculiar circumstances had led her to seek my expertise in yin-yang embroidery. Bai Ling did not respond immediately. Instead, she rose, beckoning me with a flirtatious gesture and a sultry gaze, suggesting, "Before we discuss serious matters, might we?" In that moment, I realized her intentions. She was preparing to make her move. In the next moment, I recalled the 3 commandments that Feng Chuanxing had laid down for me. First, under no circumstances should I spend the night at Bai Ling's abode. Second, I must refrain from any intimate relations with her. And third, her words should not be trusted, especially those uttered after midnight. None of them, not a single one. As Feng Chuanxing's admonitions crossed my mind, an inexplicable shiver coursed through me. To speak of Feng Chuanxing's warnings, they indeed carried an air of the mystical, and deep down, I found it hard to fully believe. Nevertheless, it is often said, better to err on the side of caution than to dismiss the possibility. I hastily waved my hand at Bai Ling, expressing that we were mere countrymen, far too familiar with one another for such advances. Bai Ling smiled coyly, reclining on the sofa, playfully beckoning me with her finger. How could I resist such a tantalizing invitation from a woman so stunningly beautiful? Resistance was futile. After all, I am merely a man of ordinary desires. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to lose all semblance of reason and lunged towards Bai Ling. We indulged in our escapade until the early hours of 4 or 5, utterly exhausted and drifting into a deep slumber. Before surrendering to sleep, I managed to ask Bai Ling a question. "What peculiar occurrences have you encountered lately? How may I assist you?" To which she simply replied, "Let us discuss it tomorrow." And with that, we succumbed to a profound slumber. The following day, when I awoke, sunlight flooded the room, and as I fumbled for my phone beneath the bed, I glanced at the time. It was already past 11. I had slept through until noon. I struggled to rise from my bed, only to find that Bai Ling had already vanished. I dialed her number, hoping to inquire when she might be free, wishing to assist her with her peculiar troubles. However, her phone was unreachable. "The number you have dialed is switched off," echoed twice in my ears, leaving me with a sense of unease. Suddenly, I recalled the 3 admonitions that Feng Chunsheng had imparted to me before my visit to Bai Ling. Firstly, never to stay overnight at her residence. Secondly, to refrain from engaging in any intimate relations with her. And thirdly, to dismiss her words, particularly those spoken after midnight. Without exception, I had transgressed the first 2 directives, staying the night at Bai Ling's and engaging with her intimately. Yesterday, under her enticing allure, Feng Chunxing's counsel had slipped from my mind entirely. Of course, pondering this now served little purpose. With Bai Ling now absent and her phone switched off, could my disobedience to these 2 rules have summoned some strange occurrence? A wave of tension washed over me, prompting me to hastily rise from the bed and dress myself. I needed to locate Bai Ling. That was my immediate priority. I resolved to search throughout this grand estate, hoping to find her in another room, perhaps asleep. I scoured the villa, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, I approached a bedroom. As I pushed the door open, I was nearly struck with terror, almost collapsing to the floor. Chapter 33. The Possessed Infant. What did I behold? At the innermost part of the bedroom stood an incense altar. What was enshrined there was not a tablet, nor any revered deity, such as the Buddha or Guanyin, but rather a swaddled infant. Upon witnessing this scene, my legs weakened considerably. I yearned to turn and flee, yet curiosity gripped my heart. Could it be that Bai Ling summoned me here for a reason connected to this altar? Surely, I ought to take a glance, for it was merely an infant-esque swaddling. What was there to fear? I approached with hesitant steps, each one painstakingly slow. When I finally stood before the altar and dared to peer inside, I was struck with disbelief. What did I see? A lifeless infant lay within, its face charred black, covered in a layer of dark hair, and its lips revealed 4 sharp fangs. At that moment, every hair on my body stood on end. Without a second thought, I turned and fled the villa. As I made my way back to the tattoo parlor, a sense of unease began to take root in my heart. Bai Ling had seemingly vanished into thin air, and within her villa rested the corpse of a child adorned with dark hair and fangs. Coupled with Feng Qinxing's remarks about Bai Ling and the child that had seemingly ridden upon her neck, I was overwhelmed by an uncanny strangeness enveloping it all. I shook my head, acutely aware that something was profoundly amiss, yet I could not pinpoint the source of this oddity. Ultimately, I decided to cease my ponderings and return home. I returned to the tattoo parlor, where Feng Chunsheng was anxiously smoking, his demeanor restless and agitated. I greeted him, "Brother Chun." Upon seeing me, Feng quickly extinguished his cigarette and hurried over, asking, "Were you with that woman last night? Did you not heed my words?" I glanced at him and swiftly pulled him inside, closing the door behind us. In a hushed tone, I implored, "Brother Chun, tell me the truth. If I were to disregard our agreement from yesterday, what would be the consequences?" "Nothing would happen," Feng abruptly replied. I stared at him, exclaiming, "Then why did you make such a serious declaration yesterday? It has left me pondering all day." He lit another cigarette and said, "It is said that such entities prefer the night and can even possess humans. That Bai Ling is definitely problematic. I feared for your safety if you spent the night there. Your return signifies that Bai Ling is not as malevolent as I had imagined. Thus there are no repercussions." "Oh, I see now," I nodded, taking a drag from my cigarette as I prepared to head to the bathroom. It was indeed Feng's 3 statements that had set my mind racing, preventing me from bathing. I rushed back instead. If only the bathroom in that villa were different. With its grand soaking tub, last night, lying in it with Bai Ling was an experience I need not elaborate on. Just as I approached the doorway to the inner room, Feng suddenly called out to me. His sudden shout startled me, prompting an immediate turn of my head as I reprimanded Feng Chunsheng for his actions. With a look of alarm, Feng Chunsheng remarked, "What, Eerie, you've gotten yourself into quite a predicament." Confused, I inquired, "What predicament?" He urged, "Take a look in the mirror. There's a baby riding on your neck." In disbelief, I exclaimed, "Is that true?" A wave of tension coursed through my muscles as goosebumps crept across my skin. I turned to the full-length mirror of the tattoo artist, and, to my shock, saw that my shoulder bent at an odd angle while my neck stood upright, just as it had when I encountered Bai Ling the previous day. Have you also become infused with the soul of the baby? Feng Chunsheng asked discreetly. In my panic, I revealed the truth, recounting my visit to Bai Ling's home, where I discovered an incense hall that housed the corpse of a baby, its skin covered in black hair and adorned with fangs. I then told Feng Chunsheng, by the way, there was a ring of teeth marks on Bai Ling's chest, remarkably small, resembling those of a child. Good heavens! Feng Chunsheng exclaimed, slapping my shoulder. You've truly landed yourself in a serious situation. Bai Ling is likely possessed by the soul of that baby being venerated, and now that malevolent infant has latched onto you. I questioned, why did Bai Ling summon me? To allow the baby to possess me? Feng Chunsheng shrugged, saying, how would I know? You don't even know, so why ask me? At this critical moment, Feng Chunsheng was still chattering away, showing a complete lack of empathy. My mind felt utterly chaotic, as Feng Chunsheng and I found ourselves at a loss. Uncertain of what was about to transpire, my phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the courier company. Hello, is this you, Shui? You have a local delivery waiting for you downstairs, the delivery person said briskly. I'll be right down, I replied before hanging up and informing Feng Chunsheng that I was going to collect the package. In a state of urgency, he exclaimed, with everything going on, you're still concerned about a delivery? I chose to ignore him, descended the stairs, and retrieved a rather heavy package. To my surprise, the sender was Bai Ling. This was the same Bai Ling who had caused me to become possessed by an infant spirit. Why on earth was she sending me a package? Clutching the parcel, I rushed back upstairs and called for Feng Chunsheng so we could hastily unwrap the contents together. Upon opening the package, we discovered it was filled with cash, an impressive stack of notes. 10 bundles in total, 10 bundles of cash, amounting to 100,000 yuan. What would Bai Ling possibly want with me? I was momentarily rendered speechless, glancing over at Feng Chunsheng, who appeared equally perplexed. This woman brings me to her villa, allows an infant spirit to possess me, and then sends me 100,000 yuan? What on earth does it all mean? It was all rather strange. I set the money aside and examined the contents of the package further, only to find a letter inside. I hurriedly tore it open, and as I read the letter, I was left utterly dumbfounded. Upon encountering this sum of 100,000 yuan, do not hesitate to accept it. I have wronged you, and this money serves as my recompense. My actions may have endangered your life, yet I am left with no choice. Should I spare you? Mao Mao would demand my life in return. Slamming the letter onto the table, I exclaimed in frustration, Bai Ling, you truly are despicable. I extended my goodwill to assist you, and yet you were already plotting to betray me. You are utterly contemptible. Feng Chunsheng struck the back of my head, admonishing me. In such dire times, is there still room for cursing? Finish reading the letter. I seized the letter, my gaze resolute as I continued. Only upon completing the letter did I uncover the chilling truth of the situation. How foolish I had been to extend my hand in kindness to Bai Ling, only to bear the burdens of her misdeeds. This burden may very well cost me my life. Chapter 34. Betrayal. The letter unveiled the truth of the matter. Indeed, Bai Ling was a business model. 10 months prior, she had encountered a remarkably affluent man named Ma Weigua. Ma Weigua was a prominent businessman, reputed to possess a fortune in the billions as a real estate magnate. The municipal buildings in our city were all constructed under his contract. His influence was considerable, and he was undoubtedly one of the most significant figures in our locality. Ma Weigua had taken Bai Ling under his wing. Ambitious for advancement, she secretly devised a means to create a breach in their arrangement, resulting in her becoming pregnant with Ma Weigua's child. However, she chose not to disclose her pregnancy to him. Months later, Bai Ling began to confront Ma Weigua, demanding that he divorce his wife so that she might ascend in status. Yet was it truly so simple to elevate oneself? Ma Weigua was resolute in his stance. Only if she terminated the pregnancy would he consider negotiations. Without that, there would be no discussion. Having to choose between her aspirations and the life within her, Bai Ling ultimately resolved to terminate the pregnancy, believing she could then engage in a serious conversation with Ma Weigua. At the moment she was about to enter the clinic for the procedure, her mentor, Sister Lan, intervened, forcibly pulling her from the room. With a sharp slap, Sister Lan admonished Bai Ling, asserting that the child was her sole leverage against Malwegwa. Without it, what would remain to negotiate? Bai Ling lamented that she had indeed carried Malwegwa's child. At that moment, Sister Lan admonished Bai Ling, questioning her audacity to associate with Malwegwa, a man of wealth, influence, and connections. What gives you the right to engage with him? Is it merely because you once bore his child? Do you truly believe that if Malwegwa asked you to terminate your pregnancy and then negotiate, you would still have access to his world? Once you have done away with the child, you would find yourself utterly barred from entering his company. Bai Ling was intimidated by Sister Lan's words and inquired about what she should do. Sister Lan replied, "It is quite simple. Refrain from seeing Malwegwa for now. Wait until the moment the child is born, then approach him and consider how you might leverage the situation to your advantage. By that time, he would not dare to harm the child." Bai Ling pondered this advice and found it to be sound. She rented a 2-bedroom apartment in the city and devoted herself to nurturing the life within her. As the months passed, she carried the child for a full 9 months, adhering to the adage that it takes 10 months to bear a child. With her due date approaching in approximately 2 weeks, Malwegwa caught wind of the situation and sought out Bai Ling, bluntly declaring, "Your child cannot be born. If it is, we shall perish together." Bai Ling was taken aback by his words. He continued, "Here's the deal. Go to the hospital for an induced abortion. Once it's done, I will grant you a row house as compensation for this termination. So, what will it be? A house or mutual destruction? I expect your answer by tomorrow morning." That night, Bai Ling deliberated for hours, and after much contemplation, she resolved to proceed with the abortion, believing that at least she would acquire a villa in the process. Otherwise, after giving birth, she would undoubtedly be unable to continue her career in the modeling industry. Who would be inclined to support a woman who has borne children? The following day, Bai Ling sought the assistance of a doctor for an abortion. The doctor bluntly informed her, "You are on the verge of giving birth. How can you consider an abortion? It is illegal." Left with no alternative, Bai Ling contacted Malwegwa. That very night, he enlisted the help of several unscrupulous doctors, who forcibly performed the abortion at Bai Ling's residence. Consequently, Bai Ling acquired a villa but lost a child that was on the brink of entering the world. She swaddled the infant and established a shrine within the villa, dedicating it to the child's spirit. However, just 2 or 3 days later, an incident occurred. Bai Ling felt as though the spirit of the infant had possessed her. She dreamt of the baby feeding on her breast milk. Upon awakening the next morning, she discovered a series of small bite marks on her chest. Terrified, she sought the aid of a Taoist priest at a local temple. After hearing the entire story, the priest explained that the infant had transformed into a malevolent spirit. Firstly, the child, who was on the verge of birth, had tragically died. Secondly, it was not due to health complications that the child could not be born. Rather, it was his mother, Bai Ling, who had forsaken him for monetary gain. Feeling betrayed, the infant sought vengeance in the form of a malevolent spirit. Upon hearing the words "seeking vengeance," Bai Ling collapsed onto the ground. She implored the priest for assistance. The Taoist shook his head, remarking that the infant harbored an overwhelming malevolence, having experienced the sting of betrayal. This innocent child had been forsaken by his own mother, resulting in a profound accumulation of resentment. Bai Ling asserted her wealth, promising that she would pay any sum the Taoist demanded, pleading solely for assistance in resolving this matter. After being persistently besieged, the Taoist, with no alternatives left, revealed to Bai Ling, "I am indeed powerless in this situation. However, it is possible to transfer this malignant intent onto another. This act, I must confess, would tarnish one's moral virtue. Initially, the evil spirit harbors a connection with you, seeking your life as a consequence of fate. Yet, if this malice is redirected towards another, I become entangled in a new karmic relationship with the victim of this malevolent spirit. It is truly a complex predicament." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling immediately responded, "Increase the offer by 50,000. The Taoist promptly informed her that it was essential to find a person versed in Yin practices, someone knowledgeable in the arts of the underworld. Within the dwelling that housed the malevolent spirit, this individual would need to engage in an intimate act, leading the spirit to believe that this person was its father, thereby encouraging it to possess him. Naturally, this individual must be well versed in Yin practices, as a body imbued with Yin energy is most susceptible to spiritual possession. What constitutes Yin practices? Bai Ling inquired. The Taoist replied, anyone who can perceive the malevolent spirit residing within you understands Yin practices. Thus Bai Ling sought me out, and indeed, I discerned the evil spirit within her. Consequently, she seduced me, and we engaged in an intimate act, thereby transferring the malevolent spirit to me. At the conclusion of the letter, Bai Ling also criticized me, saying, Water brother, I know you are a good person, genuinely wishing to assist me. Yet, individuals like you ought not to exist in this world, for it is a realm dominated by malevolence. To thrive better than others, one must embrace greater wickedness. Sister Lan is a woman who entices beautiful ladies into the world of commercial modeling. She is indeed an evil person. The man, Ma Weigua, who has forced the malevolent infant spirit upon me, is equally wicked, possessing a fortune in the billions, and has injured countless workers with his hands. I, Bai Ling, am also a villain. If I were not, could I harm someone who aids me? The three of us are all wicked. Yet who among us is not wealthier than you, living a life more lavish than yours? Good people should not inhabit this world. It is exhausting and helpless. Thus, this is the final letter I, Bai Ling, write to you. There is no need for you to search for me at the villa, for I had someone take care of it yesterday. 20 million. They are set to move in tomorrow, and I too shall take my leave. Water brother, upon reaching the afterlife, may you reincarnate as a villain in your next life. Upon finishing this letter, I ripped it to shreds. Bai Ling, I have sincerely tried to help you. Why then do you wish to harm me? Be cautious. Next time, should I cross paths with you, I shall ensure your downfall. Beside me, Feng Chunsheng was agitated, delivering a sharp blow to my chest. Alas, you truly are something else, even possessed by a wicked spirit. You still hurl insults? Why not seek help for the malevolent spirit you bear? Who should I seek? Only one name occupies my thoughts, Lu Lao Lu. I hastily grabbed my phone and called Lu Lao Lu. I'm not ready to die yet. My mother still awaits her kidney surgery, who will earn the hundreds of thousands of yuan if I do not. After 3 rings of busy tone, the call was finally answered. Hello, Shuizi. Do you need something? Lu Lao Lu inquired. I shook my head and replied, Lu Yi, could you possibly find someone skilled? Lu Lao Lu's tone immediately turned serious as he asked what was wrong. I recounted my situation with Bai Ling in detail. After a moment of silence, Lu Lao Lu finally said, Shui Zi, the waters in this underworld are quite deep. Be cautious. Harbor no malice, but maintain vigilance against others. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared one day. He concluded with a grave warning. In this realm, a single misstep can lead not merely to financial ruin, but to the very loss of your soul. I now find myself filled with regret, unable to fathom that the innocent girl who once lived next door has transformed into a woman with a heart of venom. The world indeed has a profound capacity to change people. Ultimately, Lu Lao Lu helped me find someone. Being an elder in the underworld, he has many connections. He referred me to a shaman in the Minhua forest, who quoted a price of 120,000 yuan. I pooled together the 100,000 left by Bai Ling and borrowed an additional 20,000 from Lu Lao Lu to meet the price and resolve the issue of the evil infant afflicting me. That day, as the shaman exorcised the evil infant, he was bitten on the shoulder in the process. The sorcerer remarked that the malevolent infant harbored an overwhelming resentment, which he had subdued through dark arts, and his ferocity was palpable. He expressed that I was fortunate to have found him. Otherwise, I would have been left to await my demise. Truly, I have suffered greatly due to Bai Ling's actions. When comparing the ventures of Niu Shower and Bai Ling, I must admit that I did not profit from either. With 2 consecutive ventures yielding no gains, I am still faced with a shortfall of 700,000 for my mother's surgical expenses. Moreover, not only did I fail to earn money this time, but I also incurred a loss of 20,000. My heart harbored intense resentment towards Bai Ling. Yet, there exists an ancient adage in Yin Huang that states, good and evil shall receive their due recompense. The heavens will ultimately balance the scales. If one does not believe this, they need only to look up and behold who has ever escaped the judgment of the heavens. After being betrayed by Bai Ling, I mourned for several days. But years later, during a trip abroad, I encountered her again in Bali. This time, however, Bai Ling was not in a position of glory. In fact, her fate was profoundly tragic. So tragic that all the resentment I had harbored towards her over the years dissipated entirely. For she was no longer the striking beauty of yore. She had transformed into someone who could scarcely be regarded as a normal individual, having become a person with disabilities. Indeed, one of the most unfortunate among them. Chapter 35. The Maimed Horse. Farewell. Bai Ling. Years later, I found myself visiting a local circus in a quaint village. At the entrance, a throng of spectators encircled the scene, their curiosity piqued. Intrigued, I approached, only to behold a woman seated on the ground. She was devoid of hands and feet, her scalp shorn bare, crowned with a glistening dome, and she emitted a chilling howl. Her visage was marred by a multitude of scars, a testament to her suffering. Her cries, desperate and fervent, resonated with the depths of her anguish. Clad in tattered remnants, her form sagged, and as she opened her mouth to scream, I noted the absence of her tongue. Yet, her gaze, directed at me, bore an intensity that was unmistakable. Her howls grew more powerful in my presence. Upon her chest, I discerned a ring of small bite marks, which sent a jolt of recognition through me. Bai Ling. I scrutinized her facial contours. Though the Bai Ling I recalled was a distant memory, this tormented figure before me was indeed her. I sought out the circus leader, inquiring about her plight. He informed me that this woman had been sent by Yin Huang, classified as a maimed horse. What, one might wonder, is a maimed horse? In essence, it refers to the equestrian pursuits of the disabled, a spectacle designed more to titillate and extract fun from the audience than to honor the craft. In her time with Yin Huang, Bai Ling had been transformed into this grotesque caricature and sold to the land of perfume. Instinctively, he recalled Ma Wenguo, who had once gifted Bai Ling a villa. The villa of Ma Wenguo, valued at several tens of millions, would undoubtedly not be given away for free to Bai Ling. After selling the villa, Bai Ling made a substantial profit from Ma Wenguo. But is the wealth of the affluent so easily acquired? Perhaps Ma Wenguo embarked on a frenzied quest for revenge, hiring individuals to cripple Bai Ling, severing her tongue, and subsequently selling her to a circus in the land of perfumes. This is the fate that befell Bai Ling. For years, I had contemplated how to exact retribution upon her upon our reunion. Yet now, confronted with her pitiful state, I find no desire for vengeance, only an overwhelming sense of compassion. I offered the leader of the circus 50,000 francs to purchase Bai Ling, and upon returning to my homeland, I entrusted her to a mental institution. In her current condition, she has long lost the spirit and faculties of a normal person, and I cannot afford to care for her indefinitely. Had Bai Ling remained the person she once was, I would have gladly supported her for a lifetime. However, she once betrayed me, nearly costing me my life, and I refuse to be a fool any longer. As I bid farewell to Bai Ling in the asylum, I leaned close to her ear and said, Bai Ling, you once proclaimed that this world is inhospitable to good people, favoring those of your ilk instead. Yet here I stand, thriving and flourishing, while you find yourself in such dire straits. In your next life, may you be reborn as a good person. I rose to my feet and spoke to Bai Ling. Though you wicked individuals possess greater wealth and lead more opulent lives than we do, you do not experience the peace that I enjoy. Each night, I drift into a sweet slumber, for I have never committed a transgression against my conscience. Yet you toss and turn in restless nights, plagued by the fear of retribution. It is you, the malevolent, who truly bear the burden of existence. Bai Ling's screams intensified. Perhaps she regained some semblance of sanity, yearning for me to take her home or provide for her, so she could once again live a life of privilege. I shook my head, apologizing. I can assist my former adversary, but I simply cannot commit to supporting you for a lifetime. I turned away and slowly departed from the psychiatric hospital. Even as I reached the entrance, I could still hear Bai Ling's mournful cries. Justice ultimately prevails, and the cycle of karma is relentless. Those who doubt need only to look up. Who has ever escaped the gaze of the heavens? As I sought a sorcerer to cure the malevolent child that Bai Ling had transferred to me, I resumed my frenzied labor. After all, I had earned not a single cent from the two ventures involving Bai Ling and Yo Shower, and I had incurred a loss of 20,000. Fortunately, after tattooing the yin-yang fish on Brother Zhang, he rewarded me with a generous red envelope. Otherwise, I would have truly been left with nothing. My mother's surgery costs still fell short by over 700,000, and the date for her kidney transplant loomed just over a month away. If I do not earn money diligently, my mother will indeed miss this opportunity for a kidney. The next available donor? Who knows how many years it might take? In recent days, I have been perusing an online kidney transplant forum where numerous individuals lament their protracted wait for a donor while undergoing dialysis, some enduring this ordeal for over a decade without success. Consequently, I must continue to earn money, earn it fervently. The adage, opportunity knocks but once, resonates deeply with me. During the day, I collaborate with Feng Chunsheng, attending to tattoo clients, and by night, we distribute advertisements. While plastering these flyers, I observed a commendable trait in Feng Chunsheng. Despite his seemingly irreverent demeanor, his work is executed with remarkable efficiency. Once an advertisement is affixed to a utility pole, it remains steadfast. The following day, I noticed that the cleaner had removed all the flyers, yet Feng Chunsheng's advertisement remained intact. I was genuinely impressed by his prowess. It appears that posting these flyers bears fruit. The next day at noon, a woman approached me seeking a yin-yang tattoo. Her name was Al. Yale was a rather stout woman, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in an oversized red tracksuit. In the hands of an average individual, this attire would convey a loose and relaxed fit. However, on Yale, it was stretched to its limits, resembling a small hill of flesh from a distance. Upon her entrance, Feng Chunsheng promptly attended to her. "What kind of tattoo would you like, miss?" he inquired with an enthusiastic smile, embodying the warmth of a dedicated membership consultant. Yell shook her head, expressing her disinterest in tattoos, instead voicing her desire to lose weight. Lose weight? Feng Chunsheng later confided in me that he had been quite intimidated at the time, even contemplating whether our sign had been erroneously inscribed, mistakenly labeling the tattoo parlor as a weight loss center. Yell then inquired, yin-yang embroidery, stitching the dualities of life and death, wealth and nobility, the safety of comings and goings. If you can govern life and death, how can you not assist a woman in her quest to lose weight? At that moment, Feng Chunsheng seemed to awaken from his stupor. He slapped his forehead and pointed at me, reclining on the tattoo bed, exclaiming, "Look, the official inheritor of yin-yang embroidery is right there. You may as well inquire with her." "All right." Yell approached me with enthusiasm, introducing herself. "My name is A.L. I was previously a fitness coach, and I seek your assistance in my weight loss journey." I cast a glance at A.L. and asked, "You were a fitness coach?" It was hard for me to fathom that someone with A.L.'s physique could have been a fitness trainer. I mused that if I were to enter a gym and a 200-pound individual approached me asking for weight loss advice, I would surely be tempted to deliver a punch to their face. If you truly possess the skills for weight loss, how could you have ever weighed 200 pounds? Yell seemed to discern my skepticism. Lowering her gaze, she replied, "I genuinely was a fitness coach, and I even competed in professional fitness contests, winning the championship in the women's 45-kilogram category." I asked A.L., "What was your weight during the competition?" 46.5 kilograms, she responded. I then inquired, "And what is your weight now?" "Currently, I am approximately 110 kilograms, Yell confessed, somewhat sheepishly. I swallowed hard, astonished. 220 pounds? How on earth did that happen? Yell lamented, "If I had consistently maintained my training, I would not have become so overweight." Yet, tears streamed down her cheeks as she recounted her tale. Once, Yell was indeed a fitness instructor, adept at managing her weight and possessing a physique that surpassed that of the average woman, exhibiting both strength and a voluptuous beauty. However, her professional journey proved to be less than fulfilling. Unlike those in more liberated nations, the majority of her compatriots lacked the habit of exercising, resulting in sparsely populated gyms and modest salaries for fitness trainers. Yell, a highly ambitious young woman, noticed a burgeoning trend where fitness instructors specialized in teaching dance to the elderly, achieving considerable success. Inspired, she aspired to instill the spirit of fitness in every heart across the nation. Thus, she conceived a grand plan to intentionally gain weight only to shed it rapidly thereafter, thereby crafting an inspirational narrative of an ordinary individual transforming through scientific fitness. She envisioned this endeavor would resonate with many, propelling her to prominence throughout the land. While her ambitions were grand, reality proved harsh. Yale began to neglect her training, opting instead to indulge in snacks while binge-watching Korean dramas. After 6 months of this lifestyle, she found herself weighing a staggering 150 pounds. At this juncture, she attempted to record weight loss videos, only to discover she could hardly perform even the simplest of movements. An exemplary exercise for leg development is known as the skating jump, reminiscent of a skater leaping sideways on the ground. This movement, once effortless for AL, has now become a source of peril. During her attempt, she inadvertently tore her meniscus. Consequently, AL found herself once again seeking medical attention for her injury. Her fitness regimen has been thwarted, and after spending over 2 months in the hospital, she has gained considerable weight, reaching a staggering 180 pounds. Determined to regain her former self, Yale resumed her visits to the gym, recording videos in pursuit of weight loss. Yet this time, she felt utterly disheartened, having lost all desire to engage in physical activity. The situation worsened as she found herself unable to resist junk food, fried chicken, potato chips, cola, indulging without restraint. She surrendered to her cravings, allowing herself to indulge in chips, fried chicken, and even alcohol, leading to a further decline in her physique, ultimately tipping the scales at 220 pounds. As Yale recounted her struggles, she became overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into tears and collapsing into my arms. I could hardly contain myself, nearly being crushed under her weight. Chapter 36. The deity of heaven. I was nearly crushed to death by a woman. She was no ordinary individual, but a hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds. If she had exerted her weight upon me, it could have proven fatal. Fortunately, my bed was not particularly sturdy. As Yelvi bore down upon me, she inadvertently broke the bed. In that instant, as the bed sagged, I managed to roll away just in time, narrowly escaping her weighty grasp. Goodness, 200 pounds. Seated on the floor, I addressed ALV, saying, "Sister, let's converse amicably. Please refrain from bearing down on me. Not every man can withstand your considerable weight." Yelvi sat up, pulled over a metal stool, and began to weep. Not only did I fail to record the video of my dreams, but I have also turned into this. Suddenly, she sat upright, casting a resentful glance at her corpulent form before breaking down in tears once more. "Brother, you have no idea. A few days ago, I sought to find a job. I went to the gym to continue my role as a trainer. However, the new members scarcely acknowledged my presence. Only a few old students remained loyal to my methods. Yet, the regulars always drift away, leaving behind the new members who seem utterly indifferent to me. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to pursue my dream of becoming a fitness instructor in a couple of years." I realized that this was the true source of ALV's sorrow. As a former women's bodybuilding champion, AL undoubtedly has many members under her wing. She claims her salary is not high, but for her it likely amounts to around $30,000 to $40,000 a month. If AL maintains her current physique, she will inevitably jeopardize her livelihood in the future. A fitness instructor? To be candid, if I were to visit a gym and encountered such a coach attempting to sell me a class, I would leave without hesitation. "Please, do not disturb my weight loss journey, dear chubby girl." I patted AL on the shoulder, offering her comfort. "Actually, do not fear. Within the realm of yin-yang embroidery, there exists a design that is truly suitable for you. Can it aid in weight loss? I cannot guarantee that, but I can assure you of your figure," I said to Yale. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "Then, please help me get a tattoo like that." Let me clarify. The cost of this tattoo will be this amount. I initially held up 2 fingers, but upon reflection, considering I could help a chubby girl preserve a lucrative income, 2,000 seemed far too little. I extended 2 more fingers, 40,000. 40,000 was the highest price I had ever quoted, and my heart raced as I did so. To my surprise, Yale responded with enthusiasm. "All right, no objections? Excellent." I nodded, stating, "Then let us prepare for the tattoo. Today we will outline the design, and you must pay up front." Without a moment's hesitation, Yale pulled out her phone to transfer the money. As she opened Alipay, she suddenly inquired, "But what if it doesn't work? Should it fail, you may seek me out for a refund at the original price. And you would not ruin my reputation." I spoke to Yell, remarking on her noticeable weight gain, though her intellect remained intact. She shook her head, casting a glance at my shop, and inquired, "Is your establishment truly worth 40,000? After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Well, it seems there is no other option. How about we sign a contract? Once we have the contract, you won't fear any dishonesty, right?" "Absolutely," Yell asserted with unwavering conviction. "Very well, in our tattoo profession, transactions are typically conducted with a cash exchange for services rendered. It is indeed unprecedented to sign a contract prior to the tattooing process." After finalizing the contract with Yell, I began searching for a suitable tattoo bed. However, Yell's considerable weight posed a challenge. My tattoo bed simply could not accommodate her. Consequently, I had no choice but to ask AL to disrobe and sit while receiving her tattoo. To be honest, despite her current size, Yell possessed a strong sense of self-esteem. After taking a shower in the adjoining room, she emerged, modestly concealing herself with her hands over a piece of cloth draped across her chest. Yet, one could hardly deny that AL's allure had diminished. The absence of Feng Chunsheng further illustrated this, as a 220-pound individual, stripped of clothing, could indeed evoke a sense of shock. I retrieved the tattoo needle and informed AL, "The design we shall be inking is that of Indra." "Indra? What is that?" she queried, intrigued yet uncertain. "It sounds quite formidable, but as a woman, would it not appear rather unflattering for me to have a male figure tattooed?" I mentioned that the deity Indra is one of the 20 celestial beings in Buddhism, possessing a fondness for music and dance, yet harboring a disdain for exquisite cuisine. His form is notably elongated, and most significantly, he is not a purely male entity. Rather, he is a male, sovereign transformed from a woman, embodying a unique feminine aspect within masculinity, a paradox of unparalleled nobility, and his visage is strikingly beautiful. Thus, the benevolent Indra has the power to diminish your cravings for food. Consider this. If your appetite wanes, can weight loss be far behind? Indeed, Elu playfully patted her thigh, the flesh quivering like a piece of gelatin. I instructed Elu to sit still, parting the flesh on her back to reveal a sizable, smooth area, and commenced the tattooing process directly upon it. I first made it clear to Elu, "This tattoo is feasible now due to your current fullness, allowing the entire design to be displayed. However, should you shed weight, the image may become distorted as your skin contracts significantly. You will then need to return to me for touch-ups, which will be complimentary." "Brother, you truly are a paragon of integrity in this industry," Elu responded. "Blow me a kiss." I nearly stumbled from the force of that affectionate gesture. Such a heavy kiss was beyond my capacity to bear. As I tattooed Elu, my pace was deliberately slow, not due to a lack of desire for efficiency, but rather because her back bore an abundance of flesh, necessitating one hand to maneuver the skin while the other worked on the ink. Fortunately, Elu, being an athlete, possessed a high tolerance for pain. My gradual approach left her feeling only minimal discomfort. After completing the segments of her tattoo, I collected 40,000 yuan from Elu, advising her to return home, with plans to add color in the morning. After Yelvi departed, Feng Chunsheng patted me on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, you truly excelled, managing to amass 40,000 in one go. It's quite challenging to get started." I smiled at Feng Chunsheng. He gazed intently at me and proposed, "How about this? Lend me 1,000 yuan for travel expenses, and I shall venture elsewhere to recruit individuals for you to engage in yin-yang embroidery. Not to mention, in places like Yangcheng, Xiangjiang, and Modu, many believe in this craft. Relying solely on a small storefront, when can you hope to earn substantial profits? Are you asking me to procure clients? That is preposterous. With my eloquence, if I cannot bring in a few clients for you, what sort of life am I leading?" Feng Chunsheng continued, "However, for the individuals I bring in, you must provide me with a commission. What percentage shall we agree upon?" I inquired. Feng Chunsheng raised 2 fingers, stating 20% commission. After contemplating, I replied agreed. I handed Feng Chunsheng 1,000 yuan in cash, requesting his assistance in generating business. To be honest, I had no fear of Feng Chunsheng deceiving me for that sum. For the past few days, he had been quite reliable, and even if he absconded, that amount merely equaled his wages. Once Feng Chunsheng departed, I returned home. After a refreshing shower, I settled in a bed and watched a couple of episodes of television. As I prepared to sleep, just as I arranged my blanket, my phone rang. It was that plump girl, Yelvi, calling. Her first words were, "Your tattoo is toxic." Toxic? I hesitated for a moment. After getting my tattoo, Yel lamented that everything she ate tonight tasted rather bland. Even dinner felt like a chore, and she could barely manage a few bites. I chuckled and remarked, the tattoo is working its magic. With that Emperor Shirtian tattoo, you seem completely disinterested in food. What a blessing for your weight loss journey. However, she innocently inquired, will I end up unable to appreciate the flavors of anything I eat? I responded with a smile. Let me clarify. In our endeavors, we must discern priorities. Are we here to take lives or to save them? It's essential to grasp this principle. Gourmet delights and slender figures cannot coexist. All right then, I'll come see you for a touch-up tomorrow. I need something potent to help with my weight loss, Yel declared. I assured her it was indeed as simple as that and reminded her to remember to come for her tattoo touch-up in the morning before ending the call. Yel believed that the art of yin-yang embroidery could aid her in shedding pounds, a notion that might hold some truth, yet I could never have anticipated. Alas, what awaited her next? The following morning, as I set out on my electric scooter, my phone buzzed with a notification. A new business opportunity had arisen. Hello, I was referred by Lu Lao Lu and would like to discuss something with you. The WeChat profile featured a woman's avatar, and her voice was distinctly feminine. It was soft and soothing, almost lulling one to sleep. I replied with a message, inquiring, what troubles you? I can't seem to sleep, the woman responded. Come to my tattoo studio. I'll show you, I suggested. Sounds good, she replied earnestly. Upon my arrival at the tattoo parlor, I had just managed to open the door when a woman clad in a white suit and black trousers hurried in. She was elegantly attired, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Though strikingly beautiful, she bore the aloof demeanor characteristic of scholars, her visage seemingly inscribed with an air of sanctity that made me hesitant to engage her in conversation. She gazed at me and confessed, I have not slept well for an entire month. Insomnia? Have you consulted a doctor? I inquired. The woman chuckled softly and replied, I am a doctor myself. Hence, I have no need to seek one. In that instant, her throat emitted a piercing cry for help, a sound that seemed to echo with the timbre of a man's voice. My nerves tightened as I glanced at her, yet I discerned no apparent issue. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? Oh, I see you are a doctor. No wonder you exude such sophistication. I offered her a thumbs up in admiration. She promptly handed me a business card. Li Muzi, Associate Professor of Clinical Medicine, Nanyue University. I glanced at the card and smiled at her. A professor indeed. Quite impressive. I spoke candidly, and Li Muzi adjusted her glasses, saying, I cannot find solace in sleep. Each night eludes me. Truly, many renowned doctors are my acquaintances, yet none have been able to cure my ailment. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance. I hope you can help me attain a restful slumber. Do you believe me? This, however, may not be scientifically sound. I turned to Li Muzi. She rose to her feet, and suddenly, from deep within her throat, the voice of a man crying out for help echoed once more. Save me. Chapter 37. The Enigma of Ananda. Once again, I heard a man's desperate cry emanating from Li Muzi's throat. Help. My heart raced with trepidation. What was happening with this woman? How could a man's voice resonate from her throat? What peculiarities did she possess? Mr. You, do you hear me? I was momentarily lost in thought when I vaguely perceived Li Muzi calling out to me. I hastily regained my composure and smiled, inquiring Professor Li, what is it you wish to say? Li Muzi replied, you ask whether I believe you. After all, I have received a scientific education. It is precisely because of this rigorous training that I have faith in you. There are countless phenomena in this world that science cannot elucidate, which is why there exists a discipline known as theology. Theology endeavors to serve as a bridge between science and the mysterious forces of the universe. Admittedly, this bridge has been constructed with little success thus far, yet I believe in you. the air of yin-yang embroidery. I clasped my hands together and bowed to Li Musi. It is well if you choose to believe, Professor Li. I then asked, so, Professor Li, why have you sought me out? To rid me of my nightmares, she answered as she took a seat on the bench. As I gazed at Li Musi, I noticed a small handprint abruptly appearing on her throat, as if a diminutive palm, no larger than a thumb, was incessantly pressing against the skin of her throat. Stunned by this sight, I feared that what I had just witnessed was a mere illusion. I observed that Li Musi was in a state of deep disturbance. She inquired if I could assist her in avoiding nightmares. I shook my head, expressing my uncertainty, as I was unaware of the underlying reasons for her distressing dreams. However, my master had once remarked that those who are honest and upright typically do not encounter bizarre occurrences. In recent days, I had interacted with individuals who had experienced strange events, and it was evident that their own indiscretions had led to such misfortunes. Mimi was a technician. Niu Shower was a gambler, and Bai Ling's situation was even more alarming, having terminated a pregnancy near full term. Their encounters with the unusual were somewhat justifiable. But Li Musi, this eloquent and refined professor who carried herself with grace and held a respectable position, how could she find herself in such a predicament? I was referred by Mr. Lu Laolu to you, and as we treat patients, we must first observe before devising a treatment plan. This seems to delve into a more profound realm of psychological medicine, likely following a process akin to our own, Li Musi remarked with a smile. I nodded in agreement, praising her diligence as a university professor, noting that she approached matters with precision. I indeed required time to contemplate before determining the appropriate yin-yang embroidery to address Li Musi's affliction. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Musi departed from my tattoo studio. As soon as she left, I dialed Lu Laolu's number. Hello, Sixth Master, I greeted as the call connected. Lu Laolu appeared to be engaged in a card game. The sound of tiles clashing resounding in the background. He cheerfully remarked to me, Hey, Shuizi, did you call me to request a delivery? A fresh batch of goods has just arrived, potent and reasonably priced. Seize the opportunity. Once this village passes, the shop will be gone. At that moment, I intended to confront Lu Laolu regarding the merchandise. I approached him to express my grievances. Lu, what kind of person did you introduce to me? This individual is utterly peculiar. Yes, it's that woman, Li Musi. My heavens, she has a small palm pressing from within her throat. This woman is far too fierce. I cannot handle her. After my complaints, Lu Laolu asked me to wait. Then, I heard his voice through the receiver. Xiao Wang, give me a couple of rings. I need to step out for a discussion. Subsequently, the sound of footsteps echoed through the receiver until the surrounding noise faded into silence. Only then did Lu Laolu pause and say to me, Shuizi, are you still dissatisfied with the business opportunity one introduced? Li Musi is a plump sheep. If you ask her for more money, she will certainly oblige. In these times, those willing to spend are the true masters. I shook my head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum, and replied to Lu Laolu, Lu, money earned with 1S life must also be spent with 1S life, right? Li Musi is too strange. Strange? He chuckled. Shuizi, if you choose to wade into the murky waters of the underworld, tell me, which client in this realm is not peculiar? I'll tell you, making a fortune in the underworld requires one to be both bold and meticulous. If you lack sufficient courage, then perhaps you should tattoo a yin-yang symbol and return to your mundane life. That requires no audacity. Lu Laolu's words were somewhat sharp, yet they possessed a certain truth. I pondered for a moment, clenched my teeth, and declared, I shall undertake this task. Indeed, Shuizi, this is the resolve befitting one who aspires to become a master in the shadowy arts. Without such determination, one cannot attain greatness or amass wealth. Lu Laolu remarked. However, do not forget the latter part of that phrase I mentioned. Courage is one aspect, but meticulousness is equally crucial. If all else fails, a hasty retreat is in order. Wouldn't you agree? Go forth and be astute. I found Lu Laolu's words to be sagacious. In these times, who does not encounter risks in the pursuit of fortune? Even window washers suffer numerous mishaps daily. I cleared my throat and said, I must extend my gratitude to you. Lu Yi, you are a lad of principles. You possess wisdom. Rest assured, when it comes to clientele, Liu Yi has an abundance. If you play your cards right, I shall allocate 2 or 3 clients to you each month, sufficient for your earnings. Now, go forth, extract your profits from Li Muzi, and remember to treat Liu Yi to a bath. Having concluded our conversation, Liu hung up. I find him to be a man of profound mystery, his depths unfathomable. Nonetheless, I now perceive him as a guiding light in my tumultuous journey through the shadows. Reclining on my tattooed bed, I contemplated the matter of Li Muzi. During this time, my friend, Fat Girl A. Liu, contacted me, expressing her desire for a new tattoo. After having received a tattoo of Indra yesterday, she seemed to have lost her appetite, even for potato chips. I assured Liu, rest assured, my friend, my skills guarantee outstanding results. However, I may not be able to assist with the tattoo today due to prior commitments. Let's postpone until tomorrow. Agreeing, somewhat reluctant, ultimately consented. She suggested I tend to my own matters first, assuring me that there was no urgency on her end. After concluding the call, I began to gather my tattoo equipment, including needles and mirrors, before setting out to find Li Muzi. I mused that this woman, Li Muzi, seemed to harbor a small spirit within her throat, as she had been plagued by nightmares. It appeared that a spirit had taken hold of her. I resolved to etch a protective Buddhist ring upon her. At that moment, I had come to comprehend the grave nature of Yin tattoos, which made me hesitant to pursue them further. Instead, I intended to inscribe something more masculine to pacify the spirit dwelling within her. Upon arriving at South Vietnam University, I called Li Muzi. Hello, Professor Li. Mr. Yu, have you decided what kind of tattoo you would like to create for me? She inquired. I replied that I had indeed made up my mind, wishing to invite Li Muzi to a hotel adjacent to the university to proceed with the tattooing. Being a professional in this field, I was acutely aware of the deep-seated misconceptions surrounding tattoos in our country, often associated with unruly individuals. The prevailing societal norms tend to shun those adorned with tattoos. As a university professor, Li Muzi's reputation could suffer significantly if her tattoo were to be discovered. To my surprise, Li Muzi responded directly, "Why don't you come to my office? It's perfectly fine. The office is private, and I work alone." "Very well then," I replied. I received a response from Li Muzi. With my bag slung over my shoulder, I entered the university and, following the directions she sent me via WeChat, located her office. As I strolled through the campus, I was invigorated by an energy I had never experienced before. The male and female students around me exuded a vibrant, youthful spirit that deeply resonated within me. I found myself yearning to attend university as well, envisioning a perfect future. Upon reaching Li Muzi's office, I knocked gently on the door. She welcomed me in. I turned the handle, stepped inside, and closed the door behind me. Li Muzi was seated before her computer, engrossed in reading academic papers. Upon seeing me, she gestured for me to take a seat and rose to fetch a glass of water, which she handed to me. "Mr. Yu, you have come to see me quite promptly. I presume you have formulated some ideas. Might I request you share them with me? As your patient, I believe I have the right to hear your thoughts, don't you think?" "Of course," I replied. I realized that Li Muzi was rather challenging to deal with. Attempting to extract money from this esteemed professor would be utterly futile. Fortunately, I had substantial insights to offer and felt unperturbed by her inquiries. I addressed her, "Professor Li, your troubles stem from a restless spirit that has been haunting you. I suspect you have encountered some misfortune recently." "Indeed," she replied, her eyes clouded with a veil of concern. "There have been some rather distressing matters." "Alas! By the way, Mr. Yu, please continue." Sighing, I said, "Since it is a restless spirit that troubles you, the orthodox teachings of Buddhism provide the most effective remedy. Therefore, I propose to create an Ananda Buddha amulet for you." "Ananda? Is he not one of the 2 great disciples beside the Buddha?" Li Muzi appeared quite knowledgeable about Buddhism. I affirmed that beside the Buddha stood 2 eminent disciples, one named Mahakassapa and the other Ananda. Li Muzi inquired, "In Buddhism, there are numerous arhats capable of subduing malevolent spirits. Why specifically choose Ananda?" I instinctively slapped my thigh, genuinely impressed by Li Muzi's perspective, and raised my thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Professor Li's question is remarkably incisive. Why select Ananda over the other arhats? This indeed warrants discussion." It is precisely this matter that distinguishes me from those charlatans. They could never fathom my depth of thought. I eagerly await further elaboration. Limusi, arms crossed, leaned against the writing desk, his eyes narrowed into a thin slit, gazing intently at me. Chapter 38. The scalp of the head. Limusi is a formidable woman. On the surface, she radiates a gentle smile and exudes an intellectual charm. However, beneath this facade lies a sharp and assertive demeanor. Of course, I am no pushover myself, for I am the rightful heir to the art of yin-yang embroidery. I explained to Limusi that this embroidery is steeped in significance. It is said that the yang embroidery of the Buddhist tradition should not be applied to women, as the masculine energy of Buddhism contrasts with the feminine essence. If a woman were to bear such a design, the clash of yin and yang could lead to various ailments over time. Then why did you tattoo me with the Dharma ring of Ananda? Limusi inquired. I scratched my head and replied, not all is as it seems. While it is true that yang embroidery is unsuitable for women, the Dharma ring of Ananda, however, can indeed be tattooed on a woman. Limusi raised her hands in disbelief, asking, what is the reasoning behind this? I proceeded to enlighten her about Ananda, a rather intriguing figure. In the Tibetan Buddhist canon, there is a tale chronicling Ananda's travels. During one of his journeys, he arrived at a rural village in India. On that sweltering day, parched and desperate for water, he stumbled upon a well. Beside it, a woman of the Shudra caste was drawing water. Ananda approached her and said, I, a humble monk, have wandered to this place, and I am parched as if set ablaze. Might you kindly pour me a bowl of water? The Shudra woman, bowing respectfully, replied, I am of lowly status and dare not serve such a master. Please, esteemed one, draw the water for yourself. In that era, India was marked by a rigid social hierarchy, with the Shudra caste occupying the lowest rung, akin to slavery. Ananda, a revered monk within the Buddhist community, held a position of great distinction, which rendered the Shudra hesitant to serve him water. Ananda, with hands clasped in reverence, implored, all beings are manifestations of the Dharma. The Dharma knows no distinctions of high or low, noble or base. I kindly beseech you to assist me with water. At last, the Shudra, taking a porcelain bowl, fetched a measure of water and presented it to Ananda. As Ananda accepted the bowl, his hand inadvertently brushed against that of the Shudra woman, stirring a profound sensation within him, igniting a joyous affection for her. Thus, Ananda and the Shudra woman shared an intensely passionate interlude. During this time, Ananda experienced a tumult of emotions, joy born of love and sorrow from the guilt of transgressing the precepts of Buddhism. He felt a deep remorse for having strayed from his devotion to the Buddha. One day, Ananda approached the Blessed One, Shakyamuni Buddha, and asked, O world-honored one, how may I return to the refuge of the Buddha? The Buddha replied, Ananda, I cannot aid you in this. You have descended into the worldly realm, bound by your impurities. If you wish to return to the Buddhist path, you must sever the ties of worldly attachments, transcend your ego, and cultivate a heart of steadfastness, devoid of emotional entanglements. Only then may you re-enter the sanctum of the Dharma. The journey lies solely within your own resolve. From that moment onward, Ananda devoted himself to meditation, gradually distancing himself from the Shudra woman. Eventually, he attained a state of unwavering resolve, departing from the Shudra and journeying to the Western Paradise. Ananda resided in the Western Paradise for 20 years, until one day, a disciple approached him bearing a box, saying, Master, someone entrusted me to deliver this box to you. Ananda opened the box to find a letter penned by the courtesan he once adored. In the letter, she expressed to Ananda, Master, how can one immerse oneself in the sacred realm of Buddhism when one's heart remains tethered? Today, I shall sever the ties of the mundane for you. After 2 decades of reflection, I have come to realize that perhaps my absence will allow you to wholeheartedly pursue the path of enlightenment. Henceforth, I will no longer be present. The courtesan understood that Ananda had never truly forgotten her, and in her desire not to impede his spiritual journey, she resolved to take her own life. Upon reading her words, tears streamed down Ananda's face as he waved his hand, and from within him emerged a shadow of a man, the embodiment of his emotional ties to the courtesan. Go, Seek the courtesan, for in the dance of fate, together is the most sublime. With these parting words, the emotional shadow departed. As it vanished, Ananda found a sacred ring of his Buddhist practice adorning his hand. The ring bore the likeness of a woman alongside the visage of the Buddha, symbolizing the profound strength of love intertwined with the spiritual path. This unique ring differed from other tattoos associated with Buddhism, for it could be inscribed upon a woman's body without causing her delicate form any harm. I shared the tale of Ananda's sacred ring with Lee Musey, who listened intently, nodding in agreement. She remarked that I possessed some valuable insights, declaring, "This afternoon, I shall request Mr. Lee to create a tattoo for me. By the way, where should this tattoo be placed?" I suggested a tattoo that should be placed on the upper forearm, utilizing the intricate technique of wrapping. Tattoos such as the Dharma ring, coil dragons, and auspicious koi are all elongated designs that rely on this method, especially suited for the forearm. Lee Musey appeared somewhat troubled, expressing her reservations as a university professor about adorning her forearm with a tattoo, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. The forearm is rather conspicuous, regardless of who it is. One instinctively rolls up their sleeves, particularly during warm weather. A tattoo on the forearm would be most challenging to conceal. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired of Professor Lee, "May I ask how easily you become angered?" "Angry? Not easily," she replied. "I suppose I have a fairly good temper." Upon hearing her claim of a commendable temperament, an idea sparked within me. Lee Musey questioned what my idea was and how temperament related to tattoos. I explained that there exists a type of tattoo known as the pigeon blood tattoo. This particular tattoo remains invisible until one becomes enraged, at which point it manifests as a vivid red design. "Such a peculiar tattoo exists?" she asked, intrigued. "Indeed, it has been around for centuries. Professor, you could consider this. If you experience nightmares due to restless spirits, I could ink a Dharma ring for you, and it would remedy your afflictions," I assured her. Lee Musey pondered this for a considerable time before asking about the cost. "It's not expensive, 40,000 yuan. I bit my lip and raised 4 fingers. Upon hearing the price, Lee Musey furrowed her brow in concern. Although she is a professor at South Vietnam University, earning an annual salary of over 100,000, parting with 40,000 for a tattoo still caused her considerable discomfort. As Lee Musey expressed her reluctance, I discreetly remarked, "Professor Lee, this task is solely within my capacity. Rarity enhances value, and, as someone knowledgeable in the field, you surely understand that the concept of value is subjective." "Very well. 40,000 it is," Lee Musey decisively replied. A heavy burden lifted from my chest at that moment. This transaction not only provided additional funds for my mother's kidney transplant, but, combined with ALS 40,000, resolved a total of 80,000. What a relief. "Let us commence the tattooing," I proclaimed, retrieving my tattoo needle and pigeon blood pigment. Lee Musey inquired, "Is pigeon blood something you regularly stock?" "Indeed, we keep it on hand, as many desire tattoos, yet fear the stigma of being discovered," I explained. Nodding in understanding, she permitted me to begin. The tattoo, a small Buddhist symbol, was completed in a short time. Approximately an hour later, I finished the work, and Lee Musey promptly transferred the funds to my account. With the transaction settled, I expressed my gratitude and prepared to depart. But Lee Musey insisted I remain for a cup of coffee. Unable to refuse, I took a seat in her office. As she stepped out, curiosity about her workspace enveloped me, particularly since her background in medicine meant her office was adorned with numerous display cases. Inside the display cabinet lay an array of repulsive items, such as preserved specimens of infants and slices of muscular tissue. However, the most unsettling was a human scalp, marked by a series of grooves that would contract and then gradually expand, morphing between a clump and a flat surface. The scalp was submerged in a transparent liquid, the nature of which eluded my understanding. It was undeniably peculiar, yet strangely fascinating. After wandering around the office for quite some time, I settled onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of Lee Musey. Approximately 15 minutes later, he entered, carrying 2 cups of iced coffee. "Mr. Lee, given the sweltering heat, I truly appreciate your effort. Please enjoy a cup of coffee," he said as he handed one to me. I lifted the cup, but refrained from drinking it immediately. engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries with Li Musi before deciding to leave with the coffee in hand. This time, he did not insist on my staying, suggesting we could enjoy coffee together on another occasion. As I walked toward the window, an unexpected urgency to relieve myself struck me, prompting me to place the coffee cup on the windowsill before venturing off to locate the restroom. After a pleasant visit to the facilities, I returned to retrieve my iced coffee, only to find the window tightly shut and the blinds drawn. I mused to myself about Li Musi's peculiarities. Just as I was about to depart, I noticed a narrow gap in the blinds, perhaps indicating that Li Musi had not secured them properly. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. Succumbing to mine, I peered through the slats of the Venetian blinds. What did I behold? I witnessed Li Musi, cradling the very human scalp that I had found so extraordinary moments before, gently pressing his lips against it, a smile gracing his face. A female professor, indeed, had drawn the curtains solely for the purpose of kissing a human scalp. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Yet, this was not the most stomach-churning sight. After bestowing numerous kisses upon the scalp, Li Musi suddenly opened his mouth and began to gnaw at it, tearing into the flesh. Good heavens! I was so startled that my hand faltered, causing the coffee cup to slip from my grasp, spilling a cascade of brown liquid onto the floor with a splatter. Instinctively, I crouched to retrieve the cup and bag, but as I settled down, a face suddenly loomed before me. Mr. Li, you haven't left yet? I hastily looked up, only to find Li Musi's visage twisted in a menacing grimace. I nearly collapsed in terror. This was indeed the same Li Musi who had just feasted upon human scalp. Chapter 39. The Miao family ritual. The sudden appearance of Li Musi truly startled me. This woman is undeniably peculiar. I recall the first time I encountered her, when I witnessed an odd hand protruding from her throat. Now, I find Li Musi once again, gnawing on a human scalp, the sound distinctly crunching. Could it be that Li Musi is some sort of cannibalistic deviant? Mr. Yu, what did you see? Li Musi inquirat souffly. I held my breath, choosing silence. She pressed on. It's all right. Speak up. What exactly did you observe? I'd seen nothing. How could I confess to witnessing her consume human flesh? Naturally, I opted to feign blindness, claiming I was oblivious to everything. Li Musi grasped my hand, remarking, if you saw nothing, then why did you spill coffee all over the floor? How careless of you. I lowered my gaze, muttering that I tend to be a bit hasty in my actions, and sincerely apologized. I suspect you saw something after all. Come on, let's go inside and talk. She urged, pulling me toward the office. I genuinely wished to avoid entering. Li Musi was far too terrifying, and my mind was in turmoil. Yet, if I refrained from entering, could there be even more dreadful events awaiting me? I had discerned a menacing expression on Li Musi's face. As I walked slowly, my thoughts raced. I recalled the words of Lu Laolu, fortune favors the bold. In this shadowy world, to carve out a name for oneself, one must possess both audacity and meticulousness. Courage is essential. I thought, if Li Musi were to summon me inside, I would comply. If something fell amiss, I would flee, running without a second thought. I could hardly believe that a mere woman could catch up to me. Following Li Musi, I entered the office. Upon entering, she promptly closed the door and said to me, Mr. Yu, please have a seat. Sighing, I settled onto the sofa, observing her intently. Li Musi pointed at a human scalp submerged in an unknown solution and remarked, you must have seen me consume that scalp just now, correct? Given her inquiry, I could hardly retort, so I replied, indeed. I witnessed you devouring the human scalp. She approached the glass container, supporting it with one hand, and asked, do you know who he is? I inquired, who? The owner of the scalp, she replied. At this point, feigning ignorance was no longer an option. Since Li Musi insisted on discussing this topic, I had no choice but to continue the conversation. So who is that person? I asked. My first love, Li Musi disclosed. I can be honest with you. I consumed both of his hands. What? Though I had mentally prepared myself, I was still taken aback. Li Musi had devoured her first love's hands? This realization struck me. I recalled when I first met Li Musi, feeling a small bulge in her throat, which now seemed to belong to that very first love. I swallowed hard, sensing that Li Musi was indeed terrifying. A woman who consumes human hands and scalps evokes not but terror in my mind. Yet Li Musi suddenly reddened her eyes and inquired, Mr. Yu, you must perceive me as a truly frightful woman, akin to the wicked witches of Western fairy tales, do you not? And no, I stammered, hastily shaking my head in denial. Li Musi, however, gestured that it was of no consequence. It matters not. I too regard myself as an old witch. Nevertheless, this is a custom from my homeland. Your homeland? I found myself somewhat perplexed. What connection could there be between consuming human hands and scalps and Li Musi's native land? She approached the office wardrobe, inserted a key, and after turning it twice, unlocked the door. Inside hung several vividly colored garments, all elongated robes that appeared to shimmer slightly, suggesting they were relics of a bygone era. Li Musi reached out to caress the fabrics, saying, my grandmother was a shaman of the Miao people, and these garments were bequeathed to me by her. Miao? So that refers to Miaojiang? I recalled my master mentioning that Miaojiang and Dadayan were often associated with peculiar rituals, which not only seemed strange to ordinary folk, but also bewildered many from the realm of the supernatural. Li Musi explained that among her people, there exists a ritual known as swallowing love. The Miao believe that a person's most cherished attributes reside in two places, the hands and the head. Both hands are meant to embrace a beloved, to caress a cherished one, to sustain a family, and to earn a greater livelihood, ensuring that the beloved lives a more fulfilling life. Thus, hands are indeed sacred objects. As for the head, it goes without saying that all love resides within the mind. The ritual of the Miao people, which consumes love, involves devouring the lover's hands and scalp, followed by a sacrificial rite to ensure that the lover's next life is blessed with a fortunate rebirth. Upon finishing her words, Li Musi adorned herself in vibrant robes, closed the wardrobe, and knelt before the mirror. With a small blade, she made an incision on her forearm, allowing her blood to flow freely. Subsequently, she grasped an incense stick with her bloodied hand, igniting it and holding it aloft. As the incense burned, it consumed the blood that clung to it, and smoke began to swirl around, obscuring Li Musi's reflection in the mirror. With both hands clutching the incense, she recounted her past romance with her first love. His name was Wu Hua, a gentle and handsome medical professor at Nanyang University. Wu Hua and Li Musi shared a passionate period together, frequently enjoying movies and coffee dates, with Wu Hua often resting his arm around her shoulders. He had a peculiar penchant for salty coffee. During their inaugural visit to a CAF, when the waiter inquired whether Wu Hua preferred milk or sugar, he simply replied, add 2 spoonfuls of salt. Li Musi, taken aback, questioned him, why do you like your coffee with salt? Is that how it's typically served? Wu Hua rested his hands upon his head, speaking with profound emotion. Musi, do you know? My home is by the sea, and my parents were true fishermen. One day, a storm arose at sea, and they failed to return in time, swept away by the waves. They never came back. On that fateful day, upon hearing the devastating news, I collapsed on the beach, kneeling and weeping for an eternity. The tears mingled with the ocean spray that lashed against my face, imparting to me a remarkably bitter taste. Wu Hua continued, the year my parents perished I was 12. From that day forth, I was raised on the kindness of others, my uncles and relatives supporting my education. I came to the city to attend university, working odd jobs each day to sustain myself. There was an occasion when a classmate invited me for coffee. I was so nervous that I asked for salt, and when that cup of salty coffee was served, I took a sip and was reminded of that taste. What taste? Li Musi inquired. Wu Hua replied, it was the same bitter flavor I experienced while crying on the beach the day my parents died. Thus, Wu Hua developed a fondness for salty coffee. Each sip evoked memories of his parents and their tragic fate at sea, fueling his resolve to work diligently in honor of their memory. That night, Wu Hua and Li Musi lingered in a bar for quite some time. As the evening wore on and the alcohol flowed, Wu Hua, tears streaming down his face, lamented, you all label me a workaholic, but do you truly understand? Whenever I find myself momentarily idle, the haunting imagery of my parents perishing in the ocean floods my mind. During those days, the weather was inclement, and many fishermen refrained from venturing out to sea. My parents, however, clandestinely crossed the waters to earn money for my educational expenses. At this juncture, Wu Hua was overcome with sorrow. his tears resonating deeply with Li Muzi. She perceived in this man a profound emotional depth, a soul worthy of lifelong commitment. Simultaneously, he yearned for solace, for companionship to help him navigate the emotional turmoil of his past. Thus, in that moment, Li Muzi and Wu Hua formally solidified their bond. Tragically, just a week ago, Wu Hua met his untimely demise in a car accident. One fateful night after working late, he was struck down by a vehicle that accelerated unexpectedly as he exited the school. The absence of surveillance cameras and witnesses in that desolate hour left the police unable to ascertain the identity of the driver who took Wu Hua's life. Li Muzi, harboring an unwavering love for him, resorted to an unthinkable act. She performed an autopsy on Wu Hua, severing his hands and a portion of his scalp to consume them. According to the rituals of the Miao clan shaman, this act would ensure that she and Wu Hua remained united for eternity. However, since undertaking this grim deed, she has been plagued by nightmares in which Wu Hua prepares her for consumption. This torment is what drove her to seek my counsel. Gazing into the mirror, Li Muzi declared, "Even without you, Mr. Yu, I would not regret enduring a lifetime of nightmares. For I love Wu Hua profoundly and irrevocably, and I cannot bear to be apart from him." I was somewhat moved by Li Muzi's words. This woman harbors profound emotions. As for Wu Hua, one can only lament the unfairness of fate. He labored diligently, striving to love those around him, yet the outcome was unforeseen. Alas, such is destiny. I rose and addressed Li Muzi, saying, "Professor Li, please accept my condolences. Thank you for opening your heart to me. I shall keep this matter to myself and will never divulge it to anyone. That is for the best, Mr. Yu. Please take care as you depart. Once I complete this ritual, I too shall prepare to return home. I have resolved to resign and go back to my hometown. Without Wu Hua in this city, I no longer wish to remain." Li Muzi replied. I contemplated advising Li Muzi, but the words remained unspoken as I turned to leave. As I approached the door, I paused to close it behind me. At that moment, I inadvertently glanced back at Li Muzi. I noticed in the mirror her reflection bore an exceedingly strange smile, one that was sinister and chilling. It sent shivers down my spine. I hastily shut the door. Deep down, I sensed that this situation was far from simple. Li Muzi's feelings for Wu Hua appear to be not entirely innocent. Chapter 40. The Story of the Fool. I sense that the relationship between Li Muzi and Wu Hua is rather intricate. Certainly not as noble as Li Muzi portrays it to be. Otherwise, her smile reflected in the mirror would not exude such a sinister aura. However, even if it is not as righteous as she claims, what of it? Can I truly contend with a woman like Li Muzi, who possesses the audacity to consume human flesh? I shook my head, conceding to accept everything Li Muzi said as truth. After all, in this world, does right or wrong truly matter? At times, it genuinely does not. I departed from her office building and made my way to the playground, where I observed the ebb and flow of male and female students, their faces still radiating joy. This was the world I knew, brimming with sunshine and vitality. After the unsettling encounter with Li Muzi, I took a seat in the stands of the soccer field at Nanyue University, intending to watch them play for a while, hoping to restore my spirits before returning to work at the shop. Such serene moments were a rarity for me. I had scarcely settled in when, unexpectedly, a person with an unsteady gait approached me. The individual had a crooked smile, arms folded across their chest, and drool at the corners of their mouth. A fool. As the fool drew nearer, a pungent odor enveloped me, prompting me to cover my nose and attempt to leave. Yet, the fool called out to me, "Mr. Yu, please wait." I turned abruptly, clearly hearing the words "Mr. Yu, please wait." I thought to myself, such words could never possibly emanate from the lips of a fool. Moreover, the manner in which he spoke was dignified, his voice resonating with strength. It became increasingly difficult for me to associate the speaker with a fool. Yet, if it were not a fool addressing me, who else could it be? There was no one else around. "Mr. Yu, please have a seat and let us converse." The fool smiled at me, his lips remaining still, yet his words reached my ears with remarkable clarity. I felt somewhat bewildered, contemplating an immediate departure. When the fool spoke again, "It concerns Li Muzi and me." Li Muzi. Upon hearing this name, I hastily took a seat and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Wu Hua, the fool replied, taking a seat himself and offering a smile. I was taken aback. Wu Hua? Had he not been killed in an accident just a week prior? Was this fool truly Wu Hua? He gazed at me and said, "You practitioners of the occult must have heard of possession, correct?" With this remark, understanding dawned upon me. My master had once told me that this fool had been deprived of a soul, rendering him particularly susceptible to possession. Those frenzied martial artists who resort to violence at the slightest provocation were, in fact, possessed. Was Wu Hua's spirit now residing within this fool? Just now, when you entered Li Musi's office, I overheard the story she shared with you, the fool stated. I asked him, is it possible that Li Musi's narrative was inaccurate? Indeed, it was both true and not true, Wu Hua replied. He then asked if I had a cigarette. In a hurry, I retrieved one from my pocket and handed it to him. After he took the cigarette, he remarked, "Indeed, my parents perished at sea, and I do have a penchant for salty coffee. However, do you know who it was that drove the vehicle into my life?" "Who?" I inquired of Wu Hua. He revealed that the person responsible for his demise was none other than Li Musi. I inhaled sharply, questioning, "But weren't Li Musi and you in a romantic relationship? How could she have killed you?" Wu Hua took a drag from his cigarette and explained, "Li Musi's actions stem from my desire to end our relationship. Each time I ventured out, if I so much as glanced at another woman, she would resort to subtle coercion. She seized my bank card and installed hidden cameras in my office, all in an effort to exert control over me. Moreover, regardless of where I traveled for work, she would incessantly monitor my whereabouts, compelling me to activate my phone's camera to ensure no other women were present." I remarked, "Is Li Musi truly that possessive?" He replied, "The most chilling incident occurred while I was working late. She deliberately summoned an escort to tempt me, claiming it was a test of my fidelity." Wu Hua sighed, stating, "Our love was filled with moments of exquisite beauty, yet the journey of our affection was tainted by suspicion, control, desire, and ambition. I yearned to escape this predicament and sever ties with Li Musi, which ultimately led to that fateful night when she drove her car and took my life. Does this not constitute a form of psychological disturbance?" I asked Wu Hua. Wu Hua remarked, "Well, I possess an understanding of psychological medicine. Thus I resolved to part ways with Li Musi. However, I could not have anticipated that on the very night of our impending separation, she would inadvertently cause my demise. When Li Musi struck me, her vehicle did not travel far. It came to a halt merely 50 meters ahead of me. She exited the car, casting a frigid gaze upon me, maintaining her stare until my breath ceased." Wu Hua continued, "Li Musi's nature is precisely this. She embodies a fierce maternal instinct coupled with an exceedingly domineering temperament. Should she be unable to possess something, she resorts to its destruction." Taking another drag from his cigarette, Wu Hua added, "Mister, Li Musi indeed wields the arcane arts of the Miao tribe. Yet this peculiar sorcery has resulted in her consuming my hands and scalp, subsequently imprisoning my soul. From that moment, I was forever bound to Li Musi. As time elapsed, my essence melded with her being, and henceforth, I became her, and she became me. At this juncture, Wu Hua rose and addressed me. "Ah, Mr. Yu, it appears that your Ananda Buddha necklace has fortuitously obstructed Li Musi's Miao sorcery, thus liberating me. I am free now." I called out to Wu Hua, "Shall I contact the authorities on your behalf?" I felt compelled to assist him, for Li Musi was a perilous woman, and I harbored no desire for her to evade justice. Wu Hua shook his head and said, No. Musi and I merely experienced a misguided beginning. Now I am free. Let those events drift away with the wind. After all, during the first month of our love, I have never felt such joy. Without Musi, I will have lived my life forever shrouded in the shadow of my parents' demise, devoid of any sense of freedom. It is time to embark on a new journey. I must be reborn. Thank you, Mr. Yu, for being the sole confidant of my tale with Musi. Consider it merely the ramblings of this foolish man, a story meant to amuse you. Farewell." With that, the fool transformed back into his foolish self, grinning at me with a vacant smile, drool cascading down a foot long. I bid farewell to the fool and left the football field, heading towards a shop. As for the matter at hand, since Wu Hua insisted I refrain from reporting it to the authorities, it seemed prudent to avoid further complications. Yet this couple, ignited by sweetness, succumbed to the ravages of mental illness, a true affliction of the urban landscape. Since that day, I have not encountered Ling Musi again. However, I later heard Lu Laolu mention her. He claimed that Ling Musi had lost her mind. Each day, she either wept uncontrollably, scratched at the walls in desperation, or sat on the ground reciting Buddhist scriptures, incessantly muttering about the path of enduring love, where only the Buddha's teachings are heard. I pondered that this phrase might be a mantra imparted to her by Ananda in the realm of Buddhist karma. The Ananda Buddhist cycle symbolizes pure love, yet clearly, Ling Musi's experience did not embody this. Such a tattoo, when worn for too long, brings more harm than good. This may be one of the rare instances where the art of yang embroidery results in a shadowy effect. That afternoon, I bid farewell to Ling Musi, to Wu Hua, and to that fool, before returning to the shop. Within the confines of my establishment, I lamented over the affairs concerning Ling Musi and Wu Hua. However, my own matters were pressing, leaving little time for prolonged sighs on behalf of others. Before long, a customer entered, requesting a tattoo. I busied myself throughout the afternoon, and just as I was about to leave, an unusual patron arrived. This customer was a woman, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her face partially obscured by her cascading hair. Hello, yin-yang embroidery, the weaving of life and death, wealth and nobility, safety and comings and goings? Is yin-yang embroidery truly so wondrous? She inquired. I responded, is there something specific you wish to have embroidered in the yin-yang style? The woman replied, I often see peculiar things. I had a tattoo done here before, and upon noticing your advertisement on WeChat, I sought you out. Oh, you've been tattooed here? I scrutinized her for a moment, struggling to recall her name. Yet, something felt amiss, despite having served numerous clients. How could I forget someone so distinctive? The woman then rolled up her sleeve, revealing a tattoo on her forearm. It depicted a yin-yang symbol, intricately designed with elements of Tai Chi. This tattoo sparked my memory, and I recalled the story from that time. The woman is an avid basketball enthusiast. 2 years ago, she idolized the star player Tracy McGrady, who bears a striking circular tattoo on his left forearm. Captivated by its beauty, she expressed her desire to have the same tattoo as a tribute to her beloved athlete as retirement. I cautioned her, noting that her slender arms and fair skin might not harmonize well with such a bold Western-style tattoo. Subsequently, I sketched a design of a yin-yang symbol and inquired if she would be agreeable to that alteration. To my delight, she was immensely fond of it and requested that I ink the yin-yang design on her. The tattoo cost 1,000 yuan, a detail I remember vividly, both in terms of the design and the expenditure. I shook my head, settled down, and remarked to her, oh, I recall now. Have you recently encountered any peculiar phenomena? Indeed, she replied, I constantly see a fire basin right in front of me. As she spoke, she gestured towards my tattooed chair, describing a beautifully crafted copper basin with flames dancing vigorously within. I told her, seeing the illusion of fire is a positive omen. I assenti it. However, she shook her head in dissent, saying, for others, seeing fire signifies good fortune, but for me, it portends misfortune, as this has led to my recent work troubles. Chapter 41. The kneeling yellow weasel. I inquired of the young woman why, while others perceive fire as an auspicious omen, she views it as a harbinger of misfortune. She replied, I am a real estate agent, hence it is indeed an ominous sign. Now it becomes clear, real estate is associated with wood, and if the woman incessantly mutters about fire, which consumes wood, the omen cannot be favorable. Who would invest in your property? The young lady introduced herself, stating, my name is Liao Min. Recently, ever since I began to see a blaze before me, my job has been in jeopardy. I asked Liao Min, if only you can perceive this fire, why not simply keep it to yourself? No sooner had I uttered these words than Liao Min curled up on my patterned bed, tossing and turning while exclaiming, it burns, it burns. Help me, it will incinerate me. It burns, it burns. I am ablaze, save me. Her frantic demeanor startled me. I thought perhaps she was experiencing a psychotic episode. I hurried to her side, asking, what is the matter? I am being consumed by flames. Please, rescue me, she cried, her face twisted in anguish, swaying like reeds in the wind. Consumed by flames? I touched her hand, but it did not feel excessively hot. Yet, her expressions and movements suggested otherwise, and despite the temperate weather, she was drenched in sweat. "Shall I douse you with a bucket of water?" I proposed to Liao Min. "Please do it quickly," she implored. I rushed to the back room, filled a large basin with water, and poured it over Liao Min's head with great force. With a splash, water cascaded down, leaving Liao Min drenched and startled, her entire being soaked through. She had been wearing a form-fitting outfit, and now it clung to her skin, creating a tantalizingly ambiguous sensation that elicited an immediate psychological response. I instinctively adjusted my stance, turning my feet inward to alleviate a modicum of embarrassment. Liao Min, wiping the water from her face, implored, "Boss, you must help me. I have encountered something sinister, truly sinister." "Something sinister?" I inquired, bemused by her unusual predicament. "Is this not rather peculiar? You have behaved similarly in the presence of clients, have you not?" Liao Min nodded, brushing aside her damp bangs, revealing several groups of clients have fled in fright. "If this continues, I fear I shall find myself unemployed." Pondering the situation, I glanced at the ceiling and contemplated for a moment before asking Liao Min, "What exactly have you encountered?" She confessed her ignorance, admitting she was unaware of when these peculiarities had begun to manifest. If she was oblivious, I was even more at a loss regarding the strange affliction she had encountered. I urged her to reminisce carefully. Liao Min sat in a daze, lost in thought for quite some time before finally saying, "I did encounter a peculiar young man." "Does that count? A peculiar young man? What manner of individual was he?" I probed further. Liao Min recounted, "About a week ago, I was feeling under the weather and visited the Central Hospital of Nanyue. While there, I brushed past a woman who was quite odd in appearance. Her features were sharp, and her eyes were remarkably small, no larger than mung beans." At that moment, Liao Min sensed something amiss. The woman's eyes were not akin to those of a human, but resembled the eyes of a weasel. Curiosity piqued, she cast another glance at the child the woman cradled. Typically, children are plump and round. Yet this child was remarkably thin, with a pointed face and small eyes that mirrored those of a weasel. On that day, Liao Min felt an unsettling sensation, often reliving the events that had transpired, frequently seeing flames and feeling as if her entire being was engulfed in fire, causing her immense pain. I inquired, "Have you sought the counsel of an expert?" "Indeed," Liao Min replied. "In the southern region, I consulted a shaman, yet she could not discern anything specific, merely stating that I was afflicted by a spirit." Liao Min shook her head, expressing her discontent. "Regardless of the malevolent spirit haunting me, shouldn't there be an explanation?" I pondered for a moment and said to Liao Min, "The individual you encountered may be a Huang Daxian, known in the northeast as a Huang Pitzi. This entity is rather peculiar. The woman and child you observed might be a Huang Pitzi and her offspring, taking on human form to seek medical attention. However, you had not provoked this Huang Pitzi, so why would it target you?" I too find it perplexing. My master once remarked that strange malevolent spirits can indeed harm individuals. Yet if you do not provoke them, they will not trouble you. Liao Min shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. At this moment, her speech faltered, and in the midst of a brief nap, her expression bore signs of discomfort. I realized then that Liao Min had truly suppressed far too many thoughts. I lit a cigarette, settled onto the sofa, and confronted Liao Min with a tone of intimidation. "Liao Min, our profession is governed by certain rules. If you fail to clarify your words, I regret to inform you that I must decline the task." In truth, our clandestine dealings are devoid of such regulations. This was merely a ploy to instill fear in Liao Min, compelling her to divulge all that she knows. I have no desire to endure another harrowing experience akin to that of Li Muzi. I possess but one life, and I can only die once. With courage tempered by caution, I must remain vigilant, especially considering that Liao Min's predicament is far more alarming than any of the previous clients I have encountered. Without comprehensive understanding, who would dare to act? Upon hearing my stern words, Liao Min fell apart, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. I refrained from speaking hastily. This was not a moment for compassion. Should I offer her comfort, she might seize the opportunity to evade my inquiries. Thus, I remained silent, smoking my cigarette and observing her. After a tense 15 minutes, Liao Min seemingly gathered her thoughts and confessed the truth. She had indeed attracted the ire of a weasel. What do you mean? I leaned in, eager to absorb her every word. Liao Min recounted that a week prior, she had taken a day off to rest at home. Following a period of intense work due to the booming real estate market, she had finally managed to secure a day of respite. The day before her break, she purchased a hen and placed it in the kitchen. On the morning of her day off, she was jolted awake by the anguished cries of the chicken. She pushed the door open and looked outside, only to discover a weasel about a foot long, viciously attacking her family's hen. Exhausted and in a foul mood, Liao Min was further incensed by the sight of the weasel feasting on their chicken. She rushed to the kitchen, armed with a plate, and hurled it at the weasel, which fled in a frenzy. You dare run away? I shall end you. Liao Min seethed as she glanced at the hen, barely clinging to life on the ground, her fury intensifying as she continued the pursuit of the weasel. The creature did not escape through the window, but instead circled within her guest room, persistently darting around the side of the bed without venturing beneath it, raising Liao Min's suspicions. Isn't a weasel supposed to find any crevice to hide in? She pondered, sensing something amiss beneath the bed. Without hesitation, she dashed to the bed's edge, grasping the frame with both hands, ready to lift the bedboard. Just as she was about to do so, the fleeing weasel performed a peculiar movement. It curled its front and hind legs together, standing upright, as if kneeling. Upon closer inspection, Liao Min noticed tears streaming from the weasel's eyes, seemingly pleading for mercy. However, she paid no heed to the weasel's strange posture. She lifted the bedboard, and then a peculiar revelation unfolded. To her astonishment, beneath her bed lay 5 or 6 weasel pups, their eyes just opened. It dawned on her that the kneeling weasel was likely their parent, beseeching her not to harm its young. Under ordinary circumstances, Liao Min might have spared the lives of these weasels. However, on that particular day, she was overwhelmed with discomfort, exhausted and yearning for a warm chicken soup at noon. She was instead met with the grim sight of her beloved hen, tragically devoured by the weasels. This ignited a surge of anger within her, compounded by her innate disdain for small creatures. The sight of numerous weasel pups nearly made her retch. In a fit of rage, she mercilessly crushed each one beneath her feet. The weasel that had knelt in supplication transformed into a furious beast, leaping at Liao Min and sinking its teeth into her leg. With a swift motion, she overturned the weasel and delivered a punishing kick to its head. In a series of decisive blows, she eradicated the entire weasel family. After dispatching the weasels, Liao Min ventured outside, intending to sweep the carcasses into a refuse bin. Yet, as she wielded the broom, she noticed that the weasel's eyes remained wide open, filled with a palpable malice, glaring resentfully at her. The animosity of a family annihilated was a vendetta that could not be overlooked. Fear gripped Liao Min's heart. When fear takes hold, one is often driven to commit uncharacteristic acts. Resolute in her intentions, she decided to incinerate the weasels. Thus, she procured a metal bucket used for laundry, cast the lifeless bodies within, doused them with a generous amount of liquor, and set them ablaze. The great fire reduced the weasel to a pile of charred remains. The following day, Liao Min began to experience peculiar issues. She often perceived a flickering flame and frequently felt as though she were being scorched. Writhing in agony upon the ground. After listening to Liao Min's account, I took a deep breath and remarked, "You possess remarkable audacity. Such an extraordinary creature as the weasel is typically discarded after it is slain, yet you chose to incinerate it? Master, is there significance to this?" Liao Min, with a troubled expression, inquired of me. I shook my head and recounted the words my master once imparted to me. All beings possess a destiny, and their fates are interwoven. My master explained that mice and weasels often pilfer our possessions and may even damage our furniture. This constitutes their cause. When we retaliate by killing them, that is the effect, cause and effect, nothing more. However, one must not engage in cruel slaughter, nor should one desecrate their remains. Otherwise, one may incur the wrath of these small creature spirits. Among these creatures, the weasel is the most spiritually endowed. To annihilate their kin and then roast their bodies is to invite inevitable retribution. At once, Liao Min clutched my leg in desperation, pleading, "Master, you must save me." Chapter 42. The half-section DZ snake Liao Min was doused with water by me at the beginning, and although she had nearly dried off, fear caused her to sweat profusely, re-soaking her clothes. I lifted Liao Min and remarked, "The shaman spoke the truth. However, the yellow weasel is a celestial being, a wild spirit, and the methods of dealing with it differ." After pondering for a moment, I continued, "Such celestial beings require a form of dark embroidery to be appeased. Yin embroidery and yang embroidery serve entirely different purposes. Yin embroidery is far more ominous and perilous, and one misstep can lead to death. Nevertheless, when a yellow weasel seeks to claim a soul, it is imperative to employ yin embroidery as a countermeasure." I tapped my forehead and, after considerable contemplation, declared, "In matters of the yin realm, everything is interconnected in a cycle of creation and destruction. You were a yellow weasel that perished by fire, so I must find you a natural enemy. The nemesis of the yellow weasel is the serpent. Water extinguishes fire." I reflected and said, "I must inscribe upon you a piece of yin embroidery depicting the half-section DZ snake." "What is the half-section DZ snake?" Liao Min, now highly alert, inquired. I responded, "Do you know the tale of Liu Bang slaying the white serpent during the uprising? Once, Liu Bang, inebriated, encountered a great serpent on Mangdang Mountain. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, he drew his sword and severed the white serpent in two. After taking a few steps, he felt drowsy and rested against a tree, falling asleep. In his dream, the white serpent returned to seek his life. Liu Bang, once again, struck with his sword, vanquishing the white serpent. Upon awakening, Liu Bang continued on his journey and encountered an elderly woman weeping sorrowfully. He inquired about the cause of her tears. The old woman, wiping her eyes, lamented, "My son was the white emperor, severed in two by you, the red emperor. Do you not think I have reason to weep?" Her words were laden with meaning, suggesting that Liu Bang, as the future emperor, had ushered in a new era by vanquishing the former ruler. Consequently, after Liu Bang vanquished the white serpent, his ambitions surged, prompting him to instigate a rebellion against the tyrannical Qin dynasty. The severed half of the imperial serpent, naturally, bore an infinite grudge. Each transition of dynasties gives rise to a fragmented imperial serpent. The artistry of yin embroidery incorporated this motif precisely due to the resentment embodied by the severed serpent. Such embroidery, when inscribed upon the skin, would drive a person to madness in a short span of time. Liao Min's ability to endure the tattoo was attributed to the lingering resentment within her, a potent grievance of the yellow weasel, allowing the half-imperial serpent to act as a remedy through its own venom. Upon hearing my explanation, Liao Ming eagerly nodded and asked, "Can I get tattooed right now?" "Wait," I replied, "I need to make a phone call." I resolved to inquire if Liu had the necessary supplies. For yang embroidery, a mere ordinary soul suffices. Recently, I had procured 10 spare souls from Liu. However, for yin embroidery, the souls required are distinct and far more formidable, and I would request them from Liu as the need arose. I picked up the phone and dialed Liu's number. Upon answering, Liu queried, "Shweezy, in need of supplies?" His voice carried a hint of amusement. I nodded and inquired, "Sixth Master, are there any water ghosts? The more ferocious, the better." Liao Min had offended the yellow weasel, and that weasel would undoubtedly pursue vengeance relentlessly. Naturally, the ghostly essence I intended to employ from the half-snake spirit would be most potent if it were fierce. "Not at the moment," Liu replied succinctly. I asked him when there would be. Liu responded that it was hard to say and that he would need to consult his apprentice, promising to call me back shortly. I agreed. Before hanging up, Liu assured me that within half an hour, whether or not he had news, he would provide me with a reliable answer. That was settled. I chuckled and ended the call. I informed Liao Min to be patient. During the span of that half hour, I engaged her in conversation about her profession. I remarked that the last time Liao Min visited to have her yin-yang rings tattooed, she was a fresh graduate, quite naive. Yet, in these past 2 years, she had become remarkably worldly. Liao Min remarked that being a property saleswoman was quite taxing. Those clients would insist on showing them 8 properties in a single day, not to mention the constant requests from potential buyers seeking attractive saleswomen to accompany them. Although I do not engage in clandestine affairs with clients, I still underwent surgery to enhance my appeal in order to attract more customers, Liao Min revealed. Oh, so Liao Min's maturity is artificially crafted? I mused. She continued, explaining that the previous week she had taken a break due to a peculiar client who, since the beginning of the year, had insisted on purchasing a property, asking her to climb floors repeatedly each day. After viewing several homes, he would then declare they were not suitable. The following day, that eccentric client returned with colleagues to view the same properties. On the 3rd day, he brought his wife, and on the 4th, he arrived with a whole entourage of relatives. Upon reflection, several months have passed without a resolution. Liao Min remarked, "How splendid the real estate market was in the first half of this year. Yet, these peculiar clients have significantly hindered my sales performance. I am truly exhausted." Last week, I informed one of these eccentric clients that the property had already been sold. With this fabrication, I took a leave of absence, intending to rejuvenate myself like a weary hen, but alas, my heart remains weary. I can genuinely empathize with Liao Min. Sales agents are, after all, part of the societal underclass. We, the underprivileged, toil diligently to earn a meager income, barely sufficient to cover our living expenses. Every family grapples with its own challenges. As we conversed about the trials of life, half an hour swiftly elapsed, and then a call from Lu Lao Lu came through. Upon answering, Lu Lao Lu was almost euphoric, proclaiming, "Let me put it this way. The goods are available. However, the price is steep, starting at roughly 15,000. Why is it so exorbitant?" I inquired. Lu Lao Lu explained, "Do you understand the quality of the goods? I'm not joking. That water ghost is the spirit of someone who drowned in a swimming pool, filled with resentment." I urged Lu Lao Lu to elaborate on the matter. He recounted an incident at an open-air swimming pool on Zhongxing Road, where the water was shallow, with the deepest point measuring only 1.6 meters. A tall individual, standing at 1.8 meters, went swimming, only to tragically drown. Lu Lao Lu noted that this individual lacked swimming skills and, relying on his height, ventured into the deeper area, ultimately succumbing to panic as he struggled to stay afloat. The poolside was thronged with onlookers, all captivated by the spectacle of a large man. Presuming it to be mere theatrics, no one ventured to assist him. It was only when his plight became dire that the bystanders realized the gravity of the situation and swam towards him. But alas, he had already succumbed. From his perspective, the world must have seemed callous and uncaring, his resentment immeasurable. "Do you want this item?" Old Lu inquired. "Yes," I affirmed. 15,000 it is. "But allow me to inquire first." I muffled the phone's mouthpiece and asked Liao Min, this slaying the white serpent in embroidery, 30,000. Is it a deal? I perceived Liao Min as a mere real estate agent, unlikely to possess substantial funds, so I was content with a modest profit of 15,000. To my surprise, Liao Min acquiesced without hesitation. "Deal. 30,000 it is." She didn't even haggle. I began to suspect that Liao Min was not an ordinary salesperson. However, I didn't dwell on it at the time, only later realizing the implications. Upon hearing Liao Min's agreement, I promptly told Old Lu, "Deal. 15,000. I'll take the item." "Excellent," Old Lu exclaimed with delight. "Shui, let me make it clear. No returns on this item." Of course, I, Yushui, would swallow my pride and bear any consequences for the items I acquire. As I was rambling, a series of metallic clangs reverberated from within my shop. Clang-a-lang, clang-a-lang, little girl, heartless soul, leave Yushui to bear the brunt of misfortune. Clang-a-lang, clang-a-lang. Upon hearing the sound of metal colliding, I instantly recognized that Feng Chunsheng had returned. His words seemed to carry an underlying meaning. "Little girl, with a heart of stone, is it really you, Shui, who will bear the brunt of the misfortune?" From Feng Chunsheng's tone, it appeared that Liao Min intended to harm me. I immediately addressed Lu Lao Lu, saying, "Master Lu, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept this shipment for the time being. My client is not of reputable character." Lu Lao Lu, a master in the shadows, spoke with utmost discretion. "Who are we to each other? Attend to your affairs. I will reserve the goods for you for 3 days." I thanked Lu Laolu and hung up the phone, turning to Liao Min and the clanging Feng Chunsheng, inquiring, "What's going on?" Feng Chunsheng resumed, striking the metal. "Ding, ding, ding. Understand the human heart, speak wisely, and evade death to prolong life." This was clear enough. It meant that Liao Min had discerned my thoughts and intended to use her words to ensnare me, seeking to evade her own demise. I asked Feng Chunsheng, "Brother Chun, is there any evidence for this? What kind of evidence do you seek?" Feng Chunsheng squinted, smiling at Liao Min. "This matter is not merely the antics of a cunning fox. She is burdened by countless secrets. Water, if you choose to assist her. The consequences will be graver than when you were deceived by Bai Ling last time," he remarked with a smile. At the mention of Bai Ling, a chill ran down my spine. I had narrowly escaped with my life from her deceit previously. I hastily pushed Liao Min towards the door, urging, "Leave, leave, leave. Your affairs exceed my capabilities and expertise. I cannot manage this. Mr. Yu, let us speak amicably. We can negotiate business gradually." Liao Min felt a sense of urgency. Feng Chunsheng stepped directly into the corridor, pointing towards the square, and remarked, "That young lady, the BMW X5 over there, is it yours? I followed you when you parked your car in the square, and just now, I was eavesdropping outside the door. As a saleswoman, where did you acquire the funds to purchase a BMW X5? This." Liao Min lowered her head in silence. Feng Chunsheng continued, "Your real estate project is indeed impressive. Even the saleswomen can afford a BMW X5? Let us put that aside for now. You concocted a ghost story to deceive Yu Shui, and then you fabricated another tale about the yellow weasel to trick him again? Huh. This person does not speak the truth. We have no need for cooperation. It is fortunate that Feng Chunsheng is here. Otherwise, I might have fallen prey to Liao Min's deception." I pushed Liao Min outside and presented her with two choices. First, to speak the truth, or second, to leave immediately. My brother Chun is a master of the shadows. You cannot deceive him. I. Will you speak the truth? I asked Liao Min. She was on the verge of tears, pleading, I cannot tell the truth. If I do, I will lose my life. Chapter 43. The Nine Dragons pulling the coffin. The matter concerning Liao Min appears to be shrouded in mystery. Yet I find myself disinclined to engage with her. Your hidden truths cannot serve as justification for ensnaring me. I possess but one life, unlike the proverbial cat with 9 lives. With a firm resolve, I pushed Liao Min out the door, urging her to leave. Go on, go on. I am unable to assist you with your affairs. Remember, when you're ready to speak the truth, then you may come to me. Should you choose to remain silent, seek out another expert, or await your demise at home. Having been deceived by Liao Min on 2 separate occasions, I still afforded her some leeway, which I deemed as a measure of compassion. Liao Min stood at the threshold, contemplating for 2 minutes, before departing with tears in her eyes, sighing, I hoped that Liao Min would return to confide in me, not for the sake of monetary gain, but to save her life. However, Feng Chunsheng gave me a nudge and remarked, Shui Zi, what are you doing? Is it truly worth lamenting over such a person? Given her unwillingness to speak the truth, we cannot afford her any leniency. Perhaps she harbors genuine difficulties? I turned to Feng Chunsheng, recalling a statement made by Liao Min. I cannot reveal the truth. If I do, I will lose my life. Whatever the case, Feng Chunsheng scoffed, to navigate the underworld, one must possess a hardened heart. Those charlatans of the realm, without a steely resolve, cannot hope to earn a living. In our line of work, if we do not steel ourselves, even several lives would not suffice to escape death. Finding some merit in Feng Chunsheng's words, I endeavored to dismiss Liao Min from my thoughts and redirected the conversation, asking, Brother Chun, did you not venture out to secure business for me? How is it that you returned so swiftly? Needless to say, all arrangements were made before venturing out. Otherwise, I would merely be wandering aimlessly. Feng Chunsheng gathered his iron plate, used for begging, and pointed to a figure standing quietly at the end of the corridor, stating, once this deal is secured, I assure you, you will remain enscathed in the shadows for 5 years. He is truly a talisman for survival, Feng Chunsheng remarked to me. I turned to him questioning, a talisman for survival? Let us go. You will understand once we see, he replied, drawing me toward the end of the corridor. As we approached the man, I observed his tall stature and broad back, which clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual. Clad in a black hooded robe, he remained facing away from us. Upon reaching him, I called out, "Brother, what do you need?" The man did not turn nor utter a word, merely standing with his hands clasped behind his back. It was in that moment, with that simple stance, that I discerned this man was indeed extraordinary. Tattooed on his wrists were dragons' heads. Having been acquainted with tattoos for many years, I could easily identify that his ink depicted the double dragons rising from the sea. The two dragons' tails were likely positioned at the center of his sternum, winding gracefully down his arms, finally encircling his wrists, where the dragon heads were located. Dragon tattoos are often fierce and commanding in appearance. Western dragon tattoos tend to be aggressive, with fierce countenances, evoking a sense of menace. The gentlest among dragon tattoos is the water dragon, which radiates an aura of tranquility while still maintaining an air of majesty. However, the dragon tattoo on this young man's wrist appears to express a profound sense of grievance, reminiscent of a child who has had their candy snatched away, weeping and wailing. In truth, I am aware that no tattoo artist would ever create such a dual dragon tattoo. The tattooing industry is rife with regulations, particularly concerning dragons and figures like Guan Yu, which are not to be trifled with. Thus, I surmise that the dragon's pained expression is a reflection of the brother's own temperament, subdued by it. Tattoos reveal the essence of a person. If one cannot maintain dominance, they will be overpowered in turn. The two dragons emerging from a sea are both restrained by this brother, suggesting he must possess remarkable prowess. Upon reaching this conclusion, I softly inquired, "Brother, do you need something from me?" The individual turned his head to look at me. In that fleeting moment, I was nearly frightened to death. This man was extraordinarily handsome. His facial structure and features embodied the very essence of a dragon among men. However, his demeanor was strikingly fierce. A mere glance from him made my legs tremble, especially his eyes. They were piercingly sharp when he fixed his gaze upon me. I felt a chill run down my spine, as if he could see right through my innermost secrets. "Brother," I stammered, intending to ask. Without a word, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a photograph, handing it to me. "Can this image be altered?" I accepted the photograph and glanced at the design it portrayed, a depiction of an elegant artist. The figure, clad in a partially open robe, held a golden mask in her left hand, exuding an air of understated beauty, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. I returned the photograph to the individual and remarked, "Brother, you must first allow me to view your tattoo before making any alterations to your back." "Very well," he replied, meticulously tucking away the photograph, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as if we were mere phantoms in his world. He continued to speak to himself. "My name is Chun Yu Hao. You may call me Xiao Yu." "Xiao Yu?" I pondered the appropriateness of addressing a man as such. Despite Chun Yu Hao's undeniable handsomeness, it seemed rather effeminate. Just as I contemplated a more suitable appellation, Feng Chunxing interjected, "Oh, Yi, with your esteemed lineage, how can we dare to call you Xiao Yu? Let us address you as Xiao Yu Go instead." Feng Chunxing, typically playful, adopted a most serious and humble demeanor in the presence of Chun Yu Hao. Chun Yu Hao nodded in agreement. I gestured towards my tattoo studio. "This way, Xiao Yu Go." "Indeed," he replied, nodding once more, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward, exuding an imposing aura. Feng Chunxing and I exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile as we followed suit. It appeared that Chun Yu Hao was not particularly easy to engage with. Conducting business with him would require a degree of effort. Upon our arrival at the tattoo studio, Chun Yu Hao effortlessly shed his long robe, revealing loose satin trousers that accentuated his upper body, which resembled a sculpted marble statue. His broad chest and defined abdominal muscles, coupled with his physique, bore a striking resemblance to a male model. Adorning his collarbone were two intricately inked dragon tails. He then turned around, presenting his back for our examination. At that moment, I was utterly astonished. It is my first encounter with an individual bearing such a tattoo. Upon his back lies an intricate depiction of 9 dragons carrying a coffin. Typically, tattoos of this nature are steeped in superstition, with a recommendation for simplicity in color. ideally limited to 3 hues due to their ominous connotations. However, Chun Yuhao's tattoo defies convention. Not only is it richly colored, but the details are so vividly rendered that it appears less like an inked design and more as if it has naturally grown upon his skin, seamlessly integrated. The coffin depicted is of bronze, its surface adorned with a stunning gradient that mirrors the authentic sheen of cowhide. The chains entwined with the coffin are painted in a brilliant gold, radiating a luminous glow. It is remarkable how such vibrant hues can emerge from skin that is uneven and marked with fine lines. The 9 dragons are extraordinarily beautiful, each exhibiting a variety of colors. The central dragon is a matte black, while the 2 adjacent dragons, a golden one and a crimson one, grasp in their mouths 2 smaller dragons. Reminiscent of the twin dragons I had previously observed on Chun Yuhao's wrist, symbolizing their emergence from the sea. All 11 dragons were expressions of distress, overshadowed by Chun Yuhao's formidable aura. It becomes evident to me why Chun Yuhao sought my expertise in altering his tattoo design. While there are numerous tattoo artists with superior skills in modification, this particular tattoo requires my unique touch, as it is not merely a traditional tattoo, but an intricate manifestation of yin-yang embroidery. To speak of the art of yin-yang embroidery as a singular lineage in my possession. Yet, I ponder, from whence did Chun Yuhao acquire his yin-yang embroidery? I addressed him, saying, "Little you, this tattoo of yours. Only I possess the ability to alter." He nodded in affirmation. I continued, yin-yang embroidery is a tattoo crafted from the essence of yin and yang. Should a modification be desired, it necessitates the formulation of a plan, followed by the pursuit of the corresponding yin spirit, for the image is indeed a formidable undertaking. If alteration can be avoided, it is preferable. Before I could finish, Chun Yuhao rose abruptly, placing a hand firmly upon my shoulder. "In 3 days, I shall seek a proposal from you. If you can provide it, all will be well. If not, I shall seek counsel elsewhere." With that, he turned sharply, his gaze fierce as he declared, "However, I shall dismantle your reputation." With that harsh proclamation, Chun Yuhao exited without further acknowledgement. I turned to express my grievances to Feng Chunsheng. "Alas, Brother Chun, what madness has possessed you to bring me such an eccentric undertaking?" He replied, "Have you lost your senses? This is an unparalleled opportunity." His full back tattoo, depicting the 9 dragons pulling a coffin, is it ominous or auspicious? I bellowed, "Undoubtedly ominous." "Exceedingly so," Feng Chunsheng asserted. He continued, "If little you can master the malevolent imagery upon his back, what spirit could he not subdue? In our line of work, where we dance upon the knife's edge, having him as an ally would render us a formidable force." Upon reflection, I realized, indeed, this individual is extraordinary. Undeniably so. Just as Feng Chunsheng and I were engrossed in conversation, Chun Yuhao reappeared at the door, stating, "I forgot to provide the deposit." Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand and threw a note towards us. The note, soft and pliable, transformed into a formidable piece of steel in Chun Yuhao's grasp, embedding itself directly into the back of the chair beside me. After retrieving the note, I glanced at it and found it inscribed with 8 characters. All housing techniques derive from the 5 elements. What could this possibly mean? Is this a deposit? Holding the note, I presented it to Feng Chunsheng for his perusal. Feng Chunsheng, equally perplexed, was at a loss regarding the meaning of all housing techniques derived from the 5 elements. I remarked, "Housing techniques refer to the matters between men and women, right? These words surely have nothing to do with that." "Impossible," he countered. "Chun Yuhao is a person of great stature. Despite his youth, he holds a significant standing in the realm of shadows. He would never utter such vulgar words." Preposterous. Is the act of intimacy truly considered vulgar? It is, in fact, quite sacred. I seized Feng Chunsheng by the collar, insisting, "You must elucidate the matter for me. I cannot believe that the stoic and taciturn Chun Yuhao intends to ruin my reputation in 3 days. Chun Yuhao had clearly stated that if I failed to deliver the revised proposal to him within 3 days, he would indeed shatter my reputation. How am I to revise his design? The grand depiction of 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Where should I even begin? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin? I I seem to recall encountering that term during my apprenticeship with my master. However, that memory feels exceedingly distant, and I struggle to recall it clearly. Chapter 44. The Origins of Qin Yu Hao. I seem to have heard the term nine dragons pulling a coffin before. In fact, within the tattoo community, representations of the half-armor and full-back designs of nine dragons pulling a coffin are quite prevalent. However, when pronounced by my master, it referred distinctly to the yin-yang embroidery of the nine dragons pulling a coffin. Initially, I paid no heed to Feng Chunsheng and ventured into the inner room to search for the notes my master had left for me. After an extensive search, I finally unearthed a dusty sheepskin notebook hidden within a cabinet, filled with numerous observations I had made during my apprenticeship. Some passages were marked with keywords, and upon seeing them, memories of my master's teachings resurfaced. As I turned the initial pages, I indeed discovered several keywords. Nine dragons, wealth, death. Upon encountering these words, I finally recalled a particular phrase my master had once uttered. It was during a warm evening when he reclined on a bamboo bed outside, seeking solace from the heat. As I fanned him gently, he closed his eyes and mused, "The nine dragons pulling a coffin has yet to seek me out. I may still have a few more years to live." Intrigued, I inquired about the meaning of the nine dragons pulling a coffin. My master, half sitting, grasped my hand and said, "Water child, as the heir of yin-yang embroidery, it is said that every few generations, a person adorned with the nine dragons pulling a coffin will come seeking you. They may bestow upon you wealth, but they also bring the potential for calamity, or even death. You, my esteemed master, have forged a connection with the illustrious nine dragons coffin, leading a life of opulence and grandeur amidst the bustling avenues of the magic city. However, I have heard that your relationship with the individual associated with the nine dragons coffin is rather tenuous, resulting in a lifetime of despair. Alas, I find myself ensnared in a similar plight. This is the information my master once imparted to me regarding the nine dragons coffin. As I ponder this matter, I cannot shake the feeling that it is of utmost significance. Is Qin Yu Hao, the person my master alluded to, truly the one connected to the nine dragons coffin? What a remarkable coincidence. I remain uncertain, yet I sense that Qin Yu Hao is far from an ordinary individual. The scroll he left me, inscribed with the phrase, "All house techniques derive from the five elements," eludes my comprehension. House techniques? The very term carries an unsavory connotation. A vague notion has begun to form in my mind, yet I cannot divulge this to Feng Chunsheng. It is not a matter of distrust. Rather, it is a weighty concern that compels me to keep certain secrets. As I stepped outside, I found Feng Chunsheng engrossed in that small scrap of paper. All house techniques derive from the five elements. What could it possibly mean? Curse it all. Oh, let's not dwell on such dubious matters, I called out to Feng Chunsheng. He rose, offering an apologetic smile. Waterboy, Qin Yu Hao is indeed a remarkable figure. His words are always imbued with significance, never trivial nonsense, especially when he presents something as earnest as a deposit. I snatched the paper from Feng Chunsheng's hands, demanding, "Tell me, do you know this Qin Yu Hao? What connections does he possess?" "I know nothing at all," Feng Chunsheng replied with a chuckle. "In truth, I am merely using your travel funds to venture into the magic city for a drink with an old friend." "Are you drinking with your buddies? Using my money?" I'm a bit perplexed. This Feng Chunsheng is no fool. Feng Chunsheng quickly chuckled and said, "Ah, Shuizi, don't be so disheartened. Seeking clients in the underworld is unlike any other profession. You might casually recommend a tattoo to someone on the street, and they may entertain you. But if you approach someone and ask, 'Brother, shall we get some yin-yang embroidery?' they might just slap you across the face." He continued, "Thus, to successfully market oneself, one must rely on connections. My old buddy has a network. He practices fortune-telling, and his clientele is already inclined toward yin-yang embroidery. I can easily get him to bring over a few clients, and our lives will be quite prosperous." "And then?" I inquired. Feng Chunsheng replied. "After I expressed my intentions to my old friend, he made some arrangements. Last night, he invited me for tea, and naturally, I accepted. As fate would have it, I ran to Qin Yu Hao there." Feng Chunsheng added, "My old buddy mentioned that Qin Yu Hao is in need of yin-yang embroidery. Furthermore, he claimed that if we secured this business with Qin Yu Hao, it would ensure our safety in the underworld for 5 years. I asked. Did her old friend keep his word? Feng Chunxing chuckled. My old buddy is as reputable in the metropolis as Lu Lao Lu is in Mingwei. Would you say that as trustworthy? He went on. When my old buddy served tea to Chen Yuhao, he was exceedingly attentive. This leads me to believe that Chen Yuhao holds a significant position in the underworld, one that inspires even my old buddy to look up to him with reverence. I am reminded of Lu Laoyo's adage, fortune favors the bold. Perhaps this encounter with Chen Yuhao is a serendipitous opportunity for my business to flourish. Very well. I shall return home for now, and we shall discuss further tomorrow. Clutching the paper inscribed with the wisdom of the 5 elements, I made my way back. Feng Chunxing exclaimed, Waterboy, you're go home to sleep? But where am I to rest? You can sleep in the tattoo parlor, I replied. No way. I haven't been the big brother for many years. I despise the chill of the cold bed's edge. Help me rent a room. It must have a Simmons mattress and deduct the rent from my salary. Feng Chunxing bellowed. Good heavens. This fellow, Feng Chunxing, has been begging for years and now dines lavishly at my expense. I retorted, let us see how you behave in the future. Though I spoke thus, once home, I began searching for a room for Feng Chunxing. He is indeed reliable when it comes to getting things done. I am uncertain whether his bringing in Chen Yuhao will be a boon or a bane. Yet he genuinely strives to assist me in my business, and, as a boss, I ought to extend him some benefits. Inquiring about housing near our community, I received a call from Liao Min. Hello, Mr. Yu, Liao Min began. It's regarding this afternoon's matter. Are you willing to speak the truth? I queried. Liao Min replied, It's not that I am unwilling to be truthful. Rather, I cannot afford to offend those lurking in the shadows. Please, do me a favor and create a half-formed emperor snake embroidery. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. I sighed and shook my head, saying, Liao Min, regardless of your profession or whether you're a saleswoman, I feel sympathy for you. Therefore, I must confide in you. This yin-yang embroidery is not an all-encompassing divine technique. It is indeed specific and tailored to individual circumstances. Your situation differs, your methods must vary, and the tattoo designs will not be the same. If you fail to speak the truth, and I foolishly ink a half-formed imperial serpent on you, you would suffer far worse than you do now. Do you understand? I dismissed her with a curt reply. No more of this nonsense. Speak your truth if you wish, or remain silent. I hung up on Liao Min. What could this woman be facing? I shook my head and continued my search for a residence. After much effort, I secured a 1-bedroom apartment for a monthly rent of 800 yuan. After paying 3 months' rent and a security deposit, I returned home. Once there, I opened my computer to research housing techniques. To my surprise, I discovered that what we commonly refer to as the methods of intimacy between men and women is termed the art of the chamber. The term housing techniques pertains to the construction of dwellings. The phrase, all housing techniques originate from the 5 elements. Is this related to building houses? As I lay in bed pondering, an idea struck me. Liao Min is a saleswoman. Her profession is indeed connected to construction, as she sells properties. Could it be that Chen Yuhao's hint was regarding Liao Min? Regardless, I could not ascertain the connection, and as I lay in bed, I contemplated the profits from these 2 ventures. ALS tattoo of the weight loss deity, Di Shi Tian, has brought me a fortune of 40,000. Additionally, I have earned another 40,000 from Limuzi. Altogether, I have amassed 80,000, which has allowed me to alleviate 1/10 of my mother's medical expenses in one fell swoop. I am genuinely elated, clutching my phone and eagerly accessing my bank account. Planting fervent kisses on the screen, this is my mother's life-saving money. In the midst of my joy, Yell called again. Hello, Shui Ge. That tattoo of yours is truly effective. Although I haven't lost much weight, my eating habits have drastically changed. I am particularly restrained now. So, are you coming over tomorrow for the coloring? I invited Yell to come for the coloring session. Sure, Yell replied with a smile. By the way, Shui, you practice yin-yang embroidery, right? If there is yang embroidery, then there must surely be yin embroidery? Startled, I straightened up and inquired, how do you know about this? Yell explained that at their gym, a female member's grandmother is a shaman who has long been acquainted with the concept of yin-yang embroidery. That evening, the female member invited AL to her home for dinner, where the shaman clearly articulated that for every type of yang embroidery, there exists a corresponding embroidery. The effects of embroidery are purportedly far more potent. I was taken aback. Yell had begun to consider the notion of embroidery? I shook my head firmly. Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't exist. It does. Yell countered. I made some inquiries tonight and heard that a woman recently got a protective embroidery from you. Is that true? Yes. What more could I say? Yell was clearly well informed. A. Green smiled and said, All right, you shall embroider that weight loss piece for me tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall consider it a breach of contract. Sighing. I quickly advised A. Green, Sister, don't be foolish. The dark embroidery is eccentric, while the light embroidery is quite traditional. If the light embroidery can promote weight loss, why resort to the dark embroidery? The results will be far too slow. A. Green replied, I have heard that this dark embroidery yields immediate results for weight loss. If you refuse to proceed, just wait to pay me the penalty for breach of contract. What penalty? I was taken aback. A. Green abruptly hung up the phone, stating, Tomorrow. I will consult a lawyer to discuss this with you. If you do not proceed with the dark embroidery, you will owe me $200,000 as penalty. I was at a loss for words. $200,000 as a penalty? Surely, this must be a jest. How could this even be considered a breach of contract? Frustrated by A. Green's antics, I could only resolve to speak with her again the following morning. Preferring the light embroidery over the dark was akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a restroom. That night, I had a restless sleep. The next morning, I rode my little electric scooter to the tattoo parlor, intending to have a serious discussion with A. Green. Upon arriving at the tattoo parlor, I discovered that A. Green, resembling a wall of flesh, was already waiting for me at the entrance, accompanied by a man clad in a black suit. Chapter 45. Gluttony. The sound of my footsteps ascending the stairs drew the attention of ALV and the man in the suit. LV turned to see me and exclaimed, Hugo, you're here? How curious that she still addresses me in such a familiar manner. Last night, our conversation had left me rather discontent. Her greeting today, however, evoked a sense of discomfort within me. Yelvi offered a somewhat affected smile. Once it faded, she ushered me into the tattoo room, saying, Let us talk inside, shall we? I complied and retrieved my keys, unlocking both the roll-up door and the glass door before settling onto the sofa. I inquired, So, what is it that you wish to discuss today? I must apologize for yesterday evening's events. I truly regret it, I said. Yelvi chuckled lightly, attributing her earlier urgency to her own concerns. I gestured toward the man in the suit and asked, Who is he? Yelvi replied that he was her cousin. Subsequently, she expressed her desire to lose weight as quickly as possible and inquired about embroidery. My impression of ALV had diminished significantly. I remarked, Indeed, embroidery can facilitate rapid weight loss, and the results may astonish you. However, it may also cost you your life. Cost me my life? Why would it do that? ALV raised her hand in surprise. Leaning closer to her ear, I whispered, embroidery is akin to nurturing a monster within your body. If you fail to appease it, it will consume you. Of course, the effects of yin and yang embroidery vary from person to person. For instance, there is Chun Yu Hao, whose back is adorned with an intricate tattoo of a dragon-laden coffin, yet he remains unperturbed. He belongs to the type of person who can withstand pressure. However, Alu is undoubtedly susceptible to the allure of shadowy embroidery. How could a tattoo consume me? I perceive that you are merely reluctant to get inked. Upon hearing my words, Alu scoffed, suggesting, How about this? I will offer you an additional 10,000 to get the shadowy embroidery, shall we? Absolutely not, I exclaimed, abruptly rising from my seat and pointing my finger at Alu's nose, declaring, I refuse to let you get the shadowy embroidery for your own good. I do not wish for you to encounter any unforeseen misfortunes. Do you understand? I do not comprehend, Alu calmly replied as he also stood up. Do you know why I want to shoot that video? What video? I inquired. Alu explained, I wish to create a video on rapid weight loss, to enlighten others about the significance of fitness, and to inform them that if they are willing to follow my example, they too can shed weight swiftly. He continued, appealing to my sentiments, Brother Yu, in our land of yin and huang, fitness is not widely embraced because people are unaware of the profound positive energy it can bring. If you allow me to tattoo the shadowy embroidery, I will utilize my tangible results to promote fitness. If fitness can be advocated, it could lead to a stronger nation and healthier citizens, correct? Alu began to expound upon grand principles. I responded with a cold smile. Alu, you merely seek to become the next internet sensation through that video and amass wealth. Do not masquerade this as a noble endeavor to promote fitness, for that is not your true intent. Alu attempted to defend himself further. I rose to my feet, not allowing the green to voice her thoughts as I interjected. Even if you genuinely wish to promote fitness, I implore you not to resort to deceitful methods. If the promotion of fitness requires underhanded tactics, then I must tell you that such fitness is better left unpromoted. Having firmly established my position, I further emphasized, a green. Now, either you color the image of the deity, or you may as well cease your efforts. I shall refund you. I do not wish to claim even a cent for the outline of the deity you bear upon your back. Consider it a futile endeavor on my part, and I shall accept my misfortune. Is that acceptable? Unacceptable. A green, perceiving my resolute stance, slammed her hand on the table and declared, today, you shall receive the tattoo, whether you wish to or not. For our contract stipulates it. Contract stipulations? I questioned. What stipulations? I had often heard a green mention penalties for breach of contract, yet I remained oblivious to their implications. In response, a green raised her hand, signaling the man in a suit beside her to present her with a contract. She handed it to me, pointing to a clause at the bottom, stating, look at this clause. I seized the contract and scrutinized the clause, which read, should there be a superior tattoo proposal and the party is unwilling to tattoo for the first party, it shall be considered a breach of contract, and the second party shall compensate the first party with a penalty of $200,000. At the time of signing, a green was the first party, while I was the second. I scratched my head, bewildered, and inquired, when did this clause come into existence? How'd I overlook it? Upon further reflection, a chilling realization struck me. This contract had been altered by a green afterward. She witnessed the efficacy of shadow embroidery in aiding weight loss, and thus became intrigued by it, to compel me into creating this shadow embroidery for her. She specifically added this clause, hoping to bend my will. Alas, I am not particularly stringent about contracts. Originally, there were 3 copies, one for each party and another retained at the notary office. Regrettably, I only affixed my signature without obtaining a copy. Now, I find myself at the mercy of ALV. At this moment, she stood up, brandishing the contract with a triumphant sneer, and remarked, Yusue, whether you like it or not, you will perform the shadow embroidery. If not, you owe me $200,000. My teeth ground in frustration. The LV had truly outmaneuvered me. Fine, I retorted fiercely. $200,000. My earnings over the past few days barely approached that amount, all meant for my mother's kidney transplant surgery, which I could never touch. Since Ayelvi refused to heed my counsel and blatantly threatened me, I resolved to take a stand. You wish to pursue shadow embroidery? Then proceed. But do not blame me if the outcome is dire. I slammed my palm on the table and declared, here, that's the deal. Ayelvi, you may proceed with the shadow embroidery, but you must sign a waiver releasing me from any liability. Should anything go awry, it is not my concern. A gentleman's word is his bond. Yelvi promptly produced a blank sheet of paper and drafted the waiver. I signed it, having learned my lesson, and took one copy of the contract for myself. With the contract in hand, I exited the tattoo parlor and called Lu Lao Lu for supplies. After a few rings, he answered, hey, what's the matter, Shuizi? Do you want the goods from that water ghost? I chuckled lightly and replied to Lu Lao Lu. I have a new client here, and their needs are quite different. What do they want this time? He inquired. A starving ghost, I said. Lu Lao Lu burst into laughter, exclaiming, a starving ghost? There isn't a soul in Mingyue who possesses such a thing besides me. Is that so? I asked. Indeed. Lu Lao Lu continued. Not long ago, there was a woman standing at 7 meters tall and weighing 120 pounds. She wasn't really overweight, but she constantly felt that she was. She began to diet relentlessly, eventually dropping down to 60 pounds and developing anorexia, living solely on nutritional liquids. Eventually, those ceased to be effective, and she perished from starvation. Weight loss carries its risks. One must tread carefully when entering this field. I remarked that such individuals do exist. And indeed, there are starving ghosts in this day and age. Isn't that something? Lu Lao Lu replied. I'm not even planning to profit from this. A starving ghost sounds ominous, and I'll let it go for 20,000. ISNT that rather expensive? I felt that Lu Lao Lu was trying to take advantage of me. He had just claimed he was trying to profit. Yet now he was asking for 20,000. Had he lost his mind? I shook my head, saying that's too costly. It's not too expensive. This starving ghost is a treasure. Rarity lends value. In times of peace, everyone has enough to eat. Who would starve to death? Lu Lao Lu argued. I was tempted to give Lu Lao Lu a good beating and questioned why he didn't venture to Africa to catch starving ghosts. If he did, he would have struck it rich by now. Lu Lao Lu laughed at this and replied, there are also people like him in Africa. One must not overstep boundaries. If caught, it would result in a severe beating, and that is not worth it. Wait a moment. Let me ask first. I pressed the receiver to my ear and walked into the tattoo parlor, addressing AL. The materials for the shadow embroidery cost 30,000 yuan. This sum cannot possibly be covered by me alone. What do you think? Of course. AL seemed to envision herself as a viral sensation, effortlessly commanding the internet, and thus responded with remarkable enthusiasm. 30,000 yuan, I shall cover it. Had AL still been the Navi individual from a few days prior, I would not have profited from these material costs. But it was evident that she had transformed, so why not seize the opportunity? I exited the corridor and spoke to Lu Lao Lu. All right, 20,000, I will cover it. Sound good. Nowadays, clients are plentiful and connections are vast. Quite fierce indeed. Lu Lao Lu Juk. Keep up the fierceness. The goods would arrive in half an hour. Thank you for your favor, I replied with a smile. Lu Lao Lu retorted with a smirk. Spare me the pleasantries. What's my relationship with your master? If you're coming, you better bring him along. After that, he hung up the phone. I entered the tattoo room and told AL, remember, once the shadow embroidery is etched onto your body, a creature will reside within you, demanding your compliance daily. Should you fail to meet its demands, be wary of your life. You needn't remind me, Yell replied. What does the shadow embroidery design look like? I promptly grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, sketching it out for her. A large, grotesque face devoid of eyes, nose, or ears, featuring only a gaping maw and 2 rows of menacingly sharp teeth. What kind of design is this? It's rather hideous. This is called gluttony. I turned to Yelvi and spoke. Yelvi inquired whether it would be effective. In terms of efficacy, the effects of Een embroidery are undoubtedly several times more formidable than those of Yang embroidery. However, in this world, some matters cannot be rushed. I asked Yelvi, are you really set on this tattoo? Yes. Yelvi replied with unwavering determination. I nodded, then it shall be. As soon as the goods arrive, I will promptly give you the tattoo. That day, Lu Laoyo's supplies indeed arrived, and in the early hours of the morning, I proceeded to tattoo Yelvi with a design of gluttony. On the fleshy expanse of her back, I etched a depiction of gluttony, which, to be fair, was not unattractive and possessed a certain uniqueness. Alas, ALV's misfortune commenced with this very tattoo. After inscribing this design on ALV, I had not anticipated that the consequences of gluttony would be so astonishing. Chapter 46. Tattoos that devour a month after Yelvi completed her intricate body art. She had become a sensation across the internet. During this time, ALV devoted her evenings to being a fitness streamer on a renowned domestic live streaming platform. The title of her streaming room was Who is the Chubby Girl? Who Wants to Become a Goddess? Every evening at 7:30, Yelvi would diligently commence her live session, lifting barbells and dumbbells, straining with effort as she shouted, Who is the chubby girl? I am the chubby girl. Who wants to become a goddess? I want to become a goddess. Initially, she faced ridicule, with many mocking her aspirations, questioning how someone weighing over 200 pounds could hope to transform into a goddess. However, as time progressed, bolstered by her commitment and the support of her body art, the rate at which she shed weight was astonishing. In a matter of days, ALV truly slimmed down, and her transformation was rapid and remarkable. As weeks passed, admirers began to emerge, and within 2 to 3 weeks, ALV's physique had blossomed into an elegant silhouette. By this time, she had garnered a devoted following, with fans venerating her journey. They even established a dedicated forum for ALV's weight loss, which attracted millions of participants in just a few days. Each time ALV streamed, her audience swelled to over 1 million viewers, overshadowing even the esteemed gamers on the platform, earning her the title of the unrivaled queen of the site. On the eve of the incident that would change everything, she called me in distress, lamenting, "I can't eat anymore. I truly can't eat anymore. What should I do, brother you?" I inquired about what was troubling her. Alv spoke of an incessant voice within her, dictating her daily consumption. Initially, this insatiable spirit urged her to partake of a single steamed chicken each day. However, after 4 weeks, the spirit escalated its demands, compelling her to consume an entire pig's leg along with 7 to 8 pounds of rice. Al found herself unable to continue. She inquired if she could cease her consumption. I cautioned her against such an action, urging her to heed the malevolent voice within. Al lamented, "I truly cannot eat anymore. Even if I were to regain weight starting tomorrow, I have earned enough money. My stomach simply cannot bear it." I hastily replied, "Should you disregard the sinister entity within you, it may not merely be a question of weight loss efficacy, but rather a matter of life and death." Clearly, Alv did not absorb my words, for she hung up before I could finish. When I attempted to call her again, she did not answer. I sighed, fearing that trouble loomed for her. The following day, marking exactly 1 month since Alv's indulgence began, I tuned in promptly to her live broadcast, anxious to ascertain her well-being. Within the stream, she resumed her routine of lifting dumbbells and barbells, emulating other female streamers by revealing glimpses of her physique, thus garnering a flurry of compliments from her audience. "Alv, you are my goddess. Alv, you are so inspirational." Such comments flooded the screen. This time, Alu practiced for half an hour before abruptly casting aside her dumbbells. With a sudden motion, she pressed both hands against the table, gazing intently at the camera. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I felt something was amiss. Sure enough, after a moment of stunned silence, her countenance turned crimson as she began to scream for help into the lens. "Help! Help!" In that instant, a swirling mass of dark mist materialized behind her, enveloping her right hand completely. I was horrified as I witnessed blood and mangled flesh spilling forth. Alu's right hand was swiftly consumed by the ominous haze. Then, it progressed to her left hand, followed by her right foot. The video was filled with the grotesque sound of bones crunching, mingled with Alu's anguished cries. It sent chills down my spine and left viewers in distress. As the dark mist devoured her entirely, the number of online viewers surged dramatically, ultimately reaching around 5 million. At that moment, Alu was completely consumed, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Some viewers speculated it was a staged magic act, while others expressed deep concern. Yet, I understood the grim reality. Alu was dead. She had truly been devoured by gluttony, all because she had chosen to disregard its dictates and refused to consume as much as before. The morning following Alu's tragic demise, headlines across the internet proclaimed the tale of a female inspirational idol of fitness who had been thoroughly consumed by a dark mist. Some news revealed that ALV was not entirely consumed. She still possessed a piece of human skin on her back, adorned with an eccentric tattoo. The tattoo depicted a large, grotesque face devoid of a nose, eyes, or ears, featuring only an enormous mouth and 2 rows of menacing teeth. I realized that ALV had been devoured by this very tattoo. She aspired to become an inspirational icon of the yin and huang, relying on her dark embroidery. Yet regrettably, she did not achieve her dream. Instead, she became a subject of ridicule on the internet. The subsequent online catchphrase became, "So, weight loss, is this perilous? I should hastily indulge in some Kentucky Fried Chicken to calm my nerves." This is the tale of ALV, a narrative of someone who forsook safe, light embroidery to pursue fame through sinister means. She shares a fate akin to those who opt for quick, dubious profits, willing to take risks with dire consequences. In truth, ALV was not consumed by gluttony. It was her own greedy and impatient heart that led to her undoing. Returning to the morning after ALV had adorned herself with the tattoo as she departed from my shop, I sighed, pondering the terrifying nature of human ambition. I had initially perceived ALV as an innocent girl, only to discover that she had secretly altered our contract to deceive me. The human heart is inscrutable, more frightening than any specter. Seated in the tattoo parlor, I received a call from Liao Min. "Hello, brother you." After Liao Min called out to me, she said. Brother you, I implore you. Last night, I had another episode and was tormented all night. In the end, I filled the bathtub in the restroom with water and lay in it before I could finally sleep. Please help me. If you do not, I fear I shall not survive. I replied to Liao Min, Sister Liao, I must be honest with you. I am not some extraordinary figure. I cannot discern the nature of your affliction or what malevolent force you may be encountering. I need you to speak the truth. Just help me get a tattoo of a half-immortal serpent. Hee, a half-immortal serpent? That is a symbol of dark embroidery. If you get that tattooed, you are doomed. I responded, think it over again. When you are ready to tell me the truth, let me know. Your time is truly running out. Do you understand? After concluding the call, I lay on the tattoo bed, contemplating how to modify Chen Yuhao's design. Chen Yuhao is quite enigmatic. Transforming the 9 dragons pulling the coffin into an artist's figure seems exceedingly challenging. After all, 9 dragons pulling the coffin is an expansive piece. How could such a large design be condensed into a smaller one? Is it even feasible? I rack my brain for ideas, even closing the tattoo studio in the morning solely to focus on this redesign. By 11 o'clock, I still felt utterly lost. I decided to step out to transfer some money to my mother. Just as I prepared to rise, a series of knocks echoed at my tattoo studio door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? I inquired. Brother you, are you in there? I recognized the voice. It was Mimi. Oh, Mimi, what brings you here? I opened the door and asked her. Mimi grasped my hand, urging, quick, come with me to a place. A friend of mine is in need of your assistance. Your friend? What has happened? I inquired. I'm not quite sure. Something strange has occurred, and she seems to be in a state of chaos at home, Mimi replied. Is that so? I responded, take me to see her. All right, follow me, she said, leading me downstairs. She owned a QQ car, which she drove, taking me to a neighborhood 2 streets away. This neighborhood, known as Mingdu Academy, was a sought-after area with exorbitant housing prices inhabited by affluent residents. Mimi led me to room 1703 on the 14th floor of the Mingdu Academy building. Upon reaching our destination, she rummaged through her bag for the keys. How do you have someone else's keys? I asked. In a rush, she explained, the one in trouble is my close friend. She gave me a spare key so I could come over whenever I wanted. While searching for the key to unlock the door, Mimi added, actually, I visited earlier this morning, but I found her behaving quite oddly. I was really frightened, so I came to find you. Is that so? I must admit, I feel a bit frightened myself. Once Mimi opened the door, we stepped into the room together. Upon entry, to the left was the living room, and to the right, the dining area. I stood inside the door and glanced toward the dining room, where I spotted a woman seated. She was clad in a set of pajamas, her figure somewhat obscured as she lowered her head, consuming something. Is that her? I asked, pointing at the woman and turning to Mimi. Mimi clutched the hem of my garment with both hands, hiding behind me as she whispered, yes, it's her. She has become frightfully terrifying, as if possessed. I glanced at the woman and replied, she appears to be fine. How could she be fine? Have you not noticed that we have been here for so long, and she hasn't even glanced our way? Mimi retorted, indeed, a visitor arrives, and she doesn't even acknowledge us. Her indifference must be astonishingly vast. I urged Mimi to move forward, and, as we took a few steps, unexpectedly, Mimi's friend turned her head to face us, baring her teeth. While Mimi's friend was quite attractive, there was an unmistakable wildness in her gaze, and she had a peculiar tendency to squint her eyes into slits. Xiao Hong, it's me, Mimi, she called softly, peeking out from behind me. Suddenly, Xiao Hong erupted into a chilling laughter. Her smile was not that of a human, sharp and terrifying, resembling the sound of cries rather than joy, leaving me deeply unsettled. Then she bellowed, get out, or I shall see to your demise. As she shouted, she slowly advanced towards us, her throat emitting a series of low, purring sounds akin to a contented cat. Chapter 47. Mysterious Death. Xiao Hong walked with an unusually stiff gait, caressing her abdomen as she proceeded, her face adorned with a peculiarly eerie smile. He. My son is about to be born, and I crave something different to eat. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Mimi could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, when did Xiao Hong have a child? She remarked that Xiao Hong had not even had a boyfriend in all these years. Así retrated alonce Mimi. I inquired what exactly Xiao Hong did for a living. She sells houses, Mimi replied, clinging to my waist and dodging away. Sells houses? So, she's a real estate agent? How could a mere saleswoman afford such an expensive property in a prestigious school district? However, it suddenly made sense to me. That real estate agent, Liao Min, was driving a BMW X5 yesterday. Though I was uncertain where their wealth originated, I sensed that being a real estate agent could indeed be quite lucrative. Xiao Hong, having overheard Mimi, wore an increasingly bizarre smile. I didn't have it yesterday, but today I do, she said, patting her belly. Dressed in pajamas that clung tightly to her form, her abdomen was prominently displayed. Yet, judging by her belly, it was clear she had been pregnant for quite some time, at least 3 months, if not more. She broke into another unsettling grin, declaring her intention to kill us and feast upon our remains, allowing her child to savor the flavor. Is this woman deranged? I pondered silently, discreetly seizing an ashtray from the coffee table. If it came to that, I would incapacitate her and hastily flee with Mimi. Xiao Hong drew ever closer to me, her hair suddenly growing wild, cascading down to obscure her face, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes. Those eyes, narrowed like yellow peas, radiated an exceedingly fierce glare that conjured images of a weasel. In my childhood, we frequently encountered weasels pilfering chickens from my master's home. He paid them no mind, while I, armed with a stick, would vigilantly guard the kitchen through the night. That evening, I first beheld the yellow creature in the darkness. Confronting me, I glimpsed its eyes, small, luminous, and brimming with malice, evoking a chilling sense of dread. That night, I did not dare to strike, paralyzed by fear of its gaze. Throughout my life, I have never forgotten those eyes. Now, as I gazed at Xiao Hong, memories of the weasel's eyes returned to me. Chicken isn't tasty. Let us try some human flesh instead, Xiao Hong teased, her tone playful. Then, her hair parted once more, revealing a transformed visage. Her face had become sharper, and I even discerned hints of yellowish hair upon her countenance. She opened her mouth and expelled a mass of pale yellow substance. Upon closer inspection, I realized she had regurgitated chunks of raw chicken. A glance at the dining table revealed the shocking truth. When we first arrived, Xiao Hong had been feasting not on anything else but a frozen raw chicken, having consumed a significant portion of it. Now, she had completely expelled it. And was she truly intent on consuming our flesh? Ha ha! Xiao Hong laughed again, continuing her advance towards us. I could no longer endure it. I threatened Xiao Hong, you. Get away from me. Don't come any closer. If you do, I shall strike you down with this ashtray. I forced myself to exude confidence, shielding Mimi behind me. To be candid, I was filled with trepidation. Suddenly, Xiao Hong erupted into a chilling laughter, her cackles resonating with an unsettling sharpness that rendered me immobile. Then, she extended her hand, and her nails had, at some point, turned a vivid crimson. Feast upon flesh. Human flesh? He. Her bizarre demeanor compelled me to clutch Mimi and flee toward the door. However, upon reaching the entrance, I found it utterly unyielding. Despite my vigorous efforts to pull the handle and kick against the wall, it remained stubbornly shut. My immediate thought was, I had encountered something supernatural. Xiao Hong was undoubtedly possessed by a malevolent spirit. Don't leave. If you do, won't my child eat? She cackled. Xiao Hong continued her advance toward us. Mimi's voice trembled with desperation as she pleaded with Xiao Hong not to harm us, insisting we were her friends. Yet, Xiao Hong paid no heed to Mimi and slowly approached. Suddenly, she dropped to the ground, crawling like a beast, her mouth agape, her visage growing increasingly menacing. As I watched her, I struggled to open the door, sweat soaking my entire back, as Xiao Hong stood merely 2 or 3 meters away from us. A sudden sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Turning my head, I discovered an additional figure on the balcony, a person kneeling on one knee, draped in a dark robe, with a large black wooden box strapped to their back. When this individual lifted their gaze, recognition washed over me. It was none other than Chun Yuhao, the man whom Feng Chunsheng had brought yesterday. Chun Yuhao straightened his posture and fixed his eyes upon us. Xiao Hong, too, caught sight of Chun Yuhao and momentarily froze. A wicked smirk danced at the corners of Chun Yuhao's mouth as he uttered not a single word, slowly advancing towards me. With each step he took, I could see Xiao Hong's body tremble anew. When he was merely 3 meters away from us, Xiao Hong shook violently, seemingly overwhelmed by fear of Chun Yuhao. Xiao Yu. She is not human, I pointed at Xiao Hong and declared. Chun Yuhao displayed no emotion, standing still with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze devoid of any sentiment as he scrutinized Xiao Hong. At that moment, Xiao Hong suddenly let out a piercing scream and collapsed to her knees. Subsequently, 7 or 8 yellow weasels emerged from within her nightgown. The weasels turned and scurried off, darting chaotically around the room until they vanished entirely. Once the last of the weasels had fled, Xiao Hong collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Oof! Mischief from lowly creatures. Chun Yuhao approached Xiao Hong and, without hesitation, delivered a kick that sent her sprawling onto the sofa. He turned to me and said, Boss Yu, take a look at that woman's belly. Remember, you have 2 days. When the time comes, I will come to collect the revised plans from you. If you cannot provide them, I will truly tarnish your reputation. With that, Chun Yuhao opened the door and departed. Mimi, pointing at Chun Yuhao's retreating figure, whispered to me, Who is that person? He seems quite formidable. Indeed, he is a master in our field, although I was uncertain of the full extent of Chun Yuhao's prowess. The intricate embroidery of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin on his back indicated he was indeed an expert. His mere punch and kick had effortlessly subdued Xiao Hong. This individual was truly unfathomable. I closed the door and, adhering to Chun Yuhao's directive, cautiously approached Xiao Hong. I reached out and pulled open her nightgown. This woman certainly possessed an alluring figure, and I felt a tinge of embarrassment as I lifted her garment. However, when I revealed her abdomen, I was taken aback. Mimi gasped as well. Oh dear, what is happening? What I beheld was astonishing. A large gaping hole in her abdomen, and upon closer inspection, all her internal organs were missing. What could have transpired? Mimi clutched my shirt tightly, seeking comfort. I reassured her, Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. After considerable contemplation, I finally pieced together the events. However, before clarifying everything, I asked Mimi, Do you believe in sinister and eerie occurrences? Nonsense, Mimi exclaimed anxiously. Didn't I encounter something vile last time? You even tattooed a yin-yang embroidery of a red lotus yiksha on me, which kept that foul entity at bay. Naturally, I believe it. I responded to Mimi, suggesting that the situation might be as follows. Xiao Hong must have inadvertently provoked a malevolent spirit, such as a yellow weasel, and subsequently faced its wrath. Those weasels consumed the internal organs within Xiao Hong and concealed themselves inside her, employing some form of sorcery to manipulate her into preying upon us. However, it seems that the yellow weasels were intimidated by Chun Yuhao. Upon his arrival, they were paralyzed with fear and fled in disarray, indicating his considerable prowess. What about Xiao Hong? Mimi asked tearfully. I sighed and replied, Alas, the dead cannot be revived. I am at a loss. My yin-yang embroidery is intended for the living. Once a person has passed, I truly have no recourse. In the afternoon, Mimi and I attended to Xiao Hong's funeral arrangements and notified her family, fulfilling our duties as friends to the fullest extent. By evening, while Mimi continued to assist with the aftermath of Xiao Hong's demise, I returned home alone. I had planned to send money to my mother today, but that did not come to fruition. On my way home, a thought struck me. Xiao Hong had fallen victim to the yellow weasel, and just yesterday, Liao Min had recounted extensive tales of her own retaliation by the same entity. Although she was accused of lying by Feng Chunsheng, I suspected that Liao Min's encounter with the supernatural was indeed intertwined with the yellow weasel's influence. As I pondered the relationship between Liao Min and Xiao Hong, my phone rang. Liao Min was calling. You must help me, she exclaimed, her voice laced with desperation. One of my sisters has died, and I fear I might be next. A chill ran down my spine. What? Your sister? Who? I asked, my heart racing. Liao Min replied, Her name is Xiao Hong. She encountered misfortune before I did, though not as severely. I never imagined she would perish so soon. Xiao Hong is your sister? I bit my lip in disbelief. Liao Min nodded, affirming, Yes. She was my sister, and she died this afternoon. A sense of urgency enveloped me as I informed Liao Min I was at the scene when Xiao Hong died. It was a horrific sight. Her abdomen had been devoured by a weasel. Please stop. I beg you. Liao Min's voice trembled with an unknown terror as she wept. She mentioned she would come to see me tomorrow afternoon to reveal the truth of the matter. I nodded in agreement. All right, tomorrow afternoon. After we arranged a time to meet, Liao Min ended the call. Reflecting on the gravity of the situation, I reached out to Feng Chunsheng, believing he had greater insight. I recounted to him the events of the afternoon, as well as the incident where Chen Yuhao saved me. Upon hearing my account, Feng Chunsheng repeatedly struck his thigh, exclaiming that the situation was dire. Chapter 48. Society, my buddy Bo. I inquired of Feng Chunsheng what was the matter. He replied, Shuizi, have you ever been to northeast China? I scoffed. Not at all. My family has been impoverished since my childhood. The only time I ventured far was to accompany my brother to university. Feng Chunsheng's tone bore a semblance of laughter as he continued, Shuizi, it is no wonder you are unaware of the gravity of the situation. In the Northeast, there are 5 wild immortals, and many families honor their spirit tablets. The 5 immortals, Hu Huang Bai Lu, and Hui, who refers to the fox, Huang to the weasel, Bai to the hedgehog, Lu to the snake, and Hui to the mouse. These wild immortals are not to be trifled with. Currently, Liao Min and Xiao Hong have offended the great yellow weasel immortal. This matter is troublesome. It would be wise for you to refrain from involvement, lest you risk your very life, Feng Chunsheng cautioned. I queried, how could Chen Yuhao possibly be involved? Feng Chunsheng scolded me. Are you foolish? Do you not know who Chen Yuhao is? That young man possesses profound abilities. He is not of our ilk. If he can subdue the 9 dragons' coffin, he can certainly manage those wild immortals. They are formidable indeed. Heed your brother Feng's words. Do not meddle in this affair, for you may very well lose your life. Instead, focus on your work in yin-yang embroidery to earn a living. In this day and age, safety is paramount. After Feng Chunsheng concluded the call, I felt a sense of unease. Should I still meet Liao Min tomorrow? I pondered for a long while and ultimately resolved that since I had spoken of it, I must follow through. Tomorrow, I would bring Feng Chunsheng along, listen to Liao Min's account, and then devise a plan. Upon returning home, I made a phone call to check on my mother, then sat alone in the house, lost in thought, contemplating how to revise the artwork for Chen Yuhao. Given his considerable expertise, I was certain his words carried weight, and I had no desire for the reputation I had recently built to be tarnished by him. As I scribbled notes and sketches on paper, I pondered the commonalities between the 2 pieces, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin and the geisha. The task at hand involved identifying the shared elements between the 2 tattoos before proceeding with the revisions. My train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the phone. Hello, Shuizi. A burst of laughter echoed from the other end of the line. The voice belonged to none other than my close friend, Li Xiangbo. Li Xiangbo is quite the character. I often refer to him as Brother Bo of the society. By day, he works as a chef, while by night, he assists various leaders in collecting debts, commanding a small entourage of followers. Though his presence may not be overwhelmingly formidable, it is nonetheless quite imposing. In our youth, Li Xiangbo lived next door to my master, and we shared a strong bond as playmates. He is fiercely loyal and adheres to a code of conduct, despite his affiliations with the underworld. He often tells me during our drinking sessions that he engages in this lifestyle not for monetary gain, but for the thrill of it. Thus, he maintains a legitimate job. An incident that left a lasting impression on me occurred when he first started working at a small restaurant as a chef. The restaurant owner was completely unaware of Li Xiangbo's other identity as a minor local figure, which led to frequent misunderstandings. He would often penalize Li Xiangbo by deducting his wages for trivial matters. However, Li Xiangbo was quite magnanimous, accepting the deductions as they came. He believed that if he had violated the regulations, then it was only fair to face the consequences. Additionally, Li Xiangbo was a person who enjoyed leisure. When there were no customers, he would often venture to the neighboring internet CAF to indulge in some online gaming, showing little concern for the deductions from his salary. Initially, the boss had offered him a salary of 3,000 yuan, but by the end of the month, he found himself with just over 2,000. Li Xiangbo did not mind these matters until the 3rd month, when the boss, frustrated by the lack of business, snapped at him, "You've been late too many times. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. Just stay at home." At that moment, Li Xianghua brushed it off, thinking it was no big deal. After all, he was not short on money and possessed skills that would easily secure him new employment. That evening, after settling the accounts with two of his friends, he went to confront the boss about his salary. The boss was alone in the restaurant, sipping on some liquor and enjoying some mu xiuxian, a Chinese dish. When Li Xianghua asked for his wages, the boss coldly replied, "There is no salary." "What? No salary?" Li Xianghua thought he must have misheard. "I've worked from the beginning of the month until now. It's nearly 30 days. You mean I want to be paid?" The boss insisted, "No, because you're always out having fun. My restaurant isn't doing well, and you still have the audacity to ask for your wages?" At this point, the boss resorted to being unreasonable. Li Xianghua erupted in anger. "Are you really that foolish? My outings didn't hinder you from cooking. Why is your restaurant struggling? Your mu xiuxian is priced at 18, while you charge 25. Who will want to eat here? Now that your business is failing, you're blaming me?" Laozi once proclaimed, "If you dare to shortchange me by even a penny today, I shall wreak havoc upon your establishment." The proprietor, taken aback, pondered the unusual audacity displayed by Li Xianghua, who typically exhibited a subservient demeanor. What could have instigated such boldness? Had he perhaps brought along two companions, emboldening his bravado? Unfazed by the threat, the owner rose defiantly and delivered a punch to Li Xianghua, challenging him, "Try to destroy my shop, if you dare." Li Xianghua, agitated, turned to his two followers and instructed, "Stand back. This confrontation is mine alone." He then unleashed a flurry of blows upon the owner, demonstrating the ferocity honed from countless street brawls since his youth. Overpowering the restaurant owner with relative ease, he pinned him to the floor, hammering away mercilessly. Hearing the commotion, the owner's wife rushed out from the back, intent on scratching Li Xianghua in defense of her husband. At that precise moment, a group of 7 or 8 street toughs entered the establishment, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Xianghua, taking on two, rushed to his aid, as he was a well-known figure in that vicinity. However, Li Xianghua waved them off, insisting that this was his matter to resolve without assistance. One street tough, mocking the owners, remarked on their lack of insight for daring to provoke someone like Brother Bo. It was then that the proprietor grasped the gravity of his miscalculation. Li Xianghua was not to be trifled with. In a bid to quell the situation, the owner's wife offered Li Xianghua 5,000 yuan, pleading for him to refrain from pursuing further grievances against them. Typically, most individuals would accept such a sum and depart without further ado. Li Xianghua was unwilling to relent. He moved a chair and sat at the table, meticulously calculating. "Boss, listen closely. This month, I was late 4 times and went out 5 times, which means I should be docked 700 yuan. My monthly salary is 3,000. After the deductions, I should receive 2,003. Hand over my 2,003, and we can consider this matter settled. I won't trouble you further." The boss was taken aback, still doubting whether Li Xianghua had lost his mind, rejecting 5,000 in favor of 2,003. This was precisely who Li Xianghua was, courageous and tenacious, yet never one to bully others due to his position. Every penny that belonged to him was rightfully his, and he would not accept a single extra cent that was not. It is for this reason that in my eyes, Li Xianghua is undoubtedly a person of substance and integrity. When Li Xianghua called me, I immediately responded, "In this society, it's Brother Bo. What do you need from me?" Li Xianghua did not directly address the matter at hand, but instead inquired, "Shuizi, has any local ruffian been bothering your tattoo parlor recently?" I laughed and replied, "With Brother Bo around, would those ruffians dare to show their faces?" He continued, "Well, Shuizi, I recently heard that you have embarked on a new venture involving something called embroidery, correct? There's even a slogan associated with it. Embroidery, stitching life and death, wealth and nobility, ensuring safe passage." I chuckled. "Oh, that's not merely a slogan. It's a prophecy imparted to me by my master. Are you interested in getting one, Brother Bo?" There was indeed such an idea. "Come, let us visit the time reversal bar, and I shall treat you to a few drinks." It turns out that Li Xianghua was inquiring about my embroidery. I agreed and said I would be there shortly. I discarded my paper and pen, hopped on my little electric scooter, and set off. The time reversal bar was not far from my location. Within 10 minutes, I arrived. Li Xianghua was waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing me, He promptly extinguished his cigarette and waved me over. I approached him, and we shared a warm embrace before he ushered me inside the bar. Inside, many were familiar with Li Xiangbo. A young man with bleached hair and a punk hairstyle called out to him, "Bro, come over here. There's a new girl, quite charming, and I'll treat you." "Forget about it." Li Xiangbo reprimanded the young man sharply. "All you think about is this. Lacking knowledge and culture, what age are we in? In this information era, read more books instead of fixating on girls all day, acting like a punk." Listening to Li Xiangbo's words, I couldn't help but chuckle. I knew he was a good person, albeit one who mingled with society's underbelly, often surrounded by numerous admirers. To speak frankly, women have never been in short supply around Li Xiangbo, making him an anomaly in this age filled with single men. However, today, Li Xiangbo seemed somewhat off. After he had scolded the young punk, as we made our way to the private room, he did not cast a glance at any of the women. "Oh, bro, you seem different today," I remarked to Li Xiangbo. Li Xiangbo wore a troubled expression and said, "Let us not discuss that for now. I've been quite distressed lately." Upon entering the private room, he firmly shut the door behind us. He then inquired, "Sai, what is he? May I ask you something?" "What is it?" I responded. Li Xiangbo asked, "Can yin-yang embroidery cure ailments?" "That depends on the illness," I replied. He then produced a box of cigarettes, opened it, and took out one stick, gently bending it as he spoke. "What about this kind of ailment?" "Oh dear." I looked at Li Xiangbo with utmost seriousness. "Bo ge, have you been bent? Do you prefer men now? Get lost. Don't bring up irrelevant matters." Li Xiangbo retorted angrily, tossing the cigarette away. "You've even completed high school. How can you be so ignorant? Did you not comprehend such an obvious hint?" "I can't get it up anymore," he lamented. "Can't get up?" I was taken aback by the implication of his predicament. "When did this happen?" I asked. "You need to see a doctor about this. It cannot be delayed." A successful man must maintain his vigor not only at work during the day, but also at home in the evening. For Li Xiangbo to suddenly lose such vitality is indeed a severe blow to him. Chapter 49. A flourishing resurgence. I urged Li Xiangbo to consult a physician. He retorted, "Do you think I haven't sought medical attention? I've explored everything from reputable hospitals to those obscure clinics, all in vain. Injections, medications, goodness. I sometimes wish I could have a steel rod implanted to straighten me out." I cautioned him against such despair. He replied, "It's not despair. There truly exists such a treatment method. I've become quite knowledgeable about medical practices. They say that in certain hospitals, severely afflicted men undergo a procedure involving a steel rod segmented into 3 parts, which is then inserted, biomechanical simulation." However, he expressed reluctance to pursue this path. As doctors warned him, it could be particularly inconvenient. Moreover, Li Xiangbo, being a libertine with numerous romantic entanglements, feared that should he encounter a captivating woman, the moment he disrobed, his sorry condition might cause her to recoil in horror. "No, absolutely not. A steel rod is out of the question," he declared, shaking his head vigorously. Then he inquired, "By the way, Shuei, do you happen to know of any reliable yin-yang embroidery? If I had that, wouldn't it restore my masculine vigor?" I inhaled sharply and replied, "Alas, Bogo, I truly cannot assist you with that. Yin-yang embroidery, emblematic of life and death, wealth and nobility, safety in comings and goings. Is that not something you once uttered?" He nodded, and I confirmed indeed. It was the very first phrase we learned in our studies of yin-yang embroidery. "Then it's settled," Li Xiangbo exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "If life, death, wealth, and safety can be secured, I do not seek riches. I merely desire a means to restore my masculine prowess. Is that too much to ask? In truth, it is not impossible. When discussing the art of yin-yang embroidery, there exists a tattoo that specifically pertains to this realm. This particular tattoo is quite extraordinary. Among all the designs of yin-yang embroidery, this singular tattoo possesses the power to enhance a man's prowess. It is known as the horse-headed king. However, this tattoo exhibits a rather peculiar characteristic, embodying neither pure yin nor pure yang, but rather a harmonious amalgamation of both. How so, you may ask? It belongs to the realm of yang embroidery, due to its depiction of a divine figure. Conversely, it is also classified as yin embroidery, as the horse-headed king requires the infusion of fierce spirits during its creation. Does this tattoo wield a formidable effect? Indeed, it is immensely powerful. I recall my master once tattooing this design for a client. There is an amusing anecdote regarding this tattoo. The individual who commissioned my master was a wealthy businessman from Hong Kong. However, he was rather inept. After my master completed the horse-headed king in yin-yang embroidery, the man called my master that very night to praise his exceptional craftsmanship. Yet, within a week, the businessman's wife flew in specifically to berate my master, lamenting that ever since her husband had adorned himself with the horse-headed king, she had been tormented each night, unable to find rest unless her husband exerted himself upon her for a couple of hours. The potency of this tattoo is indeed formidable. However, I cannot tattoo this on Li Xiangbo. Li Xiangbo is my dear friend, and over the years, he has shown me immense loyalty and kindness. When I first opened my tattoo studio, I often encountered unruly individuals who would receive their tattoos and then refuse to pay. A simple phone call to Li Xiangbo would ensure that the next day, these rascals would obediently return to settle their debts. During that time, my financial situation was quite precarious, and it was Li Xiangbo who lent me money without hesitation, providing me with 40,000 yuan. Thus, I earnestly wish for nothing untoward to happen to him. The Maquet law, after all, requires the essence of fierce souls for the tattoo. What if something were to go awry? What then? Therefore, I firmly resolved that I could not allow Li Xiangbo to receive this particular tattoo. Shuye, can you speak up? Li Xiangbo inquirat. I could not disclose the matter of the Maquet law directly, for he would undoubtedly pester me to proceed. Hence, I first sought to understand the reasons behind his predicament. I asked Brother Bo, "You often exude such vigor, surrounded by numerous young ladies. Why suddenly are you in this state?" He explained that it was due to an incident involving an air conditioning technician that had terrified him. I pressed him for details, and he recounted the tale. Approximately 2 weeks prior, Li Xiangbo had been enjoying a romantic evening with a young woman at home when, unexpectedly, a dark silhouette appeared against the pale curtains, swaying ominously as if someone were hanging outside. The young lady was the first to notice, letting out a piercing scream, and upon glancing at the window, Li Xiangbo was immediately taken aback. He promptly shouted towards the window, "I dare you, I am not afraid." He claimed to be unafraid. Yet, deep down, trepidation gripped him. Tentatively, he shuffled to the window and yanked the curtain aside, revealing that it was merely a worker installing an air conditioner. After uttering a few choice words, he drew the curtain closed and returned to bed, yearning to rekindle intimacy with the young lady. However, this time, no matter what he tried, he found himself utterly unable to perform. To preserve his dignity, he told her, "I'm not in the mood tonight. Why don't you head home? I'll go out for a drink." Once she departed, Li Xiangbo sat on the bed, fumbling about in frustration. Despite his efforts, he remained impotent. Panic set in. This was a significant dilemma. After another futile attempt, he realized nothing was working. This realization infuriated him. He felt as if the air conditioning worker had frightened him into this predicament. In a fit of rage, he ascended the stairs, intent on confronting the technician. However, the resident upstairs quickly offered him a cigarette as an apology, explaining that their air conditioner had malfunctioned in the sweltering heat, necessitating a familiar technician for repairs. Unfortunately, the external unit was too heavy for the worker to manage, resulting in a fall. Fortunately, a safety harness saved his life, allowing him to dangle precariously before being rescued. Only then did Li Xiangbo reconsider his intentions towards the air conditioning technician. I deliberately asked Li Xiangbo, "That fellow caused you such distress, yet you didn't confront him?" To which he replied, "Why would I do that?" Li Xiangbo took a sip of his drink and remarked, "It's not easy for those who install air conditioning units, braving the wind and rain. You know my place on the 18th floor with the 19th above? It's perilously high. I feel a pang of guilt if I were to scold him, especially since it's not as if he did it intentionally." I gave Li Xiangbo a thumbs up and said, "Indeed, you are a man of the world, Bo. That is commendable." After finishing his drink, Li Xiangbo sighed. "I need to discuss something with you. Could you lend me a hand?" "Of course," I replied. "It's a bit late today. Come to my tattoo shop tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a yin-yang tattoo. You'll regain your masculine vigor by that very evening." "Wow," Li Xiangbo exclaimed. "When Shui Yi speaks, it's serious." "Whether it's serious or not, you shall see the results tomorrow night," I boasted. having made such a declaration. It was certain I would tattoo the horse-headed king on him, but the answer was, of course, no. I was unaware of the side effects of the horse-headed king and would not let Li Xiangbo take such a risk. My bravado stemmed from having other clever plans in mind. The next morning, while I was still asleep, Li Xiangbo called me early, urging me to tattoo him. I asked, "Why the rush? Aren't you going out to meet girls during the day?" He replied, "How can I not be anxious? If I don't feel manly for even a day, it's as if I'm not a man at all." Unable to withstand his insistence, I told him to wait for me at the tattoo shop while I hurried out. After hanging up, I freshened up and rode my little electric scooter out the door. Upon arriving at the tattoo parlor, I found Li Xiangbo eagerly awaiting my arrival at the entrance. His excitement was palpable. "Ah, my water lord, you've finally come. I was so thrilled last night that I couldn't sleep a wink. The matter that cost me tens of thousands at the hospital remains unresolved. Yet you can remedy it with a mere tattoo. You are truly my savior." Enough with the banter. Let us head inside, I interjected, preventing him from continuing his frivolous chatter. I retrieved my keys and unlocked the roller shutter and glass doors, stepping into the shop. I instructed Li Xiangbo to remove his shirt and lie down on the tattoo table. "Wow, so this is how you get tattooed? I bet the ladies have had a good view. You should have found a partner by now. All the girls coming in for tattoos are your potential romantic interests." Li Xiangbo jested as he reclined on the table. I chuckled softly and replied, "Come on, Brother Bo, spare me your teasing and let us get on with the tattoo. What design are we going for?" he inquired. I promptly presented him with a sketch I had drawn the previous night, saying, "This is called a pillar supporting the heavens." "What do you mean by a pillar supporting the heavens? Isn't that just a mountain?" he retorted. "A solitary peak. How is that a pillar supporting the heavens?" I laughed and explained, "Recently, I had several clients who opted for my yin-yang embroidery. The results were remarkably striking." Afterward, I opened my Alipay account on my phone and showed it to him. "Take a look at my balance." Li Xiangbo glanced at it and immediately gave me a thumbs up. "Impressive. Waterlord, you're on your way to becoming wealthy. This a pillar supporting the heavens design, once inked across your entire back, will certainly bring you some discomfort," I warned. "Is there a side effect?" he asked with concern. Li Xiangbo inquired of me. I chuckled and replied, "How could it possibly be a side effect? I mean, with this, your chances of attracting the ladies will surely have them lining up." "Isn't that so? Is it really that impressive?" he questioned. "I'm just joking. You know I am the sole heir of the yin-yang embroidery lineage," I retorted, and began tattooing Li Xiangbo. Given that he opted for a full-back design, the process was exceedingly lengthy. I toiled from morning until noon, finally completing the magnificent piece. Upon finishing, Li Xiangbo was in considerable pain. I removed my latex gloves and cautioned, "Bro, be careful tonight. It's best if you refrain from any activities, lest the wound become inflamed." "No, I must go. I need to prove through action that I, the silver gun little overlord, have returned," he declared, striding confidently out of the tattoo parlor. Halfway down the street, he turned back and said to me, "Hey, Watermaster, if this tattoo proves effective, I'll send you a red envelope with 20,000 yuan in a couple of days. If it doesn't work, I'll bring you 2,000 yuan as a tattoo fee." Such is the bond of brotherhood. Regardless of the outcome, he bore no blame. I waved my hand, insisting, "How could I accept your money?" "No way. If you refuse, it means you don't consider me a brother," Li Xiangbo insisted before finally departing. I sighed. In truth, the tattoo I inked on Li Xiangbo was even a true yin-yang embroidery. Yet the question of its efficacy would remain unanswered until the night. Chapter 50. The Yin Fetus. As for Li Xiangbo's situation, I remain uncertain if any results will manifest by nightfall. Should this endeavor prove futile, I may have no choice but to tattoo him with the image of the horse-headed king. Nonetheless, I harbor hopes that this magnificent tattoo, a pillar of strength, will aid Li Xiangbo in rekindling his vigor. After completing the tattoo for Li Xiangbo, I proceeded to the bank to transfer funds to my mother. Upon completion of the transaction, I dialed her number. "Hello, Shui Zi," she greeted, her voice noticeably weak, sending a pang of worry through my heart. I quickly inquired, "Mom, are you receiving adequate nutrition?" "Yes," she replied. "I have braised pork at every meal, all prepared by your brother. I tell him I don't want it, but he insists I eat. What good is it, really? After just a couple of days, all that nutrition gets washed away by dialysis. It's all for naught." A waste of money. I hurriedly reassured her, Mom. Please don't say that. You must eat. It's not about the money. I've sent you 80,000 yuan. What? What? Where'd you get so much money? My mother asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. It's nothing, really. My skills have improved, and I'm earning at a swift pace now. Whatever you fancy, let my brother buy it for you. Don't hesitate to spend. I can earn it. My mother laughed heartily. My son is quite capable. Of course, I shall eat and drink well. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with her, I ended the call. Indeed, earning such money is no simple feat. I feel that if my luck were to wane even slightly, I might very well meet my demise. Naturally, these thoughts must remain concealed within me. Such is the responsibility and burden of a man. I stowed away my phone and rode my electric scooter back to the tattoo parlor. Inside, Feng Chunsheng was engaged in conversation with a woman. Upon noticing my arrival, he hurriedly approached me and exclaimed, "Damn it, the clients that have come in these past few days are all rather peculiar." Peculiar in what way? I inquired. Feng Chunsheng gestured towards the woman behind him and replied, "This lady has a situation." "What kind of situation?" I asked, observing the mysterious expression on his face. With a chuckle, Feng Chunsheng glanced back into the shop before turning to me, handing over the smart device I had lent him prior to his business trip, saying, "Take a look at this photo." I activated the phone, revealing a pitch-black image. "What is this?" I questioned, unable to discern its significance. Feng Chunsheng, with a knowing smile, replied, "This is an ultrasound scan. Why is it entirely black?" I continued to probe. "Heh." Feng Chunsheng chuckled. "The issue with the woman inside is that she is pregnant, yet the ultrasound reveals nothing but a mass of darkness. Isn't that strange? Is there more to this?" I asked. Feng Chunsheng stomped his foot in excitement. "How fresh. I must say, something sinister and eerie cannot be captured by an ultrasound. What she carries within her is not human." Feng Chunsheng chuckled. "Naturally, I believe the one in her womb might be a Een fetus." Upon hearing the term Een fetus, I gasped and replied, "Really? That can't be true, can it? We shall find out soon enough." Feng Chunsheng then produced his iron plate and, after striking it rhythmically, said, "Once we are inside, remain silent and follow my lead." "Understood." I nodded. Just as Feng Chunsheng was about to enter, I grasped his arm. "Wait. Brother Chun, don't rush off just yet. This afternoon, Liao Min is coming over, and I think—" "What? Are you disregarding my advice? Are you planning to meddle in Liao Min's affairs again? Haven't I told you? Liao Min has provoked the yellow skin immortal. This is beyond our involvement." Feng Chunsheng waved his hand, a hint of impatience in his tone. I swallowed hard and said, "Brother Chun, how about we involve Chun Yu Hao as well to clarify Liao Min's situation? You want to bring Xiao Yu along?" Feng Chunsheng mused. "Given his abilities, it should pose no issue. However, he isn't particularly easy to get along with. You arrange for him to meet." "I will speak with him," suggested to Feng Chunsheng. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, "All right, it's settled. This afternoon, let's discuss matters with Liao Min, but first, we should resolve the issue with that woman inside. Let us go." Together, Feng Chunsheng and I entered the shop. Upon entering the shop, Feng Chunsheng introduced the woman. "This is our store manager, a sole inheritor of the art of yin-yang embroidery. Her grandfather was a master of the craft, revered by shamans, Taoists, and monks throughout the Fujian and Zhejiang provinces, all of whom would give him a thumbs up upon meeting him. Feng Chunsheng's eloquence was reminiscent of a seasoned trickster from the realm of legends. I stood to the side, tempted to chuckle. However, my amusement dissipated upon observing the woman's countenance. She was undeniably beautiful, with willow-like brows that rivaled contemporary internet celebrities and a figure that exuded grace. Yet, her complexion was devoid of any color, her lips pallid to a disturbing degree. Her fingers appeared alarmingly emaciated, reminiscent of those found in a morgue. "Are you Mr. Yu?" After casting a glance in my direction, she introduced herself. "I am Ruan Chinsa. I have recently encountered some troubles and have heard that your yin-yang embroidery possesses extraordinary powers, which is why I sought you out." "Is that so?" I inquired of Ruan Chinsa. "What peculiar events have you experienced?" After gently caressing her prominently rounded belly, she urgently replied, "I am 6 months pregnant, Yet during my hospital visits for prenatal examinations, the ultrasound has consistently failed to reveal the appearance of the child. It is always a murky void. This was something Feng Chunsheng had just mentioned to me. I pressed further. Aside from that, there is another rather strange occurrence. Wan Qinzi continued. Do you see my face? It lacks color, does it not? I nodded in affirmation. Wan Qinzi elaborated. I had my blood tested at the hospital, and the doctor assured me that I am not anemic. All indicators are normal. Impossible, I exclaimed. Wan Qinzi's condition is not merely a lack of blood. She is utterly devoid of it. How can her bodily blood levels remain stable? I found myself perplexed by the circumstances that had befallen Wan Qinzi. Meanwhile, Feng Chunsheng approached her and said, My dear, allow me to conduct a simple test. Once completed, we shall ascertain the nature of your predicament. Very well. Wan Qinzi nodded, inviting us to assist her. Feng Chunsheng called out, What Erzi? Come here, prick your finger, and let a few drops of your blood fall onto Wan Qinzi's lips. What does Feng Chunsheng intend by this? I pondered, bewildered. He gestured for me to hasten. Reluctantly, I stepped forward, pricking my fingertip and allowing several drops of blood to touch Wan Qinzi's lips. As my blood landed upon her, it vanished almost instantaneously, akin to a droplet of water meeting a scorching iron plate, evaporating into thin air without a trace. Yet, even as that droplet transformed into vapor, my own blood seemed to simply disappear upon contact with Wan Qinzi's lips. Where had it gone? I could not fathom. Skeptical, I pressed my finger again and let 3 or 4 more drops fall on her lips. Once more, they vanished without a remnant. No need to continue, Feng Chunsheng interjected, restraining me and inquiring of Wan Qinzi. My dear, where do you reside? In the Tubi Garden Villas. Wan Qinzi trembled as she rose, asking us, Is my situation grave? Is my child unharmed? Feng Chunsheng's face was etched with bitterness as he waved his hand and remarked, Tonight, I will accompany Mr. Yu to your villa. If there are matters to discuss, we shall deliberate later. We will do our utmost to assist you. With that, the woman turned and departed. I inquired of Feng Chunsheng, Have you discerned the situation concerning that woman? He nodded and replied, I have seen it clearly. She is carrying a malevolent spirit that feeds on her blood. All the blood within her is consumed by that entity. A sudden realization dawned upon me, explaining why she had visited the hospital to check her blood levels, finding no issues at all. In truth, her blood had not diminished. It was merely siphoned away by the spirit. Feng Chunsheng continued, Tonight, we shall visit that woman's villa. I will likely be able to ascertain the situation, and we will devise a solution. That entity is indeed malevolent, is it not? I doubt it poses too great a threat. If it were truly dangerous, that woman would have perished long ago, he asserted. Indeed, I had witnessed a rather formidable malevolent spirit this time. After all, did not Xiao Hong perish at the hands of a yellow weasel? Feng Chunsheng remarked, Should we resolve this woman's predicament, there is certainly a fortune to be made. Upwards of 100,000. I shall take 20,000. I proposed, let us split it evenly. What? Feng Chunsheng abruptly turned his head. I chuckled and said, It is clear to me, Brother Chun, that you possess considerable skill. Your presence in my establishment does not render you merely an employee. We are partners, and from this point forward, all profits shall be shared equally. Feng Chunsheng was taken aback for several seconds before erupting into hearty laughter, giving my shoulder a vigorous pat. Good lad, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. He exclaimed, Thank you. For what? We're brothers, I replied, mirroring his laughter. Within Wan Qinzi's womb, there lay a shadowy fetus. Feng Chunsheng and I had already arranged our itinerary. We intended to visit Wan Qinzi's villa that evening. In the afternoon, Feng Chunsheng and I awaited Liao Min. Around 3 or 4 o'clock, she arrived. Upon entering the room, tears streamed down her face as she lamented, Xiao Hong has died. I do not wish to meet the same tragic fate. That was only natural. I replied, Speak the truth to us, and in return, we shall assist you with financial matters. After a brief cough, Feng Chunsheng interjected, It's not merely about money, Liao Min. First, share your predicament with us. Let us ascertain the gravity of the situation. Frankly, if you have indeed offended the Huang Pizzi Daxian, we cannot promise to intervene lightly. Feng Chunsheng, being astute, refrained from making any definitive commitments regarding Liao Min's situation. Liao Min, on the other hand, appeared exceedingly anxious. Initially, she seemed at a loss, murmuring the name Xiao Hong intermittently, expressing fears of impending calamity, and softly calling for help. Once Liao Min had calmed down completely, I gently prompted her, "Sister, do not rush. Take your time to explain." Liao Min exerted considerable effort before finally revealing, "I used to be a real estate saleswoman, but my sales were rather lackluster. Eventually, I sought out someone to perform cosmetic surgery on me, and thereafter, my sales performance soared. During peak seasons, I could earn 30 to 40,000 yuan a month. Until 6 months ago, a businessman approached me, promising to lead me to wealth. He urged me to follow him, claiming that I could earn at least 2 to 300,000 yuan monthly. Is that truly the case? I inquired. Liao Min responded, "In fact, it was even more. In one particularly lucrative month, I earned over 600,000 yuan. It was the substantial earnings that instilled in me the confidence to purchase a BMW X5. Yet, I have come to realize that this money was merely a death sentence. Having earned it, I am now bound to face dire consequences." "What exactly do you do?" I asked Liao Min, chapter 51. Unyielding, I inquired of Liao Min, "What is it that you do?" She replied, "I sell houses. It is my greatest talent, and the only endeavor I truly excel at. Alas, my nightmare stems from this very profession." "Is it possible that selling houses can bring misfortune?" I asked. "Have you encountered nightmares in the course of your real estate dealings?" At that moment, Liao Min's hand trembled as she clutched her cup. 6 months ago, a businessman believed that my physique and appearance were well suited for selling his properties. The commission was substantial. We could earn 20% of the sale price. And the houses were quite expensive, though it required engaging closely with clients. Engaging closely in selling houses? They rely on wealth, while you rely on purchase contracts, interjected Feng Chunsheng, unable to contain his remark. I shot him a disapproving glance, urging him to refrain from such nonsense. Some matters are best kept to oneself. Voicing them diminishes their significance. Indeed, Liao Min's demeanor darkened considerably as she quietly confessed, "Yes, it is essentially the same concept. We sacrifice our allure. Confronting those gluttonous individuals daily, the earnings can be quite repugnant. Let us set that aside and speak of the misfortunes you have encountered," I suggested to Liao Min. She nodded in agreement. "The misfortunes I faced are, in fact, dictated by the nature of my work. It was through my experiences in real estate that I came to understand that our boss," just as she was on the verge of revealing the entire truth, her phone abruptly rang. She pressed the answer button, listened to the words on the phone, then hung up abruptly. Rising to her feet, she apologized to me, saying, "I am sorry, Eerie. I know you are eager to assist me, but alas, I cannot accept your help. This matter ends here." I quickly stood up and asked Liao Min, "What do you mean? I don't want to discuss it anymore. If I must die, then so be it." Liao Min began to weep again, then suddenly turned and hurried away. I called out to her, "Liao Min, do not forget how Xiao Hong died." After a noticeable sway of her body, Liao Min replied, "I am aware of her demise, but someone has threatened me with something far more terrifying than death. I cannot continue speaking." With that, she departed in haste. Feng Chunsheng and I exchanged glances. He shook his head and said, "There's nothing we can do. It's helpless. Let be. It is fate." I remarked, I had thought Liao Min would leave for good, and that whatever enmity existed between her and Huang Pizzi would gradually fade with time. However, she returned to seek me out again in a couple of days. But that is a tale for later. After Liao Min departed, Feng Chunsheng took me to Chongning Street for shopping. Chongning Street is known in our area as the White Street. What is White Street, you may ask? It is a street that sells items for funerals. White Street offers paper effigies, paper ingots, and other such items. Feng Chunsheng ventured into an antique shop on Baijia, selecting a compass. This compass, its surface adorned with a layer of mahogany, featured a transparent, celestial pool at its center. I had heard from my master that practitioners of feng shui, like Yin Huang, possessed such compasses. Could it be that Feng Chunsheng was a feng shui master? He instructed me to pay first, and we would discuss the rest later. I inquired about the price of the compass. The shopkeeper, glancing at us, quoted a staggering sum, 8,000. Astonished, I questioned the exorbitance of the price. The shopkeeper sneered, stating, "Isn't this still a bargain? That fellow beside you sold it to me for 6,000. It has been here for over 2 years. I think an extra 1,000 is quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, I turned to Feng Chunxing. "Did you sell this here?" He chuckled, indicating the compass, saying it was a family heirloom, and now that it could be redeemed, he owed me his gratitude. I shot him a glare. "Damn it. Are you using my money for your affairs? I'll advance you the payment, but you'll have to deduct it from my salary later." "Oh, it shouldn't be this way. If it weren't for the evening's rendezvous with Ruan Chinsa, I wouldn't be redeeming this compass," Feng Chunxing remarked, claiming its utility for our business needs. I glared at him. "Cut the nonsense. We split it 50-50, and that's final." The deal was struck, and Feng Chunxing's face lit up with joy. I felt as though I had been ensnared by him. Upon exiting the shop, Feng Chunxing led me to acquire a black cat. I inquired about the purpose of purchasing a cat. Feng Chunxing replied, "A white cat brings misfortune, while a black cat wards off evil spirits. This black cat possesses mystical abilities, capable of detecting malevolent entities. Having it with us will prove invaluable." I remarked, "Isn't that merely the shadowy presence of Ruan Chinsa? Is such a fuss truly necessary?" "Absolutely," Feng Chunxing asserted. "Engaging in the realm of shadows requires both audacity and meticulousness. Meticulousness entails thorough preparation. Do you understand? A well-sharpened axe does not hinder the chopping of wood." I sensed a certain credibility in Feng Chunxing's words and asked, "Brother Chun, from your discourse, it seems you're no novice in this shadowy domain." "Certainly not," Feng Chunxing replied, shaking his head. However, he abruptly ceased speaking, cautioning, "Refrain from prying into my past. I am genuinely committed to assisting you in significant endeavors." I had no doubt about Brother Chun's sincerity, yet I was curious about the moniker he held during his earlier exploits in the realm of shadows. I posed a question, but Feng Chunxing merely shook his head, stating, "To reveal my name would be to disgrace my ancestors, best left unmentioned. Now, let's enjoy a few drinks before we prepare to visit Ruan Chipa." Noticing Feng Chunxing's reluctance to elaborate, I chose not to press him further. In these times, who isn't burdened by their own pressures? Why be overly aggressive? I guided Feng Chunxing to a quaint tavern beneath our tattoo shop for a drink. We indulged a bit too much, drinking until past 8 in the evening. After glancing at my watch, I urged Feng Chunxing to begin our work, suggesting we resolve the matter with Ruan Chipa promptly so we might return home to rest. Feng Chunxing waved his hand, indicating that he needed to remain seated until 11 o'clock, at which point he would head to Ruan Chinsa's residence. Arriving precisely at midnight, only then could he commence his work. I inquired of Feng Chunxing, "Is there a particular significance to this?" "Certainly there is," he replied, counting on his fingers. "You see, this practice of the shadowy arts is inextricably linked to the concepts of yin and yang. This holds true. My own craft of yin-yang embroidery also hinges upon these two principles." Feng Chunxing continued, "Throughout the day, the hours from midnight to 5 in the morning are designated as yin, while the period from 5 until dawn is yang. During the sunlight hours, the spirits dare not reveal themselves. It is exclusively during the yin hours that they are most active. Thus, we must act after midnight for greater efficacy in our endeavors." "Is it truly so intricate?" I queried. "You shall learn gradually. There are many foolish individuals who, lacking an understanding of these nuances, recklessly wade into the murky waters of the shadowy arts, often meeting with dire consequences." A look of pride flitted across Feng Chunxing's countenance. I too recognized that he possessed some degree of expertise, yet I pondered why he sought me out, as I was merely a novice in the realm of the shadowy arts. I settled back down, continuing to share drinks with Feng Chunxing. After a few rounds, I received a phone call from Li Xiangbo. "Shuiyi, where are you?" Li Xiangbo's voice was filled with a fierce intensity, as if he were seeking confrontation. Could it be that the tattoo I inked for him did not yield the expected results? I responded, "I am at the stir-fry restaurant beneath the tattoo parlor. It is a place I frequent. Wait for me. I am coming to make you pay." Li Xiangbo shouted with fervor. "What is this? Has Li Xiangbo not only failed to regain his former glory, but also lost face in front of the lady he invited? If this is the case, I fear I shall be quite disheartened tonight. However, Li Xiangbo has already arranged to meet me, so I cannot leave. if he truly comes to confront me, I shall be utterly unable to withstand it. As I pondered this dilemma, it was not long before Li Xiangbo arrived, driving a golden van. Upon stepping out, he stormed into the stir-fry restaurant, flanked by a dozen men. Goodness, Li Xiangbo, after all these years of camaraderie, even if my tattoo has brought you shame, is it necessary to bring so many to confront me? I quickly stood up and said to Feng Chunsheng, Brother Chun, if Li Xiangbo asks for me, tell him I'm not here. I must slip out the back. Slip out? Look behind you. Feng Chunsheng replied calmly, continuing to eat and drink. Trembling, I glanced behind me, only to find Li Xiangbo standing right there. Ah, Brother Bo, what brings you here with such an imposing entourage? I inquired. Li Xiangbo fixed his gaze on me and coldly stated, I'm here for you. No. I hastily offered him a cigarette, saying, Brother, this situation is not my fault. I merely sought an alternative method to address your issues. This approach may not yield immediate results, but in due time, it shall prove effective. It was merely a misstep. Do not hastily blame me. Blame you? Li Xiangbo suddenly embraced me, overwhelmed with emotion. Why on earth would I blame you? I cannot thank you enough. Thank you? I was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly how one expresses gratitude? By bringing a dozen people to confront me? After Li Xiangbo released me, he excitedly exclaimed, It has been half a month, brother. I have not felt like a man for the last 15 days, but now, I am once again a fine example of masculinity. I am not exaggerating. This afternoon, I went out to test the waters, arrange a rendezvous with a few young ladies, and assess the effects. My goodness, what happened? I instinctively shrank back. Li Xiangbo energetically patted my shoulder and declared, I stood tall all afternoon. I have revived my masculine vigor. What do you think? Is that not impressive? Impressive indeed, I replied, but why did you bring so many people to intimidate me? Li Xiangbo responded, They are not my underlings. They are my companions from this past month's ordeal. He leaned in closer and whispered, The dozen or so individuals standing behind me are not men either. They, like me, have tried countless remedies without success. Just an hour ago, I boasted in our support group chat, and when they heard that, they were filled with enthusiasm. They urged me to seek you out, offering to pay 30,000 to cure their ailments and restore their masculine prowess. Then Li Xiangbo, brimming with pride, continued, So, what do you think? Is that not a considerable opportunity? I thought to myself, what does he consider a considerable opportunity? I can help Li Xiangbo, but I cannot assist the group of friends behind him. I pulled Li Xiangbo aside and said, Honestly, Brother Bo, what worked for you may not work for others. Why is that? Li Xiangbo inquired, handing me a cigarette. Chapter 52. The haunted house. I found myself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Li Xiangbo inquired, Am I different from others? After a moment of contemplation, I affirmed, Indeed, you are quite distinct. I elaborated to Li Xiangbo that upon hearing his reasoning, it became apparent to me that his affliction stemmed not from physiological factors, but rather from psychological ones. He had been psychologically scarred by fear. Upon absorbing my insight, Li Xiangbo raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, You truly are a genius. To think of such an approach. I chuckled and replied, Thus, I can cure you, yet not others. Li Xiangbo immediately shook his head. Ah, that is not quite right. While you may not be able to help them, I've instilled in them a considerable amount of hope. How do we resolve this? How do we resolve it? You shall handle it yourself. This predicament is one you have created. Thus, it is yours to rectify. Understand? I patted Li Xiangbo on the shoulder and chided him. You should focus on your own issues and quietly amass your fortune, rather than prancing about frivolously. All right then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Li Xiangbo stood awkwardly at the doorway, stammering, Unconcerned, I called for Feng Chunsheng, hailed a taxi, and made my way to Ruan Qince's residence at the Tubi Garden Villa. Tubi Garden is an expansive villa complex, with the most extravagant villas priced at a staggering 15 million, excluding renovation costs. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, I dialed Ruan Qince. To resolve this matter, it must be approached as one would treat a psychological ailment. Thus, I dedicated a magnificent tattoo to him and earnestly assured him that he was perfectly fine. He believed my words and genuinely thought he was unscathed. Later that afternoon, he tested it out, and, indeed, everything was well. This phenomenon is known in psychology as psychological suggestion. For instance, Li Xiangbo must have comforted himself by saying, "Though I initially struggled, this tattoo is powerful, and I shall surely be fine." Once this psychological suggestion took hold, Li Xiangbo promptly liberated himself from his anxieties. Consequently, he remained the same Li Xiangbo, yet invigorated by the newfound belief. When I showed Li Xiangbo my Alipay account, it was not an act of flaunting wealth, as my modest sum was hardly enough to catch his eye. Rather, I aimed to provide him with a positive psychological suggestion. Despite his numerous ailments, upon receiving this tattoo, he would experience a miraculous recovery. In this manner, Li Xiangbo's trust in me deepened. With a few psychological nudges, his internal barriers dissolved, allowing his vitality to flourish once more. However, to be candid, my therapeutic approach does possess its limitations, as it can solely address psychological afflictions. The individuals who followed him might not necessarily share similar issues. Some could be grappling with hormonal imbalances or physiological defects, matters beyond my capacity to assist. "Hello, is this Sister Wan?" I inquired with a smile. She reciprocated my greeting with a warm smile of her own. "Ah, boss, you still busy at this late hour? I will call the security to let you in. Building 25 is my residence." Sighing, I waited with Feng Chunsheng at the entrance. Before long, the gatekeeper granted us entry. Feng Chunsheng cradled a black cat in his arms while I assisted him by holding a compass as we entered the villa. The path leading to Building 25 was a straight one, and within a few minutes, we arrived at our destination. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 25, the black cat suddenly let out a piercing scream. Meow! The clear, tragic cry of the cat shattered the serene night that enveloped the villa. Feng Chunsheng abruptly halted and called out to me, "Shuizi, do not proceed." "What is it?" I inquired. "The cat cries at night. This place is peculiar." Feng Chunsheng instructed me to hand him the compass. In a flurry, I passed him the mahogany compass. Feng Chunsheng set the cat down and, lifting the compass for a glance, remarked, "Shuizi, this is truly strange. Did you not mention that the items here are ominous?" I questioned. Feng Chunsheng pointed at the compass and said, "Observe the needle. It is sinking and cannot be raised. This is known as a frightened needle. There is great peril here. Quickly, we must leave. If we linger, it may be too late." Angered by his words, I directed my frustration at Feng Chunsheng, exclaiming, "Feng Chunsheng, what am I to say about you? If you did not intend to come, you should not have agreed to Ruan Chinsa from the outset. Now that we are at the doorstep, are we to turn back? Withdraw? We're we cowards? Yet." Feng Chunsheng pointed to his compass and then to the immobile black cat on the ground, saying, "It is too ominous. Do you dare to enter?" With courage and caution. Since we made a promise, we must proceed. It is a commitment. I pulled Feng Chunsheng into the house. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, reluctant to enter, and ultimately, I had to drag him inside the villa. Once inside, Feng Chunsheng seemed to regain his composure, mustering the courage to meet Ruan Chinsa alongside me. Ruan Chinsa greeted us, saying, "Welcome, gentlemen." To my surprise, she had applied makeup late in the evening. Perhaps she felt the need to present herself for outsiders. "Come upstairs. There's a tea room," Ruan Chinsa instructed. We followed her up the stairs, but after just a few steps, a sudden crackling sound pierced the air, reminiscent of electrical currents, though unclear. Then, the lights in the villa flickered ominously. Ruan Chinsa turned to us with a half-smile and remarked, "The weather has been hot lately, and many are using air conditioning. The voltage in this villa community is rather unstable, resulting in these fluctuations." I nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her was of no concern. Soon, the three of us arrived in a tea room on the second floor. Feng Chunsheng and I sat side by side, while Ruan Chinsa took her seat opposite us. "Gentlemen, I wonder if you have any solutions for my predicament?" Ruan Chinsa inquired. I responded with a smile. "Rest assured, in the business we conduct, particularly in the shadows, we can manage anything. Let's first discuss the service fee." 120,000, Ruan Chinsa stated, handing me a teacup. To be honest, my hands trembled slightly, not out of fear but from excitement. In my lifetime, I had never engaged in a transaction of such magnitude. "What about this price?" Ruan Chinsa inquired once more. I nodded and replied, The price is indeed quite reasonable, as long as it is suitable, Juan Chinsa remarked. But what is truly wrong with me? I have consulted several charlatans who claim that my fate is ill-fated, destined to remain childless. How could I possibly believe such nonsense? Since purchasing this house, I have truly conceived. When did you acquire the property? I asked Juan Chinsa. After pondering for a moment, she responded about half a year ago, which coincided with the time my child was to be born. Oh, I see. I nodded. At that moment, my phone rang. I took it out to discover a text message from Feng Chunsheng. This fellow, sitting right next to me, had resorted to sending me a message, presumably to convey something he found inappropriate to address in person. I smiled at Juan Chinsa, discreetly opened the message, and glanced down. Feng Chunsheng's text read, "Those so-called charlatans Juan Chinsa mentioned are not mere frauds. Juan Chinsa possesses high arched eyebrows but a curved tail, a sharp nose yet not hooked, a broad philtrum but fine seams. All are beautiful yet lack intricacy in the realm of feng shui and facial features. This woman embodies the absolute childless visage, destined to never bear children." Upon reading the message, I began to grasp Feng Chunsheng's implications. A woman who has been unable to conceive, yet after residing in this house, she finds herself pregnant. There is something amiss with this property. The child she carries is een fetus. Has she been pregnant with the een child since the beginning? Is it the vengeful spirit within this house that is at play? I felt a shiver of apprehension and turned a glance at Feng Chunsheng. Feng Chunsheng remained cheerful, yet privately, he sent me a text message. The message contained just 2 words, "Een house." This villa is een house. In an instant, a chill ran down my spine. I instinctively glanced at my watch. It was nearly midnight. Juan Chinsa inquired again, "By the way, esteemed masters, what exactly is my ailment? I've invested 120,000. Surely I deserve an explanation?" Coughing twice, Feng Chunsheng replied, "After midnight, we shall investigate further, and we will uncover the truth." "Very well, I shall wait. The time is almost upon us." Juan Chinsa smiled enigmatically. I looked at my watch again, realizing it was just striking 12. At that moment, the lights in the room began to flicker incessantly. Click, click. The illumination fluctuated wildly. I raised my head, feeling a surge of anxiety, and asked Juan Chinsa, "Is the voltage in this place so unstable?" Before I could finish my sentence, I sensed something amiss. The lights were indeed flickering, but in the bright moments, the woman sitting across from us was unmistakably Juan Chinsa. However, when the lights abruptly dimmed, I distinctly perceived that the woman before me was certainly not Juan Chinsa. Her face was gaunt and sharp, adorned with long strands of black hair. Of course, in the dim light, our vision was obscured. My assertion about her facial hair was merely an instinctive reaction. Hee ha ha hee ha ha. Juan Chinsa chuckled once more, her laughter resonating with the voices of 2. One voice, slightly coarse, was unmistakably her own, while the other, piercingly sharp, was certainly not. A sense of unease crept over me, and at that moment, I received another text message, this time from Feng Chunsheng. "Brother, be bold yet meticulous. Look at me now. Do not panic. The malevolent entities are still fearful of us, especially beings like us. If we reveal any signs of weakness, if they sense our fear, we shall meet our demise here," the message read. I immediately feigned composure. Feng Chunsheng cleared his throat and remarked, "The vengeful spirit in the haunted abode has been clinging to Miss Juan, hasn't it? Since it has arrived, let us dispense with the theatrics." With a mischievous giggle, Juan Chinsa abruptly rose, and the lights in the room dimmed instantly. As I gazed at her silhouette, I was struck by her enchanting figure. Gracefully alluring, she extended her right hand, beckoning us come, revel in joy, for there is ample opportunity. Come, embrace happiness, for time is bountiful. Suddenly, an exceedingly shrill melody erupted from her throat, reminiscent of the songs played on an old gramophone. Chapter 53. The Woman in the Ancient Robe, Hee Hee Hee. As Juan Chinsa sang along to the vintage record player, her voice was accompanied by a series of sharp, mocking laughter. Feng Chunsheng and I remained seated, our hearts racing with fear, yet our faces betrayed nothing. Feng Chunsheng had just cautioned me not to exhibit any signs of fear in her presence. Once we did, it would surely spell our doom. It was akin to encountering a ferocious dog. If you remain unafraid, it dares not bare its teeth, but the moment you flee, it will undoubtedly pounce. Come forth. Indulge in the merriment, for there are ample directions to explore. Ruan Qinsa grew increasingly enchanting, her figure twisting and turning, as a languorous atmosphere enveloped the room. Cunningly, she refrained from displaying any tricks before the real person. What is. Engaging in the ephemeral and insubstantial holds little value. Summoning his courage, Feng Chunsheng shouted. Perhaps we truly managed to present ourselves as aloof sages. To our astonishment, Ruan Qinsa ceased her song and sat upright. The lights of the villa brightened once more, yet the chandelier's glow, casting upon Ruan Qinsa, revealed a shadow on the wall behind her. This shadow was unmistakably not hers, for she was seated while the silhouette stood tall. It appeared to be a woman clad in ancient garb, draped in a flowing robe. The robe bore a striking resemblance to the attire of Tang dynasty courtesans, with its voluminous sleeves gently swaying. As I beheld the shadow, an intriguing thought emerged in my mind. This affair was growing increasingly peculiar. At that moment, Ruan Qinsa spoke. It was remarkably odd. Her lips moved, but the voice emanated from the shadow. O esteemed ones, you are both masters of the underworld. Why do you conspire against a mere woman like me? The silhouette of the woman on the wall swayed her waist and spoke. It seemed evident that this shadow was the malevolent force residing within Ruan Qinsa. Yet, how could it transform into a woman when her womb held a spectral fetus? How perplexing! Feng Chunsheng shouted, You audacious one! With you, Shui, and myself present, do you still dare to deceive us? Are you unaware of the gravity of your actions? What have I done? I have committed no offense, merely utilizing the form of Sister Ruan Qinsa. It is harmless. Esteemed ones, this matter does not concern you. Please, spare this humble woman. At that moment, my only desire alongside Feng Chunsheng was to depart. The woman had declared that we were not implicated and urged us to leave. Had this been earlier, I would have certainly walked away. However, now I felt a profound trepidation. To depart now would signify our fear of the shadow, and we would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, we could not retreat. If we were to leave, it must be with clarity and conviction. Summoning my courage, I rose and called out to the shadow of the woman. How audacious! The heir of yin-yang embroidery stands before you. Today, my companion and I initially intended to vanquish you. However, we are not inclined to take lives recklessly. You deserve pity, so I shall grant you a chance. Tomorrow night, we will return. If you still linger, your spirit shall surely be shattered. Upon concluding my words, I beckoned to Feng Chunsheng. Brother Chun, shall we grant this female spirit another opportunity? Since the proprietor has spoken, let us indeed offer her this chance. Feng Chunsheng shot me a glance, and I discerned his intent. He wanted me to exit with an air of confidence, to intimidate the specter, ensuring she would not dare to harm us recklessly. How could I be unaware? Even as my legs quivered with unease, I mustered my resolve and walked with a swagger. Neither Feng Chunsheng nor I could recall how we exited that villa. All I remembered was that upon stepping outside, we had barely traversed 100 paces before our legs gave way, and we collapsed on the ground. Good heavens! Thankfully, it was Feng Chunsheng who first coordinated with me through messages. Otherwise, we might have met our demise within those walls. That malevolent entity tormenting Ruan Qinsa was indeed formidable, truly ominous. The shadow, clad in ancient Tang dynasty attire, was quickly becoming a source of psychological trauma for me. Brother Chun, no wonder you warn me of the peril. It is indeed grave. I suspect that Ruan Qinsa's business endeavor will be exceedingly difficult for us to accomplish. I remarked to Feng Chunsheng. Feng Chunsheng shook his head and said, Water, do not be afraid. Since this female spirit has not harmed us, we still have a chance. It's merely a matter of facing soldiers with soldiers and water with earth. We must find our nemesis to subdue her. I believe it is essential to first inquire about the origins of this female spirit and the history of that house. However, the most pressing concern at this moment is to return home. We must rest and recuperate. It would be remiss not to recover from the exhaustion we just endured. Let's call it a day and discuss it further tomorrow. Feng Chunsheng shook his head once more. After all, it was fortunate to have him around these past few days. He is a seasoned veteran. Were it not for his composed demeanor, my usual impulsive nature might have led to dire consequences. Today, I learned a valuable lesson. Staying calm in the face of danger can transform peril into safety. We walked shoulder to shoulder towards the gate of the Tubi Garden Villa. Just as we reached the security station, my keen ears detected the sound of a wooden fish being struck from within. Namo Amitabha. Namo Amitabha. The security guard inside seemed to be reciting Buddhist scriptures. How intriguing. I decided to linger by the window of the security station to listen more intently to what he was uttering. As I listened, I discerned the essence of his words. The guard was expressing, Buddha is not that I conceal the truth. Rather, if I were to speak, no one would believe me. Please protect those two individuals who have entered Building 25. That villa has seen far too many deaths. Amitabha, grandmother, this gatekeeper must know something. Otherwise, why would he urge both me and Feng Chunsheng to seek the Buddha? The only individuals who have entered Villa 25 are indeed me and Feng Chunsheng. Considering that the gatekeeper seems to possess some extraordinary knowledge that could benefit our dealings with Ruan Chinsa, I stood at the entrance and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive knocks, the gatekeeper, who had been striking a wooden fish inside, inquired, "Who is it?" I ignored him and continued to knock. After several more knocks, the gatekeeper grew irate, flung the door open, and cursed, "Why don't you answer when I ask who you are? What nonsense!" Before he could finish his sentence, he recognized me and saw Feng Chunsheng standing beside me. Without a moment's hesitation, the gatekeeper swiftly darted like a rocket to his cot in the guardroom, burying himself under the quilt, trembling in fear. "Gentlemen, I am not the one who harmed you. Every grievance has its source. Go seek your assailant." As he muttered these words, he continued to chant Buddhist scriptures. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this gatekeeper. He must have thought that Feng Chunsheng and I had already perished at the hands of Ruan Chinsa, believing us to be spirits seeking vengeance. I seized both of his legs and yanked his head from the depths of the quilt. "Curse it all, get up and see. We are very much alive. Can't you tell the difference between a human and a ghost? And yet you still chant." Feng Chunsheng, feeling displeased, shut the door to the guardroom. Upon hearing our conversation, the gatekeeper turned to glance at us and cautiously inquired, "Are you truly human?" "Nonsense, of course it's a person." I impatiently pulled up a chair and sat down. "Thank heavens. May the Buddha bless us." The gatekeeper shook his head. Feng Chunsheng offered the gatekeeper a cigarette, saying, "Let me ask you, is there an issue with Building 25? "There is a problem, a significant one," the gatekeeper affirmed emphatically. "Then enlighten us," Feng Chunsheng urged, perching himself on the edge of a small bed. The gatekeeper, likely in his 50s, was presumably a veteran of this villa community, and he must have heard many tales. With a sigh, he trembled as he lit the cigarette, cautioning, "Gentlemen, I advise you, since you've managed to preserve your lives, do not inquire further. The matters here could lead to fatalities. You should go about your business." I shook my head and said to the gatekeeper, "My apologies for any offense earlier. If you have something to say, please do." The mistress of Building 25 is carrying a stillborn. Upon hearing the term stillborn, the gatekeeper immediately knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly before a ceramic statue of Buddha in the guardhouse, murmuring, "Sin, sin. Now there are 2 more souls destined to perish in Building 25. You're speaking nonsense. The person is not dead yet. They are destined to die. No one can save them," the gatekeeper replied. "Not only will she perish, but her husband will also meet his end." Such a strange occurrence? I grasped the gatekeeper firmly, insisting, "You must elaborate. These are 2 living souls. We cannot simply stand by and watch them die." Now, the 25 villas are filled with peculiar artifacts, flickering lights, and the shadow of a woman clad in a long-haired black robe reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, embodying an eerie presence. I am uncertain about the circumstances surrounding Ruan Chinsa, but I believe she harbors a tale worth telling. The gatekeeper may possess knowledge of this narrative. After considerable persuasion, the gatekeeper finally relented and said, "Since you are eager to know, I shall share it with you. In fact, I have recounted this tale to others before, yet they dismissed it as folly, rushing heedlessly towards their demise, leaving me powerless. Go on, my friend, I urged the gatekeeper to continue. He gestured towards the villas and declared, "This villa is the oldest in our city. Did you know that?" Of course I was aware. The To Be Garden Villa has been said to have been established over 20 years ago. The gatekeeper elaborated, stating that while To Be Garden Villa was built over 2 decades ago, its predecessor, known as Longting Villa, has a history of 10 years. Thus, this villa complex has a legacy spanning over 30 years. The gatekeeper recounted that when the villa was newly constructed, he began his employment there at the tender age of 18. At that time, the nation had only just emerged from dire poverty, and although Longting Villa was labeled as such, it was merely a row of private residences. When Longting Villa was first built, workers unearthed a coffin from the depths of the earth. They had discovered a coffin? I inquired of the gatekeeper. Chapter 54. The night coffin, I inquired of the gatekeeper what the matter was. "Old man," he replied, "there is no designated resting place for coffins. In ordinary households, they are buried haphazardly. Once the grave is dug, the deceased is placed within, and the earth is simply covered over. After all, during the tumultuous times of our ancestors, many were impoverished and did not adhere to customs. It was only the affluent and the officials who had the means to observe such rituals." The gatekeeper continued, "In those days, many laborers had encountered coffins at various construction sites, so when a few of them unearthed the coffin, they proceeded to open it. Even in the most destitute families, a buried coffin could yield some jewelry or trinkets, and those workers were eager for a little extra gain." He added, however, upon opening the coffin, they discovered a woman clad in ancient robes. "And then?" I asked. The gatekeeper elaborated. "This woman in ancient attire appeared remarkably intact, indistinguishable from a living person, strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure. This was indeed peculiar. Typically, a body would begin to decompose within a month, and within a year or two, it would reduce to mere bones. Yet, this woman in the coffin remained wholly preserved, which was quite alarming. The workers who had unearthed the coffin were so startled that they recoiled several meters. However, in those days, people were bold. Fear was merely a fleeting sensation. Before long, the group of workers regained their composure and approached once again, finding that the woman in the coffin seemed devoid of any extraordinary features, save for her remarkable preservation. One audacious individual even dared to seize a handful of the woman, boasting to his fellow workers of her softness. The gatekeeper remarked that the conditions back then were far different from today. Now, establishments such as nightclubs, hotels, and bars abound, and for a mere few hundred yuan, one can easily find solace. But what era was that? At that time, televisions were a rarity. Those workers, far from home in pursuit of a livelihood, often spent years without seeing their wives, which inevitably left them yearning. Furthermore, the woman was undeniably stunning in her beauty. When they unearthed the coffin, it was night, and the workers, their minds clouded, succumbed to base desires, immediately defiling the female corpse. The gatekeeper paused here, indicating that the subsequent events were all too clear to us. I inquired further, and then? The gatekeeper replied, "The very next morning, those same workers met a grisly fate, all perishing on the spot. As the workday commenced, many gathered to witness the scene, and the gatekeeper was among them. He recounted that the woman was indeed beautiful, but exuded a sinister allure, a sense of wickedness. The deceased workers lay lifeless, their bodies darkened, froth spilling from their mouths. Yet, curiously, while their garments were meticulously discarded, the female corpse remained fully clothed. The gatekeeper confided, "Young man, I must admit, upon seeing that corpse that morning, I too was unable to resist. Indeed, I suspect I was not alone in my reaction. The woman was extraordinarily lovely and alluring, her robe slit to reveal her thighs, a vision of striking beauty. I hastily instructed the gatekeeper to halt. By heavens, it was utterly inhumane. Even the corpse reacted. What happened next? I inquired of the gatekeeper. He recounted that during that time, no one dared to openly indulge in superstitions. So late at night, the leaders of Longting Villa summoned a reasonably skilled Taoist priest. The priest declared that the corpse was exceedingly peculiar and could only be dealt with in the manner it was found. Consequently, the leaders recruited a few brave souls. each offering 15 yuan to assist in placing the body into a coffin. At that time, 15 yuan was a considerable sum. Many laborers earned merely 8 or 9 yuan a month, and a salary exceeding 10 yuan elevated one to the status of a boastful figure. With a generous reward, valiant men emerged, and the gatekeeper was among them. For individuals managed to place the woman back into the coffin, resealing it and interring it underground. Simultaneously, the Taoist priest buried 5 glass-encased talismans for warding off evil spirits just beneath the surface, thus concluding the matter. However, that plot of land was deemed unsuitable for future construction. Longting Villa had an enormous vacant space where talismans were sold, creating an oddly eerie ambience. This incident seemed to be resolved. Yet later, the owner of Tubi Garden intervened. He brought along a feng shui master who designated a feng shui site, precisely where the coffin had been buried. The feng shui master proclaimed that this location was the dragon's eye of the entire villa district, the pivotal point. The first villa must be constructed with this as the center to ensure a flourishing source of wealth. During the excavation, they unearthed the coffin of the ancient robed woman once more. At this moment, the geomancer directly sought assistance to incinerate the coffin of the woman in the ancient robe, thereby continuing the construction of the villa. The gatekeeper mentioned that he had attempted to persuade the owner not to proceed. But could the owner heed the advice of a mere gatekeeper? He only listened to the geomancer. After the coffin of the woman in the ancient robe was burned, strange occurrences began to manifest annually. The residents of Villa 25, in the first year of their habitation, inevitably found themselves expecting a child. However, upon visiting the hospital, the fetal position could never be detected. In previous years, the ultrasound technology was inadequate, and not being able to visualize the fetus posed no significant concern. Yet now, with the transition to advanced 4D color ultrasounds, the inability to locate the child signifies a grave issue. The gatekeeper recounted that during the first 3 days following the birth of these children, the mistress of the house would mysteriously vanish, and, subsequently, the master of the house would become exceedingly frail, ultimately succumbing to death within approximately 6 months. Inquisitively, I asked, "Has this villa always been occupied?" Initially, there were those who dismissed the ominous signs, but due to the plethora of strange incidents occurring in Villa 25, the property value plummeted. The gatekeeper remarked that this villa, according to the current pricing standards in our city, should command no less than 15 million. Yet even at a listing price of 1,500,000, no one would purchase it. He added that contemporary homebuyers are not fools. They often consult geomancers for their insights. I inquired how it could still be sold under such circumstances. The gatekeeper shook his head, stating that perhaps the current owners are simply unwise. At that moment, the gatekeeper retrieved a photograph from his drawer and handed it to me, saying, "Young man, take a look at this." The photograph was in black and white, depicting the coffin alongside the corpse of the woman. The visage of the female corpse was unfamiliar to me. However, upon observing her figure, I recognized her as the shadow we had encountered earlier in the villa. After a few moments of contemplation, I remarked, "This is peculiar. The deceased is clad in an ancient Tang dynasty robe, yet her coffin is of modern design." "Ah, so you possess knowledge of coffins?" Feng Chunxing inquired. I recounted to him a previous engagement I had, which involved tattooing the deceased. In the region of Nanyue, many hold a belief in the significance of tattoos. Thus, when a child met an untimely demise, I was often called upon to ink auspicious designs such as blooming flowers or koi fish, hoping to grant the departed a favorable rebirth. In conjunction with this service, I would also recommend coffins, which led me to become acquainted with the renowned coffin craftsman, Old Guanto. I possessed a modicum of understanding regarding coffins. This particular corpse was rather eerie, a vengeful spirit lingering for decades. It was beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. One must first ascertain the facts. Knowledge of oneself and the adversary is essential for triumph in any endeavor. I conveyed this to Feng Chunsheng, who, upon hearing my words, fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he raised his thumb in approval. "Well, Shui Zi, your capacity for learning is quite remarkable." That statement resembled the wisdom of an experienced practitioner. "Your insight is commendable." Feng Chunsheng suggested that we first inquire about the coffin, and perhaps through it, we could unearth the backstory of the female corpse. To approach recklessly without understanding her origins would be ill-advised. Of course, we could also summon Chen Yuhao. This young man possesses profound abilities. Dealing with the female spirit would pose no challenge for him. However, Xiao Yu is a revered figure. He does not extend invitations unless absolutely necessary. Feng Chunsheng and I, upon exiting the security room, summoned a ride to seek out old Guanto. As I bid farewell to the guard, I requested his phone number. Upon arriving at the entrance of old Guanto's shop, Feng Chunsheng expressed skepticism about finding a coffin maker at such an hour. Who engages in coffin making at night? Isn't that a bit eerie? I explained that old Guanto is rather eccentric and prefers to work during the night. Is there a particular reason? Feng Chunsheng inquired. I waved my hand dismissively, admitting I had never asked. I had always assumed coffin making occurred under the cover of darkness. Old Guanto was the only coffin maker I had ever known. Well, you do seem to have a penchant for peculiar acquaintances. We knocked gently at the door of old Guanto's shop. Old Guanto, it's me, Shu Az. I called out as I rapped on the door. Adhering to the custom he had established, he insisted that I announce my name upon knocking at night, lest he faint, mistaking me for a ghost. Coming, came a slow, measured footfall from within. The roll-up door creaked open, revealing old Guanto, who inquired, "What brings you here, Shu Az? Here to purchase a coffin?" Not to buy. I merely need my Uncle Gu to take a look for me. I handed him a photograph of the coffin and the deceased woman. Uncle Gu, could you assist me in determining the era of this coffin? Old Guanto scrutinized the photograph from a distance and remarked, "I can't discern much. I must fetch my reading glasses." After speaking, he stepped inside, and Feng Chunsheng followed closely behind. As we entered, Feng Chunsheng posed the question that had been on his mind. "Uncle Guan, why do you craft coffins during the night rather than in the daytime?" "It is my particular practice." Old Guan turned to glance at Feng Chunsheng and continued, "At night, there are many spirits and deceased. Those wandering souls can lie in the coffin to test its comfort. After all, coffins are made for the departed." Upon hearing this, Feng Chunsheng's voice deepened, and he raised his thumb in admiration. "Testing coffins with ghosts at night, might I inquire what connection exists between you, Uncle Guan, and the old blacksmith of whose city?" Old Guan scrutinized Feng Chunsheng once more, a smile breaking across his face as he offered him a cigarette. "Ah, young brother, you possess a keen understanding. You seem to have a grasp of the intricacies within the coffin trade." Feng Chunsheng's tone grew considerably more serious as he continued. "I merely wish to understand the relationship between you and the old blacksmith of whose city." Chapter 55. The Female Soul. Old Guanto remarked, "The old hammer of Huqing is my master, who has not wielded his hammer for many years." "Oh." Feng Chunsheng immediately bowed. "Thank you, old Guanto." The coffin of my wife was crafted by the old hammer himself. After he completed the coffin, I bowed 3 times before him. After all, he had not touched the hammer for 2 decades, and for my sake, he resumed his work. Such kindness is unforgettable. Feng Chunsheng continued, "Uncle Guan, your connection with the old hammer is indeed profound. Upon meeting you, I must express my gratitude as well." "Oh, ha ha ha." Old Guanto instantly warmed to us, saying, "So we are all kin. Anyone capable of persuading my master to return to his craft must surely be one of us." I inquired of Feng Chunsheng, "Is the old hammer of Huqing well known?" "His reputation is illustrious throughout Huqing," Feng Chunsheng replied. "There is a saying in Yanhuang, eat in Yangcheng, dress in Pingjiang, live in Hangzhou, and die in Huqing. The coffins from Huqing are the finest in the nation, and the old hammer is the most renowned craftsman in the coffin industry there. He particularly enjoys crafting coffins at night, allowing souls to test the comfort of his creations. This practice, known as night coffin ghost trial, is quite famous." He added, "Since you sought Uncle Guan to examine the coffin photos, I am truly impressed. I fear that an ordinary coffin maker might overlook the nuances. But with Uncle Guan being a master-s apprentice to the old hammer, such an oversight is unlikely." Recognizing that we were all of the same ilk, old Guanto took his time and did not rush to show us the photos, pouring each of us a cup of tea. Feng Chunsheng inquired of the old coffin maker, "Uncle Guan, the coffin shop in Huqing is thriving. You could earn a fortune there. Why have you come to Nanhua? The old coffin maker chuckled. I wish to establish my own business. Remaining in Huqing would mean competing with my master for a livelihood, a notion I cannot entertain. Thus, upon mastering my craft, I bid farewell to my mentor and, accompanied by my wife and children, ventured here to craft coffins. Though life here is not as prosperous as in Huqing, it suffices. We have enough to eat and drink. I thought to myself how principled the old coffin maker was. After a brief discourse, he donned his reading glasses and began examining the photographs in his hands. After only a few glances, he declared, "This coffin is not very old. Let me count. It must be from before the liberation, not many years indeed." "Are you certain?" I asked the old coffin maker. He pointed at the coffin, explaining, "This coffin is coated with paulownia lacquer. When first applied, it gleams beautifully and is considered exquisite. Many people utilized it initially, but within 4 to 5 years, the lacquer reveals flaws. Its permeability is too strong." He recounted a case where a man, after his father had passed away 3 years prior, needed to relocate to another province. Consequently, he opened the coffin to exhume his father's remains, only to discover that the coffin had darkened, and his father's bones had been stained by the lacquer. Enraged, he sought out the coffin maker to express his outrage, labeling it a shoddy coffin. Eventually, it became clear that the fault lay with the paulownia lacquer. Such incidents occurred frequently, and within a few years, the use of paulownia lacquer dwindled. In those few years, however, the paulownia lacquer has undergone a transformation in its craftsmanship, regaining popularity among people. Of course, the coffin you possess cannot be a product of recent times. From before the liberation? I pondered, tilting my head. The old official continued. This woman was beautiful and wealthy, yet tragically passed away at a young age. Such a loss is indeed lamentable. Wealthy? I inquired of the old official. From where do you deduce her affluence? He replied, "It is evident from the coffin itself. This paulownia lacquer was once a luxury item, inaccessible to ordinary households. Moreover, I need not even examine the coffin closely. It is crafted from butterfly wood, the finest timber from Huqing. Currently, a single cubic meter of such wood would cost around 400,000 to 500,000, and it was equally expensive back then." After articulating his thoughts, the old official concluded, "A piece of wood, an inch of gold. We have gathered sufficient clarity regarding this matter. Indeed, the deceased is from a prominent family, wealthy, and likely perished before the liberation. The information we have is limited to this." After bidding farewell to the old official, we exited the coffin shop. Once outside, I turned to Feng Chunsheng and asked, "Brother Chun, with this information, can we ascertain the length of the deceased?" "That remains uncertain," Feng Chunsheng replied. "We must uncover the circumstances surrounding her death." "I actually have a lead on that," I said to Feng Chunsheng. "For where do you gather this information?" He inquired. I explained that affluent families typically maintain genealogies, chronicling all significant events within the family. The larger the household, the more meticulous the records, akin to historical texts. This tendency is generally tied to the psychology of such distinguished families. The affluent families all believe that their lineage can achieve great renown. Thus, they meticulously document their histories, just in case their descendants attain fame in the future. Reflecting on this, I remarked to Feng Chunsheng that the family records are housed in the uppermost level of the municipal library, easily accessible. Slightly incredulous, Feng Chunsheng inquired how I knew this so well. I explained to him that our family, prior to liberation, was indeed among the prominent households. Though not indigenous to the area, we had migrated from afar. My great-grandfather had brought 18 loads of pearls from Nanhua, and our family also possesses a genealogical record, which was later submitted to the authorities. Recently, I received a call from the library informing me that our family history is preserved there for others to explore the rich cultural heritage of Nanhua, and I am welcome to visit and peruse it at any time. Upon hearing this, Feng Chunsheng clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Oh my, Shui Zi, had you revealed this earlier, you would have been regarded as a young master of water." Without further ado, I suggested we return home and plan a visit to the library the following morning. Agreed. Feng Chunsheng concurred as he returned to his rented abode. The next morning, Feng Chunsheng and I rode our electric scooter to the library. In the corner of the topmost floor, we found hundreds of family records categorized according to the city map, indicating which volume corresponds to which locality. Following the geographical coordinates of Longting Villa, we located the specific family record. The family of the deceased woman bore the surname Han. As I perused the record, I discovered that the woman was likely named Han Zaishi, with Zaishi signifying the modern concept of introverted individuals. Her father wished for her to remain in her boudoir, adhering to the superstitious belief of the time that a woman's lack of talent equated to virtue. However, Han Zaishi was evidently not a virtuous woman. She enjoyed the company of other men. It is not merely the closed-mindedness of that era that is at play. Even in contemporary times, such behavior would be viewed similarly. Han Zaishi often associated with married men, earning her the reputation of a typical libertine in modern parlance. According to family records, there was a day when she entertained the company of 7 or 8 men. This information was relayed by a maidservant, highlighting Han Zaishi's disgrace upon her family. Each mention of her in the family annals is brief and sparse. Nonetheless, at the tender age of 21, Han Zaishi bid farewell to this identity. She fell in love with a man, an elegant gentleman who happened to be a teacher in the town. In that era, teachers held a prestigious status. Even the impoverished who had received an education were deeply respected and addressed as sir. This gentleman was named Bai Mu. Bai Mu took Han Zaishi to the provincial capital and the city, with all expenses covered by her. The maidservant noted that Han Zaishi was eager to grow old with Bai Mu. The adage a prodigal son returns rings true, especially considering Han Zaishi's noble background, which deemed her a fitting match for Bai Mu. Tragically, Bai Mu proved to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Just as their wedding was approaching, he deceived Han Zaishi into stealing the deed to her family's land. Then, Bai Mu swiftly sold the land deed, converting it into a sum of silver coins, and departed from the southern regions. At that time, the head of the Han family possessed extensive connections, and, through various means, an agreement was reached with the purchaser of the land deed. Half of the Han family's estate would belong to them, yet the other half remained with the Han lineage. During the years when Han Zaishi was between 15 and 21, her actions brought shame upon her family. After turning 21, her unrequited love caused a significant loss to their wealth. This led Han Zaishi into utter madness. She indulged in frivolous escapades with men, reveling in such a lifestyle for 5 years. Ultimately, she perished in her bed, leaving behind a letter in which she expressed her desire to don the Tang dynasty robe gifted to her by Bai Mu before her death. Of course, the robe had been tailored for her. It was originally intended for her wedding with Bai Mu, but alas, upon finishing the family chronicle, I exchanged glances with Feng Chunsheng. He remarked, no wonder that female spirit seems somewhat. This woman, she is a lovesick ghost, deeply wounded by her beloved, filled with resentment. Is there a remedy? I inquired of Feng Chunsheng. He replied, there is a remedy, but you must employ the yin-yang embroidery of the soul. Yin-yang embroidery consists of several types: yin embroidery, yang embroidery, and soul embroidery. However, knowledge of soul embroidery is rare. How does Feng Chunsheng know of it? I regarded him with suspicion. Feng Chunsheng seemed to sense my doubts and immediately laughed, asking me what was wrong. I said, how come you, Feng Chunsheng, know me so well? You even know about soul embroidery? It is imperative to be informed. The art of yin-yang embroidery was once renowned. Though it is now lacking in one aspect, it has gained considerable fame within the realm of the esoteric. After Feng Chunsheng concluded his statement, he abruptly shifted the subject in frustration. Let me ask you, Huinxiu, can you perform it? Of course I can, I replied, casting a pointed glance at Feng Chunsheng. However, to engage in Huinxiu, one must first possess a robust soul. Then why not call Lu Laolu and inquire, to see if he has a strong soul? Feng Chunsheng's impatience was evident. Yet, I languidly held the phone, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the female spirit. Han Zaishi's life was initially detestable, later endearing, and ultimately tragic. She was not truly a villain of great malice. Should I proceed with Huinxiu? Han Zaishi's demise would be inevitable. Nevertheless, considering the countless lives she has affected over the years, no matter how pitiable her existence was in life, she cannot be pitted in death. Resolutely, I dialed Lu Laoyu's number. Hello. Shui Zi, looking to make a purchase? Lu Laolu inquired. I responded, Sixth Master. Is a strong soul available? Huh. I assure you, I'm not boasting. Aside from me, no one else has access to such strong souls. Lu Laolu chuckled heartily. Chapter 56. The soul-refined blade Lu Laolu is indeed an old man. Many goods can only be procured through him. I urged Lu Laolu not to rush into boasting and inquired if he truly had goods. He asked me, how fierce do you desire it to be? Just how fierce? I replied, as fierce as it can be. After pondering for a moment, Lu Laolu proposed. What about the restless spirit of the officer who was slain while pursuing a notorious bandit? Would you be interested in that? The notion of the spirit of an officer who perished while chasing a criminal astonished me. This vengeful spirit, the ordinary soul, and the valiant soul are all manifestations of human essence. The distinction lies in their nature. An ordinary spirit is the continuation of life after the death of a common individual, something all normal people possess. A vengeful spirit, however, arises from those who die with grievances, harboring malevolent thoughts. The valiant soul, on the other hand, represents the spirits of noble individuals who have sacrificed themselves heroically. For instance, the soul of someone who drowned while attempting to save another from drowning is considered a valiant soul. Similarly, the spirit of someone who was fatally stabbed while heroically intervening in a crime is also categorized as such. The most esteemed valiant soul, as Lu Laolu described, is indeed the restless spirit of the officer who met his end while pursuing a bandit, a quintessential paragon of a valiant soul. With such a spirit, vanquishing that female soul would be assured. However, these souls are not easily found, and their utilization may tarnish one's moral integrity. The officer who fell in the line of duty is undoubtedly a good man, a veritable hero of the city. To employ the spirit of such a noble figure for commercial gain would be a grave moral transgression. I shook my head and replied, this soul is far too noble. I think I shall forego it. Lu Laolu chuckled heartily. Shuizi, do not feign indifference. I am well aware of your reluctance. Are you not simply afraid of tarnishing your moral integrity? Allow me to assure you, despite my unorthodox methods, I, Lu Laolu, possess a conscience and would never trade the valiant spirit of a hero for mere profit. That is my unwavering principle. However, this spirit of valor is undeniably potent. Hearing Lu Laolu assert his principle, I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. What mischief could this old man not indulge in? Yeah, I must concede, I had misjudged him this time. He indeed handled this matter with transparency and integrity. With a half-smile, I inquired, pray tell, why is this spirit of valor so effective? Listen closely, young man, Lu Laolu replied. This spirit was sold to me by the deceased officer. Sold to you? Do not jest, I retorted. Lu Laolu insisted it was indeed the spirit of the officer who had perished in action. He explained that the officer was the son of a friend, named Su-Yi. Su-Yi was a narcotics officer, engaged in perilous missions. On his first assignment, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of criminals. Their gun was aimed directly at his forehead, and had his comrades not intervened in time, he would have met his demise then and there. Having survived that harrowing experience, Su-Yi approached Lu Laolu and said, I know you are a collector of spirits. Teach me how to gather my own. Should I fall in battle, I entrust my spirit to my comrades, and in return, I seek a sum of money. Su-Yi was neither greedy nor fearful of death. His concern lay in the welfare of his wife and children, who would be left uncared for should he perish. He intended to use that sum of money as alimony for his wife, allowing him to depart with a sense of assurance. At that time, Lu Laolu bestowed upon him a bell, known as the soul-searching bell, hexagonal in shape, adorned with Taoist symbols. When one dons this bell, upon their death, it would chime melodiously until their soul is gathered, at which point the bell would cease its sound. When Lu Laolu entrusted this bell to Su-Yi, he earnestly remarked, Su-Yi, you are a good man, a man willing to sacrifice. I hope this bell never tolls. Ultimately, however, the bell did ring. During an anti-drug operation, Su-Yi was fatally shot by a drug dealer, the bullet striking his heart, ending his life instantaneously. Lu Laolu sighed and said, I gave Su-Yi's wife 150,000. Can you guess what happened? What happened? I inquired. Lu Laolu replied, On the day Su Yi was killed, his wife was with another man, for she had grown accustomed to his prolonged absences. She had become entangled with a colleague. And then, 150,000, and Su Yi's wife absconded with the money, leaving their son with Su Yi's father. The intricacies of human relationships, despite living my life, I still find many things incomprehensible. I muttered under my breath, scoundrel. His wife is truly despicable. Alas, there are countless lovely young women in the world. Countless kind-hearted souls. How unfortunate that Su Yi loved the wrong person. The money he earned with his life was ultimately squandered by that woman alongside another man. Lu Laolu spoke increasingly in a hushed tone. Shweezy, this soul, my asking price is not high. Just 100,000. 100,000? I could hardly believe my ears. You spent 150,000 and only sell it to me for 100,000? Lu Laolu chuckled, a sound tinged with resignation, and remarked, I am aware of your lineage as the heir to Enyang embroidery. You are the sole bearer of this craft. When it comes to tattoo artistry, if you are not the finest in the nation, you are certainly among the elite. Thus you are the one most capable of treating Su Yi's departed spirit with care. Brother, it is not an easy matter. Su Yi lived a life both pitiable and admirable. When the time comes, let the work on his hands be meticulous, allowing Su Yi to depart in grandeur. I nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Whether to accept Su Yi's soul, I would need to consult the client. But I assured him that if I did take Su Yi's soul, his departure would undeniably be magnificent. That was precisely the affirmation I sought. We had never been so attuned before. Lu Laolu left me with a final note and hung up. 100,000, available whenever you wish. Just reach out to me. All right, I responded, hanging up the phone and turning to Feng Chunsheng, saying, Chungu, it's settled, the soul is ready. Very well, contact Ruan Qinsa. Feng Chunsheng instructed. I dialed Ruan Qinsa, inviting her to my tattoo studio in the afternoon, where I could assist her with the female spirit residing in her home. Once off the phone, I shared Su Yi's situation with Feng Chunsheng. Upon hearing it, Feng Chunsheng sighed, expressing, I earnestly hope that Ruan Qinsa can take on this business. Why? I inquired. Feng Chunsheng replied, the sooner this business is concluded, the sooner it indicates that Su Yi can be reborn. Why does Lu Laolu not simply release his soul to be reincarnated? Lu Laolu is not in need of that sum. I remarked to Feng Chunsheng. Feng Chunsheng chuckled and explained that this is not a matter of money. Su Yi has sold his soul to Lu Laolu. If Lu Laolu does not sell him to someone in need of a robust soul, Su Yi will undoubtedly not be reincarnated. The nature of a robust soul is exceedingly tenacious. You are not unaware of this, are you? Can one survive solely on handouts? After being schooled by Feng Chunsheng, I nodded in agreement, acknowledging Brother Chun speaks with great wisdom. Indeed, we must not delay. Let us swiftly return to the tattoo studio, prepare the soul show, and sever that female soul. Thus, Feng Chunsheng and I rode back on the small electric scooter to the tattoo shop. Upon our return, Feng Chunsheng chastised me, insisting I should invest in a proper vehicle, as riding a small electric scooter undermines my status. What nonsense! As the proprietor, I do not feel ashamed. Who just days ago were begging, find me disgraceful. Are you unwell? We ascended the stairs, opened the door, and reclined on the tattoo beds to rest. Around 3 in the afternoon, a somewhat hoarse voice called out to me, Boss you, I have arrived. I opened my eyes to find it was Ruan Qinsa, and I immediately called for Feng Chunsheng. The three of us gathered around the table. I inquired of Ruan Qinsa, are you aware that there is a female soul in your family? Huh? Ruan Qinsa appeared utterly oblivious. I continued, the child in your womb is not truly yours. Do you know this? To this, Ruan Qinsa shook her head once more. Continuing, I candidly stated, your child has always been a stillborn spirit, conceived by the female soul that has taken residence in your womb. Are you aware of this? Surely not, I thought. Ruan Qinsa's already pallid face turned even whiter, resembling that of a paper doll. I continued, your child cannot survive. Unless you expel that female spirit, you too shall perish, and your husband as well. My husband only returns once a week. He cannot be in danger. Can he? Ruan Qinsa trembled, rendered speechless. Feng Chunsheng interjected immediately, saying, Ruan Chinsa, do you still not comprehend? Each night, that female spirit clings to you, enticing your husband to engage with you, resulting in the conception of this child, which is born of your husband and that female spirit, a stillborn. What? What can we do? Ruan Chinsa implored. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, the only solution is to banish that female spirit and subsequently eliminate the stillborn. The sole method to achieve this is through soul tattooing. But that is my child, she protested. How many times must I reiterate? That is not your child. It is a stillborn, dear sister. My frustration began to surface. How could Ruan Chinsa be so oblivious? Can she not discern the gravity of the situation? Ruan Chinsa promptly broke into tears. After weeping for what seemed an eternity, she finally said to me, then I shall heed your advice and eliminate the stillborn. That is the correct decision, I affirmed. I explained to Ruan Chinsa, your soul tattoo must embody the essence of utmost masculinity, requiring placement on the most virile part of the body. Where should it be placed? Ruan Chinsa inquired. On the forehead, I advised. The crown of the head is the convergence of the body's myriad energies. However, a tattoo cannot reside atop the head, so as a compromise, it shall be inscribed upon the forehead. Ruan Chinsa immediately tilted her body, expressing her reluctance. Will it look unsightly? Rest assured, it shall not be unattractive, I replied. This tattoo, I intend to apply using an airbrush. You are familiar with airbrushes, are you not? Ruan Chinsa shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity. I elaborated that the airbrush tattoo is essentially a temporary design, utilizing a special solution that can be wiped away immediately. Even without the solution, it will fade significantly within a week. Then, please assist me in getting the tattoo, Ruan Chinsa implored. I inquired, by the way, I must clarify. Yesterday you mentioned 120,000. This amount is for the labor of myself and Brother Chun. Additionally, you will need to provide 100,000 for materials. Are you willing? Su Yi's spirit alone necessitates a sum of 100,000. I cannot possibly allocate such funds to Ruan Chinsa for a soul show. Otherwise, aside from the material costs, Brother Feng Chun and I would each only be able to procure 10,000. Ruan Chinsa promptly resolved, as long as it can save both my husband and my life, I can provide this 220,000. Very well, I affirmed, pointing at Ruan Chinsa. The soul show I will inscribe for you is called the Blade of Restraint. It will undoubtedly sever the connection with the female spirit haunting your villa. Chapter 57. Wusong. I had ascertained that Ruan Chinsa intended to create a soul tattoo. Aside from the female spirit, I immediately contacted Lu Lao Lu to confirm my acquisition of Su Yi's vigorous soul. Lu Lao Lu assured me that the delivery would arrive within half an hour. While I awaited Lu Lao Lu's arrival at the tattoo parlor, I busied myself cleaning the airbrush. In this day and age, the number of individuals opting for airbrush tattoos has dwindled considerably. Although the tattoos produced by the airbrush are strikingly lifelike, closely resembling genuine ink, their prohibitive cost and single-use nature have resulted in limited demand. It had been quite some time since I had utilized this airbrush, and now, as I prepare to use it once more, I found myself engaged in a lengthy cleaning process. Approximately 40 minutes later, Lu Lao Lu's associate arrived, presenting me with a bamboo tube. He informed me, Lu Yi has instructed that payment is not urgent. You may settle the account once Master Shui has concluded his affairs and received the final payment. I found myself regarding Lu Lao Lu with newfound respect. This fellow exhibited a sense of loyalty. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that Lu Lao Lu harbored an interest in my yin-yang embroidery. Was it merely an illusion? I chose not to dwell on such thoughts. At least in this transaction, Lu Lao Lu had proven himself to be accommodating. Upon receiving the bamboo tube, I commenced the preparation of the pigments. It is worth noting that the soul tattoo of the blade was entirely azure, thus requiring no elaborate colors. I poured the pigment into a dish, gradually transferring Su Yi's vigorous soul from the bamboo tube. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed from the dish, emitting a ghostly cry of Su Yi. Rather than startling me, this eerie sound sent a shiver through Ruan Chinsa outside the door. She asked me in a state of mild panic, Boss you, what is that sound coming from your side? I had just been listening to rock music and feeling somewhat exhilarated, loud a shout. I would not disclose to Ruan Chinsa that within her tattoo resided a soul. After deftly sidestepping that matter, I took the paint and filled the spray gun, adjusting it to the appropriate flow before stepping out of the inner room. I instructed Ruan Chinsa to sit on a chair and began to tattoo the design of the jidao onto her forehead. What is a? It is a knife used in Buddhist practices. The Buddhist philosophy espouses nonviolence, and it is not intended for taking life. Rather, it is meant for three sacred tasks: trimming the kasaya, cutting nails, and shaving the head. However, there are instances when it becomes a lethal weapon. As famously narrated in Water Margin, there's a line that goes, "The Zen staff clears the perilous path, while the slays the unjust." Among the renowned figures in Water Margin who wielded the most notable is the monk Lu Jishin, although he primarily utilized the water-milled Zen staff. The most distinguished, however, is the itinerant warrior Wu Song, who, with his bare hands, felled the fearsome tiger known as the White-Eyed Tiger on Jingyang Ridge. Wu Song's signature weapon was crafted from snowflake-patterned iron into two. My own spirit, in fact, shares a profound connection with Wu Song. Moreover, the two I tattooed on Ruan Chinsa are reminiscent of the types wielded by Wu Song, one long and one short, with a longer hilt intricately carved into the likeness of a Buddha's head and a shorter one shaped into an elegant S-curve. Once these two are inscribed, they shall undoubtedly sever the ties to that female spirit. After completing the intricate tattoo of the Soul Show ring blade, I instructed Feng Chunsheng to procure a poster of Wu Song from outside. Subsequently, I affixed the poster to the wall of the inner room and requested Ruan Chinsa to hold incense and bow before the image of Wu Song. After she had performed 9 bows, I noticed a dark aura emanating from her forehead. This ominous essence circled the poster before returning to her brow. Excellent. We shall commence our journey. I directed Ruan Chinsa to lead us to Villa 25. Along the way, I also asked her to transfer 220,000. I sent 100,000 to Lu Lao Lu, while the remaining 120,000 I planned to split with Feng Chunsheng after the matter was concluded. Upon arriving at Villa 25, the clock struck 8:30 in the evening. The three of us, seated in Ruan Chinsa's Mercedes, had just entered the Tubi Garden Villa when the gatekeeper recognized me as the barrier lifted. He tapped on the car window and called out, "Hey Shui Gu Chungu, could you come to the gatekeeper's room? I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" I inquired. Feng Chunsheng and I exited the vehicle, asking Ruan Chinsa to wait for us inside. Upon reaching the gatekeeper's room, he leaned in close and whispered, "Years ago, the workers did not intentionally desecrate the female corpse they unearthed. Is that so?" I asked the gatekeeper. He continued, "The corpse suddenly moved, parting its legs and luring the workers towards it. At that moment, the corpse seized each of them, ripping out their hearts and devouring them, before resuming its repose on the ground, slipping back into a deep slumber. Is that really the case? Why is what you said today different from what you said yesterday?" I inquired of the gatekeeper. He replied, "There's an old man named Lu who plays chess with me every day. He used to reside in the Longting Villa area. Today, quite unintentionally, I engaged him in conversation about that female corpse, and he divulged the truth to me. His home faces directly towards where the corpse lies. That night, he happened to lean against the window and inadvertently caught sight of it." I nodded in understanding. So that was the case. It seemed that the female corpse, after becoming a malevolent spirit, had indeed turned vicious. It was regrettable that she had been worthy of pity in life, yet in death she showed no mercy. She was utterly fiendish. I bid farewell to the gatekeeper, stating, "It's nothing. Tonight, we must confront that female spirit." Together with Feng Chunsheng and Ruan Chinsa, I entered building 25 of the villa. It was still only 9 o'clock, well before the time when a female spirit would make her appearance. The three of us sat in the tea room, counting down the seconds. At that moment, Ruan Chinsa was quite anxious, repeatedly asking me if we could handle the spirit. I assured her time and again that there was absolutely no issue. Tick-tock. The clock on the wall continued its relentless march, and the villa area outside was eerily silent. As the clock's hands pointed to midnight, suddenly, a cat's cry echoed from outside the villa. Meow. I surmised that it was the black cat we had failed to take with us the previous night that was making the noise. The female spirit had appeared, just as I had anticipated. After the cat's meow, the lights in the room began to flicker rapidly, and I observed the face of Ruan Chinsa shifting in tandem with the erratic illumination. Hans Eicher, come out. I shouted at Hans Eicher. In these 30 years, how many lives have you harmed? He. The enchanting and graceful silhouette of Han Eicher reappeared on the wall behind Ruan Chinsa. She laughed playfully. Oh, esteemed ones, you truly are extraordinary, uncovering my secrets with such swiftness. But is also quite unjust. In all these years, have I ever harmed anyone? Each year, a shadowy offspring emerges, and then the male and female owners of Villa 25 meet their demise. Is this not your doing? Hans Eicher's shadow swayed gently as she replied, esteemed ones, you have wronged me. I merely enjoyed a liaison with the male owner of this room, resulting in my pregnancy. I borrowed the womb of the female owner to give birth to a child. As for the male and female owners, it was not I who caused their deaths. The moment the child was born, it sought to consume the female owner and then departed from this villa. As for the male owner, he perished from exhaustion after a union. Feng Chunsheng slammed the table, exclaiming, such forced arguments. Was that malevolent child not born of you? And as for the male owner dying from exhaustion, you, in your ethereal realm, seduced him to drain his vital energy. When he had little vitality left, naturally, he would perish, and still you defend yourself. I interjected, and what of the workers who unearthed your corpse? Were they not killed by your heart being extracted? We have unveiled Han Zaixi's deceit, and he, rather than contesting further, scoffed derisively. He. Esteemed gentlemen, should you speak thus, I, Han Zaishi, shall be displeased. If displeasure is to be had, so be it. Come forth, display your abilities, and if you can extinguish me, then do so. It appeared that Han Zaishi had discerned our lack of prowess. However, while we may be devoid of skill, we are not without a formidable ally. I swiftly ignited an incense stick using a windproof lighter, allowing the fragrant smoke to waft into Ruan Chinsa's nostrils. Subsequently, the soul manifestation upon her forehead flickered ominously. Soon after, a dark aura emerged from that soul manifestation. This ominous essence surged towards the wall where Han Zaishi's shadow lingered. To our astonishment, a shadowy figure materialized on the wall, a man of formidable stature, broad-shouldered and powerful, with 2 ceremonial blades slung at his waist. The shadow drew forth a blade and addressed Han Zaishi. Upon sighting your illustrious ancestor, why do you not kneel? Feng Chunsheng cast me a bewildered glance. Utterly perplexed as to how I had summoned the legendary figure of Wu Song. Leaning closer to Feng Chunsheng's ear, I explained, this is the soul manifestation utilizing a masculine spirit, impersonating a righteous deity. This time, Su Yi is taken on the guise of Wu Song, who harbors a profound disdain for the scoundrels of the world, having slain Pan Jinlian. Inviting him to deal with Han Zaishi is most fitting. Feng Chunsheng nodded, remarking that in the northeastern regions, there exists a form of necromancy known as spirit summoning, which bears a striking resemblance to my soul manifestation. Practitioners of this art can summon numerous nature spirits and deities, though they are but mere impostors. However, there exists a striking contrast. In Northeast rituals, it is customary for shamans to summon assistant spirits, known as helpers. My soul tattoo. Oh, how swiftly it resolves matters. Each practice possesses its own merits and virtues. On the wall, the shadow of Wu Song begins to brandish his knife. Han Zaishi shows no fear. She boldly removes her ancient robe and declares, esteemed Wu Song, I am not your sister-in-law, Pan Jinlian. My delicate form eagerly awaits your attention. Why not indulge in a moment of pleasure? Her words are captivating and alluring, leaving both Feng Chunsheng and me from a distance in a state of disarray. Yet, can Han Zaishi truly entice Wu Song? Spare me such theatrics. I, Wu Song, a hero of this era, cannot be swayed by your charms. With that, Wu Song raised his knife and struck at Han Zaishi with a fierce and swift blow, the blade slicing through the air like a gust of wind. Chapter 58. The eerie photograph. Wu Song brandished his knife, and with a swift stroke, Han Zaishi was transformed into a headless spirit, kneeling before Wu Song. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, initially a mere shadow upon the wall. However, as time passed, the sanguine essence transcended the barrier, morphing from an ethereal silhouette into a corporeal substance that splattered across the faces of Feng, Chunxing, and me. The liquid bore a pungent, repugnant odor. I hastily wiped my face with my sleeve. Once I had finished, the spectral figure of Han Zai sure vanished. The image of Wu Song upon the wall clasped his fists in salute and proclaimed, "The female spirit has perished. As for the malicious infant, it shall likewise dissolve alongside her. Take care, my friends. I, Wu Song, must depart." With that, Wu Song's shadow transformed into a wisp of black mist, re-entering the soul of Ruan Qinsa at her forehead. Subsequently, Ruan Qinsa jolted awake, her first words betraying her concern. "Is the female spirit truly dead?" I gestured towards her abdomen, saying, "You need only look for yourself." Ruan Qinsa promptly lowered her gaze and discovered that her belly had deflated, reverting from 6 months of pregnancy to that of an ordinary woman. In a burst of elation, Ruan Qinsa leapt up, exclaiming thrice that the female spirit had perished. However, she soon collapsed onto a wrought-tan chair, burying her face in her arms and weeping. I gently patted her shoulder, offering consolation. "Sister, do not weep. This child was never yours. It is a malevolent infant. Its loss is of no consequence." Ruan Qinsa sat up, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, and said, "Boss Yu, I am not weeping for the malicious child. I'm mourning the words of a fortune-teller who once told me I would never conceive." Then, she questioned, "Is it true that I cannot bear children?" I hesitated to deceive Ruan Qinsa and pointed to Feng Chunsheng, stating, "He too has discerned that you are destined to remain childless throughout your life." Ruan Qinsa was momentarily stunned before bursting into tears once more. Feng Chunsheng interjected, "Madame Ruan, there is no need to despair. One can indeed alter their fate." "Aita?" Ruan Qinsa glanced at Feng Chunsheng, who then retrieved a piece of paper and, having touched the pen on the tea table, inscribed a name and address before handing it to her. "Seek out this person, he possesses the means." Ruan Qinsa took the paper and read aloud, "Xunlong Tianshi, Fengying, residing in Yuzhou, Sanlity. Few in our nation can rival his expertise in feng shui." Feng Chunxing replied, "While changing one's destiny sounds simple, it is quite complex. Seek out Fengying, as he has the solution." "Very well," Ruan Qinsa exclaimed, expressing her gratitude profusely. In her appreciation, she even transferred 50,000 yuan to us as a token of thanks. With matters settled, I prepared to cleanse Ruan Qinsa as soul mark. This soul mark, akin to a form of shadow embroidery, can cause issues if it lingers on a person's body for an extended period. Therefore, upon completion of the task, it is customary to promptly erase the soul mark tattoo. I positioned Ruan Qinsa comfortably on the chair, then, with a spritz of cleaner on a wet wipe, I commenced the meticulous task of erasing the soul tattoo. With each incremental removal, I would exclaim, "Thank you, Brother Su Yi, for your support today." This was a customary practice. Whenever the soul assisted, the tattoo artist was obliged to express gratitude. The more heartfelt the artist's thanks, the more illustrious the spirit of the soul would become. This was indeed the ulterior motive of Lu Lao Lu in selling me Su Yi's soul. He knew I would ensure Su Yi's departure was nothing short of magnificent. After diligently cleansing the soul tattoo, I extended my thanks to Su Yi a total of 12 times. As the soul tattoo vanished entirely, a man appeared before us. This man was imposing, with a commanding presence and a robust physique, and he addressed both Feng Chunsheng and me, saying, "Your sincerity towards me, Su Yi, warrants my heartfelt gratitude." This man was none other than Su Yi's soul. I nodded and remarked, "Brother Su Yi, the deeds you perform for the common people, sacrificing your passionate life, will not be forgotten." Su Yi had met his tragic end while valiantly combating crime. He smiled at me and replied, "Thank you." He then continued, "Watermaster, I have a request of you." "Please do go on," I urged, raising my hand. Su Yi stated, "From the very first day I became a narcotics officer, I prepared myself for the possibility of sacrifice. Hence, I do not regret my death. Should there be a next life, I would still choose to be a people's police officer dedicated to fighting crime." I raised my thumb in admiration for Brother Su Yi. Su Yi remarked, "Yet I am but a man. If I were to depart from this world, there are matters that would linger in my thoughts. Most prominently, I think of my son and my wife. Therefore, I would like to ask Lord Shui to convey to my wife that I have been reincarnated and am thriving, assuring her that all is well. Alas, Su Yi is a man of great responsibility, yet he remains blissfully unaware that his wife has absconded with another, not only abandoning their child, but also taking with her the 15,000 yuan intended for soul money given by Lu Lao Lu. He is oblivious to the fact that on the very day he met his untimely demise at the hands of villains, his wife was in the company of another man. However, I shall not reveal the truth to Su Yi, for I cannot permit him to carry the weight of regret in this lifetime. I assured him, indeed, I have heard from Lu Lao Lu that your son is performing excellently in his studies, and your wife is quite knowledgeable in education. Ah, that is good, Su Yi responded, and as he spoke, he suddenly inhaled deeply, stating, "This room seems to carry the scent of my wife." He turned and glanced into the tea room before approaching a wall adorned with photographs. The wall was a collage of unframed pictures, each secured by a simple thumbtack, exuding a sense of sophistication that attests to Wan Qin's refined taste in aesthetics. Pointing to a particular image, Su Yi exclaimed, "Oh, so this house was sold to you by my wife." Upon examining the woman in the photograph he indicated, I recognized her. She was strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure. Yet I was already acquainted with her. This woman is none other than Xiao Hong, the very Xiao Hong who had her insides hollowed out by the yellow weasel. Had it not been for Chen Yuhao's timely intervention, both Mimi and I might have perished at her hands. "Is she your wife?" I inquired of Su Yi. With a smile, Su Yi replied, "Indeed." I swallowed my words and remarked, "Oh, your wife is truly beautiful." "Ha! My comrades have praised her in the same manner," Su Yi added, flashing me a grin. "Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Shui Yi, you must fulfill the promise you made to me. If fate permits in the next life, I shall repay you." With that, Su Yi's soul vanished completely, embarking on the journey of reincarnation. Yet, I long to express, Brother Su Yi, I regret to inform you that the task you entrusted to me will remain unfulfilled. For Xiao Hong, just 2 days prior, has already passed away. Once Su Yi departed, Feng Chunsheng inquired about my pensive demeanor. I gestured toward Xiao Hong and said, "She is Su Yi's wife." "Indeed, quite beautiful." Feng Chunsheng nodded in agreement. I continued, "Her name is Xiao Hong." "What?" Feng Chunsheng gasped. She is the woman who collided with the yellow weasel deity?" I affirmed his assertion. "Xiao Hong, too, deserves her fate. She betrayed her husband Su Yi and ultimately met a tragic end. Is this not a form of retribution?" A phrase echoed in my mind. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. The heavens maintain a cycle of justice. Doubt it not. Look up and see. Who has ever escaped the gaze of the heavens? Retribution does exist. Good deeds are rewarded while evil deeds are punished. For the time for recompense simply has not yet arrived. As I was lost in thought, Feng Chunsheng called out once more, "Shuizi, look." "What is it?" I inquired. Feng Chunsheng pointed at a photograph of Xiao Hong and exclaimed, "There are 2 familiar faces in that picture." "Is that so?" I turned my gaze towards the photograph. Upon closer inspection, I indeed recognized 2 acquaintances, Liao Min and Mimi. How did they both appear in this photograph? I quickly turned to Wan Qinsa and asked, "Sister Wan, when was this photograph taken?" Wan Qinsa approached, glanced at the image, and replied, "Oh, this was taken when I purchased my house, specifically when I acquired this villa. They were part of the sales team, and we took a group photo together." I gasped in surprise and exchanged a look with Feng Chunsheng before turning back to Wan Qinsa. "Sister Wan, could you possibly give me this photograph?" "Of course. It's merely a photograph after all, with no particular significance," she said, lifting her hand to retrieve the picture and handing it to me. "Here you go." I accepted the photograph and bid farewell to Wan Qinsa alongside Feng Chunsheng. With this matter settled satisfactorily, I realized, however, that while we had resolved the issue with Wan Qinsa, it had inadvertently brought Liao Min and Xiao Hong into the fray. After exiting the villa, Feng Chunsheng and I sat in the pavilion, contemplating the situation. Each of us lit a cigarette. Holding the photograph, I sighed and remarked, "Brother Chun, I finally understand why Liao Min and Xiao Hong have become entangled with such formidable forces. Indeed, Feng Chunqing remarked, it turns out, they are dealing in haunted houses, sinister abodes. Is this permissible? He continued, the last time I encountered Liao Min, I sensed she was ensnared by numerous wandering souls. Was it because she was selling these haunted properties? Now we comprehend the peril associated with such places. Had it not been for Feng Chunqing's intervention, we might have met our demise upon our first visit to this residence. Consequently, both Liao Min and Xiao Hong were involved in the trade of these cursed dwellings. Feng Chunqing lamented, the sins wrought by heaven may be forgiven, but those of one's own making are inexcusable. Xiao Hong has already perished, and it is likely that Liao Min will soon follow. Alas, if she must die, so be it. Who compels her to traffic in these haunted houses? I gaze at the photograph, stating that Liao Min's death was of no concern to me. Yet Mimi is also in there. Mimi is my friend. I cannot stand idly by and witness her demise. Feng Chunqing reclined, crossing his legs, and pondered, oh dear, how did Mimi become entangled in this? It is a stagnant pool of despair. I feel that those captured in this photograph are all destined for death. It is merely a matter of time. Are haunted houses something the average person can encounter? They are to be avoided. Alas, Brother Chun, wait. There is something else peculiar in this photograph. I observed the image further, noticing an unsettling detail, and handed it to Feng Chunqing. Chapter 59. The hearse Feng Chunqing glanced at the photograph and scolded. Could you speak more discerningly? What is so peculiar about this? The image in question was taken in front of a villa. Beside a row of people stood a large tree, and the tree's bark bore the semblance of a ghostly visage, which appeared to smile at the gathering. Feng Chunqing remarked that this ghostly face was merely that of Han Zaishi. It was nothing extraordinary. If we had encountered this visage before discovering Han Zaishi, it would indeed have been uncanny. But now, what is there to find strange? This face belongs to Han Zaishi. I shook my head and replied, it is not about the tree. Rather, there are two men in this image. Can you discern their features? Feng Chunqing lowered his head to scrutinize the photograph. And only then did he notice that amidst the 7 or 8 women, there were indeed 2 men, clad in suits. The men's name tags were discernible on their attire, yet their faces remained obscured. Who are these 2 men? Feng Chunqing inquired. I shook my head in response. How should I know? The mystery did not end with the obscured visages of the 2 men. Feng Chunqing continued, look at what they're holding. I picked up the photograph and observed that the 2 men clutched something, from which a red thread dangled. What is this? I asked Feng Chunqing. Feng Chunqing let out a disdainful snort, remarking, that thing is likely a tool to restrain malevolent spirits. Those 2 clever men are selling haunted properties, armed with devices designed to control these ghostly entities, and those vile spirits are targeting the unsuspecting real estate agents. Quite the scheme. Upon hearing Feng Chunqing's words, I grasped a profound truth. The human heart is truly inscrutable, filled with ulterior motives. I extinguished my cigarette and turned to him, saying, Brother Chun, I intend to intervene in this matter and assist Liao Min and the others. Feng Chunqing immediately erupted in anger, his nostrils flaring, shouting, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize how many haunted properties they've sold? The commission alone is enough to afford a home in a prestigious school district or a BMW X5. They've aggravated countless vengeful spirits. And you want to lend a hand? Are you out of your senses? I clenched my fists and replied, if this were merely about Liao Min or Xiao Hong, I would remain indifferent, but there's Mimi involved. Mimi is a good person, and I want her to live. At the mention of Mimi, Feng Chunqing's demeanor shifted, his anger dissipating. He had previously heard of Mimi's situation, despite her profession. She used her earnings to support children's education, which is indeed commendable. We sat in silence, and, as my cigarette neared its end, I forcefully stubbed it out on the ground, declaring we must get involved and seek assistance. Let's enlist Chun Yu Hao. Chun Yu Hao is a person capable of quelling even the most formidable of spirits, so his help would undoubtedly be reliable. Feng Chunqing pondered for a moment before coldly retorting. Do you truly believe Chun Yu Hao will lend his aid in this matter? I felt like a deflated balloon, contemplating the aloofness of Chun Yu Hao, a person whose indifference towards us insignificant beings seemed almost certain. However, after a moment of reflection, excitement surged within me, and I turned to Feng Chunsheng, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, I truly believe Qin Yuhao will assist us." "Are you so sure about that?" Feng Chunsheng inquired. "Of course. Let us not forget that Qin Yuhao once entrusted me with an advance for modifying the drawings. That advance was encapsulated in 8 words, in the realm of architecture. All derives from the 5 elements." "Indeed." Feng Chunsheng nodded, acknowledging the truth in my words. "This principle of architecture, alluding to the 5 elements, likely pertains to the art of selling ancestral tombs." Upon hearing this, Feng Chunsheng immediately gave me a thumbs up, declaring, "What Erzi, you truly possess remarkable insight. This architectural principle encompasses the construction of all structures, whether modest abodes or grand palaces, and invariably relates to the 5 elements. The foundation corresponds to earth, the water pipes to water, the beams to wood, the walls to metal, and the stove to fire. In the realm of architecture, all derives from the 5 elements. Yet, when it comes to ancestral tombs, the 5 elements do not apply. For the presence of spirits disrupts the balance. The stove lacks fire, the walls are dark and grimy, the beams rot, the water pipes run dry, and the foundation becomes unstable. Thus, the 5 elements are thrown into chaos." The note that Qin Yuhao presented to us was, in essence, an indication that he would intervene in matters concerning the ancestral tombs. However, at that moment, how could he have foreseen our involvement in such affairs? Feng Chunsheng sighed. "This young master you possesses an unfathomable depth of knowledge." He looked at me and asked, "Has Master Yu pressed you about the modifications these past few days?" "Pressed? Not at all," I replied. Feng Chunsheng clapped his hands together emphatically, exclaiming, "This is precisely it. Why the delay? Because they are aware that we are seeking him, and they know we are eager to find him. He seems to possess an uncanny foresight regarding our intentions to meddle in the affairs of the ancestral graves. Who exactly is this individual? Yet what does it matter? If he is willing to get involved, then that is perfectly acceptable." A surge of excitement coursed through me. However, Feng Chunsheng quickly doused my enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, cautioning, "Do not celebrate too soon. Let me give you a word of warning. For Qin Yuhao to assist us in resolving the matter of the graves, you must present a plan for modification. If you fail to do so, well, let's just say it won't end well." I furrowed my brow and suggested we return home. For Qin Yuhao would arrive tomorrow, and I needed to contemplate the plan for alterations. "All right, let's head home," Feng Chunsheng concurred. Upon returning home, my first instinct was to call Mimi, and I also contemplated inquiring about Xiao Hong and the ancestral graves. After much deliberation, I refrained from calling, not wanting to alarm her. Instead, I opted to message Mimi on WeChat to ask her about Xiao Hong. It turned out that 4 years prior, Xiao Hong had abandoned her family, taking with her a sum of 150,000 to follow her charming yet ineffectual man to the bustling metropolis. The 2 of them lived extravagantly in the city, but within half a year, they had squandered all their money. Once their funds were depleted, the charming man promptly vanished, leaving Xiao Hong to return in a state of utter despair. Upon her return, ashamed to face her family, she took up the profession of selling real estate, only to eventually find herself involved in the sale of ancestral graves, which ultimately led to her tragic encounter with the yellow-skinned immortal, resulting in her demise. However, Xiao Hong still possesses a trace of conscience, for when she first encountered the bizarre occurrences, she harbored a premonition and thus sought out a notary to draft a will, declaring that if she were to perish, her property in the school district would be inherited by her son. This can be seen as Xiao Hong's final act of assistance for her family. After my conversation with Mimi regarding Xiao Hong, I urged her to retire for the night, as I had a tattoo appointment the following day. In truth, I switched off my phone but found it impossible to drift into slumber. I lay staring at the ceiling, recalling Lu Laoyo's words about the complexities of human relationships, which I have struggled to comprehend throughout my life. Who can argue otherwise? People can be good at times and wicked at others. A person is but a singular entity, yet their nature may vary profoundly. Who can truly ascertain it? Early the next morning, armed with a pen and a notebook, I ventured to the tattoo studio, intent on devising a way to assist Qin Yuhao in modifying his design. Transforming 9 dragons carrying the coffin into artistic princess was a task I found quite daunting. Should I fail to perfect it, Chun Yuhao would undoubtedly refuse to assist me with the affairs of the underworld, which would pose a considerable challenge. I remained in the tattoo studio, consumed by thoughts on how to navigate this dilemma. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I sensed a flicker of inspiration, yet before I could seize it, the door to the studio was rapped upon. Chun-gu, please manage the business for a moment. I need to continue refining the design. Brother, I've heard you are skilled in yin-yang embroidery. A stranger's voice pierced through my musings. Upon glancing up, I saw that the newcomer was not Feng Chunshim, but rather a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a rather dark complexion, a square face, and was clad in a wrinkled suit, his leather shoes caked with mud. I tilted my head and inquired, "Ah, my friend, are you seeking to practice the art of yin-yang embroidery?" "Indeed," he replied. "I am acquainted with Li Xianghua. I had a drink with him yesterday and share my troubles. He suggested I come to you. Just the day before, I had resolved Li Xianghua's issues. And that very evening, he had been fervently spreading the word, bringing along a dozen patients for me to examine. Ultimately, I did not attend to them, and I suspected that those dozen patients nearly overwhelmed Li Xianghua. Had Li Xianghua not learned his lesson and sought me out for others once more? Yet, it appeared I had misjudged the situation. The dark-skinned man explained that he undertook several small projects within the city, such as public restrooms, flower beds, and playgrounds, tasks not particularly lucrative, yet ones that city dwellers were often reluctant to undertake. He operated as a small contractor, earning modest sums, though indeed, his earnings were not insignificant. His name was Qi Long, hailing from Xinyang and Hunan, and he was quite industrious. I asked Qi Long, "You seek my expertise in yin-yang embroidery. I presume you have encountered some peculiar occurrences?" "Yes, indeed," Qi Long affirmed. I pondered briefly and then asked, "What sort of occurrences?" Qi Long recounted to me that for the past 2 years, his driving had been fraught with difficulties. He often felt as if he could not control the steering wheel, as though someone were attempting to wrest it from his grasp. "Could you provide an analogy?" I inquired. Qi Long recounted an unsettling experience. While driving on the highway, he found himself trailing a large truck. In an attempt to overtake it, he suddenly felt the steering wheel jerk as if someone were wresting it from his grasp, despite the fact that he was alone in the vehicle. Fortunately, he managed to regain control just in time. Otherwise, he would have collided head-on with the truck, a scenario he believed would have cost him his life. Continuing his tale, Qi Long remarked that such instances of the steering wheel moving on its own had become rather frequent during his drives, sometimes nearly leading to accidents. Sensing something amiss, he took his car to a repair shop, where the owner inspected it multiple times, yet assured him that there was nothing wrong. The steering wheel could not possibly move by itself. Despite this, Qi Long still felt as though someone was attempting to seize control of the wheel. Intrigued, I propped my chin on my hand, pondering the peculiarity of it all. Qi Long then revealed an even stranger twist. He handed me his phone, which contained a video that he had secretly recorded from a camera placed in the sunroof. As I played the video, I observed something truly bizarre. Under the dim light of street lamps, the steering wheel appeared to move autonomously, veering left and right intermittently. Furthermore, I noticed a pendant hanging from the ceiling swaying not due to the wind, but rather in a peculiar up-and-down motion. There was also a noticeable indentation in the car seat. Almost instinctively, I turned to Qi Long and stated, "There is a malevolent spirit in your car." I then inquired, "Have you ever been involved in a fatal accident while driving?" Chapter 60. The Dalai inquired of Qi Long whether he had ever been involved in a fatal car accident. Qi Long immediately exhibited an expression of sheer terror, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my friend, one must not speak of such matters frivolously. I have never struck a person with my vehicle, nor have I even hit a dog." He thumped his chest proudly, asserting, "I'm the sort who would rather drive slowly for an extra minute than rush even a second ahead. Having driven for many years, I have never once violated the traffic laws." I cast a sidelong glance at Qi Long and remarked, "Did you not just say you forced your way into a lane occupied by a truck?" With a chuckle, Qi Long replied, "You must be relatively new to driving." Indeed, I had never driven at all. Qi Long continued, explaining that on the roads, when confronted by a large truck ahead, one must either reduce speed to allow it to pass or overtake it. This, he contended, did not constitute reckless driving. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, I realized that my ignorance of driving had rendered me a subject of ridicule. I waved my hand dismissively and suggested to Qi Long, "Since you believe your vehicle harbors malevolent energies, why not simply dispose of it and acquire a new one? Cars are quite affordable these days. The ease of purchasing a vehicle is remarkable. A car priced around $100,000 can be taken home with a down payment of merely $40,000, and the interest rates on car loans are exceptionally low." Qi Long, appearing despondent, lamented, "If I had the means to replace it, I would have done so long ago." He elaborated that securing a contract in the construction industry is contingent upon one's capabilities. Only those with sufficient prowess are entrusted with projects. To project an image of competence, many contractors resort to borrowing money. Take Qi Long, for instance, in an effort to bolster his standing. He borrowed funds to purchase a Land Cruiser, expending between $700,000 to $800,000. Now, having barely driven the vehicle for a few years, he finds himself unable to consider a replacement. After all, he still has a year left on his loan. I remarked that the situation with Qi Long was indeed troublesome. Was there a malevolent spirit within his vehicle? Qi Long responded, "Brother, I have heard that you possess the ability to inscribe tattoos that can pacify restless souls. Would you be willing to assist me?" I replied, "Certainly, I can help in calming the spirits, but I must first ascertain the nature of the entity residing in your car. If the yin-yang embroidery I create does not align with the spirit's essence, it would be a futile endeavor. While a blank tattoo might not be an issue in itself, it would squander Qi Long's precious time, and that required careful consideration." Qi Long shook his head and said, "Lately, I haven't encountered anything particularly strange, except for..." "Except for what?" I inquired. Qi Long recounted a recent incident when he was driving to Xiamen and encountered a deranged woman on the road. "What kind of deranged woman?" I pressed. Qi Long explained that she had appeared on the national highway, obstructing his vehicle, incessantly muttering phrases of pity and lamentation. She urged Qi Long to purchase a wind horse wheel, suggesting that he should spin it several times during his travels, which, she claimed, would ensure the safe passage of his departed loved ones. He further described the woman as disheveled, clad in tattered rags, her complexion dark, and holding a rattle drum. "What kind of rattle drum?" I inquired. "That would be the wind horse wheel," Qi Long clarified. Just then, Feng Chunxing entered, mocking Qi Long and stating that he was utterly ignorant. Qi Long squinted at Feng Chunxing and asked me, "Who is he?" I introduced Feng Chunxing as the technical advisor for our yin-yang embroidery tattoo studio. Qi Long hastily rose to his feet, extending a handshake to Feng Chunxing, and remarked, "Oh, I see, you are the consultant." Feng Chunxing continued, "The madwoman you encountered last time is not truly insane. She is known as the Buddha Mother." "What is a Buddha Mother, you ask?" "She represents the followers of Tibetan Buddhism from the region of Tubo. These individuals first pay homage at the Tashi Lunpo Monastery and then embark on a journey outward in pursuit of spiritual connection. They often share a common trait. Despite their outward appearance, which may be dirty and disheveled, with hands and feet grimy and clothing tattered, they possess a pair of eyes that can perceive the essence of the human heart and a soul that is pure." Feng Chunxing remarked, "Such individuals are particularly attuned to matters of the spirit. If that Buddha Mother has spoken, it is likely that someone close to you, perhaps a relative, has met an unjust demise." "A relative?" Qi Long pondered for a moment, lowering his gaze as he replied, "Perhaps only my son and my daughter-in-law." "Your son and daughter-in-law, both deceased?" I inquired. Qi Long confirmed, "Yes, when I had just purchased this vehicle, my son suddenly fell ill with a strange ailment, succumbing to dehydration. His wife, overwhelmed by grief over his death, became despondent and, within a few months, took her own life with sleeping pills. In the span of a year, Qi Long had lost 2 loved ones, a profound sorrow that haunted him throughout his life. As he spoke of his son and daughter-in-law, tears began to well in his eyes. He was a pitiable man. Perhaps he appeared successful on the outside, yet he also experienced profound loneliness. I held out a tissue to Qi Long, urging him to wipe away his tears. The matters concerning his son and daughter-in-law were now in the past. They lingered in his heart, and it was time to look forward. Qi Long grasped the tissue and dabbed at his tears, then inquired of us, brothers, Do you think the issues with my car could be connected to the souls of my wife and son? How to answer such a question? Certainly, there could be some connection. I glanced at Feng Chunsheng, who remarked, "It's not necessarily unrelated. How about we check your car?" "All right," Qi Long replied. "Then, gentlemen, I kindly ask you to accompany me downstairs when my vehicle awaits." We followed Qi Long down, where we encountered his Land Cruiser parked in a space. He opened the door and invited us inside. Feng Chunsheng and I settled into the seats, immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of the vehicle. Yet, this experience seemed futile. After all, we could not perceive souls. Feng Chunsheng, however, had a plan. He asserted he could manage it. I inquired about his method. He responded, "Waterzi, before you perform yin-yang embroidery, don't you summon a shaman to acknowledge the spirits?" "Indeed. What of it?" I asked. Feng Chunsheng explained, "When you acknowledge the spirits, that mirror can reflect the ethereal presence." "Is that true?" I queried, astonished. He nodded, suggesting, "Why not give it a try?" "Very well. Since Feng Chunsheng believes I might encounter something now, I shall test it. Perhaps I will indeed glimpse the malevolent spirit within the car." I entered the tattoo parlor, donned a witch's robe, and picked up a mirror before returning to the car. I settled into the driver's seat, with Feng Chunsheng beside me in the passenger seat, and Qi Long behind. Feng Chunsheng remarked, "Shuizi, the reflections in your mirror can only be seen by you. I cannot assist you in this. Take your time." "Very well." I instructed the others to get comfortable and then draped my ample witch's robe over the mirror, softly reciting the soul recognition incantation from our yin-yang embroidery. After an extended recitation, I lifted the mirror to behold its contents. Raising the mirror, I first caught a glimpse of Qi Long. His expression was tense, seemingly anxious about the malevolent spirits lurking within the vehicle. However, just as I was about to shift the mirror away, I suddenly noticed Qi Long smiling. His smile was peculiar. A jolt of unease surged through me. What was he laughing at? Hastily, I attempted to turn the mirror aside when, to my horror, I perceived tiny hands at the corners of Qi Long's mouth. These hands were diminutive, plump, and unnaturally pale. It became evident that it was not Qi Long who was smiling, but rather those hands that were stretching his lips into a grotesque grin. Anxiety gripped me. What on earth was happening? I abruptly tilted the mirror at an angle, and it fully revealed the entity behind Qi Long, a child with a deathly pale face and blood-red eyes, staring unblinkingly at me. Within the confines of this vehicle, there truly exists a malevolent spirit, and, astonishingly, it is a child. I hastily retracted the mirror, yet my action proved futile, for I could distinctly sense that the vengeful entity seemed to have ascended onto my neck. Its small hands grasped my ears, and I could even hear the sound of its labored breathing. "Hiss, hiss. Do spirits breathe?" I recalled my master's words, who had spoken of the 3 lanterns upon a person's shoulders, signifying the 3 souls, Yang soul, Yin soul, and the departing soul, within the human essence. Those specters seeking to possess us must first extinguish these 3 lanterns. Once they are snuffed out, the spirit would no longer harbor any fear of our presence. Could it be that this young malevolent spirit intends to extinguish my 3 lanterns? A wave of anxiety surged through me as I glanced sideways at Feng Chunsheng, only to find him utterly unresponsive. In his effort not to disrupt my soul gazing, he had succumbed to slumber. I inwardly lamented, questioning why Feng Chunsheng chose this moment to fall asleep, rather than at any other time. The malevolent spirit still lingered upon my back. My heart raced with trepidation. Fortunately, this spirit did not appear to harbor any ill intent. Rather, it leaned closer to my ear, whispering to me. After exchanging a series of words, I finally comprehended the reasons behind Qi Long's tribulations and the presence of a Buddhist matron who had uttered those ominous phrases to him. There was indeed a rationale behind it all. After the malevolent spirit spoke to me for a while, it seemed to have ceased its torment. Alone, I sat in the driver's seat for an extended period before finally exhaling a sigh. Why does every matter in this world seem to harbor grievances? I opened the car door and stepped out, simultaneously calling for Feng Chunsheng, and Qi Long approached me and said, "Brother Qi, I have a basic understanding of the situation. There is indeed a malevolent spirit in the car." "A malevolent spirit? It is your son?" I replied to Qi Long. He suddenly wailed. Is my son's soul truly in the vehicle? I nodded and said, now you have two choices. The first option is for me to inscribe a yang tattoo for you, which will subdue your son's malevolent spirit, effectively putting it to rest. That won't do. Qi Long waved his hands, insisting that this was not acceptable. I continued, then let us consider the second option. You could seek out a Taoist or a monk to affix a talisman or a scripture inside your vehicle. In time, your son's malevolent spirit will also be vanquished. No, I refuse to choose either. Qi Long slammed his palm against the car hood, shouting this declaration. Chapter 61. The signboard incident. Qi Long dismissed my two proposals. Feng Chunxing lamented, alas, what is wrong with you? We have identified the issues with your vehicle, and now we present you with solutions. Yet you refuse? What are you trying to achieve? If this were the soul of my son, I would not wish to banish it. I cannot forsake my family. Let this spirit remain in the car to accompany me. At worst, I shall be more cautious while driving in the future. Qi Long's emotions were somewhat agitated. Once, he had lost both his son and daughter-in-law to illness, and now he yearned to make amends for the time lost, preferring to allow his son's spirit to linger as a vengeful entity rather than extinguish it. I couldn't help but chuckle, patting Qi Long on the shoulder, and remarked, you are in fact a good father, but your wife is not a good mother. Huh? Qi Long gazed at me in surprise. I continued, I was merely jesting. Your son's spirit will not harm you. Though he often seizes the steering wheel, it is simply a mischievous way of claiming your possessions. Huh? Qi Long appeared astonished. I pressed on, do you know how your son met his demise? How'd he die? Qi Long inquired. I replied, your wife was responsible, albeit unintentionally. That cannot be true, Qi Long protested. I recounted the events surrounding his son's tragic fate, a tale whispered to me by the vengeful spirit itself. It turned out that 4 years prior, Qi Long had purchased a Land Cruiser. Just days after acquiring the vehicle, he embarked on a business trip to Yuzhou to procure supplies for a construction site, leaving the car abandoned at home. His wife, Xiaoyu, is a beautiful rural girl, not inherently ill-natured, yet somewhat prone to vanity. This tendency can be understood. When Xiaoyu first accompanied Qi Long to the city, she was looked down upon by everyone. Now that they're financially better off, her husband, wishing to showcase his success, purchased a Land Cruiser. With this luxury vehicle, she felt compelled to flaunt it. One day, she took their 2-year-old son, Xiaohu, and invited a few girlfriends to dine at a restaurant in a Land Cruiser. During the meal, Xiaoyu boasted incessantly about how well her life was going and the status of her vehicle. After the gathering concluded and her friends departed, she realized something alarming. Her son, Xiaohu, had been left locked inside the car. In her eagerness to show off, she completely forgot about him. Frantically, Xiaoyu dashed to the parking spot, only to find her son, Xiaohu, was barely alive inside the vehicle. The temperature had soared to 37 or 38 degrees, and with the sun beating down, the car had become a veritable sauna. The 2-year-old was rapidly dehydrating, clinging to life by a thread. Xiaoyu hastily drove to the hospital, but tragically, her son had already succumbed, having been trapped in the sweltering heat. Fearing Qi Long's wrath upon his return, she was overwhelmed with terror and concocted a lie for the doctor, claiming her child had suddenly fallen ill with a mysterious disease and was severely dehydrated. The doctor was unable to provide a thorough examination, leaving only a sense of regret. For her son had already passed away. Xiaohu's death cast a long shadow over Xiaoyu, who became increasingly melancholic, burdened with sorrow and guilt. Months later, she too departed from this world. I recounted Xiaohu's tragic story to Qi Long. Upon hearing it, Qi Long could scarcely believe his ears, pedaling his bicycle furiously. It's all this damned thing, all this cursed thing that has brought ruin upon my family. Damn it, damn it. He kicked his bicycle with fury, leaving dents upon its once pristine frame. I grasped Qi Long's arm and said, Brother Qi, as I've said before, we must look ahead. There is still the spirit of your son lingering here. Accompany him, for he likely has but a few years left, and in time, he will fade away. Sighing deeply, Qi Long decided against any further action. As he got into his vehicle, he turned to me and said, Brother Shui, I appreciate your assistance, and I have a small token of gratitude for you. He handed me a red envelope he had prepared in advance. Though I initially declined the envelope, Qi Long insisted, expressing that I had alleviated the burdens that had weighed on him for many years. After accepting his gesture, Qi Long drove, addressing the empty passenger seat. Son, sit tight. Daddy will take you for a stroll around the city first, and later, we will go out for some fun. To an outsider unaware of the circumstances, Qi Tao might appear foolish. Yet, I understood the depths of Qi Tao's love for his son. After Qi Tao departed, I turned to Feng Chunsheng and said, Brother Chun, let's split the earnings. I relished the prospect of sharing the profits. Feng Chunsheng was elated at the notion. However, upon returning to the tattoo parlor, he remarked, never mind. Shuizi, you should keep the money for now. I'll tally my share later. I inquired, there's cash on hand. We could divide it right away. Feng Chunsheng shook his head and replied, I am aware of your circumstances. Your mother is in the hospital, awaiting expenses. Focus on earning money to cover her costs first. All right, between brothers, there's no need for excessive talk. Take this money for now. When you have more, you can repay me. Consider it a loan. His sincere gaze filled me with warmth. This is what true camaraderie looks like. We returned to the tattoo shop, waiting for Chen Yuhao. Since Chun did not arrive, we deliberated on how to address the matter of the haunted house. This task, truthfully, would not yield substantial earnings. Even if it did, I would only seek compensation from Liao Min, which wouldn't amount to much, at most a few tens of thousands. However, the risks involved in this undertaking were indeed significant. As they say in Cantonese, win a candy if you win, lose a factory if you lose. Nevertheless, it had to be done, for Mimi's sake. I need to take this on. As we conversed, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, and at last, Chen Yuhao made his appearance. He remained as aloof as ever, greeting us with neither a smile nor any expression in his eyes. He remained clad in that black robe, his hair impeccably styled. However, this time, he bore an additional item, a black wooden box strapped to his back, measuring 3 feet in length and 3 inches in width. The contents of the box were shrouded in mystery. Upon arriving at the entrance of my tattoo parlor, Chen Yuhao suddenly leaped forward, snatched the sign from my establishment, and boldly strode inside, brandishing the plaque. Just 3 days prior, he had issued me a warning. If I failed to present a revised design, he would demolish my reputation. He was certainly not one to make hollow threats. Have you devised a plan yet? Chen Yuhao promptly set my sign upright. I found myself at a loss for words. Xiaoyu, what about the design? I inquired. I ask you again, have you come up with a plan? Chen Yuhao pressed on, his tone remarkably calm, revealing neither impatience nor anger. I responded, Xiaoyu, it's not that there's nothing at all, give it to me. Chen Yuhao raised his chin, fixing me with an unwavering gaze. Biting my lip, I confessed, for now, it's merely an idea. I haven't been able to formulate a plan. So that means there is none? Chen Yuhao's inquiries were straightforward. Sensing the tension escalating, Feng Chunsheng hurried over to mediate, saying, everyone, let us not escalate this. We must preserve harmony. Xiaoyu, the design you provided is indeed challenging to modify. Could you kindly allow for 1 more day? Chen Yuhao retorted coldly. 3 days is 3 days. 2 days is not 3 days, nor is 4 days 3 days. After speaking, he suddenly executed a sweeping kick, shattering the sign of my tattoo studio into pieces. Once he was done, Chen Yuhao strode toward the door without uttering a single word. I abruptly called out to him, Stop right there. Seeing my urgency, Feng Chunsheng quickly embraced me, fearing I might confront Chen Yuhao. Shuizi, calm down, he urged. On what grounds did you destroy my sign? Why did you vandalize my establishment? I confronted Chen Yuhao. He turned his head, casting a glance in my direction, and replied, 3 days ago, we made an agreement. If you fail to present the design within 3 days, I would demolish your sign. I act according to my word. I adhere to my promises. Nonsense. I broke free from Feng Chunsheng and rushed to stand before Chen Yuhao, fixing my gaze upon him. I know you possess skills, but the rules were established by you, and you are the one who has broken them. How have I broken the rules? Chen Yuhao retorted, shaking his head and remaining unmoved. I stared intently at him and declared, Let me remind you, it is still not 3 days. There remains 1 hour. 1 hour? What can you possibly do? Chen Yuhao mocked me once more. In 1 hour, I can provide a revised design proposal. Then present it. Chen Yuhao challenged, locking eyes with me. I pointed at him and insisted, "Yet you have already destroyed my sign. If you could provide me with the design, I shall arrange for a golden sign for you by tomorrow morning." Chen Yuhao sneered, "You said it yourself." I nodded in acknowledgement at Chen Yuhao. Chen Yuhao proclaimed, "A gentleman's word is as swift as a galloping steed. If, after an hour, you have yet to present me with a design proposal, then you are nothing but a fool, and you will have wasted yet another hour of my time. At that point, I shall bring ruin upon your establishment." At this moment, Feng Chunxing hurriedly rushed to Chen Yuhao's side, clasping his waist and pleading, little you, what Erzi is merely momentarily incensed. He does not truly wish to provoke you. Do not stoop to his level." I interrupted Feng Chunxing. "Old Feng, do not concern yourself with this. This signboard has been here since I opened my shop, and I cannot allow just anyone to trample it. Chen Yuhao, I wager you, an hour from now, I demand that you compensate me for a signboard." With that, I began to sketch fervently on paper. Chen Yuhao crossed his arms, smirking, "Humph, bold indeed. I shall not take advantage of you. The hour shall commence from this moment." I disregarded Chen Yuhao's taunts, consumed by my frantic scribbling. Though a vague concept danced in my mind, I found myself unable to articulate it. What was the matter? Time sped by. Half an hour elapsed, and Feng Chunxing remarked, "What, Erzi, the half-hour mark has arrived. What shall we do now?" "Begone," I replied, continuing my work. Approximately 50 minutes in, Feng Chunxing discreetly suggested, "It is not worth your while to be at odds with little you. He is not someone we can afford to offend. How about this? Summon Lu Laolu to mediate." I suspect Chen Yuhao would yield to Lu Laolu's authority. Chapter 62. The Human Skin Tattoo. Feng Chunxing advised me to seek out Lu Laolu, a prominent figure in the banking sector of Nanhua. If I could persuade him to intervene, Chen Yuhao would likely feel compelled to show us some favor. Umph. I shook my head. I recalled my master's words from my childhood. One must not lose ambition in the face of poverty. Indeed, Chen Yuhao possesses greater prowess than I, yet I refuse to seek assistance. After all, isn't it a gamble? A gamble. I shall confront you, even at the risk of having my establishment destroyed by your hands. I pondered deeply as time swiftly approached the hour mark. At that moment, Chen Yuhao was already lifting the statue of Buddha from my tattoo shop's incense hall. This statue, a cherished legacy from my master, was not something I could allow Chen Yuhao to shatter. I slammed my hand on the table and commanded Chen Yuhao, "Put that down." The hour had indeed arrived. Chen Yuhao smirked, and I had formulated my plan. I fixed my gaze upon him and declared, "I have a proposition." Chen Yuhao extended his right hand, as if to retrieve something. "No need to take it out." I pointed at him and asserted, "I intend to use the human skin tattoo." The term human skin tattoo seemed foreign to Chen Yuhao. Naturally, he had never encountered such a concept before. To be candid, this particular tattooing method is an invention of my own design. How should I describe it? It is a form of visual tattooing. Once, there was a girl who, in her youth, foolishly tattooed an eye on the back of her hand. However, she pursued a medical career, and no hospital would accept her. After much effort, her family managed to gather enough funds for her to pursue a career as a pediatrician at a hospital. However, upon her appointment, she was immediately dismissed by the director, not for any other reason than her tattoos. Tattoos, in essence, represent a form of artistry, yet they remain largely unaccepted, particularly in institutions such as government agencies, hospitals, and schools, where there is an almost zero-tolerance policy. The young woman spent an entire day weeping in my tattoo studio, imploring me to assist her in removing her tattoo. While it is indeed possible to erase a tattoo, the procedure inevitably leaves behind unsightly scars. I informed her of this consequence, and she expressed a willingness to endure the scars rather than retain the tattoo, her eyes brimming with tears. To be candid, I believe her hands are the most exquisite I have ever seen, translucent and delicate, with each finger gracefully elongated, devoid of any dead skin, and her skin radiating a fine mist of beauty. The tattoo on her hand depicted an eye, the eye of Buddha. This eye, although clearly smiling, held a solitary tear at its corner. It embodies the essence of compassion, reflecting a duality of sorrow and hope, half of the heart weeping, while the other half rejoices. This tattoo of the Buddha's eye is indeed a rare treasure. I inquired about the artist responsible for this tattoo, and she revealed that it was done by the renowned Kitata Motohiro during her visit to Neon. At that moment, I felt that the tattoo was a pity to ruin. Kitata Motohiro is an exceptionally talented tattoo artist whose work is intricately intertwined with Buddhist philosophy. In recent years, he has tattooed very little. My intentions were twofold. Firstly, I did not wish to mar the young lady's hand, and secondly, I wanted to preserve that precious tattoo. Ultimately, I devised a solution. What was that solution? I created a human skin design. I mixed pigments to match the color of human skin, and then I tattooed it on her hand, effectively recreating a layer of skin on the back of her hand. This process was immensely laborious, as each intricate line of the human skin design had to be painstakingly tattooed by me, needle by needle, which was exceedingly complex. Just to cover the small area of her tattoo with the human skin design, I spent an entire week working on it. In the end, although there remained a slight color difference between the human skin design and the genuine skin, a touch of concealer made it nearly indistinguishable. Thus, the scar disappeared, and Kitata Motohiro's tattoo remained intact on her body, untouched by my hands. The young lady expressed her profound gratitude and even treated me to a meal. It was then that I conceived the idea of using human skin designs as the signboard for my tattoo studio. However, I later abandoned this notion due to the immense difficulty in tattooing human skin designs and their relatively low market value, making them impractical as a commercial product. Consequently, I had forgotten about human skin designs for several years. Now, as I revise Chun Yu-Hao's design, I am revisiting the concept of human skin design. I said to Chun Yu-Hao, I can tattoo human skin to cover the dragon coffin behind you. And then, an exquisite pattern of an artist will adorn your back. Can you truly tattoo human skin? Chun Yu-Hao scoffed repeatedly. I replied with a smile, whether I can or not. Let me give it a try. How will you attempt that? He inquired. I headed to the inner room and prepared the pigments. Admittedly, I could not match the color of human skin precisely due to time constraints. After making some adjustments, I stepped outside, picked up the tattoo needle, dipped it into the pigment, and pricked Feng Chunxing's hand. Ouch! Are you insane? You should have warned me before stabbing. That hurts. Feng Chunxing glared at me. I firmly grasped his hand, lifted it, and said to Chun Yu-Hao, take a look. After observing the dot on Feng Chunxing's hand, Chun Yu-Hao gasped, nodded immediately, and remarked, impressive. I never expected a tattoo artist could tattoo human skin. Does this count as your alteration proposal? Indeed. Chun Yu-Hao placed his right hand over his left chest, bowed respectfully, and said, my apologies. We shall resolve the matter of the signboard tomorrow morning. I will present a gift prepared for the finest tattoo studio. With that, he turned and exited the tattoo shop, saying, I sense your intention to involve yourselves in the affairs of the underworld last time. Consider me in for tomorrow. As he spoke, Chun Yu-Hao vanished from our sight, shouldering his large wooden box. Chun Yu-Hao is truly a man of integrity. Though somewhat brusque, he possesses a forthright spirit. Loss is loss, and victory is victory. He is a man of responsibility. Meanwhile, Feng Chunxing attentively observed the spot on the back of his hand, pondering, alas, water child, I cannot fathom why, despite the pronounced yellow hue of this spot, Chun Yu-Hao chose to depart after seeing it. I replied, while the color contrast may not have been precisely grasped, I have already provided Chun Yu-Hao with a notion. He understands that I am a tattoo artist capable of inking human skin. Remarkable, Feng Chunxing exclaimed, giving me a thumbs up. Looking at the fragments of my sign scattered across the ground, I shook my head, lamenting, it is a pity. This sign has accompanied me for many years, and now it lies in such ruin. Rest assured, Chun Yu-Hao will certainly bring a new sign tomorrow, Feng Chunxing reassured me. Indeed, what other options do we have? Fortunately, Chun Yu-Hao has promised to accompany me in handling the affairs of the ancestral tomb tomorrow. In the realm of geomancy, all derives from the 5 elements. Chun Yu-Hao has effectively provided his deposit. However, I feel that the concept I devised for modifying the design using human skin imagery could be enhanced further, potentially exceeding Chun Yu-Hao's expectations. Yet, time is of the essence, and I have yet to formulate my thoughts. But what does it matter? Having passed this hurdle, I shall contemplate the upgrades in due course. Having resolved matters with Chun Yu Hao, Feng Chunsheng and I ventured out for a drink. Today, our revelry was filled with joy. With a master like Chun Yu Hao at our side, assisting Mimi with her issues related to the haunted residence is undoubtedly feasible. I found great joy sharing drinks with Feng Chunsheng. After a few rounds, Feng Chunsheng began to lament about his past misfortunes, exclaiming, "In my earlier years, I encountered unworthy individuals, which ultimately led to my downfall. Alas, it truly is disheartening. Sigh, resulting in the ruin of my family. Yet you, Shui Zi, are a genuinely good person. You must steadfastly uphold your integrity, curiosity, and kindness. The path ahead in the realm of the supernatural is boundless." I raised my glass with Feng Chunsheng, stating, "No, Brother Chun, you are my guiding light. Should I attain a reputation in this field, let us not speak of anything else. Once fortune smiles upon us, we shall split it 50-50, a promise that holds true at all times." With a hearty laugh, Feng Chunsheng patted my hand and declared, "No more words, let us drink to this." We clinked our glasses joyfully. However, just then, a woman staggered towards Feng Chunsheng from behind. Dressed in a blouse that seemed to bubble, she walked unsteadily. She was quite attractive, and I regarded her with an appreciative glance. To my astonishment, she suddenly lunged at Feng Chunsheng, opening her mouth wide to unleash a torrent of foul-smelling vomit, mingling the scent of alcohol with something far more unsavory, all over his hair. Poor Feng Chunsheng's artistic locks were instantly enveloped in this repugnant mess. What the hell? Feng Chunsheng banged the table, lifting his beer bottle, visibly enraged. I stood by, uncertain of how to handle the situation. Should I confront the woman? It was not merely an unfortunate mishap. After all, she was a lady. As men, we could hardly resort to violence against a drunken woman. My initial instinct, however, was to stifle a laugh. Goodness gracious, what a calamity for Feng Chunsheng. He lamented, "I can hardly enjoy my meals this month." He too was at a loss, contemplating whether to touch his own head, yet reluctant to sully himself. Ultimately, he seized a bottle of mineral water from the table and, after dousing himself in it, dashed toward the tattoo parlor, exclaiming, "Water, keep an eye on that woman. Don't let her escape. If I have to cut my hair because of her vomit, I shall demand compensation for emotional distress." Feng Chunsheng was quite a sight to behold. In that crowded eatery, wherever he moved, people instinctively parted ways, creating a path for him that extended 3 meters. I glanced at the woman sprawled on the ground, grabbed a napkin, and wiped her mouth. Remarkably, she had fallen with such precision that not a speck of filth had marred her. I helped her to her feet and guided her to a bench across the street. I needed to revive her. It was perilous for a woman to lie in such a state outdoors. After a moment's contemplation, I laid her down on the wooden bench, allowing her to sprawl comfortably. Then, I ventured into a nearby shop, purchasing a large bottle of mineral water for 4 yuan. Upon returning outside, I took the bottle and poured its contents over her. With a splatter and a splash, she awakened from her stupor. Alas, where am I? The woman, brushing her hair back, lifted her head and innocently inquired, "Where is this place? And who are you?" Chapter 63. Day of the Soul's Return. That woman innocently inquired who I was. I replied, "You were just intoxicated and vomited on my friend. You should hurry home, or else my friend might cause you some trouble." "Oh, I'm so sorry, truly sorry." She smiled apologetically and continued, "I have recently encountered a series of rather unpleasant events, so I've resorted to drinking as a means to numb myself." Suddenly, she paused, pointed at me, and exclaimed, "Wait, I know you. You know me?" I gazed at her in surprise. She pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers before saying, "Our families used to live close together. You resided with your master while my family lived diagonally across from yours. Is that so?" I scrutinized her closely, recognizing her from a small mole on her chin. Joyfully, he exclaimed, "Leng Kiao Kiao?" "Yes, it is I," she affirmed with enthusiasm. I burst into laughter. In our childhood, I had played well with Lei Chiao Chiao. She often boasted that the mole on her chin was a beauty mark. Later, I learned that a true beauty mark is located in the center of the forehead, while hers was merely a delicious mole. As we grew older, Lei Chiao Chiao moved to another city for high school, and we lost touch for many years. I never anticipated encountering her at this moment. Lei Xiao possesses a remarkably cheerful disposition, and her laughter is quite infectious. It is often said that a woman's best accessory is her smile. Indeed, having a girl who laughs heartily at home is truly a treasure. What sorrows and pressures do men bear? At the sight of such a smile, they vanish without a trace. Lei Xiao inquired of me, "Shweezy, what brings you here?" I replied that I had opened a tattoo parlor, recently promoting a unique service known as yin-yang embroidery. I recited my slogan, yin-yang embroidery, stitching the duality of life and death, wealth and honor, ensuring safe passage. Xiao, if you have friends who encounter any unsavory matters, do let me know. I can resolve them. Is that so? How remarkable. Lei Xiao responded. I smiled and said, you and I know each other well. You're aware that my master is a descendant of yin-yang embroidery, and so am I. Our art is indeed wondrous. At that moment, Lei Xiao clapped her hands together and exclaimed, Shweezy, I have been feeling rather gloomy these past few days. I constantly sense the presence of something sinister. You feel the presence of something sinister? I asked her. Lei Xiao replied, indeed. Every time I walk down the street, I have the unsettling feeling of being followed. And then, I probed further. She recounted that 2 days prior, during a rainstorm, she suddenly turned around and spotted a woman clad in a long, vibrant red dress, gazing at her. The woman was also holding an old, tattered oiled paper umbrella. I am familiar with oiled paper umbrellas. They were prevalent long ago, and with today's advancements in technology, fibercloth umbrellas have become the norm. Oiled paper umbrellas are nearly extinct, available only in regions like Jiangnan, where they're sold as props for film productions. What did that woman look like? I inquired of Lei Xiao. Lei Xiao remarked, what does she look like? I cannot see clearly, but I can perceive her eyes. She gazes at me with a look of intense hatred. Have you offended someone? I inquired. Lei Xiao shook her head, responding now. Then, with a slight furrow of her brow, she added, indeed, there is no one. Are you certain? I pressed, do not attempt to deceive me. In truth, I sensed that Lei Xiao was not particularly cunning. She was, after all, a rather simplistic person, exuding a unique charm and joy that was palpable. Therefore, her attempts at deceit seemed almost futile. I decided to pierce through the facade, stating, your entire visage is inscribed with the words deception. Let us be straightforward and discuss something genuine, shall we? Can I conceal this from you? She murmured timidly, covering her abdomen, evidently fearful of inciting my anger. Yet, upon hearing her insistence that she could not divulge certain information, my thoughts instinctively drifted to the matter of the haunted property. Liao Min, the seller of that property, had repeatedly uttered, this is something I cannot disclose. Could it be that Lei Xiao was among those who dealt in the sinister real estate? Surely not to such an extent. Hastily, I retrieved the photograph from my pocket, which featured 7 women in front of the haunted property. Not one of them was Lei Xiao. Fortunately, it bore no connection to the haunted property, which alleviated my concerns. I continued to persuade Lei Xiao, stating that there was nothing to conceal. Whatever the matter, she should feel free to share. I was coaxing Lei Xiao to speak the truth when, suddenly, Feng Chunxing rushed over, exclaiming, damn it, I've been washing my hair for ages, yet it still reeks abominably. You owe me money. Compensate me for my innocent heart. I quickly intervened, Brother Chun, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? That was merely an unfortunate incident. Seeing the furious Feng Chunxing, Lei Xiao hastily bowed. I am truly sorry. I didn't mean to lose control, I assure you. As she spoke, Feng Chunxing abruptly dropped to the ground, frantically clawing at the earth with both hands, seemingly terrified by Lei Xiao's apology, as if it were an extraordinarily dreadful matter. What's wrong, Brother Chun? Is someone out to get you? I attempted to pull Feng Chunxing up. He raised a finger, trembling as he pointed at Lei Xiao, saying, She has a woman behind her, a woman clad in red. At this revelation, coupled with my knowledge of Lei Xiao's recent misfortunes, I felt a surge of panic. Could it be that the woman in red, who had been described as carrying an oil paper umbrella, had been lurking behind her all along? This seemed implausible. I slowly turned my head, intent on catching a glimpse of Lei Xiao's back to see if indeed a woman in red was present. Just as I was about to pivot enough to view her, I suddenly snapped back, discovering that Lei Xiao, crouched down with her head cradled in her arms, indeed had a flash of red behind her. The figure clad in red moved with such swiftness that I could hardly discern whether it was a woman. However, there was indeed something peculiar about Lei Xiao. I hastily assisted Feng Chunsheng to his feet, who appeared somewhat shaken. That woman in red has departed. She has gone. This incident was undeniably bizarre. Feng Chunsheng remained visibly unsettled, while Lei Xiao crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It cannot be. How could I possibly be carrying a woman? The woman in the brilliant red dress was merely following me incessantly. I grasped Lei Xiao firmly and reassured her. Xiao. It is all right, truly, it is all right. As I lifted her, she too seemed dazed, murmuring softly to herself, perhaps in an attempt to comfort her own frayed nerves. Feng Chunsheng pulled me aside and remarked, "This woman is extraordinarily peculiar. I shall not seek to confront her directly. You must persuade her to leave swiftly. Generally, it is quite difficult for spirits to manifest. If they do, it signifies an abundance of resentment. This presence is far more formidable than the female spirit we encountered in the haunted abode." "Is that truly the case?" I inquired of Feng Chunsheng. "What will happen if we choose to ignore her?" "What will happen? One may lose their life," Feng Chunsheng replied. He then asked, "Do you understand the significance of the custom known as the first 7 days? In our rural communities, this tradition is widely observed. It entails sealing the coffin on the day of a loved one's passing and reopening it 7 days later to cleanse the deceased body before sealing it once more for the funeral." "I am aware," I responded. "The elders back in my hometown spoke of it, saying that the soul of the departed returns to visit their loved ones 7 days after death, known as the Day of Returning Souls." Feng Chunsheng scoffed, saying, "You only know part of the story, my friend. Why is it the 7th day, not the 8th? Long ago, there was an old saying that souls seeking vengeance typically linger for 7 days. The first 6 days, they haunt relentlessly, but on the 7th, they exact their revenge. Hence, it is customary for the elderly to be sealed in their coffins for 7 days, fearing that if they die wrongfully, they would have ample time to seek retribution. On the 7th day, they return, and only then is the coffin opened to cleanse the body before it is sealed once more for the journey." Feng Chunsheng continued, "The female spirit is attached to this woman, which binds her. If the haunting exceeds 7 days, her demise is inevitable." How strange it is. I felt a chill run down my spine. Feng Chunsheng remarked with a smirk, "There are countless paths in the realm of the supernatural. I have merely scratched the surface. There is much I have yet to uncover. You must learn quickly and help this woman escape." I forced a smile and replied, "I cannot let her go." "Why not?" Feng Chunsheng inquired. "I confess she is my childhood friend, Lei Xiao from my hometown." "What?" Feng Chunsheng exclaimed, abruptly sitting down, shaking his head and sighing. "Alas, I have drawn a short straw with you. Your propensity for helping friends suggests that you will undoubtedly need to assist her this time." I chuckled softly and said to Feng Chunsheng, "Brother Chun, do not be so disheartened. We possess the skills to resolve this matter." "Resolve it? What nonsense!" Feng Chunsheng retorted. "This is a situation where whoever intervenes meets their demise. Why not ask how many days she has been tormented by the female spirit?" He approached Lei Xiao, who appeared to have calmed down somewhat. I asked her, "Xiao, for how many days have you been haunted by that female spirit?" After a moment's contemplation, Lei Xiao replied, "For 5 days." 5 days? A chill ran down my spine. According to Feng Chunsheng's notion of 7 days for vengeance, once the clock struck midnight today, it would mark the 6th day. If we failed to resolve the matter of the spirit that clung to Lei Xiao by tomorrow, her life would surely be at stake. Just as I was consumed by anxiety, Lei Xiao suddenly erupted into a peculiar fit of laughter. He. Ah. The sound startled me, prompting me to look up abruptly. I found it difficult to discern Lei Xiao's face. The girl who had just been giggling now seemed utterly terrifying. With her eerie laughter, she began to sing a nursery rhyme. Chapter 64. The haunting nursery rhyme. Lei Xiao chuckled merrily as she sang a nursery rhyme. In every household, there resides a concubine. When the concubine dies, the servants thrive. Matchmakers speak of marriage, escorting the concubine to the crimson bridal chamber. The crimson bridal chamber, so bright and warm, with red candles illuminating the heart. For a lifetime, we honor our promises, never forgetting the matchmaker's words. Together we shall guard the crimson bridal chamber until we grow old. As I listened to Lei Qiao Qiao's song, it felt as though it conveyed a deeper meaning. A chill ran down my spine. Nevertheless, Lei Qiao Qiao continued to sing the rhyme repeatedly. Eventually, Feng Chunsheng forcefully placed a hand on Lei Qiao Qiao's shoulder and exclaimed, "Stop singing." Just as Lei Qiao Qiao was lost in her joyful melody, she abruptly ceased, casting a glance at Feng Chunsheng before suddenly fainting. I hurriedly supported Lei Qiao Qiao. Feng Chunsheng remarked, "These are the final 2 days. That spirit in red must be haunting Lei Qiao Qiao. We shouldn't return home tonight. We must remain in the tattoo parlor and watch over her. We cannot afford any mishaps. It would be disastrous." After reflecting on Feng Chunsheng's words, I concurred. We decided to take Lei Qiao Qiao to the tattoo parlor and keep vigil over her until she awoke, so we could inquire about her condition. I carried Lei Qiao Qiao to the tattoo parlor and gently laid her on the tattoo bed. Feng Chunsheng and I took our seats, illuminating every lamp in the room, guarding Lei Qiao Qiao against the potential return of the spirit in red. We held our watch until midnight. The ticking of the clock echoed through the stillness of the night, serving as a most potent hypnotic. Both Feng Chunsheng and I felt sleepiness overwhelming us. Around 12:15, both of us succumbed to slumber, resting our heads on the table. I was oblivious to the duration of our sleep when, all of a sudden, a nursery rhyme wafted into my ears. Every household has a concubine. When the concubine dies, the housekeeper thrives. Matchmakers speak of marriage, escorting the concubine into the red bridal chamber. The red bridal chamber, so bright, with red candles illuminating hearts. For a lifetime, we uphold our promises, never forgetting the matchmaker's words, growing old together in the red bridal chamber. Upon hearing this rhyme, my heart lurched, prompting me to swiftly open my eyes. Yet, this time I was astute. I refrained from immediately raising my head. Instead, I merely cracked my eyes, open to observe what Lei Qiao Qiao was up to. At that moment, Lei Qiao Qiao was seated beside the full-length mirror next to the tattoo bed, draped in a piece of red cloth. I recognized that the cloth was, in fact, a modesty covering. In our region, modesty coverings come in 2 varieties. The first is white cloth, which, when draped over a tattoo, is considered inauspicious, yet many friends favor its simplicity. The second is red cloth, which, while deemed more auspicious, can be somewhat unsettling when it comes to tattoos. Now, draped in this red cloth, Lei Qiao Qiao sang the nursery rhyme while applying something to her lips. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded. It was the pigment from our tattoo parlor. After painting her lips a vivid red, she continued to sit there. Suddenly, she shouted, "You shameless hussy, trying to seduce my man? I'll let you seduce him. I allowed you." Following this, Lei Qiao Qiao raised her palm and began to slap her own face, resounding slaps echoing through the air. The sound of slaps was deafening, yet I could see clearly that Lei Qiao Qiao's actions did not seem to stem from a genuine desire to strike herself. She appeared to be a puppet, manipulated by an unseen force behind her, delivering blows to her own face, slap after slap. The seemingly feeble hands of Lei Qiao Qiao unleashed an astonishing strength, as she continued to strike her own face, quickly rendering it crimson. I pondered the futility of this self-inflicted torment. Was she not on the verge of annihilation? Suddenly, I stood up and shouted at Lei Qiao Qiao, "What foul entity are you? Get out of here at once." My voice dripped with menace, causing Lei Qiao Qiao to abruptly turn her head towards me, grinning with an unsettling glee. "He. Do you fancy her?" "Of course I do. I am an old friend of hers," I replied. He. "Very well. I shall first eliminate her, and then you," Lei Qiao Qiao declared, her lips forming another dreadful proclamation as her hands suddenly clutched her own throat. It was the spirit of the woman in red controlling Lei Qiao Qiao, compelling her to strangle herself. I was at my wit's end and cried out, What grievance do you hold against her that compels you to seek her demise? Hee 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 hee. The air around me resonated once more with a haunting nursery rhyme. Red bridal chamber, brightly lit, red candles, hearts ablaze. A lifetime to keep the promise, never forgetting the matchmaker's words, together growing old in the red bridal chamber. The chilling melody sent shivers down my spine, leaving me utterly bewildered as to how to proceed. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed from outside. Qin Yuhao from Qinzhou is here, malevolent spirits retreat. Upon hearing this proclamation, Feng Chunsheng immediately sprang to his feet and dashed towards the door. I couldn't help but think, how could Feng Chunsheng be so deeply asleep? It was as if he were feigning death. Upon Qin Yuhao's arrival, Lei Qiao let out a piercing scream. Eek! Almost instantly, she fainted, and I caught a glimpse of a crimson shadow slipping through the crack of my window. I mused to myself, Qin Yuhao possesses extraordinary prowess. Even vengeful spirits like the red-clad female soul tremble at the mere mention of his name. By this time, Feng Chunsheng had already flung open the door, revealing Qin Yuhao, who stood at the threshold, proudly bearing a signboard, exuding an air of dominance. Qinzhou? That must be in Long Bay, then? So, Qin Yuhao is a native of Long Bay. He called out to me from the doorway. Mr. Yu Shui, are you satisfied with this plaque? He gave the signboard a hearty slap. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed with a resounding thump. It was undoubtedly substantial, crafted from bronze. Then, with a swift motion, Qin Yuhao flipped the signboard over, revealing the words tattooed aristocracy emblazoned upon it. Upon seeing those 4 characters, I inhaled sharply. This was no ordinary sign. It belonged to a renowned tattoo studio in Yuzhou. How had it come to be in Qin Yuhao's possession? Qin Yuhao mentioned that over the past 2 years he had sought individuals to assist him with his graphic design endeavors, but to no avail. Frustrated, he had considered destroying his signboard. However, he found himself particularly fond of the tattoo establishment as emblem. So instead, he simply took it with him. Now, he has come to present the plaque to me. I hastily clasped my hands in gratitude and exclaimed, "This sign is splendid. If it's good, let's hang it up." Without hesitation, Qin Yuhao leaped and affixed the sign, tattoo establishment, above the entrance of my shop, declaring, "You deserve it." At that moment, Feng Chunsheng clapped his hands and remarked, "Oh, Xiao Yu, today is indeed fortuitous. Without you, we might have found ourselves in dire straits." Qin Yuhao chuckled softly and entered the studio, taking a seat and placing the box he carried on the table. "You all proceed with your tasks," he said, before closing his eyes to rest. I quickly assisted Lei Qiao, who was lying on the ground, helping her to her feet. She reluctantly opened her eyes and asked, "Where am I?" I interjected, "Let us not dwell on the location. I must inform you that if you survive today, tomorrow you shall meet your demise." Startled, Lei Qiao inquired as to the reason behind such a grim fate. I pressed her further. "What have you entangled yourself with? Speak up." Yet, she remained silent. I continued, "If you share your story, I may yet create an yin-yang embroidery to shield you from that female spirit. But if you choose to remain silent, you might as well visit the shop to purchase a coffin today." Faced with the threat of death, Lei Qiao finally succumbed and recounted her tale. Before delving into her narrative, she prefaced with, "Perhaps once I reveal this, you will look down upon me." I allowed Lei Qiao to speak first. Lei Qiao recounted how 2 years ago, she encountered a man named Chen Jixin. Tall and handsome, Chen possessed a wealth of knowledge and cultural depth, coupled with a romantic disposition that swiftly won over Lei Qiao's heart. The two found themselves rapidly ensnared in the throes of love. Approximately 6 months later, Lei Qiao stumbled upon Chen Jixin's chat records on his phone, only to her astonishment discovering that he was, in fact, a married man. He had deceived her for half a year. Confronting Chen Jixin, he, with his silver tongue and flamboyant demeanor, confessed, "To be honest, I do not love my wife. I married her solely for her family's fortune. I harbor disdain for her, and the one I truly cherish is you. If you grant me 6 months, I shall divorce my wife, and then I will marry you. Is that agreeable?" After much contemplation, Lei Qiao, feeling a profound affection for Chen Jixin, chose to forgive him and continue their relationship. Subsequently, each month, she would broach the subject of his divorce from his wife. Each time, Chen Jixin would deflect her inquiries with the excuse, "I'm sorry, Qiao Qiao, but I cannot divorce just like that. If I do, I will lose access to my wealth and assets. I am currently in the process of transferring my wife's money. Please give me a little more time." Lei Qiao Qiao was reluctant to agree, yet she found herself unable to resist Chen Jixin's persuasive words. Chen Jixin avowed that the moment he divorced his wife, he would immediately embark on a global tour with Lei Qiao Qiao, and that his diversion of his wife's assets was, in fact, in preparation for their future world travels. Another year elapsed, yet Chen Jixin remained married, continuing to beguile Lei Qiao Qiao as before. Lei Qiao Qiao even declared to Chen Jixin, "You don't need a single penny. Come with me. I have money. I'm a software engineer, and my salary is substantial." Chen Jixin remained unwilling, persisting in his prevarications towards Lei Qiao Qiao. Another 6 months passed, bringing us to just a week ago. Lei Qiao Qiao conceived a scheme, somewhat insidious in nature. She felt she could no longer squander her youth waiting for Chen Jixin, and she resolved to present him with an ultimatum, a choice between her and Chen Jixin's legal wife. He had to choose one. On that very day, having made this decision, Lei Qiao Qiao drove to Chen Jixin's residence. "What happened? Did you murder his wife? Is that why his wife has become a vengeful spirit, haunting you?" Feng Chunxing inquired of Lei Qiao Qiao. Lei Qiao Qiao shook her head, saying, "I've never had the audacity to commit murder, nor am I after Chen Jixin's wealth. I simply wanted an answer from him. Why would I kill him? Then what did you go to Chen Jixin's house to do?" I asked Lei Qiao Qiao. Chapter 65. The Paperman. I inquired of Lei Qiao Qiao about her intentions for visiting Chen Jixin's residence. She responded that she wished to confront him. When I pressed for details on how she planned to do so, she explained her desire to make Chen Jixin's original partner aware of her existence. During a moment of intimacy with him, she had stealthily acquired a set of his keys and discreetly had 2 duplicates made, subsequently uncovering the precise location of his home, preparing to infiltrate his domain. Upon hearing this, I could only shake my head in disbelief. It struck me as rather foolish that Lei Qiao Qiao had been deceived for 2 years, only to discover the whereabouts of her counterpart's abode now. One afternoon, she resolutely drove to Chen Jixin's house, fully aware that it was likely unoccupied at that hour. Determined, she resolved that even if she were to encounter Chen Jixin's original partner, she would confront the situation head-on, as she intended to sever all facades. Upon entering Chen Jixin's home, she was struck by the evident wealth that surrounded her. The residence, a villa, boasted an interior adorned in the opulent style of traditional Chinese aesthetics, in contrast to the prevalent modern minimalist or European designs, which are often adopted due to their affordability. The traditional decor was undoubtedly expensive. For instance, the set of mahogany furniture in the living room alone could be valued at several $100,000. Continuing her exploration, Lei Qiao Qiao ascended to a spacious bedroom on the 2nd floor, which was predominantly decorated in shades of red. In a calculated gesture, she plucked several strands of her own hair and placed them upon the bed, intending to signal to Chen Jixin's original partner that he was now involved with another woman. Certainly, this was insufficient. Lei Qiao Qiao retrieved a piece of intimate clothing from her handbag, opened the wardrobe door, and cast it inside. Subsequently, she took out her perfume and spritzed it around the master bedroom. She believed that this would create an impression of her presence alongside Chen Jixin, inciting discord between him and his wife. As for the notion that Chen Jixin's wife, being rather dull, might not notice, such a thought was preposterous. Scent, clothing, and hair. These are far too sensitive elements for a woman to overlook. Having accomplished her task, Lei Qiao Qiao departed from Chen Jixin's villa and returned home, awaiting his call. That call would determine whom Chen Jixin truly favored, her or his wife. Lei Qiao Qiao waited for the phone call from the afternoon until nightfall, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She reflected on her relationship with Chen Jixin, revisiting their journey from the beginning to the present, and suddenly, she perceived her association with that man as an act of sheer folly. Their love had been a ruse from the outset, and Lei Qiao Qiao, in her earnestness, had continued to invest her genuine affection into this charade, feeling quite foolish in the process. Yet, Human nature is a curious phenomenon. Even when one recognizes the absurdity of their actions, they often proceed forward, propelled by the inertia of life, and may even concoct reasons to deceive themselves into persisting in their folly. Lei Xiao concocted an excuse for herself to continue waiting for Chen Jixin. If he were willing to forsake his family's wealth to be with her, she would deem him a man worthy of her trust. Alas, the dream that Lei Xiao had woven shattered completely just a few hours later. Chen Jixin's call indeed came, but it was not a heartfelt confession. Rather, it was a furious reprimand. "Hello, Lei Qiao." Chen Jixin's tone was anything but friendly as he launched into a tirade. "You filthy wretch, did you visit my home? The hair, the clothes, and the scent of perfume. It must have been left by you, you shameless harlot. Get out of my life. Do you expect me to divorce my wife and be with you? Why don't you just die? Get lost." The once beloved partner now spoke with such coarse brutality, leaving Lei Xiao heartbroken. She had never felt such sorrow before, for a man like him. She had sacrificed 2 precious years of her life, the most radiant years of a woman's existence. This led her to a complete despair regarding Chen Jixin. Lei Xiao confided in me. From that moment on, I ceased all contact with Chen Jixin. I have blocked his number, as well as his QQ and WeChat accounts. Yet, within days, I felt something was haunting me. The red-clad woman you speak of, the one burdening my back. Upon hearing Lei Xiao's words, I turned to Feng Chunsheng and inquired, "Brother Chun, do you think, could it be that Chen Jixin harmed his wife? Or perhaps his wife?" Upon discovering the remnants left by Lei Xiao, was unable to bear the shock and took her own life? Feng Chunsheng chuckled and said, "Shweezy, the scenario you mentioned is highly improbable. If Chen Jixin's wife were to take her own life, he would likely be overjoyed rather than sorrowful. After all, Chen Jixin, despite having a wife, indulges in the emotions of other women. Could such a man truly mourn the death of his spouse? Certainly not." He continued, however, "The first scenario in which Chen Jixin, embroiled in a dispute with his wife, resorts to violence and kills her, is indeed plausible. It is conceivable that in a moment of rage, upon realizing he could not escape the clutches of the law, he might lash out at Lei Xiao. Yet, if Chen Jixin were to have killed his wife, why would her spirit seek out Lei Xiao? That defies logic. I too found myself perplexed by the underlying reasons and turned to Lei Xiao, saying, "The spirit's demand for vengeance is constrained by a 7-day limit. If we fail to uncover the true nature of that spirit, I fear for your life, as I cannot perform the necessary yin-yang embroidery without it. What shall I do?" Lei Xiao trembled with fear, her eyes losing their focus, appearing somewhat dazed. After pondering for a moment, I inquired, "Very well, Lei Xiao, let me ask you this. Do you possess the key? Is Chen Jixin's key still in your possession?" Yes. Lei Xiao exclaimed. "I haven't had the chance to dispose of it. It is still with me." "That is fortunate," I replied, "given that the situation has become a perplexing mystery. I suggest we visit Chen Jixin's residence to uncover the truth of what transpired. A visit will surely provide clarity." "All right, that sounds good. At present, Lei Xiao is utterly terrified. She seems to believe everything I say. However, Feng Chunsheng opposes my viewpoint, asserting that the woman in red is exceedingly menacing. He warns that if the two of us recklessly approach her, it would be a path to certain doom, which is considerably different from the situation with Ruan Qinsa. He is indeed correct. This female spirit can manifest visibly. Who knows what malevolent entity she might be? We are truly incapable of handling this." As our conversation progressed, I glanced at Chun Yuhao, who was seated at the table sipping tea, and called out, "Little Yu, could you assist me? Please pay a visit to Chen Jixin's home to uncover the identity of this red-clad female spirit." Chen Yuhao paused with his teacup in hand and replied, "My retainer is to escort you to the underworld. This matter falls outside the purview of my services." He set down his teacup and coldly stated, "I am unable to assist." I stepped closer to him and said, "You are satisfied with the revised design from yesterday, but I have an upgraded version. If you are willing to accompany us to resolve Lei Xiao's predicament, I shall present this upgraded plan to you as a gift." Chen Yuhao narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Pray tell, what is it?" I have come to understand Chen Yuhao's character. Though he is difficult to deal with, he remains fundamentally principled. Should he find my proposal to his liking, he would undoubtedly extend his assistance, allowing me to speak freely. I informed Qin Yuhao about a unique tattoo ink that my master once concocted. In our country, tattoos made with pigeon blood are quite renowned. They only reveal themselves when one is inebriated or exceedingly furious. However, my master discovered several herbs, which he meticulously crafted into a remarkable pigment that, when touched by a person's yearning emotions, reveals intricate tattoos. Typically, tattoos made with this pigment are cherished by those who have lost loved ones, spouses, or friends. Thus, they may not have tattoos ordinarily, but they manifest only in moments of longing. I glanced at Qin Yuhao and remarked, "Your tattoo of the artist. I surmise you share a profound connection with the woman depicted. It serves as a token of remembrance. Now, the human skin design I am about to ink for you can utilize that special herb. Generally, your back will bear the image of the 9 dragons carrying the coffin. Yet when you yearn for that woman, your tattoo will transform into that of the artist. Are you satisfied with this design proposal?" Without addressing the proposal, Qin Yuhao banged his hand on the table and declared, "Lead the way." His approval of my design was evident. There was hope for Lei Qiao. I promptly instructed Lei Qiao. "Qiao, you take the lead." With delight upon hearing that we could resolve this matter, Lei Qiao nodded eagerly. Her vehicle was parked at the entrance. Feng Chunsheng, Qin Yuhao, and I climbed into Lei Qiao's car, and we set off together. During the ride, Feng Chunsheng once again addressed me, saying, Shui Zi, you're somewhat of a boss now. Couldn't you acquire a vehicle? Having a car would be so much more convenient. Riding that little electric scooter every day is exceedingly inconvenient." Just as I was about to reprimand Feng Chunsheng, Lei Qiao interjected, "My brother has a Corolla that he hardly uses since purchasing a new car. Shui Zi, if you can assist me this time, I will gift you that Corolla." How does that sound? While I appreciated Lei Qiao's generous offer of a 20,000 yuan bonus, I declined, suggesting a vehicle would suffice instead. I demurred at her insistence, as she deemed it a token of gratitude for a life-saving act, resolving to dissuade her later. In the car, a palpable silence enveloped us. By the time we arrived at Chen Jixin's villa, the morning was well underway, the clock having already struck between 8 and 9. Once the car was parked, Lei Qiao proceeded to unlock the door. As she was about to step inside, Qin Yuhao abruptly halted her, taking the lead and gesturing for us to remain behind. "Hold," he cautioned. "There's something amiss about this house." With that, Qin Yuhao delivered a forceful blow to the wall of the entryway. The impact shattered the paneling, revealing a paper effigy crafted from white paper. What was a paper figure doing inside the villa? Chapter 66. The sealing of the door by Een Objects. Qin Yuhao swiftly seized the paper effigy, inhaling its essence, and remarked, "This paper effigy harbors Een energy." Upon hearing Qin Yuhao's words, Feng Chunsheng was taken aback and inquired, "May I ask, brother Yu, what is your background?" It is rare for someone to possess the ability to discern Een objects merely by scent. He recounted how his master once mentioned that within the realm of Een affairs, there existed a select few capable of detecting the presence of spirits through their olfactory senses. The most adept among them could even locate spirits solely by the fragrance they emitted. This skill is an invaluable asset for those traversing the realm of Een. Qin Yuhao responded with a cold smirk, "Mr. Feng, have you not also withheld your lineage? There are protocols in the domain of Een. Refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you." With that, he forcefully shook the paper effigy. The paper tore apart, revealing an abundance of hair within. The strands varied in length and hue, some golden, others white. We stood in astonishment before the clump of hair when Qin Yuhao struck a nearby wall with a punch. The wall cracked, and another paper effigy emerged from within. Qin Yuhao extracted this second effigy as well, and with a swift flick, the paper fragmented, spilling forth its contents. A cascade of yellow objects tumbled out, each no larger than a finger, rendering their nature indistinguishable. However, Feng Chunsheng, upon glancing down, immediately declared, "The sealing of the door by Een objects. This villa harbors a corpse. A corpse dwells within." Upon encountering the peculiar yellow mass alongside a tangled mess of hair, one could surmise the unsettling presence of a corpse within. Moreover, one must ponder, Are not villas intended for the living? How is it that the deceased find residence in such abodes? Chun Yu Hao cast a glance at the hair and the multitude of yellow matter, remarking on the keen insight of Mr. Feng. Noticing Chun Yu Hao's admiration for Feng Chunsheng, I inquired about the basis of his conclusion regarding the presence of a deceased individual. Feng Chunsheng gestured towards the hair, inquiring what it was. I replied, "It is hair." He then pointed to the yellow substance and asked, "And what of this?" I shook my head vigorously in response. Feng Chunsheng asserted that it was, in fact, a collection of nails. Nails? I rubbed my eyes and looked again, picking one up to examine while exclaiming, "Whose nails could possibly grow in such a manner?" "These are the nails of the deceased," Feng Chunsheng replied. Upon hearing this, I hastily discarded the nail, exclaiming in disbelief at the grotesque realization. Feng Chunsheng explained, "Both the nails and hair serve as repositories for filth and following death. Hair continues to grow for several days. However, nails, as long as the body does not decompose, will persist in their growth." He added, "Some zombie corpses possess remarkably long nails." I then inquired of Feng Chunsheng regarding the two paper figures sealed within the wall at the entrance, asking, "What is the significance of this?" Feng Chunsheng referred to this as a ghostly entity, one containing the nails of the deceased, the other harboring the hair of the dead. Both items are considered to possess a heavy aura of negativity, capable of sealing the entrance and preventing the influx of positive energy. The spirits residing within must surely find their abode quite comfortable. Ah, so this is what is termed a ghostly barrier? Subsequently, Feng Chunsheng remarked that if my estimations were accurate, the main wall of this villa was also problematic. What sort of problem? Before I could finish my inquiry, Feng Chunsheng swiftly picked up a brick from outside the door and hurled it at the wall with great force. With a resounding crack, the wooden structure of the villa was punctured, leaving a significant hole. Feng Chunsheng then retrieved a piece of wood and presented it to me, saying, "Take a look." Shuizi. As I accepted the piece of wood and scrutinized it closely, I noticed one side was painted while the other remained bare. The wood was remarkably heavy. Despite its small size, it felt substantial in my hand. I remarked that it seemed familiar. Feng Chunsheng replied, "Of course you've seen it before. Old Guanto has plenty of this type of wood." "Ah, wood from coffins?" My eyes widened as I queried Feng Chunsheng. "Old Guanto is renowned locally as a coffin maker. So if he possesses such wood, it must indeed be coffin timber." Feng Chunsheng confirmed, saying, "Yes, this is coffin wood. The main materials of this house were constructed from the planks taken from finished coffins. After the main framework was completed, a layer of bamboo strips was added externally to reinforce the structure. Given that this is a villa with modest height, such a construction method suffices in terms of structural integrity. Upon my pronouncement, wouldn't this entire villa be akin to a palatial sepulchre? Hence my assertion that a deceased individual dwells here." As our conversation unfolded, Lei Xiao's countenance grew ashen, presumably contemplating the nature of her former paramour. Having ascertained that this abode was the residence of a deceased person, we ventured within. Indeed, upon entering, we were increasingly struck by the sheer peculiarity of the house. The decor, while undeniably opulent, was rife with oddities. For instance, the sofa cushions were filled with human hair, and the mirrors throughout the house were all of frosted glass, rendering reflections indistinct, a characteristic, I'm told, of mirrors frequented by spirits. After a time, we ascended the staircase. Abruptly, a heart-rending lament reverberated throughout the house. "Is it not enough? Out of respect for that young man, I had no intention of harming you. Yet you persist in your harassment? Do you truly wish to push me to the brink of mutual annihilation?" The voice was familiar. It was that of the woman in red. Chun Yu Hao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "No offense is intended. It is best to show leniency wherever possible. Sign the blood pact, and I, Chun Yu Hao, shall depart forthwith." Feng Chunsheng whispered to me that this spirit was a master of deception. Only a signed blood pact would ensure her honesty, for any breach thereof would result in her immediate and utter annihilation. "Ah, I see." Chun Yu Hao demanded that the female spirit sign the pact, whereupon silence descended. After a few minutes, the voice of the female spirit echoed through the air once more. "If the life and death contract is not signed, young man. Do not presume your profound abilities will spare you from me. I am not afraid of you, he. Suddenly, the villa was filled with a cacophony of ghostly wails. The sound was utterly horrifying, and Lei Xiao clung to me in fear. I'm so scared. What is that noise? It frightens me to death. Perhaps feeling that holding on to me was insufficiently secure, she immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Yuhao from behind. As she clasped him tightly, her expression shifted abruptly. Her right middle finger sprouted elongated, sharp nails, poised to plunge into Chen Yuhao's spine. I stood there in utter bewilderment. The red-clad female spirit was still in the room. How could Lei Xiao betray us? If that nail pierced down, it would surely kill Chen Yuhao. In a surge of uncharacteristic bravery, I found myself stepping forward, placing myself between Lei Xiao and Chen Yuhao. Lei Xiao's nail did not strike Chen Yuhao's spine, but instead sank into my shoulder. The pain was excruciating. I felt as if that nail had burrowed deep into my flesh, scorching like fire and writhing with the sensation of countless insects crawling beneath my skin. Begone, malevolent spirit. Chen Yuhao glared down at me, his face inscrutable. Nevertheless, with a thunderous roar, a white shadow was drawn from within Lei Xiao's body. The shadow, resembling a man, turned and attempted to flee. Chen Yuhao decisively placed the wooden box from his back onto the ground and activated its mechanism. From within the box, 2 black wooden spikes were propelled forth, each as thick as a finger and 3 feet in length. With 1 spike in each hand, Chen Yuhao hurled them towards the white shadow, pinning it against the wall. Subsequently, he sent the other spikes soaring into the ceiling of the first floor. Once the 2 spikes were discharged, Chen Yuhao bent down to assist me in rising. Feng Chunsheng stepped forward, exclaiming, "Shuizi, are you all right?" Thankfully, I replied, "It hurts, but I can manage." It is truly exasperating, I thought. I saved your life, and you do not even express gratitude? Standing nearby, seemingly indifferent, like a mere utility pole. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuhao reached into his pocket and withdrew an ancient bronze dagger. With the edge of the dagger, he sliced open his palm, blood immediately flowing forth. He then dripped his blood onto my wound. The agonizing sensation, akin to being gnawed by hundreds of insects, vanished in an instant. In the future, do not play the hero. I can endure, Chen Yuhao admonished with a sidelong glance before approaching the pinned white shadow and deftly extracting the spike from the wall. Feng Chunsheng reassured me. Chen Yuhao has that kind of temperament. Do not take offense. His willingness to use his blood to purge the venom shows that he is indeed grateful to you at heart. Subsequently, he whispered in my ear, "I've discerned the origins of this lad. His pedigree is genuinely substantial. No wonder he commands such eminence within the netherworld." Indeed, I inquired of Feng Chunsheng. "Let us defer this discourse until our return to the tattoo parlor." Feng Chunsheng responded with a smile. "Very well." I roused myself to a standing position with some difficulty. At this juncture, Chen Yuhao, with the agility of a feather, propelled himself off the dining table, retrieving the wooden stake that had been impaled in the ceiling. After meticulously cleaning the 2 wooden stakes, he plunged them into the massive wooden box. Reshouldering the box, Chen Yuhao stated frigidly, "Originally, I intended to resolve this karmic entanglement. But since the malevolence acted preemptively, I bear no culpability." Feng Chunsheng also sighed. These malevolent spirits are replete with stratagems. It turns out that Lei Xiao was not merely ensnared by a single malevolent spirit, but rather by 2. That crimson-clad female spirit is none other than Chen Jixin's spouse. However, ensconced within Lei Xiao's corporeal form is the lingering soul of her former paramour, Chen Jixin. The crimson-clad female spirit initially feigned vulnerability, lulling us into a state of complacency, before unleashing her ultimate gambit, seeking to have Lei Xiao, possessed by Chen Jixin, deliver a fatal blow, thereby eliminating Chen Yuhao. Fortunately, I possessed sufficient fortitude. A modicum of pride welled up within me at this realization. Chen Yuhao, now bearing the wooden box, proceeded towards the exit, announcing, "When you intend to venture into the haunted residence, make contact with me. The matter here is resolved. The truth resides on the 2nd floor. Examine it yourselves." With that pronouncement, Chun Yuhao nonchalantly departed, leaving the three of us within this sepulchral dwelling. What secrets lie concealed within this affair of the crimson-clad female spirit? Why did this couple reside in a coffin-like dwelling? And who exactly is Chun Yuhua? Chapter 67. Chun Yuhao's ostentatious departure evidently signified that all perils within Chen Jixin's villa had been eradicated. One must acknowledge the prowess of Chun Yuhao. Aside from the unforeseen betrayal by Lei Qiao, his skills are truly remarkable. The precision of those 2 wooden spikes he employed was nothing short of extraordinary. Feng Chunsheng confided in me that Chun Yuhao possesses an uncanny ability to discern the aura of malevolence through his keen sense of smell, placing him at the apex of the biological hierarchy within the realm of the supernatural, where many influential figures seek his assistance. Subsequently, Feng Chunsheng pulled me aside and inquired if I was aware of the enigmatic affiliations of Chun Yuhao. Naturally, I scoffed at his question, for if I were privy to such knowledge, would I have needed to ask? He then whispered to me that, despite his lack of acquaintance with Chun Yuhao's true nature, the 2 wooden spikes had revealed a glimpse of his identity. Curiously, I inquired about the significance of those spikes. Feng Chunsheng responded affirmatively, explaining that they belong to the 13 arts of the Northern Ma clan, comprising a total of 13 spikes. 12 represent the 12 earthly branches, while the final spike, known as the soul-binding nail, possesses the power to vanquish any nefarious spirit, a formidable force indeed. I pressed Feng Chunsheng on the identity of the Northern Ma clan. He shot me a look of incredulity and remarked, "You, my friend, do not even know of the Northern Ma clan? What business do you have in the realm of the supernatural?" I retorted that my ignorance of the Ma clan would not preclude my ability to earn a living through yin-yang embroidery. Feng Chunsheng likened my unfamiliarity with the Northern Ma clan to not recognizing the 4 heavenly kings in the entertainment industry, emphasizing that there exist 2 deities of paramount significance within this supernatural domain. The first is the Southern Maoshan sect, comprised of formidable guardians of souls. The second is the Northern Demon Exorcising Ma family, whose prowess in the spiritual realm is not inferior to that of the Maoshan sect. Any mountain spirits or wild ghosts, malevolent entities and phantoms, upon encountering members of these 2 families, would flee as if they had lost 2 legs. I pondered when I could forge such a reputation within the realm of the shadows. When your business flourishes beyond measure, Feng Chunsheng nonchalantly remarked, "For now, it's a distant dream." His words lingered in my mind, propelling me to tirelessly pursue the path of these illustrious figures in the underworld. However, I now inquired of Feng Chunsheng why the members of the Ma family bore the surname Chun. He shook his head, explaining that the Ma family members are all named Ma, and he had not heard of any external disciples being accepted. Chun Yuhao is likely a disciple of some esteemed figure from the Ma clan, though that is merely speculation, he mused. He further noted that even if the Ma family were to accept external disciples, it would be improbable for them to pass on the Ma family's sacred soul-protecting artifacts, the 13 forces. Ultimately, Feng Chunsheng contradicted himself. Perhaps he is not even of the Ma family. Never mind. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Given the uncertainty, he deemed it best to remain silent. Regardless, today Chun Yuhao had indeed opened my eyes. I returned to Lei Qiao's side, where I found her wiping away tears. Why was she in tears? In truth, I understood. She was lamenting the pain she had caused me with her earlier scratch. I advised Lei Qiao not to be too disheartened, for in truth, there was little to be concerned about. After all, her act of pricking me with a nail was not born of genuine malice. Nevertheless, Lei Qiao remained profoundly saddened, expressing that had it not been for my presence, we would have met our demise at her hands. She was not entirely mistaken. Had she indeed killed Chun Yuhao, we would have faced dire consequences today. However, since there was nothing of great consequence, I urged Lei Qiao to cease her tears and to ascend the stairs to assess the situation, to resolve matters here as swiftly as possible. Feng Chunsheng remarked that prolonged exposure to such a coffin-like abode would inevitably lead to illness due to the oppressive atmosphere. The oppressive energy on the first floor was bearable, but upon ascending to the second floor, we truly encountered what it meant to be enveloped by a heavy atmosphere. As I set foot on the second floor, a chilling sensation crept upon us, reminiscent of being trapped in an ice cellar. I inquired of Lei Xiao. Did you not notice anything unusual during your last visit? Given the multitude of peculiar occurrences within this villa, I was surprised that Lei Xiao, with her fearless disposition, had wandered here alone without trepidation. She playfully stuck out her tongue, explaining that during her previous visit, she was consumed by guilt, preoccupied with ensuring her belongings were placed prominently within the villa, without a thought for any oddities nearby. Feng Chunsheng interjected on Lei Xiao's behalf, stating that she should not be faulted, as this house had not exhibited such strange phenomena until recently. Why is that? I pressed Feng Chunsheng for clarification. He replied simply, because during Lei Xiao's last visit, Chen Jixin was still alive. He remarked that Chen Jixin was still alive, as there was a lingering vitality in the room. Now that Chen Jixin has perished, the room is devoid of life, leaving only an unsettling atmosphere, and it is indeed peculiar that the oppressive aura is not more pronounced. As for the paper figures at the entrance and other bizarre artifacts, they typically go unnoticed by the average person. I nodded and continued to lead Feng Chunsheng and Lei Xiao into the bedroom on the second floor. Upon entering, I was met with a harrowing sight. A man was suspended from the ceiling. 2 iron chains were affixed to his collarbone, hoisting him aloft. His skin was marred and torn, revealing gnarled flesh beneath. Deep gashes crisscrossed his body, his muscles protruding grotesquely, and his skin had taken on a sickly yellow hue, with dried blood oozing a faint yellowish pus. This man was none other than Chen Jixin, Lei Xiao's former boyfriend, found hanged in the bedroom. After a brief glance, Feng Chunsheng sighed, exclaiming that this individual was truly a menace to himself and others. He then turned his attention to the bed, noting its unevenness, and chuckled, stating that it was a bed, where one side harbored the deceased while the other accommodated the living, a sight he had witnessed before in Shaanxi. You've seen it? I inquired of Feng Chunsheng. He abruptly threw back the quilt, revealing the bed's true nature. It was divided, one half comprised of wooden planks, while the other half was a soft mattress, one side rigid and the other delightfully plush. Feng Chunsheng approached the wooden section, tapping it with his finger, producing hollow echoes. Thud. Thud, thud. Was it empty within? I pointed to the wooden board, and Feng Chunsheng chuckled. I already know the truth. With that, he forcefully lifted the board. Boom! The board flipped open, revealing a person within, a woman clad in a red traditional wedding dress. Feng Chunsheng remarked, Indeed, Chen Jixin is married, but his wife has passed away. I was aware of this matter. However, it is not something I could openly discuss. I merely nodded and said to Lei Xiao, No wonder Chen Jixin claims he cannot divorce. How could he indeed? This woman likely comes from an immensely wealthy family and has surely sought the services of a highly skilled spiritual medium to bind Chen Jixin with a blood pact. Should he dare to bring another woman home, the spirit would retaliate. Feng Chunsheng gestured toward Chen Jixin, who was suspended from the ceiling, stating, Look, this is the fate he faces for betraying the blood pact. He is left hanging from the ceiling. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao shook her head and said, Have I harmed Chen Jixin? Harmed him? Nonsense. It is he who has wronged you. Feng Chunsheng spat on the ground, snorted coldly, and replied, Do not forget who has manipulated you these past 2 years. If I may say, love should be unequivocal. If you love, love deeply. If you abandon, do so completely. Avoid ambiguity, as it harms both parties. Chen Jixin knew well that there was no future with you, yet he deceived you for 2 years. Had you not awakened to the truth, he would have continued to deceive you for several more years. Such a scoundrel is not worth lamenting. Upon hearing this, I raised my thumb in admiration and exclaimed, Ah, Brother Chun, you truly possess a romantic soul. I am in awe of your analysis. I am now reminded of the nursery rhyme sung by Lei Xiao. In the neighboring house, there lives a concubine. Upon her death, the family flourishes, and the matchmaker speaks of marriage, escorting the concubine into the crimson bridal chamber. The crimson chamber, radiant and bright, adorned with red candles, heart aglow, for a lifetime. We shall adhere to our vows, never forgetting the words of the matchmaker, together growing old in the crimson chamber. This nursery rhyme speaks of a blood oath binding both parties to a lifetime of commitment. As for these two verses, they naturally carry a somber tone, resonating with an unsettling eeriness. Alas, it is a pity that Lei Xiao Xiao has fallen for a man bound by such a contract. Oh, what a lamentable fate. I shook my head in sorrow for Lei Xiao Xiao. We believed this matter to be concluded. Yet as we turned to depart, suddenly, I heard a muffled thud. The three of us turned around, only to discover that the bride lying within the wooden box had abruptly sat up, her eyes wide open, gazing at us. Her lips curving into a sinister grin, giggling mischievously. Was she not supposed to be dead? Her soul impaled by Chun Yuhao's wooden stake? How could she now? How could she move? The three of us exchanged glances, the previous ease evaporating into tension. We bolted towards the exit, but after just a few steps, we found ourselves tripped. I looked down to find that beneath the bed, numerous strands of hair had emerged, ensnaring our ankles and pulling us to the ground. Hee hee. Chapter 68. The fate without killing initially. Our spirits were quite buoyant, and we intended to retire gracefully, departing the villa with Lei Xiao Xiao. Unfortunately, before we could make our exit, the bride unexpectedly emerged from the wooden cabinet. An abundance of long, dark hair slithered forth from beneath the bed. This inky tress ensnared our feet, causing us to stumble and fall at the threshold. To our horror, the bride stood upright and approached us, step by deliberate step. Alas! Brother Chun, did Xiao Yu not just pierce that woman with a wooden stake? How is it that she yet draws breath? What folly is this? I observed closely. There was indeed a puncture on her forehead, likely inflicted by Xiao Yu. Why, then, does it seem ineffective now? Feng Chunxing shared my astonishment. With Chun Yuhao gone, were the three of us merely awaiting our demise within these walls? My gaze drifted involuntarily to the ceiling where Chun Jixin hung. His collarbone, pierced by an iron hook, left to perish in agony. Would our fate mirror his? A wave of profound dread engulfed me as the spectral bride drew nearer. A haunting sigh wafted through the window. Alas, poor souls. Then, I heard the chilling nursery rhyme of the departed echoing from outside. Red bridal chamber, brightly lit, red candles. Hearts aglow, for a lifetime, we shall keep our vows, never forgetting the matchmaker's words. Together, we shall guard the red bridal chamber until we grow old. Continuing, I observed the bride's lips twitch slightly as she turned and walked towards the window. Upon reaching it, she struck the glass with a forceful blow, shattering it, and leapt out. Simultaneously, the strands of hair that bound our feet vanished completely. We hastily rushed to the window's edge, anxious to ascertain her intentions. What if she was waiting below? If we descended, it would surely spell our doom. The three of us leaned over the windowsill, peering outside, and I beheld a procession of women clad in crimson bridal attire adjacent to the villa, each one resting a hand upon the shoulder of the one before. Leading them was a figure draped in human skin, a woman's visage, gaunt and withered, moving unsteadily while sighing. Such a pity. Such a pity. The skin-clad woman, accompanied by her line of brides, gradually faded from view. Years later, I ventured to Miaojiang for business. One evening, while imbibing with my business associate, we broached this peculiar topic. He informed me that such occurrences are not uncommon in Miaojiang. Similar tales abound in Shaanxi. He recounted a tragic story from many years prior, of a woman forced into marriage with a man who eventually met his demise. After cohabiting with the dead for 5 or 6 years, she succumbed to madness, gruesomely using scissors to peel away her own skin. I surmised that the woman in skin was a victim of malevolence, having shed her own flesh, transformed by dark thoughts, intent on ensnaring other women. The ordeal involving Lei Xiao Xiao has drawn to a close, and in truth, everyone involved was a victim in some capacity. Lei Xiao Xiao, deceived by a swindle, had her affections toyed with by the contemptible Chun Jixin. She was undoubtedly a victim. Chun Jixin, in turn, was also a casualty of circumstance. As we departed from the coffin villa, Feng Chunsheng confided in me that the effigy bride was still capable of movement, a result of Chun Yuhao's leniency. It seemed Chun Yuhao had no intention of outright destroying her, instead enlisting the aid of the human skin bride to guide her toward redemption. Perhaps Chen Yuhao felt that a woman confined beneath a bed for so many years was deserving of pity. Feng Chunsheng and I gained a newfound appreciation for Chen Yuhao. Beneath his aloof exterior resided a man of unexpected warmth and compassion. After the three of us exited the villa, I admonished Lei Xiaoqiao to exercise caution in the future, particularly in matters of the heart, urging her to be both prudent and decisive. When faced with irresolute quandaries, she must act swiftly and decisively, without hesitation. Lei Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that had it not been for the three of us, she might have perished at the hands of Chen Jixin and the bride. I reassured Lei Xiaoqiao that fortune often favors those who narrowly escape death. To fortify her spirit and soothe her traumatized soul, I tattooed the Ananda Buddha Karma ring upon her. In matters of love, Lei Xiaoqiao's sincerity was undeniable, precluding any possibility of her succumbing to madness like Li Muzi. With everything resolved, it was already late in the afternoon. According to our agreement, Lei Xiaoqiao gifted us her brother's eliminated Corolla for our use, promising to assist with the transfer procedures. However, the pressing question before us remains: who shall drive? Aside from my ability to ride a small electric scooter, I am utterly incapable of operating any vehicle. Consequently, Feng Chunsheng extinguished his cigarette, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, declaring that he would take the wheel. I was filled with skepticism, yet to my astonishment, Feng Chunsheng indeed proved to be quite skilled. This old fellow drives with remarkable steadiness, truly a seasoned driver. It seems he must have been behind the wheel for many years. Yet, I find it hard to accept that Feng Chunsheng, who was begging for alms not long ago, is now driving a car. I suspect that his previous panhandling outside our shop was merely a ruse, perhaps to ensnare me. Nevertheless, those matters are now behind us and best left unspoken. That evening, after dining with Feng Chunsheng, we began contemplating the issues surrounding Mimi and the ominous abode. I made a formal invitation for Mimi to visit my tattoo studio. Within a few minutes, she arrived, inquiring about the purpose of my summons. As I observed her, I noted that although she appeared somewhat fatigued, she did not seem particularly fearful. I produced the photograph I had obtained from Ruan Qince's Eerie residence. In it, alongside Ruan Qince, there were 7 women and 2 men. I placed the photograph on the table and asked Mimi if she recognized it. Upon glancing down, her demeanor shifted to one of panic, as she exclaimed, "How do you have this photograph?" I smiled and said, "Mimi, let me speak candidly with you. Have you and those 6 other women, along with the 2 men, been involved in selling houses recently?" Mimi nodded, confessing that she had not sold any recently. She had assisted in selling one property before, but ceased thereafter, feeling that the money earned was too easily acquired, and her timid nature held her back from pursuing further profits. I quickly restrained Mimi, pressing her down onto the chair, and cautioned, "Mimi, it would be wise not to sell your house. The properties you all are selling are not legitimate. They are haunted." At the mention of haunted, Mimi shivered in fright. I prompted her, "Think carefully. How did Xiao Hong meet her end?" In truth, it was not only Xiao Hong who had died. 3 others had also perished. Mimi admitted, "I have sensed something amiss, but we are being coerced into selling these houses." I inquired about the 2 men, to which Mimi nodded affirmatively. "Who are these 2 men?" I pressed further. "That I truly cannot disclose. I fear for my life if I do," she replied, shaking her head vigorously. It appeared that the indistinct figures of the 2 men in the photograph were indeed the employers of these 7 women. Powerful figures whom they could not afford to offend. After a moment's contemplation, I suggested, "Very well, you need not divulge the identities of those 2 men, but you must share other information, correct? Anything aside from those 2? "Of course, that I can do," Mimi replied after a lengthy pause, affirming her willingness. Subsequently, Mimi mentioned that her foray into this industry had not been extensive, and it was indeed more fitting for her to discuss matters alongside Liao Min. I pondered over this and decided to call Liao Min. "Hello, is this Liao Min?" "It's me, Bossio. I truly cannot divulge certain matters." I reassured Liao Min, saying, "Rest assured, I am not prying into your privacy, nor do I wish to uncover the identity of your elusive employer. My sole intention is to comprehend the events that have transpired so that I may assist you in navigating through these challenging times." "You want to inquire about who my employer is?" Liao Min suddenly remarked. I nodded. Fear not. I have no desire to know who your employer is. My only wish is to aid you, especially since I am aware that what you are dealing with involves the sale of tombs. Very well, thank you. Boss you. She expressed her gratitude repeatedly after learning that my lack of inquiry would not hinder my willingness to help them. At 9 o'clock that evening, Liao Min, Feng Chunsheng, and Mimi gathered in my tattoo studio. I ordered several dishes and a grilled fish, laying them out in the studio as if we were friends engaged in casual conversation, listening to Liao Min and Mimi recount the events that had unfolded. It turned out that 6 months prior, 2 proprietors had contacted 7 women, each possessing the charm to captivate men, to serve as sales representatives for the tombs. Liao Min further informed me that when those proprietors reached out to her, they also required her birth date and time. Is that so? I inquired of Liao Min. Liao Min expressed her curiosity at the time, but her boss explained that the properties they sold were exclusively for the affluent. Wealthy individuals possess a strong belief in fate. Thus, he felt compelled to select the saleswomen based on their birth charts. Subsequently, Mimi revealed that her boss had also requested her birth information. At this juncture, Feng Chunsheng abruptly struck the table and inquired, Shall I take a glance at your birth charts? Mimi and Liao Min promptly retrieved a small paper packet from the depths of their handbags and handed it to Feng Chunsheng. Upon opening the packet and examining its contents, he nodded in understanding. I see. I comprehend now. The destinies of your 7 saleswomen are all remarkably similar. After raising his glass and downing its contents in one swift motion, he declared, The fate's main aspect is favorable and devoid of any malice. He uttered a phrase that left us in a state of partial comprehension. Chapter 69. The shamanic script. Feng Chunsheng remarked that the auspicious aspect of one's destiny is beneficial without any detrimental influences. I inquired about the meaning of his statement. Feng Chunsheng explained that a person is inherently endowed with a fate, reflecting the adage, Heaven determines 3 parts, while 7 parts depend on one's own efforts. Additionally, within the realm of feng shui, there exists another saying, 1's life, 2 fortunes, 3 feng shui. For accumulated virtues, 5 education. The essence of these 2 sayings is identical. They emphasize that human endeavor is instrumental in altering one's destiny. However, it is also essential to recognize that every individual possesses a unique fate. Those blessed with favorable destinies may achieve considerable success with modest efforts, whereas those with less favorable fates often find themselves compelled to exert immense toil to attain success. In this context, fate refers to one's destiny. Feng Chunsheng asserted that the auspicious aspect of a person's destiny, characterized by the absence of harmful elements, is a manifestation of their birth chart. Individuals possessing this type of destiny exhibit a tranquil disposition, experiencing minimal fluctuations, and are imbued with profound compassion, exceeding that of the average person. I found no fault in Feng Chunsheng's interpretation, for who is me, if not a paragon of benevolence? She dedicates herself to helping underprivileged children return to school, embodying a nurturing love akin to that of a mother. Yet, how does this destiny correlate with their dealings in selling tombs? I posed this question to Feng Chunsheng. What connection exists between this and their sale of tombs? He affirmed that there is indeed a connection. Feng Chunsheng elaborated that individuals with such a destiny are less likely to provoke spirits, as these entities tend to favor those who lack aggression. Thus, their temperament remains amiable and they are unlikely to harm others. He further stated that, aside from souls filled with immense resentment, ordinary souls do not inflict harm, and certainly would not take the life of someone who has committed no wrongdoing. After all, even ghosts are not irrational beings. Feng Chunsheng remarked that the criteria for selecting saleswomen for real estate ventures, particularly in the realm of the afterlife, are twofold. Firstly, they must possess the ability to captivate men, thereby effectively securing clients. Secondly, they must be adept at soothing malevolent spirits within the realm of the deceased, ensuring that prolonged dealings with the afterlife do not lead to significant troubles. Liao Min hesitated, contemplating that they had indeed become entangled with ghosts. Feng Chunsheng scoffed, remarking that those who frequently traverse the river inevitably get their shoes wet. He noted that while their fates were relatively favorable, Engaging in the sale of properties for the deceased once or twice posed little risk. However, what of repeated ventures? Issues would undoubtedly arise. Feng Chunsheng informed us that those orchestrating the sale of such properties possess considerable expertise in feng shui, being well-versed practitioners, and their intentions are indeed sinister. I inquired of Liao Min and Mimi, asking about the three individuals who, aside from Xiao Hong, had also passed away and the circumstances of their deaths. Mimi pondered for a moment before responding. I only know one, named Xie Meng, who passed away the day before yesterday. I visited her body this morning. How did she die? I asked. After some contemplation, Mimi replied, she died from being overstuffed. What? I questioned in disbelief. Mimi elaborated that Xie Meng had consumed an excessive amount of compressed biscuits, followed by copious amounts of water, causing her stomach to swell to an enormous size, ultimately leading to her demise by self-infliction of such overindulgence. This was the first time I'd encountered such an outrageous manner of death. Indeed, when compressed biscuits come into contact with water, they expand dramatically, transforming from the size of a finger to that of a fist. Honey mentioned that the doctor informed her that Xie Meng's stomach had been stretched dozens of times its normal size, which ultimately led to her demise. I then inquired about the other two individuals. The other two? Honey shook her head, stating that she was unfamiliar with them. At that moment, Liao Min interjected, claiming that she was somewhat acquainted with those two. One of them was named Ma Yu, who had tragically passed away the night before Liao Min came to find me. How did she die? I asked Liao Min. She recounted that Ma Yu had succumbed to a car accident, and she had been in the vehicle with her at the time. Eagerly, I pressed for more details. Liao Min explained that they had been working together that day, and she was a passenger in Ma Yu's car. As they reached the bustling heart of our city, another vehicle abruptly cut in front of them. Ma Yu, known for her fiery temperament and road rage, retaliated by weaving in and out, unable to tolerate the provocation. Frustrated and realizing her driving skills were inferior, she rolled down the window and leaned out to confront the driver of the offending vehicle. Tragically, just as her head emerged, a small truck laden with steel plates sped past, the plates striking her with lethal force. Ma Yu's head, akin to a ball, rolled across the ground for several dozen revolutions, ultimately crushed beneath the wheels of a passing sedan. Liao Min was utterly stunned at that moment, taking no measures until Ma Yu's vehicle collided with a horizontal barrier in the middle of the road. After coming to a halt, she opened the car door and crouched on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Liao Min recounted this incident, which even made its way into our city's newspaper. Upon hearing about Ma Yu's demise, Feng Chunsheng remarked, "This road rage is utterly despicable. Just because someone nudges your car, you retaliate? Is there no sense of reason in driving? I'd rather reduce my speed by a fraction than exceed it by even a second. Do you understand?" Liao Min stamped her foot and said, "Brother Feng, let's be honest. While the accident indeed fell upon Ma Yu, it is undeniably her fault, however. The entire affair is exceedingly peculiar. For instance?" Feng Chunsheng inquired. Liao Min explained that the large truck that appeared behind was non-existent. During the confrontation with that individual, she was nervously watching the rearview mirrors, and either side mirror reflected the presence of that small truck. It seemed to materialize out of thin air. Such strangeness? Feng Chunsheng was taken aback. Liao Min continued, "There's even more oddity." Later, when the traffic police arrived, they reviewed the surveillance footage. The video revealed that at the time of Ma Yu's incident, there was absolutely no one racing against her. In the recording, Ma Yu was driving entirely alone on an empty street, weaving in and out. This indicates that the vehicle she was racing against simply did not exist. Feng Chunsheng asked Liao Min. Liao Min nodded. Those vehicles were phantom cars, never having existed, yet they claimed Ma Yu's life. The head of Ma Yu was severed, an occurrence that is indeed quite peculiar. Feng Chunsheng sighed and inquired, "And what of the third deceased?" Liao Min replied, "The third individual who perished is named Xiao Xiao, and her demise was the most tragic." "In what manner was it tragic?" Feng Chunsheng asked. Liao Min explained that Xiao Xiao met her end earlier today, within a CAF located in the city. I then questioned Liao Min about the circumstances surrounding Xiao Xiao's death. Liao Min recounted that, as a friend of Xiao Xiao, She had obtained the surveillance footage from the CAF that afternoon. It appeared that upon entering the CAF, Xiao Xiao was attempting to evade something. Hastily stepping inside and subsequently opening the glass door to glance outside. After a few fleeting looks, she retreated back inside. At that moment, Xiao Xiao appeared to be in great distress, her emotions fluctuating wildly. She then approached a server and ordered a cup of coffee and a stack of napkins. Upon receiving the coffee and napkins, Xiao Xiao sat down, wearing an eerily strange smile. While smiling, she used a nail clipper to mutilate her finger, and with her bloodied fingertip, she incessantly etched symbols onto the napkins. As she drew, she also screamed. In no time, all the patrons in the CAF turned their attention toward Xiao Xiao. What was she drawing? Feng Chunsheng asked Liao Min. Liao Min responded that she had heard others say Xiao Xiao was inscribing a series of symbols resembling a net, as she simultaneously sketched the symbol on a piece of paper. Upon seeing the symbol, Feng Chunsheng immediately remarked, "This is a shamanic script from northeast China. This symbol signifies death. Do you recognize this?" I inquired of Feng Chunsheng. He replied, "The shamanic glyphs within the realm of the occult are understood by many. Some Taoist talismans are derived from shamanic scripts. As an expert in feng shui, my knowledge of shamanic glyphs is not extraordinary." Hearing Feng Chunsheng proclaim his expertise in feng shui, I surmised he was no ordinary individual. Subsequently, Liao Min remarked Xiao Xiao was frantically sketching symbols while screaming, undoubtedly provoking public outrage. Eventually, the staff began to amicably usher people out. In a sudden fit of rage, Xiao Xiao leapt to her feet and bellowed, "The Yellow Emperor decrees my demise at the third watch. I shan't survive until the fifth." Naturally, the CAF staff rushed to restrain her. In a fit of desperation, Xiao Xiao violently splashed coffee upon herself. To everyone's astonishment, the coffee ignited upon contact with her skin. Boom! A great flame erupted from her body, causing the nearby staff to recoil in fright. With a visage twisted in fury and engulfed in flames, Xiao Xiao cried out, "The Yellow Emperor decrees my demise at the third watch. I shan't survive until the fifth." Her piercing shrieks deterred even the most well-meaning bystanders from attempting to extinguish the fire. Thus, Xiao Xiao perished in the flames. Her final moments marked by the haunting repetition of, "The Yellow Emperor decrees my demise at the third watch. I shan't survive until the fifth." Upon hearing this, Feng Chunsheng slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "Alas! It seems this matter may indeed be a case of the yellow weasel exacting vengeance." I turned to Feng Chunsheng and said, "Brother Chun, I sense there is a pattern to this occurrence." "What is the pattern?" Feng Chunsheng inquired. I replied, "Look, each individual dies one by one. They have never perished together, have they?" "Indeed." Feng Chunsheng nodded in agreement. I then posed another question. Is it possible that death follows a certain pattern, rather than occurring at random? If we could decipher this pattern, we might discern who the next unfortunate soul to depart will be. That makes sense. Feng Chunsheng contemplated for a moment and remarked, "The revenge of the yellow weasel is relentless. Every strike is intended to inflict the utmost pain. In our nation, the youngest child is often the most cherished. Perhaps the weasel's vengeance begins with age? Might it be that the younger individuals are the first to act?" Feng Chunsheng concluded this line of reasoning. Mimi immediately stood up and declared, "Among that group, I am the eldest." Liao Min pondered for a moment before adding, "The third to meet their demise. It is likely, Wei Xiaoyu, for she is the youngest among us three." Thus, among the 7 women who remained, only 3 endured: Mimi, Liao Min, and Wei Xiaoyu. Chapter 70. The Queen today, a life has been lost, yet no further soul shall depart. You may all rest easy. I reassured Liao Min and Mimi. It appears that a peculiar pattern has emerged. Those who have incurred the wrath of the Grand Master who in PZ do not meet their demise on the same day. Thus, today, Liao Min, Mimi, and the absent Wei Xiaoyu should remain safe. I inquired of Liao Min, "Where is Wei Xiaoyu? If we were to arrange by age, then the next to face calamity ought to be Wei Xiaoyu." This was a theory proposed by Feng Chunsheng. Its accuracy remained uncertain. It seemed prudent to take a chance. Of the 7 of us, 4 have already perished leaving us with little choice. Exchanging glances with Feng Chunsheng, we contemplated our strategy. Ultimately, I resolved, tonight, let us all return to our respective homes and families. Tomorrow morning, we shall reach out to Qin Yuhao to seek out Wei Xiaoyu together, or perhaps it would suffice for Feng Chunsheng, Qin Yuhao, and I to search for her. As I made this decision, Mimi interjected, "Isn't that cool? Handsome guy named Qin Yuhao? He seems quite formidable. Is he truly so impressive?" I retorted, feeling a twinge of annoyance, though I had to admit, Qin Yuhao indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Mimi immediately beamed. Yes, you're also quite impressive. Now, let's head home, I stated, rising to gather the dishes, preparing for our quest to find Wei Xiaoyu. As Liao Min departed, she kindly sent me a photograph of Wei Xiaoyu. Wei Xiaoyu is a girl with large, expressive eyes and a notably full mouth adorned with vibrant red lipstick, exuding a captivating allure. Liao Min mentioned that recently, Wei Xiaoyu has been passionately involved with an online acquaintance and has even moved in with him. I inquired about her new residence, but she confessed ignorance, stating that she would need to call Wei Xiaoyu the following day to establish contact. Furthermore, Liao Min remarked on Wei Xiaoyu's rather liberated lifestyle, noting her penchant for engaging in casual encounters. In contemporary society, indulging in such casual pursuits can be perilous. Wei Xiaoyu herself experienced a harrowing incident. The individual she met online turned out to be a thief. After a night of revelry, upon awakening the next morning, she discovered that her newly acquired iPhone 6s had mysteriously vanished. It was, in fact, stolen by her male companion. This unfortunate event left her with a sense of loss on multiple fronts. Despite this cautionary tale, Wei Xiaoyu seemingly remains undeterred, continuing to seek out similar experiences driven by the thrill of novelty and excitement. As I listened to Liao Min recount Wei Xiaoyu's escapades, I couldn't help but shake my head. My mother once told me that true love brings depth and joy, yet now, sincerity appears to be nothing more than a distant myth. My mother asserted that genuine affection leads to a more vibrant love, but at present, I find myself without a partner, feeling like a foolish child. I sighed, reflecting on how, as society grows more open, expectations and respect for love seem to diminish. I shook my head and informed Liao Min of my intent to seek out Wei Xiaoyu the following day. Liao Min leaned closer to my ear and whispered, "Shui Ge, don't be so conservative. Wei Xiaoyu is not a bad person. She is merely in pursuit of a novel way of life. Each individual has their own means of existence. This doesn't concern me. I am neither her parent nor her elder brother. I simply wish to ask, would you allow your dearest one to traverse her own path?" I inquired of Liao Min. She shook her head, "No. But we are merely wanderers between hell and earth. Having embarked on this journey, retreating now would be arduous. I also hope that my future child will receive a better education, gain admission to a prestigious university, and ultimately become a lawyer, a doctor, or a teacher." I smiled faintly. Liao Min continued, "Shui Ge, if we survive this time, I shall bestow upon you a substantial sum of money. I will also withdraw from this profession, seek a decent boyfriend, and lead a normal life. Thank you. I hope you soon become the person you aspire to be." I returned her smile. After parting ways with Liao Min and Mimi, I tidied up the table and prepared to head home, joining Feng Chunsheng in the Corolla. Feng Chunsheng now served as my driver and part-time company consultant, which I perceived as quite prestigious. I fastened my seatbelt and was about to set off when suddenly, I received a WeChat message. "Hello, Yuga, I once had a tattoo from you. Does your yin-yang embroidery have the ability to resolve peculiar matters?" inquired the girl who messaged me. I replied, "Of course it can. But may I ask who you are?" The girl said to me, "Both Feng and I have gotten tattoos from you. Do you remember? The maiden and the rabbit tattoo?" She then sent me an image of the tattoo inked on her calf. Upon seeing it, the memory resurfaced. I recalled the design. The maiden and the rabbit features a smiling little boy alongside the adorable face of a girl resembling a rabbit, symbolizing a couple's bond. To be candid, most individuals who come to me for tattoos opt for more audacious and ostentatious designs, often depicting demons and monsters. However, in my years of practice, very few have chosen a design as whimsical as Maiden and the Rabbit. This charming tattoo resonates closely with the youthful spirits of that girl and her phone. both brimming with boundless imagination during a particularly radiant chapter of their lives. I inquire the girl, "By the way, what is your name? I seem to have forgotten." "Oh, I am Qinghua." "Lu Qinghua," she replied. Qinghua mentioned that she had recently been hearing peculiar sounds, like the abrasive noise of a knife being sharpened, which was quite unsettling. I asked her if she had encountered any other strange phenomena. She confessed that she often experienced nightmares. In the middle of the night, when she got up to use the restroom, she felt as though she heard a rustling sound. And then, I prompted Lu Qinghua. After a prolonged pause, she finally responded with a message, stating that lately she had been hearing the cries of women late at night, questioning if it might be a female spirit. I asked Lu Qinghua when she first began experiencing such reactions. Lu Qinghua recounted that several months prior, she had rented an apartment, spent a month renovating it, and subsequently left it vacant for a few months before finally moving in. Upon her arrival, she was met with a series of terrifying occurrences. "What? You renovated a rented place?" I inquired of Lu Qinghua. In response, she sent me a message stating that while her residence was rented, her life was not. Even in a rented home, one ought to find comfort. Upon reflection, I conceded that Lu Qinghua was indeed correct. I then asked her, "According to your assertion, it seems you've moved into a haunted dwelling. However, the manifestations do not appear excessively severe, so I surmise it is not something particularly malevolent. I shall visit your home to assess the situation." "Thank you. By the way, regarding the fees, if you require me to perform a spirit warding tattoo, the starting price is 30,000, I remarked. Lu Qinghua paused for quite some time before replying, "All right, I accept that price." "That is splendid," I affirmed. I closed WeChat and informed Feng Chunsheng, "Brother Chun, I'm going to fetch my tools. It seems I have work ahead." Feng Chunsheng chuckled heartily. "Water, your business is thriving. I believe we must enlist some assistance, or else we shall be overwhelmed with tasks. Indeed, we shall seek help. But let's first resolve this matter of the haunted house before bringing anyone on board," I replied to Feng Chunsheng. He gestured an okay sign in acknowledgement. I proceeded to the tattoo studio, bringing along a bamboo tube containing the restless spirits and some tattooing tools. I settled into the passenger seat and drove towards Lu Qinghua's residence. Although Lu Qinghua provided a remarkably detailed address on WeChat, we still meandered through countless turns for quite a while before, with Lu Qinghua's guidance, we finally located the residence. This dwelling was, in fact, a 4-story house situated on the outskirts. Such structures are typically self-constructed, lacking in sophistication, and modestly decorated, making them quite affordable to rent. In our city, for instance, one could lease a ground floor for approximately 500 yuan a month. While the price is appealing, the number of tenants remains relatively low. In the courtyard of this residence stood a magnificent locust tree. I must admit, I seldom encounter such a grand specimen. It stood at least 4 to 5 meters tall, its branches lush and verdant, with the leaves intertwining to form a vast umbrella-like canopy. However, from a distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unusual about this tree. I turned to Feng Chunsheng and asked, "Brother Chun, do you not perceive that the leaves, when entwined, resemble something? What might that be?" Feng Chunsheng inquired. I replied, "Does it not resemble a human head?" Upon hearing this, Feng Chunsheng immediately crouched down to observe and remarked, "Indeed, it does resemble. It truly looks like a human head. Such a tree ought not to be planted in a courtyard. It is decidedly inauspicious." Feng Chunsheng explained, "The locust tree is also known as the ghost tree. The courtyard resembles a character for mouth, surrounded by obstacles, preventing the flow of negative energy. The locust tree, being a ghost tree, embodies heavy yin energy. If the yin energy cannot dissipate, does that not imply that the negative energy within this courtyard will only intensify? Exercise caution. Do not approach that tree too closely. It is ill-fated." As Feng Chunsheng and I cautiously entered the courtyard, he offered a discreet warning. I too felt a sense of unease and stepped aside, wary of encountering the enormous tree. Just as I approached the entrance of the residence, a motorcycle emerged from within, roaring past me. On the motorcycle sat a man and a woman. The man wore a helmet, while the woman donned a form-fitting dress and a snug low-cut top. At first glance, she appeared strikingly familiar. Once they had completely sped away, I unlocked my phone and quickly flipped through my photos. One image, sent by Liao Min, featured Wei Xiaoyu, who had an affinity for 419. The woman on the motorcycle was indeed Wei Xiaoyu, and the other person was likely her 419 boyfriend. What an incredible coincidence. Here I was, seeking business, and I unexpectedly encountered Wei Xiaoyu. Moments ago, she had exited the very residence we were about to enter. I surmised that she must reside there, or at the very least, her boyfriend did. This simplified matters considerably. Once I concluded my business with Lu Qinghua, I would seek out Wei Xiaoyu for a discussion. Just as I turned to step into the courtyard, Feng Chunsheng abruptly halted me, his gaze fixed warily on the colossal tree, cautioning, Shui Zi, be careful. Chapter 71. The dead tree. I inquired of Feng Chunsheng what was amiss. He replied, just now, I saw that tree. It moved. Moved? I echoed, seeking clarification. Feng Chunsheng nodded earnestly, stating, I truly understood. Shall I take a look? I asked. I was adorned in the complete attire of yin-yang embroidery, equipped with a shaman's robe and a mirror, my mirror, which possessed the ability to reflect spirits. Draped in a shaman's robe, I pricked the tip of my middle finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the mirror. May the shaman's spirit remain unscattered. The crimson droplets gradually spread across the surface of the mirror. Strange phenomena began to manifest within its depths. I beheld a woman clad in white standing beneath the ghostly tree, her face as pale as death, gazing upward at the gnarled branches. Then, another woman appeared, and another, and yet another. Before long, I discerned a circle of women standing beneath the spectral tree, all simultaneously looking skyward. Suddenly, one of them turned her head abruptly, fixing her gaze upon me with an intense stare. My heart raced. I observed that the woman was silently uttering 3 words. Though I could not hear them distinctly, the shape of her lips suggested they were recognizable as human script. What could that mean? I murmured to myself. Feng Chunsheng leaned close to my ear and whispered, perhaps it is not human script, but rather the dead tree. Upon hearing those 3 words, I trembled, nearly dropping the mirror to the ground. Fortunately, I quickly regained my composure and said to Feng Chunsheng, let us steer clear of that tree. It is exceedingly peculiar. How peculiar? Feng Chunsheng remarked. This grand tree, from the moment it sprouted until now, must have witnessed countless foolish souls meeting their demise upon its branches. I dare say it is laden with spirits. Best to keep your distance. With that, Feng Chunsheng and I pressed ourselves against the wall as we entered. The moment I knocked, I stole a glance at the mirror. All the souls within had vanished. Upon closer inspection, I was startled to realize that the tree's intricate patterns had formed a visage, grinning at me with an unsettling smirk. The grin was profoundly sinister, sending a shiver through my core. What on earth is this? I wondered, a sense of dread creeping over me. Could it be that the misfortunes of Lu Qinghua were somehow connected to this ominous tree? A tree of the dead? The very name sent chills down my spine. I resolved to tread carefully. I began to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 or 4 persistent raps, the door swung open. A rather enchanting young woman greeted us with a smile. Brother, you finally arrived. I remained silent for a moment, assessing Lu Qinghua. She appeared markedly different from the vibrant individual who had sought my tattooing skills years ago. Time had not been kind. She looked more haggard, her complexion notably pale. At merely 25 or 26, her eyes bore the weight of many more years, marred by a multitude of fine lines. In my memory, Lu Qinghua had once been a vivacious spirit. I smiled at Lu Qinghua and said, Qinghua, it has been several years since we last met. Is that charming rabbit tattoo on your leg still as adorable? It's all right, she replied, her tone imbued with a sense of wistfulness. She had matured, to the point where laughter seemed a rare indulgence. In her youth, she had radiated an innate cheerfulness. Time, a relentless sculptor, had altered our appearances. I suggested to Lu Qinghua, let us head upstairs. All right, she responded, leading us to the upper floors. This residential building was intended for rental, with each level secured by its own iron gate. Lu Qinghua opened the gate and ushered us inside. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the transformation. Despite the building's dilapidated state, Lu Qinghua had managed to renovate it into something remarkably fresh and inviting. One might mistake it for a modern apartment complex. I inquired, "How much did this renovation cost?" "Around 70 to 80,000, she replied. Spending such a sum to renovate someone else's property. It was more than mere folly. Lu Qinghua had previously mentioned that her residence was rented, yet life itself is not rented. Such a notion seemed naive. Once she vacated the premises, that investment in renovation would be lost. However, a thought crossed my mind. What if Lu Qinghua intended to reside here for a lifetime? Would that render her foolish? Yet, could one truly live in a rented apartment for an entire lifetime? Is that even feasible? Lu Qinghua invited us to sit on the Stockholm sofa in the living room and asked me, "Brother, as you can see, I spent around 70 to 80,000 on renovating this house, which is nearly half of my savings. I cannot simply abandon it. You must assist me." I turned to Lu Qinghua and remarked, "There are quite a few threats within this abode. At the very least, that peculiar tree outside is rather strange. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary." Lu Qinghua leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "That tree often emits a crackling sound at night. Just a few days ago, there was a heavy rain, and do you know what happened?" I inquired what occurred. Lu Qinghua continued, "The torrential rain washed away the soil beneath that large tree, revealing a human skull." I nodded thoughtfully and replied, "That tree is indeed not easy to deal with. Alas, I find this rather unsettling." Feng Chunsheng suddenly interjected, asking Lu Qinghua, "Are there other tenants in this residence?" Lu Qinghua affirmed, "Certainly. This house has 3 families renting it. However, one family travels frequently and is rarely home. The one who stays most often is a programmer. He tends to be quite reclusive, yet he is impressive. Within just a few days, he could bring a new girlfriend over for the night." The individual Lu Qinghua described was likely Wei Xiaoyu's boyfriend. I let out a chuckle and said to Lu Qinghua, "Perhaps we need not eliminate that tree. If it is indeed haunted, I could inscribe a soul-binding rune for you, which could also remedy the situation. However, I need to understand your specific symptoms." I urged Lu Qinghua to elaborate on the nature of the spirit she encountered. For instance, what sort of nightmares had she been experiencing? What does the sound of crying truly resemble? Upon my inquiry, Lu Qinghua suddenly exhibited an unusual demeanor. One hand pressed against her chest, her eyes welling with tears. She confessed, "In truth, I know. I am aware of that soul, the one that has always lingered beside me. It belongs not to another, but to Brother Feng." "Brother Feng?" I queried Lu Qinghua. "Is he the one with whom you shared that couple's tattoo of the maiden and the hare?" "Indeed." Lu Qinghua lowered her gaze and sighed. "Actually, I parted ways with Brother Feng a year ago. We broke up. Alas, such is fate." I recalled vividly the time when Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng visited me for their tattoos. Their affection for one another was palpable. How had they come to separate? And how did Brother Feng suddenly become a mere spirit? This situation was perplexing. Lu Qinghua explained, "It was because Brother Feng was impoverished." Enlightenment dawned upon me. In this era, poverty has obliterated countless romances. Feng Chunsheng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. Typically placid, he erupted, jabbing a finger at Lu Qinghua's nose, exclaiming, "What is the matter with you young ladies? Why is materialism so rampant these days? I too have known poverty, yet my wife has never abandoned me. We have endured together for over a decade. Now, you have men who cherish and adore you, yet you remain choosy, treating marriage as merely a means to select a path in life. Do you find that appropriate? Is it truly appropriate?" In that moment, Lu Qinghua burst into tears. She wept uncontrollably, curling up on the sofa, her sobs echoing through the room. I believe that Lu Qinghua's tears are not a solution to her plight. So I gently urged her, "Sister, do not cry. In truth, it matters little who is right or wrong in this matter. The past is past, and it is better left unspoken." "No, I must speak of it." Lu Qinghua suddenly transformed from her previous fragility into a figure of strength. She declared, "Brother, to be honest, I feel that my existence has lost its meaning. Thus, although there are many peculiar phenomena here, I find them inconsequential. I am unafraid, especially since Feng's spirit remains by my side, which emboldens me further." "What do you mean?" I inquired of Lu Qinghua. She replied, "Brother, when Feng and I vowed eternal love. It was in your tattoo parlor during the moment we etched our tattoos. That marked the inception of our relationship. And you are the witness to our love's beginning. I wish for our love's conclusion to also unfold under your witness. I inhaled sharply, realizing then that Lu Qinghua was indeed a girl of profound thoughts. Subsequently, she revealed the tattoo on her calf. It was still quite charming, yet it seemed unbefitting of her current demeanor. Lu Qinghua continued, "My love with Feng represents my youth, and brother you are also part of that youth. Would you lend me your ear for my confessions?" I sensed that Lu Qinghua harbored a multitude of unsaid words within her, yearning for someone to share them with. I encouraged her, "Speak your mind." Lu Qinghua then asked, "Do you know how Feng and I met? How did you meet?" I prompted her. She recounted that when Feng first entered university, he was a rather naive young man. Coming from a modest background, he was preoccupied with how to earn a living as he embarked on his academic journey. He ventured to the wholesale market, purchasing numerous basketballs, footballs, and badminton equipment, which he then sold around campus to make ends meet. At that time, Lu Qinghua had a fondness for volleyball, and coincidentally, the first customer for Feng's sports equipment was none other than her. After a week or so, Feng, using his rather outdated phone, sent Lu Qinghua a message asking, "Do I have the potential to be your boyfriend?" However, Lu Qinghua did not think highly of him. Following that incident, Feng ceased all communication with her. During her transition from junior to senior year, Lu Qinghua endured a tumultuous 2-year relationship with another male classmate, which ultimately ended in heartbreak due to his shifting affections. On the day of her breakup, she found herself in the depths of the school's flowerbed, weeping as she tore at the green leaves and red blossoms, murmuring in frustration, "Is there truly not a single devoted young man in this world?" Little did she know, Feng had entered the flowerbed at that moment, silently affirming, "Of course there is. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have never wavered in my affections." Chapter 72. A love worth its weight in gold. In the moment when Lu Qinghua needed him the most, Brother Feng stepped forward, proclaiming, "Qinghua, from the very first time I laid eyes on you, I have been watching over you. My feelings have remained unchanged all these years." Tears welled in Lu Qinghua's eyes as she gazed at Brother Feng, realizing that the devoted young man had always been by her side. From that day forth, she and Brother Feng became inseparable. On their first day of courtship, Brother Feng gifted her a gold ring. Although it cost merely 700 or 800, Lu Qinghua was well aware of Brother Feng's family circumstances. She inquired, "Where did you acquire this ring?" Brother Feng recounted that from the moment he first encountered Lu Qinghua in his freshman year, he had longed to prepare something special for her. He had earned a few thousand by selling balls, and, after deducting his living expenses, he used the remaining funds to purchase a gold ring, intending to present it to Lu Qinghua. Alas, at that time, she was in a relationship with another man, making it impossible for him to offer it. He patiently waited for 2 years, and finally, his hopes were fulfilled. It was then that Lu Qinghua recognized Brother Feng's profound affection. From that point forward, the two joined hands in life. As time passed, Lu Qinghua came to see Brother Feng as a person worthy of her trust. His ambition was commendable, and his humor was delightful, radiating a sunny disposition and remarkable capability. He served as the vice president of the student council, adeptly managing various responsibilities. Gradually, Lu Qinghua found herself completely enamored with Brother Feng. They visited my shop together, where they adorned themselves with a tattoo on their easily concealable calves, symbolizing an everlasting mark of their love. Before long, both Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng graduated. Upon graduating from university, Feng expressed to Lu Qinghua, "Hua, I desire to venture to Yuzhou." "Yuzhou? What purpose would you serve there?" "The competition is exceedingly fierce," she cautioned. Lu Qinghua advised Feng to seek employment within the city, where university graduates enjoy decent salaries, 3,000 yuan a month, which together would amount to 6,000. In less than 2 years, they could afford a down payment on a home and establish a family in this modest city. Feng, however, shook his head and declared, "Hua, that is not an option. I yearn to earn substantial wealth. I refuse to allow you to endure hardship. Come with me, and I shall provide you with the future you desire." At that moment, Lu Qinghua, still a student and filled with youthful passion, was swayed by Feng's words. She relinquished her stable life in the small city, turned down an offer she had already received, and together they embarked on a northbound green train with merely 5,000 yuan to their name, heading to the fiercely competitive realm of Yuzhou. On their first day in Yuzhou, Feng and Lu Qinghua encountered a dilemma. In this unfamiliar city, they were utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. They could not afford to stay in a hotel, as their 5,000 yuan would scarcely last a few days. That evening, Feng found an internet CAF near the train station and rented a spot for the night. He held Lu Qinghua in his arms while she watched a movie, and he busied himself on his phone, searching for job opportunities and the most affordable rental options. Feng spent the entire night researching and discovered that many migrants were renting accommodations along the Batong line. Feng rented a spacious single room in a quaint little place called Tai Garden, located a few bus stops away from the starting station of the Batong line, Tokyo. The monthly rent was 800, and after paying 3 months' rent along with a month's deposit, he found himself with barely a couple of thousand yuan remaining. The landlord's demeanor was exceedingly brusque, exhibiting an unmistakable air of indifference, which nearly provoked a confrontation between Lu Qinghua and him. Ultimately, Feng amicably diffused the tension. After a sleepless night, he settled Lu Qinghua to rest and then embarked on a journey alone by bus and subway, traversing the entirety of Yuzhou City to seek employment in Zhongguancun. Finding a good job proved to be a challenge, and with the necessity to sustain their livelihood, Feng immediately sought a position selling computers in Zhongguancun. He struck a deal with the owner, agreeing on a daily wage, payment rendered upon the sale of each computer. For every customer he secured, he would receive a commission of 120 yuan. That day, deprived of sleep, he rolled up his sleeves and began to vocally attract customers in Zhongguancun. For those unfamiliar with Zhongguancun, it is a bustling hub for computer sales. In its renowned electronics markets, such as Dinglong and Bai, there are potentially thousands of sales representatives stationed at the elevators. Whenever a customer approaches, these salespeople pounce like ravenous wolves, clamoring for attention with cries of, "Brother, grant me a chance," or "Brother, just give me 3 seconds," and find me for the lowest prices in all of Zhongguancun. However, with a surplus of salespeople and his lack of experience, 3 days passed without Feng selling a single computer. Lu Qinghua faced numerous setbacks in her job search, struggling to secure any promising employment. With no income from either side, their finances dwindled rapidly as they spent at least 70 to 80 yuan daily. In a state of desperation, Feng prepared a meal for himself each morning, taking along an empty lunchbox to work, while leaving the remaining food for Lu Qinghua. He could only return home in the evening to enjoy a satisfying meal. After enduring this routine for 3 consecutive days, Feng finally struck gold. That afternoon, as if guided by divine intervention, he sold 3 computers in one go, earning a commission of 360 yuan. The generous boss even awarded him an additional 40 yuan, rounding his earnings to 400 yuan. Overwhelmed with emotion, Feng returned home. And the first thing he did was take Lu Qinghua to a restaurant, where they ordered 3 dishes for a total of 70 yuan. That night marked Feng's first experience of drinking in Yuzhou. He ordered a 5 yuan beer, consuming all his sorrows in one gulp, and assured Lu Qinghua, "Qinghua, we will surely achieve great things, trust me." By a stroke of fortune, Feng became increasingly adept at recruiting, typically managing to bring in at least 1 person each day. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghua found a position aligned with her field of study at a small securities firm, earning a monthly salary of nearly 5,000 yuan. Their lives gradually fell into a stable rhythm. Feng and Lu Qinghua moved to Liyuan, renting a 1-bedroom apartment, and began to enjoy a relatively fulfilling life together. Although life remains somewhat constrained, they no longer have to share a restroom with others, nor do they have to worry about eccentric housemates. They can even keep their own pet, a delightful chihuahua, in their room. Indeed, life has begun to find its rhythm. Brother Feng's ambitions have swelled. He has resolved to break free from Zhongguancun and no longer wishes to be merely a computer salesman. He desires to escape the lower strata of society, understanding that even if he earns 20 or 30,000 a month, he would still be just a salesman, enduring disdain and forced smiles daily. Brother Feng yearns to embark on a grander venture, leading a group in the second-hand computer business. However, at this juncture, Lu Qinghua approached Brother Feng with a request. I've been working at the securities company for a year or two, but I can no longer climb the corporate ladder. I wish to further my education at a private training institution for a while. Brother Feng inquired about the tuition fees. 40,000 per term, and I wish to study for 2 terms, Lu Qinghua replied. After a moment's contemplation, Brother Feng acquiesced. They had a total of 80,000 in savings, and without hesitation, he provided the funds to support Lu Qinghua's studies. Nevertheless, this decision rendered their circumstances more challenging. Brother Feng refrained from resigning from his job. At this time, he sought stability and thus continued to sell computers in the market to make ends meet. And so, a year passed. Lu Qinghua emerged from her school, her knowledge solid and well-founded. Moreover, she had a distant relative who held a minor position at a mid-sized securities firm. After presenting her relative with a substantial red envelope exceeding 10,000, she secured employment at the company. Instantly, Lu Qinghua's salary saw a significant increase. Meanwhile, Feng Ge decided to abandon his computer sales and resolved to leave Zhongwanken. Together, Feng Ge and Lu Qinghua organized a celebratory gathering for themselves. As they believed their hardships were finally coming to an end, Feng Ge was also set to embark on his own venture in second-hand computers. He planned to save for another year, amassing enough capital to establish his own second-hand computer business. Throughout that year, Feng Ge toiled relentlessly, and his only skill had become selling computers. He also mentored several newcomers in the trade. By the year's end, he had saved over 200,000, combined with a loan of 100,000 from his family, giving him a total of 300,000. During the same year, due to her outstanding performance, Lu Qinghua was recruited by Morgan Stanley, with her monthly salary soaring to 60 or 70,000. Lu Qinghua had become the embodiment of what many aspire to be. However, Feng Ge felt the weight of pressure as his salary paled in comparison to his wife's, leaving him far behind. Determined, he resolved to work harder and earn more. Yet, as the year drew to a close, Lu Qinghua attended her company's annual meeting, returning home in a state of intoxication. As a computer salesman, Feng Ge had no such annual gathering. On that day, he went to the bus station to bring the inebriated Lu Qinghua back home. Upon arriving home, Brother Feng began to heat the electric water heater, preparing for Lu Qinghua's bath. During her bath, Lu Qinghua, inebriated, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, we have made it. We have truly risen to prominence." However, in her drunken state, she turned to Brother Feng and remarked, "I have risen to prominence, but you have not. You are still merely a computer salesman." At that moment, Brother Feng bit his lip in silence. Lu Qinghua continued, "At today's annual meeting, their boyfriends include company executives, writers, and university professors. As for me, I struggle to introduce my boyfriend. He is a computer salesman, and I hardly know how to present that." Brother Feng, head bowed, silently wept, feeling utterly alone. He had ventured into Yuzhou with a mere 5,000 yuan, enduring days of hunger without shedding a tear. He once endured 3 slaps in front of thousands in Zhongwanken for a misstep, yet remained tearless. Now, tears streamed down Brother Feng's face. He sought no excuses, refraining from explaining that he continued selling computers to support Lu Qinghua's education, or that he was saving to open his own shop. In that moment, Brother Feng was consumed by a fervent resolve. He had made a reckless decision. Chapter 73. The fate of Palm Prince Brother Feng is a man of ambition. He has gone mad, utterly insane. He perceives himself as a mere trifle in Lu Qinghua's heart, akin to an unpalatable morsel, neither enjoyable nor easily discarded. Lu Qinghua's treatment of Brother Feng is also influenced by her association with Morgan Stanley, a colossal entity within the financial sector. Brother Feng intends to rejuvenate his career in finance, determined to rise from where he has fallen. Is it not merely a matter of engaging in securities at Morgan Stanley? He too is capable. The following day, Brother Feng feigned normalcy, maintaining an outward display of intimacy with Lu Qinghua, while internally he was engaged in a silent rivalry. That afternoon, he ventured to the securities exchange to open an account, investing all his savings into the stock market. He sought to demonstrate to Lu Qinghua that he was not merely a man entrenched in computer sales. Given just a sliver of time, he could achieve prominence, especially within her realm. Fortuitously, Brother Feng seized the opportune moment. At the end of the previous year, the stock market in Yanhuang had entered an almost frenzied bull phase, with stock prices soaring like rampant weeds. His investment of 200,000 in the market yielded astonishing returns, transforming daily. During that peculiar period, every investor was profiting, irrespective of their stock choices. Brother Feng's funds multiplied continuously, leading him to believe that a second spring of life had arrived prematurely. He borrowed 100,000 from his family and plunged it into the stock market. Subsequently, he secured a loan of 1 million from the bank, investing the entirety into the market. As the funds surged, Feng Ji's confidence grew exponentially. However, Lu Qinghua, who had spent years in the financial sector, was enveloped by an unsettling apprehension. She was well acquainted with the stock market of Yanhuang, a realm not typically frequented by prudent investors, but rather a peculiar gambling den where fervent gamblers with bloodshot eyes recklessly wagered their hard-earned money. Thus, when Feng Ji's initial investment of 1 million transformed into over 2 million, Lu Qinghua urged him to exit swiftly. Yet by this juncture, Feng Ge had become utterly entranced by the relentless ascent of stock prices. He disregarded Lu Qinghua's counsel, morphing into a figure akin to countless investors ensnared by the market's grasp, blind and impetuous. He placed unwavering faith in his own acumen, believing he could navigate any tempest that befell the stock market with his sagacity. Once, it was said that the Yanhuang stock market resembled a trap for wild boars. Lured by a bounty of cornmeal and bran scattered within, the plump boars reveled in their feast, oblivious to the impending doom of the cage's descent. However, the cage inevitably would plummet. Those boars remaining to indulge in the cornmeal would face the grim fate of becoming the very meal they sought. At long last, the suspended cage began its descent. Beginning in May of last year, the entire stock market commenced a tumultuous journey, particularly during the dark month of June, characterized by multiple instances of limit-down trading, with countless stocks plummeting, swiftly depleting the pockets of investors. An immense amount of capital seemed to evaporate into thin air. On a fateful night at the end of June, Feng sat alone in his bedroom, gazing at his phone, when suddenly tears streamed down his face. This was the money he had painstakingly earned, as well as funds borrowed from the bank and relatives. All that was gone. His stock prices had collapsed. The bank forcibly liquidated his holdings, leaving Feng not only destitute, but also burdened with a substantial debt. His hand trembled as he clutched his phone. That night, Feng's hair turned gray. The next morning, he confronted Lu Qinghua, revealing all the money. It's gone. I have succumbed to the stock market and now owe the bank a mountain of debt. Lu Qinghua, she replied, despite having several 100,000. She resolutely declared that she would not lend him a single cent. Feng offered a bitter smile and remained silent. Lu Qinghua continued, Feng, I know you're a good person, but this time I cannot assist you. I have suffered enough in hardship. I do not wish to endure such poverty again. When we first arrived in Yuzhou, we could barely afford meat a few times a month. Those days were terrifying. She recounted, do you remember when we shared a flat with others? One morning, I had an upset stomach, but someone was occupying the bathroom. I had no choice but to wait, tears streaming down my face from the pain, yet I had no other option. I have truly grown weary of such impoverished days. I understand, Feng replied. Feng Gu rose from his seat, commencing the task of gathering his belongings. He uttered, I'm stepping away. The game has come to an end. Farewell, Huahua. In the days to come, take good care of yourself, seek another man, and do not pursue someone as ineffectual as I. Once he had finished packing, Feng Gu resolutely exited the room. Lu Qinghua remained by the window, observing Feng Gu. Numerous times, she contemplated rushing downstairs to implore him, Feng Gu, return. We can shoulder your debts together. If we toil diligently, we can still lead a life of distinction. Yet, she refrained from descending, fearful of the specter of poverty. The money she possessed, the resources she had acquired, were the fruits of many years of labor. She was unwilling to relinquish them. From her vantage point, she beheld Feng Gu burdened with a suitcase, departing from the entrance of the community. His silhouette appeared profoundly desolate. Lu Qinghua reminisced about the evening when Feng Gu first sold 3 computers in Zhongwankan, earning 400 yuan, and treated her to dinner. That night, After consuming a bottle of beer, Feng had assured her, "Trust me, we will surely achieve greatness." The memory of those words shattered her heart. She wiped away her tears, smudging her makeup, and frantically dialed Feng's number, desperate to convey, "Come back. I will help you bear the debt." Alas, Feng's phone was no longer reachable. Feng, having stepped beyond the gates of the community, was engulfed in despair. Lost in thought as he crossed the street, he was struck and killed. A Volkswagen collided with him, sending Feng sprawling onto the curb, his head striking the edge. Blood pooled extensively, and he succumbed. The moment she stepped outside, Lu Qinghua was taken aback and murmured, "Did we not agree to strive for success together, Brother Feng?" Upon hearing the tale of Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng, a sense of heaviness settled in my heart. I lit a cigarette and began to smoke, shaking my head as I did so. In truth, the story of Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng mirrors that of countless young souls laboring tirelessly in the sprawling metropolis. This narrative has always existed or is currently unfolding. With a sigh, I turned to Lu Qinghua and asked, "Did you summon us merely to confide in me?" "Yes," replied Lu Qinghua. I had no idea how arduous Brother Feng's life had been. It was only after I handled his affairs that a close friend of his shared with me all that transpired over the years. Covering her face, Lu Qinghua choked back tears and said, "I only just learned that Brother Feng initially sold computers while enduring hunger daily. I also discovered that he intended to open a store, but continued selling computers to support my education. I realized the hurtful words I uttered while intoxicated that day must have pained him deeply. Brother Feng's obsession with stock trading stemmed from me, yet I hesitated to part with my savings to help him bear his debts." Lu Qinghua's eyes were swollen from crying, yet suddenly she smiled and said, "If I had simply told Brother Feng that I was willing to support him through his debts, perhaps he would not have met with that tragic accident." Feng Chunsheng and I exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, while Feng Chunsheng even retreated to the balcony alone to smoke. In the love story of Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng, both are at fault, embodying the errors that any ordinary person might commit. Who could definitively declare who is right or wrong? I believe that true love is precisely this. Apart from genuine affection, the distinctions of right and wrong are trivial. Who needs to be entangled in such matters? I gently patted Lu Qinghua's shoulder and remarked, "Now I understand why you chose to renovate this apartment." I inquired, "This place must be the same that you and Brother Feng rented during your university days. Am I correct?" "Indeed," Lu Qinghua replied. "I continued to reside in Yuzhou for another 6 months, yet I realized that I had lost all feeling for that city. Without Brother Feng, no matter how splendid or luxurious the city may be, it has lost its significance." She recounted how Brother Feng had a fondness for the Tang Dynasty band as song Dream Back to the Tang Dynasty, which contains the poignant lyric along the palm lines, "Marked by fate, this life awakens with no dreams." Lu Qinghua expressed that her and Brother Feng's separation seemed to be a fated destiny, akin to two lines in her palm that drift further apart with each passing moment. "I now feel like a mere shell of my former self," she concluded. After sharing her thoughts, Lu Qinghua expressed her gratitude, saying, "I apologize, Yuge, for calling you out here late at night, just to share a stream of words you may not wish to hear." "No, not at all. In truth, I find them quite captivating," I reassured her. "You are able to perceive Brother Feng's spirit, and I can assist you further. From this moment forth, you shall embody Brother Feng, and he shall dwell within you. Would you embrace this? He will forever reside in your heart, and perhaps in your dreams. You may encounter him again." "Really?" Lu Qinghua exclaimed, suddenly rising to her feet. I chuckled softly and said, "Of course, our yin-yang embroidery is, in essence, about nurturing a hidden spirit within the body. I can infuse Brother Feng's spirit into my pigments and etch it onto your skin. From henceforth, you and Brother Feng shall never be apart." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qinghua inquired, "Where shall it be tattooed?" I replied, "Perhaps on your wrist." I had intended to inscribe a ring of Ananda for Lu Qinghua, yet this time, the essence I would use would not be drawn from Lu Laoyu's collection. I called out into the surrounding air, "Brother Feng, should you consent to have your soul etched onto Lu Qinghua's body, then come forth and merge with my pigments." No sooner had I uttered these words than I sensed a dark energy surging into my pigments. Within the colors, A visage materialized, a face belonging to Brother Feng. He smiled at me before vanishing completely, merging seamlessly with the pigments. I reassured Lu Qinghua, "Do not worry, after today, you shall no longer be a mere shell of your former self." I commenced the delicate work of tattooing the Ananda ring onto Lu Qinghua. Suddenly, on the balcony, a trembling Feng Chunsheng addressed me with an earnest plea. "Shui Zi, I ask of you one thing." I was taken aback by his earnest tone. Could it be that he was beseeching me regarding Lu Qinghua's plight? Chapter 74. The Cat Ghost. I inquired of Feng Chunsheng, "Brother Chun, what brings you here?" He replied, "Today I covered the cost for Qinghua's tattoo. Whatever the amount, just deduct it from my salary." Despite his earnest attempt to maintain composure, I could still perceive the profound melancholy that enveloped him. His voice bore the faint tremor of impending tears. It seemed that Feng Chunsheng was quaking with the effort of suppressing his emotions. The tale of Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng resonated deeply within him. I gathered that Feng Chunsheng once had a family and a devoted wife who is now deceased. I surmised that Lu Qinghua's story evoked memories of his beloved, which stirred his heart, compelling him to offer this financial support. Lu Qinghua promptly interjected, "I have the means, dear brother. There is no need for your assistance." No. This is a matter I must attend to," Feng Chunsheng insisted. "It is precisely because of vibrant souls like you that love continues to thrive in the hearts and minds of people. This expense is mine to bear. Please, do not dissuade me further." With a smile, I replied, "Brother Chun, let us do it this way. I shall waive the fee for this tattoo. It is merely a tattoo, after all. I also wish to serve as a witness to the rekindling of love between Lu Qinghua and Brother Feng, to bask in their joy." Before long, I had completed the tattoo for Lu Qinghua. I gently said to her, "May you have sweet dreams, in which you can reunite with Brother Feng." "Thank you, brother you." "Thank you, dear brother." Lu Qinghua expressed her gratitude towards both of us, and I smiled, inquiring, "By the way, Qinghua, what is the name of that large tree in your courtyard?" "That tree? It's just a locust tree," Lu Qinghua replied, somewhat bewildered. "Do trees even have names?" It was evident that she was entirely unaware of its significance. While downstairs, I overheard a female spirit by the tree refer to it as the tree of the dead.